Chapter 1. My name is Gatai. I have been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. A small boy with a buzz cut stood upon a gentle hill, his gaze piercing as he murmured, watching the distant figure of Goku gradually fade away. Gatai, what are you thinking about? At that moment, a fairy-like voice called from behind him. The newcomer wore a light red tunic, her long braid trailing behind her, and her face radiated boundless joy. It was a girl named Xiao Qiao, the very one who had invited Goku to defeat the nefarious duo of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Xiao Qiao turned to follow Gatai's line of sight, where a small figure darted rapidly, leaping and descending along the rugged mountain path, soon vanishing from view. What seemed an arduous journey for an ordinary person was merely a series of effortless hops for Goku, stirring within Xiao Qiao a feeling of indescribable envy and gratitude. Gatai, shifting his thoughts, turned at the sound, his bright eyes no longer naive and innocent, but filled with an inexplicable depth and an unfathomable conviction. At the moment their eyes met, Xiao Qiao felt a momentary daze, sensing that Gatai seemed transformed, though she could not articulate why. After all, Xiao Qiao was merely 14, and though the threat posed by Golden Horn and Silver Horn had hastened her maturity, she was still just a child. Thus, she quickly dispelled her confusion, smiling at Gatai with eyes full of affection. "Xiao Jia, I aspire to become a powerful martial artist," Gatai declared, his gaze steady as it locked on a Xiao Qiao, brimming with resolve. Upon hearing Gatai's words, the elation on Xiao Qiao's face vanished, replaced by astonishment, confusion, and surprise. After a moment, a smile broke across her face as she instinctively reached out to ruffle Gatai's buzz cut, saying, "Indeed, boys should harbor grand dreams, striving tirelessly to realize them." Gatai shook his head, aware that Xiao Qiao was merely placating him, not grasping the true nature of his thoughts. He brushed aside her hand and replied flatly, "Xiao Jia, I will leave the village tomorrow. I intend to travel the world and seek out masters to learn martial arts." In his past life, Gatai was a cultivator, possessing an abundance of knowledge about the mystical arts, and he knew that to grow stronger, such endeavors were unnecessary. He chose to phrase it this way for Xiao Qiao's comprehension, for an explanation of cultivation would be beyond her understanding. Gatai's words struck Xiao Qiao like a thunderclap, leaving her astonished. She could hardly believe that Gatai had made such a decisive resolution so swiftly, and that he meant to traverse the entire world a small child, alone and vulnerable, facing untold hardships. Xiao Qiao's reaction stemmed from her encounter with Goku, having heard that he traveled the world on foot, devoid of possessions, to hone his skills. Unconsciously, she equated Gatai's ambition to learn from masters with Goku's journey. Her heart stirred with emotion. Xiao Qiao was momentarily speechless. She had intended to point out the disparity between Gatai and Goku. Goku was already a formidable martial artist, equipped to confront any crisis, making his travels feasible. In contrast, Gatai was merely a 10-year-old, weak and ordinary, rendering any comparison between them unfathomable. Yet, the words died on her lips, not for lack of desire to speak, but rather due to her uncertainty. She feared that voicing her thoughts might extinguish Gatai's fervor, disheartening him. After all, he had just lost his dearest kin, an elderly martial artist who had been his grandfather, had been summoned to confront Golden Horn and Silver Horn, only to meet his demise. The two exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Gatai, perceiving Xiao Qiao's inner turmoil, broke the silence, saying, "Xiao Jia, let us return. I need to prepare for my departure tomorrow." With that, he turned and began walking back toward the village, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Oh," Xiao Qiao responded, her words somewhat wooden, before following in his wake. Her gaze drifted absently toward Gatai's retreating figure, who moved with an effortless grace, as if he had melded with the very essence of the earth. Suddenly, she felt that the silhouette before her was no longer familiar. It bore the aura of a sage rather than that of a mere child, reminiscent of Goku's own departing form, which had similarly imparted an extraordinary impression upon her. Xiao Qiao had indeed grown somewhat, yet at 14, her thoughts remained rather simple. She pushed aside her fantastical musings, fixating instead on the notion of preventing Gatai from leaving the village so hastily. She found it hard to believe that he could embark on a journey of cultivation like Goku, yet she harbored no intention of thwarting his dreams. Rather, she wished to impose some obstacles, allowing him to grow stronger so that the villagers would eventually believe in his capability to undertake such a quest. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Gatai was already aware of her sentiments. His soul, no longer that of a child, recognized the inherent kindness of the villagers, who would not simply acquiesce to his departure. Gatai had no intention of leaving without a word. Such an act would be a betrayal to those who cared for him and would leave a scar upon his resolve. Thus, he had devised a means to communicate his intentions to Xiao, knowing she would not allow him to depart so easily. In due time, he would demonstrate his worthiness to the entire village. Gatai was a transmigrator, his original name Chunjiang, an orphan from Earth. From a young age, he possessed a remarkable ability that granted him an acute perception of sound, an understanding of principles, and a clarity of all things. This talent bore resemblance to the six-eared macaque from Journey to the West, who was also adept at discerning sound and understanding the world. Unaware of his own potential, Gatai had encountered a cultivator who recognized this gift and persuaded him to become his disciple. Eventually, Chunjiang agreed, only to discover that this cultivator was far from extraordinary. He was merely a thief within the cultivation realm, drawn to Chunjiang's talent, hoping to one day claim a prodigious disciple. The thief explained that in the cultivation world, thieves were not akin to ordinary criminals. They could pilfer treasures, steal secret tomes, and even win the hearts of the most exceptional women. For those with profound mastery, stealing treasures and secrets was akin to traversing an unguarded path, while winning the affections of remarkable women required a certain level of skill. The pinnacle of a thief's prowess was to master the art of subverting fate itself, allowing them to dominate the cultivation realm. Chunjiang was skeptical of the thief's increasingly absurd claims, but he recognized the necessity of strength within the cultivation world. Thus, he ceased to underestimate the profession of thief and was led into the realm of cultivation. Cultivation was an immensely profound discipline, requiring an understanding of the evolution of its civilization. To become the strongest, one had to learn the myriad techniques employed by cultivators. Chunjiang, endowed with a talent akin to the six-eared macaque, absorbed knowledge with remarkable speed. The thief, eager not to squander Chunjiang's gift, prioritized enhancing his cultivation before imparting the secrets of thievery, as strength was of utmost importance in the cultivation realm. After nearly a century, when Chunjiang reached the late stage of the nascent soul, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding the cultivation world, at which point the thief began to teach him the art of thievery. However, an unexpected turn of events soon arose as enemies tracked them down, forcing the master and disciple to part ways in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, they faced a separation that would prove insurmountable. Chunjiang wandered alone in the cultivation world, ultimately perishing in a conflict with other cultivators. In this manner, Chunjiang met his untimely demise before he could master the thief's techniques, leaving him unaware of how he had transmigrated and been reborn as Gatai. Now, Gatai was also an orphan, taken in by an elderly martial artist, the very one who had been summoned to confront Golden Horn and Silver Horn before meeting his fate. After waiting for over 20 days without news of his grandfather's return, Gatai grew anxious and set out to search, only to learn of the tragic news, which plunged him into a deep coma. This slumber lasted 7 days, during which the dormant soul of Chunjiang awakened. Realizing he had been reborn, his soul now possessing the strength of the mid-stage golden elixir. Yet, he discovered that he no longer retained the extraordinary abilities reminiscent of the six-eared macaque. Perhaps such powers remained dormant within him. Based on his recollections, he could not ascertain whether he had truly arrived in the world of Dragon Ball. In his memories, the village was under threat, and despite possessing considerable spiritual strength, he refrained from intervening to alleviate the crisis, as he sought to confirm his current location. As Gatai was not a native of the village, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao concealed him upon their return. Consequently, Gatai's name was absent from the list called out by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. It was only when Gatai witnessed the emergence of Little Wukong and the ensuing developments that he truly realized he was situated in the aftermath of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament during Little Wukong's global training journey. Strictly speaking, Gatai did not share a profound bond with the villagers, yet they were all exceedingly kind-hearted. In light of Gatai's grandfather's passing, the villagers felt a sense of guilt and resolved to have him remain in the village, welcoming him as a new member of their community. Thus, Xiao Qiao's family willingly undertook the responsibility of caring for Gatai, which fostered a unique emotional connection between Xiao Qiao and Gatai. With Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao subdued, the villagers' anger towards them had yet to subside. Both Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were robust individuals, serving as excellent sources of free labor. The villagers congregated, employing the gourd to compel the two to work. Naturally, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were resentful, yet with their lives under the control of others, they dared not express their fury. Upon returning home, Gatai found himself in Xiao Qiao's abode, though she was not present. He surmised that she was likely eager to inform her parents of his impending departure. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Gatai found himself mulling over various contemplations. In his previous life, Gatai had ascended to the status of a cultivator thus. Even after his rebirth, he identified himself as a practitioner. Rebirth necessitated a recommencement of his cultivation journey, instilling within him a subconscious desire to grow stronger. Upon awakening, his spiritual strength reached a level comparable to the mid-stage of the golden core in his previous life, vastly surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Thanks to his formidable spiritual strength, Gatai discerned a unique energy in this world, distinct from the spiritual essence of his former realm. However, he noted certain similarities between the two. He surmised that this disparity stemmed from the different worlds, each governed by its own unique energies and laws. After all, the cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball universe diverged significantly from those of traditional cultivators. Merely recognizing the peculiar energy permeating the world led Gatai to speculate that the cultivation techniques from his previous life might be ineffective here. He did not rush to experiment, instead maintaining a calm demeanor regardless of the efficacy of his former methods. He resolved to find a way to enhance his strength. Currently, his sole reliance lay in his spiritual power. Gatai had already resolved to depart the village the following day, acknowledging that rapid enhancement was unattainable. His only course of action was to familiarize himself with his present state, ensuring he possessed the means of self-preservation upon his departure. Should the foundations of his previous life prove futile, he would seize the opportunity to seek methods of strengthening himself. This was, indeed, the wisest course of action. Thus, what Gatai lacked most was time. He could not afford to wait any longer. The greater his spiritual strength, the more potent his mental prowess became, rendering Gatai's current state akin to a legendary psychic from his past life. As a former cultivator, Gatai was exceedingly adept at wielding mental energy. With a mere thought, he summoned his mental power, concentrating it within his body, and subsequently levitated himself into the air. Left, right, up, down. After a brief experiment, Gatai realized he could control his flight using mental energy. He estimated that with the strength of his mid-stage golden core mental power, he could easily sustain flight for half a day. In this case, the ability to manipulate objects with mental energy emerged as one of Gatai's vital means of survival. He then commenced his exploration of spatial comprehension. Rather than a deep understanding of space, it felt more akin to mastering the wind and air. Gaining spatial abilities required a high level of cultivation. One needed formidable strength to counteract the constraints imposed by the world in order to even faintly perceive such powers. This was the essence of law, which was beyond his current grasp. Interestingly, the extraordinary abilities found in the Dragon Ball universe seemed to represent an initial manifestation of the laws of the universe, appearing quite commonplace. It was as if the foundational trajectories of these laws were imparted to various races, a phenomenon unseen in his previous life. Of course, such occurrences were not entirely absent. The diverse divine beasts of the cultivation world possessed unique talents, embodying traces of the great Tao since their inception. However, These abilities were not transferable, and in his former life, distinctions were primarily drawn between humans and demon cultivators, unlike the clear divisions evident in the Dragon Ball realm. In the Dragon Ball universe, however, many races showcased unique abilities as their signature skills. Once unleashed under personal experience, it was not an exaggeration to say that 80% of techniques could be learned through observation. The key lay in the utilization of ki, which seemed to be the very essence of all. Contemplating the multitude of races endowed with remarkable abilities in the Dragon Ball world, Gatai felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, realizing that perhaps insights into the laws could be gleaned from them. At this moment, Son Gohan had just emerged from the house, witnessing that Sun Yi was unable to evade the impending attack. In a critical juncture, Sun Yi activated his latent potential, suddenly feeling an ineffable force surge within his mind. A tremendous power coursed through his body, enabling him to roll and scramble out of the range of the giant ape's assault. Excellent! At this pivotal moment, Son Gohan decisively grasped the tail of Goku. And in a flash of white light, a segment of the brown tail fell to the ground. The massive tree that Goku wielded came to a halt a meter above Sun Ye's head, prompting him to hastily dodge. Ugh! The giant ape emitted a mournful cry, releasing the tree trunk from its grasp as its form began to gradually diminish. In no time, it reverted to Goku's appearance, the little one sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Ah, finally it's over. Sun Yi collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt as though he had encountered an undeserved calamity today. What an uneventful evening had turned into such chaos. In recent years, he had forgotten that Goku transformed during the full moon. Truly, this was a disaster. Such injuries would take weeks to heal. Sun Yi forced a bitter smile, grimacing as he felt the pain radiating from his body. He suspected he might have fractured a bone. The internal injuries were imperceptible. Yet any slight movement tugged at the wound on his chest. Had he not possessed a robust physique, any other individual would likely have succumbed to the first assault. And at this moment, they might have already departed from this world. Recalling the perilous scene from earlier, Sun Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that his back was drenched. Nevertheless, it was finally over, and he resolved to dedicate himself even more fervently to his training in the days to come. Sun Yi felt a sudden sense of relief, akin to a person on the verge of asphyxiation who has just inhaled a breath of fresh air. Not far away, Yukong, still groggy from slumber, was startled awake by a chilling sensation. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, only to be astonished by the scene around him. As if a fierce battle had transpired, leaving destruction in its wake. Instantly, his drowsiness vanished, and upon noticing the wounds on Sun Ye's chest, he gasped and rushed over. Ah, how did I end up here? Brother Sun Yi, what happened to you? Who inflicted such harm? Cough, cough, fret not, I am fine. Yukong, why don't you return to your room and get dressed? Sun Yi said, heart-warmed by Yukong's worried expression, gently patting his arm. All right, Yukong obediently nodded, only to stumble and fall as he walked. Why can't I stand straight? Perhaps it's because your tail was severed, causing you to lose your sense of balance, Sun Yi replied with a smile, feeling a sense of joy in Yukong's innocence. My tail is gone? Ah, it's missing. Where did my tail go? What am I to do? My tail. Yukong ran about in a frenzy searching for his tail, spinning in circles before finally coming to a halt. Oh well, if it's gone, it's gone. What a carefree child he was. Thus, Yukong stumbled back to his room to change clothes. Xiaoyi, let us leave it at that for today. You and Yukong can share a room for the night, and we will tidy up in the morning, Sun Yukong said, a hint of fear still lingering on his face, recalling how close he had come to losing Sun Yi. Yes, master, Sun Yi replied, glancing at his former room, now half collapsed and utterly unrecognizable. He had no choice but to make do in Yukong's room. Grateful that he understood the situation, otherwise, he might have been too frightened to enter and be near Sun Wukong. In the morning, after inspecting the state of the house, everything seemed relatively normal, though Sun Ye's room and bathroom required reconstruction. Soon, the three of them utilized a large tree Yukong had uprooted, which Master Gohan dried using energy conversion, with Sun Yi nursing minor injuries and engaging in light tasks. Yukong split the tree into planks while Master Gohan swiftly rebuilt the room, continuing his training despite his own wounds. Thus, the focus of the day was on controlled energy exercises. A year passed, and on Sun Ye's 15th birthday, he finally broke through his physical limits and sensed the presence of energy. Master, I can feel the energy, Sun Yi exclaimed, gathering a glimmer of power in his palm that inexplicably began to shine, excitedly showcasing it to Sun Wukong with his hand raised high. Wukong and I had faced countless trials against wolf packs, leopards, bears, tigers, sharks, bees, and even dinosaurs. From being utterly powerless at the beginning to now playfully toying with our adversaries. From knowing nothing of combat to being able to command even dinosaurs, it has truly been a remarkable journey. Sun Yi reflected on his experiences over the past 2 years, feeling a sense of awe. Is that so? Wukong observed Sun Yi's actions and, after a moment, extended his own hand, which soon began to glow as well. Brother Sun Yi, I've learned it. Sun Yi's lips twitched, remaining silent for an extended period, unable to articulate his thoughts, yet his inner turmoil grew increasingly suffocating. The martial prowess of Sun Wukong is truly extraordinary. Sun Yi dedicated 2 arduous years to mastering this skill, while Sun Wukong's training over the years seemed almost effortless, rendering Sun Yi unable to keep pace. Even the sensation of qi was grasped by Sun Wukong after merely a single observation. Well, you are all good children. From tomorrow, your training will become more rigorous, Sun Gohan remarked with a smile, adding that today they could enjoy a well-deserved rest. As they were tidying up, Sun Yi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to fall backward in alarm. Once tranquility returned, Sun Yi discovered a white luminescent screen before him, approximately the size of a mobile phone, yet remarkably clear. Xiao Yi, how are you feeling? Are you all right? It appeared that neither Sun Gohan nor Sun Wukong noticed the screen. They only observed Sun Yi's pallor and urged him to return to his room for rest. Sun Yi smiled gently and said, "It's nothing, just a bit tired. I'll head back to rest for a while." After exchanging greetings with the two, he rose and departed. As he made his way home, Sun Yi unconsciously quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run by the time he reached his doorstep. At that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He could hardly afford to be anything but eager. It had been over a decade, if his calculations were correct. A full 12 years since his golden opportunity finally arrived. Bursting through the door, he swiftly shut it behind him and sat on the bed, eager to comprehend the nature of this luminous screen. "Greetings, Challenger," a phrase materialized upon the glowing membrane. "What are you?" Sun Yi contemplated deeply and murmured softly. The luminous screen flickered momentarily. "I'm a world traverser, collecting your soul at the moment of your past life's accident for random transference. Can I return?" Random transference utilizes the power of reincarnation to facilitate unpredictable leaps of the soul. Therefore, if the trial seeker wishes to return, they must employ this traverser to explore the surrounding worlds. Upon discovering the original realm, a precise transference through a spatial portal is required. The energy needed is anticipated to exceed 10 million degrees. And how much energy do you have left now? How long will it take to find the way back? The traverser has a remaining energy of 40,000 degrees. Given the current dimensional energy absorption rate, it is estimated to take 1 Earth month. However, the physical strength of the host does not support long-distance transference. To successfully traverse, one must enhance their physical strength. What level of physical strength is necessary to support long-distance transference? According to the standards of this world, the trial seeker's physical strength must reach the realm of the divine. Is there still hope for my return? Upon hearing the system's response, Sun Yi fell silent and turned away, smiling. As long as I strive, that is sufficient. I must not regret when I grow old. Sun Yi extended his hand, gathering a flicker of energy in his palm, which inexplicably began to emit a radiant glow. He had already taken the first step, at least standing at the threshold of his journey. As time swiftly passed, 2 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. On this day, while Sun Yi was diligently honing his energy manipulation skills, he noticed Wukong sprinting towards him from a distance, arms raised high, clutching a fish that was several times larger than his own body, joyfully exclaiming with a melodious cheer. With a resounding thud, the enormous fish landed on the ground, creating a dull echo. "Brother Sun Yi, this is the fish I just caught. Today, I shall feast on roasted fish," Wukong exclaimed. As he grasped Sun Yi's arm with enthusiasm, his voice bright yet his words lacking a certain grace. "All right, I will comply, but you must heed your master's guidance afterward. Also, remember to sever your tail once it grows, and devote yourself to your training. Failure to meet your goals will result in my refusal to prepare delicious meals for you." Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately acquiesced. "Understood." Sun Yi chuckled softly, then skillfully gutted the large fish, removing its entrails and scales. After cleansing it, he stuffed it with a seasoning pouch and positioned it on the grill, securing it with wooden props. With a swift motion, a burst of energy emanated from his fingertips, igniting the kindling. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the fish wafted through the air. A figure dashed into the nearby woods, settling beneath a grand tree. Chirp! Several sparrows flitted about on the stones below, where a solitary figure was meditating. Upon Wukong's arrival, the sudden disturbance sent the birds scattering in all directions. "Grandpa, it's time to eat," Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "Master, it's time to eat." As Sun Yi awaited the fish to reach perfect doneness, he sprinkled his specially crafted spices over it, resulting in a delectable roasted fish. "Wow, it smells wonderful." Wukong hurried back, his eyes gleaming with delight. Without a care for the heat, he tore off a generous piece of the roasted meat and bit into it eagerly. "All right, I'm coming," Sun Wufan said as he entered the house to wash his hands, emerging shortly thereafter with some steamed buns to offer to the two. "Master, I wish to venture out and broaden my horizons." Sun Yi estimated that his current combat prowess was around 30, sufficient for his first foray into the unknown. Over the past 2 years, Wukong had been growing, but his combat capabilities had not advanced swiftly. Starting this year, Master Wufan intended for Wukong to intensify his training. Prior to this, he had merely been playing alongside Sun Yi. Wukong's combat strength had just begun to climb from the normal level of 10. And while he was still no match for Sun Yi, it was anticipated that in less than a year, he would catch up. Sun Yi intends to explore alternative cultivation methods in different realms, seeking to distill their essence and integrate it into his own training regimen. "Master." At the beginning of this year, Wukong's tail sprouted once more, only to be severed by your hand again. However, the reason for this should be communicated to Wukong. Less than a year or two, his tail regrows, and his combat prowess surpasses yours, transforming him into a colossal ape, a being no one could possibly restrain. It is not feasible for us to remain in his company indefinitely. "Ah, what? You wish to convey this to me?" Wukong mumbled in response, seemingly preoccupied with food and oblivious to the substance of Sun Ye's words. Sun Wufan wiped his mouth, set down the food in his hand, and said, "Did you not just speak to Goku? The reasons are inconsequential. What matters is that when the tail grows back, it must be severed. Remember. When the tail grows back, it must be severed." Goku, indifferent, continued to feast, devouring half of the fish in no time. "As for you, it would be prudent to venture outside. Remember, your combat abilities are formidable, yet there are always those beyond your reach. Do not underestimate anyone." Sun Wufan imparted his earnest wisdom. "Yes, master." Sun Yi replied with a serious expression, though he could not conceal his inner joy, soon breaking into a smile. Influenced by his emotions, he consumed a bit more during the meal. After finishing, he tidied up and counted the capsules in his possession: 1 house, 1 car, and several empty boxes. Upon venturing out, he needed to devise a means to acquire weapons and a few hover cars, as traversing uncivilized worlds without roads necessitated reliable hover vehicles. He also planned to purchase several houses as contingencies, seeking a larger space capsule to store food, commonly used medicines, and essential supplies to ensure he could return promptly should he find himself in a desolate area without provisions. With food on hand, he could take the time to understand the world he was entering. 3 days later, on the bustling streets of the largest city near Baozi Mountain, Shiji capital, Sun Yi contemplated his future. His most significant goal was to return home, yet this aspiration felt vague. Sun Yi was self-aware. He was no prodigy and could not rapidly enhance his strength or accelerate energy collection. Thus, he would rely on time to gather energy. However, if he returned home after thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years, what would be the value of that return? Of course, such thoughts could be addressed later. For now, his focus must be on becoming stronger. If he could not return home normally, it would mean he was not yet sufficiently powerful. As long as he grew strong enough, he could transcend time and return to his original timeline. As for whether he could achieve this goal, the odds were indeed slim. The most likely outcome was to perish along the way or meet his end in some world. However, as long as he continued to strive, even if he could not return, he would have no regrets at the end of his life. All of this underscored the necessity of striving towards enhancing his strength in a singular direction. In this world, strength could nearly procure anything one desired. Moreover, life should be lived in comfort. He would not forsake everything for the sake of returning home or choose the path of a hermit. Humans are intelligent beings, and the distinction from animals lies in their capacity for independent thought. If he devoted himself solely to harsh training, it would not be long before the desire to return home was overshadowed by the desire for enjoyment. Furthermore, this world boasted advanced technology, which could also facilitate Sun Ye's rapid growth and strength. Amidst this, he wished to fully appreciate the advanced technology available, which necessitated one essential element: money. In his previous endeavors, Sun Yi had accumulated some funds from hunting, yet it was insufficient to purchase capsules and weapons. With a newfound desire to earn money, he began to contemplate which ventures might yield swift returns. Robbing a bank? His principles forbade such actions. Becoming an assassin? That was even less appealing. Working as a bodyguard? He refused to relinquish his freedom, at least not until his circumstances became dire. Seeking employment? He might as well resign himself to death. Working would hardly allow him to amass enough to buy anything. What, then, should he do? Sun Ye's mind raced, recalling various money-making methods from his past life. Yet, they seemed utterly unhelpful. Even employing his charms to attract Bulma would not work, for she was only 11 or 12 years old. With several years remaining before embarking on her adventures, Sun Ye contemplated carefully, realizing that with a combat power of approximately 30 to 40, he would be unable to contend with an army. However, engaging in some underworld dealings would be more than sufficient. And he began to ponder what items could be sold for profit. The unintelligent dinosaurs in the mountains could be hunted and sold, while smaller dinosaurs could be marketed to the wealthiest pets, though this could not be a boundless endeavor. With the combined strength of two souls, Sun Ye still retained memories of songs he frequently listened to in his past life, which he believed could be monetized, albeit lacking a current avenue for this. As for other potential ventures, he would adapt as circumstances evolved. After all, he was not in danger of starvation. Wait, there was also underground boxing. Indeed, that was it. Not only could it provide quick financial returns, but it could also hone his practical combat experience. Although aware of his own strength, he had never fought against another. In his previous life, he had lived with utmost integrity, but in this life, he intended to follow his own desires. While he had yet to establish a concrete life goal, he was determined to live comfortably, regardless of whether he could locate opportunities. It would be easy to gather information given his capabilities. After inquiring with numerous street thugs, Sun Ye finally learned, amidst a flurry of punches and kicks during an attempted robbery, about the location of an underground boxing venue situated within a secluded bar. As he stood before the unassuming establishment, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. It was his first venture into such an environment in 2 lifetimes. A few ordinary waitstaff were leisurely tidying up, while the bartender idly played cards. The bar was relatively quiet, but Sun Ye soon found solace in that fact. After all, the bar served merely as a fade, and the clientele for regular drinking was scant. In the original storyline, incidents of violence in the Dragon Ball universe were indeed prevalent, likely due to the nature of the protagonist's surroundings. However, the human propensity to vent violent impulses is universal, and formal competitions like the World Martial Arts Tournament are a testament to this. Yet, their lengthy cycles often fail to satisfy the darker desires harbored by many. It is precisely because numerous individuals are dissatisfied with the confines of formal boxing matches that underground fighting naturally arose. Where there are demands, markets emerge. Where markets exist, profit follows, and where profit is involved, individuals are inclined to participate. Outwardly, such activities are prohibited, which relegates them to the shadows. While formal competitions do exist, participation comes with stringent prerequisites. Moreover, athletes in sanctioned events face considerable restrictions post-signing. Sun Ye, at this juncture, simply sought to generate some quick capital. Grateful for the kind reminder from the registration personnel, he signed a waiver of liability, paid the fee, and obtained his qualification to compete. Lacking an agent and being a newcomer, his appearance fee and potential winnings were significantly minimized. However, he was unconcerned, for strength is the ultimate currency that transcends all. Few could rival Sun Ye's current prowess on Earth. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Sun Ye found it unexpected that his inaugural battle would not occur at the World Martial Arts Tournament, but rather in such an underground setting. Surrounded by thick clouds of smoke, glaring lights, and raucous cheers, Sun Ye chuckled and shook his head, recognizing it was merely a matter of securing his initial earnings. Upon arrival, he first sought out the betting area, having arrived half an hour early to participate in the wagers. Flanking the betting tables were photographs of 2 individuals, presumably taken during registration, with the odds shifting in real time according to the stakes placed, ensuring the house would profit regardless. After observing for a while, Sun Ye withdrew several 100,000 yuan from his possession and placed his bet, causing the odds to plummet from over 100 to about 30. Even so, this wager could yield over 10 million, ample to procure the necessary supplies. Furthermore, subsequent bets could potentially elevate the odds once more. Sun Ye's first opponent, as depicted in the photograph, was a colossal figure, towering at 3 meters with formidable muscles and an abundance of fur, clearly a humanoid creature of significant physical advantage. Resembling a brown bear, coupled with an impressive winning streak of over 10 consecutive victories. Nearly everyone assumed that Sun Ye would soon become yet another statistic in his opponent's record. As the time for the match approached, some spectators displayed looks of pity. Yet the majority exuded a bloodthirsty fervor. With a smile playing on his lips, Sun Yi mused that none of these spectators were truly benevolent. However, this very scenario would afford him an opportunity to earn a handsome sum without the fear of exploiting the virtuous. Come on, Bear King. Hurry up and fight. We must see blood. Strike him down. I've placed a hefty bet on you. Bear King, crush this pretty boy like an ant. Eliminate him. And send this unfortunate soul to meet his maker. Amidst the cacophony of the opposing crowd's fervent shouts, Sun Yi darted onto the stage. Upon his opponent's arrival, he clasped his hands in a formal greeting, performing a proper bow before beckoning with his fingers to initiate the bout. Ah, a pretty boy has arrived. Come. Let me paint your face with bruises, the Bear King bellowed with laughter, charging towards Sun Yi with reckless abandon. Sun Yi pondered whether he could be considered a pretty boy. After all, his appearance was rather ordinary. However, in comparison to his opponent, he did bear some resemblance. As the battle commenced, Sun Yi chose not to rush into an attack. Instead, he decided to exchange a few moves to gauge the caliber of his adversary. Sun Yi raised one hand before his chest, and with a swift movement, he evaded the attack, as the Bear King launched a series of relentless assaults. In a matter of minutes, the Bear King struck numerous times, yet Sun Yi deftly sidestepped each blow. You little brat, have the guts not to dodge. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos, various jeers echoing throughout the arena. Then come at me. Sun Yi waved his hand, and the Bear King immediately charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, and as they paused, the scene transformed into a dance of footwork. With Sun Yi's hands firmly pressing against his opponent's fists. Come on, Bear King, can you keep up? Perhaps it's time to change your nickname to Little Bear. He taunted. You've got some skill, it seems you've trained, but I wonder how long you can endure. After a chorus of shouts, they both retreated. And the Bear King began to scrutinize Sun Yi earnestly. I must take this seriously, he declared, as Sun Yi assumed his starting stance once more. The Bear King had surpassed the physical limits of an ordinary person, his combat prowess likely exceeding 15 points. Moreover, with his robust physique, it was plausible that he could withstand bullets from a handgun, making him a formidable adversary. However, he had yet to reach Sun Yi's current level of combat capability. Suddenly, without warning, the Bear King crouched low, hands and feet on the ground, letting out a series of low growls. With a powerful thrust, he sprang to his feet, resembling a ravenous grizzly bear standing upright, and unleashed a mighty strike towards Sun Yi. The sheer force generated by his punch created a palpable wind, hinting at the tremendous power behind his blow. In the fleeting moment when his opponent launched a strike, Sun Yi swiftly adopted a semi-crouched stance, his abdomen becoming as supple as cotton. Simultaneously, his muscles tensed with an explosive force, rendering him as unyielding as steel. With a powerful push from his feet against the ground, he propelled himself into the air, swiftly maneuvering behind the Bear King. There, he executed a whip-like kick that sent his opponent's upper body sprawling, propelling him 10 meters to the edge of the arena. In an instant, Sun Yi surged towards the opponent's head, extending his right hand into a knife-like strike aimed at the neck, rendering the foe unconscious. A look of disbelief flickered in the Bear King's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a dull emptiness as he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Sun Yi, however, revealed a faint smile, signaling the referee to come and inspect. The entire arena fell into a hush, shrouded in uncertainty about what had transpired. Yet, in their eyes, the invincible Bear King had, in a flash, been rendered unconscious. The stark contrast left the audience in a daze, as if they were witnessing the most magnificent miracle in the world. Sun Yi casually stretched, addressing the seemingly dazed referee with a light-hearted tone. It should be my victory, right? The combat prowess of the burly bear man before him was, in comparison to Sun Yi now, diminished to merely half, or perhaps even less. However, if an ordinary person, unacquainted with the sensation of transcending physical limits, were to approach, even a dozen or 20 would struggle to contend with him. The advantage of race was undeniably evident. This indicated that Sun Yi, through 5 years of rigorous training, had indeed become formidable. Although he might not rank among the top on the current Earth, he could easily stand among the hundreds or thousands. His efforts in self-encouragement, emotional regulation, and enduring hardships had borne fruit, as his combat strength reflected his dedication. Perseverance and effort ultimately yield rewards, even if future complacency looms. Yet, before negative emotions could accumulate beyond his capacity to manage, Sun Yi would persist in his endeavors. We demand a fight. This is clearly an underground match. There must be foul play. I want a refund. Suddenly, a spectator shouted from the audience, igniting a chorus of curses as others echoed their discontent, clamoring for refunds. The The referee, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily checked the Bear King's injuries, while the audience erupted in a cacophony of chaos. What had just transpired? Damn that Bear King! You useless creature, you've cost me dearly. Who was that young man who could vanquish the Bear King? Curiosity and astonishment rippled through the crowd. Thus, Sunny secured his first earnings in the Dragon Ball world, a total of 15 million. Amid the tumult of thoughts swirling in the minds of the spectators, he departed the arena. The subsequent days unfolded effortlessly. With Sun Ye's victory over the Bear King, his popularity soared. Although his appearance fee had escalated dramatically from its humble beginnings, he had earned a tidy sum in the early matches. Throughout these contests, he had consistently restrained his power to no more than 5 levels. Yet, in the following matches, whether facing agile opponents, powerhouses, or versatile fighters, none could endure beyond 3 rounds. In the 5th bout, Sun Yi unleashed an energy wave that shattered half the arena, leaving the audience in awe. Consequently, no one dared to challenge him further. The betting odds shifted dramatically, with no one willing to wager against him, even altering the bets to predict how many moves his opponents could withstand. With his earnings reaching 50 million, Sun Yi was poised to embark on his grand procurement before preparing for his journey through realms. Winning had come too easily. Each match concluded in no more than 3 moves, which, despite filling him with elation, also stirred a sense of frustration. Gazing at the substantial sum in his hands, Sun Yu mused on the scarcity of true masters in the Dragon Ball universe. It seemed that the combat scenarios prior to the emergence of the Turtle School were not dissimilar to the current underground fighting rings. The reality was that those who could be considered skilled often looked down upon such competitions. Few possessed the fighting prowess of the likes of Master Rashi. However, many ordinary individuals who surpassed human limits still existed, akin to beings like Nam, as well as animal humans such as bear men, tiger men, and dinosaur men, blessed with robust physiques. Moreover, those with capabilities either secluded themselves or found ways to earn. The hermits represented by the Turtle School and those earning through other means exemplified by the Crane School. The likes of Tao Pai Pai, who profited more through assassination, led many to perceive participation in such matches as a decline in status. Sun Ye's subsequent plan entailed sourcing channels for procuring weapons, various capsules, food, pharmaceuticals, essential living supplies, and even entertainment facilities. As for the purchasing channels, most items had to be acquired through legitimate means. For those that could not be obtained through formal channels, he intended to follow the same approach he had used a few days prior to inquire about underground fighting rings, casually seeking out local troublemakers on street corners. And within 3 or 4 encounters, he would surely find what he needed. Armed with a bank card, Sun Yi confidently commenced his extravagant shopping spree in the city's most bustling district. This trench coat suits me splendidly. I shall take this style in 5 colors, acquiring 2 of each. Let us pack it all into the universal capsule. This style of trousers is indeed vibrant and appealing. I will have 5 of these packed into the capsule as well, along with a few durable garments. This magnetic levitation sports car is splendid. I shall take one in black and one in white. This small jet aircraft is quite impressive. I will procure 2 of them. This submarine looks promising as well. And this simulated robot adept in 125 culinary techniques appears to be precisely what I require. That luxurious 500 square meter residence, replete with various opulent amenities, shall also be stored in the capsule. And these food items and beverages, please pack them into the capsules in tenfold quantities. If that proves insufficient, I shall purchase more on the spot. I am willing to pay extra. Sun Yi fervently procured everything he could conceive of that might be useful during his journey. Now, he possesses no fewer than 100 capsules. Gazing at the several large capsules that contain tens of thousands of cubic meters of items, along with the compact, loss-preventing case for carrying them, Sun Yi cannot help but exclaim, the sensation of spending lavishly is indeed intoxicating. In his previous life, Sun Yi had never encountered such experiences. As an ordinary individual, he had never amassed such wealth. Moreover, he was now able to procure a significant quantity of military-grade materials that had been deemed contraband in his former existence. Before departing from this bustling metropolis, there remained one final acquisition to make: weaponry. While the streets offered commonplace firearm shops, Sun Yi sought to acquire additional armaments, specifically those of greater potency. Sun Yi swiftly organized all his belongings before recalling the necessity of acquiring some gold, silver, and ordinary commodities. After all, should he find himself traversing into an underdeveloped world, these would serve as currency. Soon, under the guidance of the previously subdued ruffian, he discovered a secluded gun shop, which appeared to be engaged in legitimate business. As Sun Yi pondered inwardly, he smiled and followed the young ruffian through the door. "Hello, what can I assist you with?" "Feel free to browse," greeted a middle-aged man, who bore the quintessential appearance of a Westerner, complete with neatly styled brown hair. Upon noticing the newcomers, he lifted his gaze. "Brother, this is Sol. We previously acquired our goods from him." The ruffian accompanying Sun Yi remarked. "Greetings, Sol. I am Sun Yi. You may not recognize my name, but I trust you are aware of the miracle that has garnered attention at the weather bar these past few days. This was due to the fact that, in comparison to his recent adversaries, he was not expected to emerge victorious, yet he triumphed within mere 3 moves, earning him the moniker Miracle. Of course, there was another alias, Black Fist, but the reasons for that need not be elaborated. I have indeed heard of you, and even had the pleasure of witnessing your prowess. However, as a customer here, would you like to purchase? Given your remarkable skills, I might extend you a discount." "As I have a fondness for martial arts and seldom encounter true practitioners," Sol remarked, extending his hand for a handshake. The fact that he recognized the title of a martial artist indicated his worldly experience. "I hope so. I detest being treated as a fool and have no desire to be deceived," Sun Yi replied, choosing not to examine the weaponry but instead producing a box of cigars. Offering one. "Care for a smoke? Do you have any heavy artillery?" "Certainly. My inventory is most comprehensive, though it is not located here. Are you brave enough to accompany me to the warehouse?" Sol eagerly accepted the cigar, and Sun Yi lit it for him, after which they both indulged in the swirling smoke. "Of course," Sun Yi responded, then entered the vehicle, gesturing, "Lead the way. Keep an eye on them." "You too," Sol instructed, and as the two of them savored their cigars, the vehicle made its way towards Fifth Avenue, which edged closer to the outskirts, leaving the two bewildered ruffians behind. The warehouse was situated on the eastern side of Fifth Avenue, adjacent to a high school. When Sun Yi arrived here, his first impression was one of vastness. He felt that this might be the largest arms dealer in the city, the kind that remains dormant for 3 years only to flourish in a single moment, or perhaps the primary market lies elsewhere, and this is merely a place of retirement. After selecting the models of all the weapons, he commenced the acquisition on the spot, primarily because the quantity he desired was modest, and with the spatial capsule, he was untroubled by concerns of occupying space, thus making it exceedingly convenient. Just as Sun Yi was about to depart, an important matter suddenly crossed his mind. Alas, he nearly forgot. He ought to procure some exquisitely packaged gifts, whether to present to others here or to forge connections with formidable individuals during his traversal. Such gifts would prove invaluable. Beverages, wines, and other assorted items could not be disregarded simply because he had no use for them. There would always be those who cherished such offerings. He made another trip to the commercial street, ensuring that everything was prepared. The moment of traversal was imminent, and his destiny may very well lie within the portal he was about to open. First, he sought a secluded spot to activate the World Traverser. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was a central white orb of light, increasingly reminiscent of a divine realm. Though Sun Yi had never actually witnessed what the divine realm looked like. "Greetings, trial taker. The system has detected that you meet the formal contract requirements. Would you like to bind to this system?" This time, not only did the white orb present itself, but it also spoke directly. "Before binding, should there not be a formal introduction?" Sun Yi smiled. "Very well, trial taker. This system is a prototype world traverser crafted by the advanced civilization led by transcendent Changpan, emulating the divine realm. Its functions include analyzing the essence of worlds, understanding their laws, and assisting trial takers in their growth through world traversal. This system is equipped with a learning module to aid in your development, and the points accrued within the learning system can be exchanged for all resources produced by a controllable atomic production line. Special materials require trial takers to upload unique knowledge absent from the database for redemption. Currently, the available functions are limited to basic features such as positioning and traversal, due to the initial model's potential for evolution. Therefore, upon the trial taker's binding, targeted functional adjustments can be made according to the trial taker's cultivation direction and acquired knowledge, allowing for energy absorption and evolution. Introduction complete. The orb exhibited no discernible expression, and its voice remained entirely devoid of fluctuation. "Now, what is the purpose of your search for trial takers?" Sun Yi inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "The ultimate goal of this system is to seek out those who advance, to assist them in their progression, to hasten their pace, and ultimately to integrate the trial taker into the advancing civilization, moving forward together. Upon the trial taker's cessation of progress, the system will disengage and seek new aspirants." "And how does one proceed with the binding?" Sun Yi pondered the authenticity of this response. But he himself had been an ordinary individual prior to his traversal, with nothing to gain. even if he were to be deceived. This grand adventure was already a worthwhile experience. Please place your hand upon the operation platform to initiate binding. As he spoke, a small platform, approximately 20 centimeters in both width and length, rose from below the orb, its surface shimmering with light reminiscent of a bank ATM printing receipts. Sun Yi immediately raised his hand. Please focus. Beep. The binding process commenced. Fingerprint binding successful, genetic binding successful, energy fluctuation binding successful, mental essence fluctuation binding successful. The binding has concluded. The host may now operate independently and may call upon me, Xiao AI, if needed. Understood, Xiao AI. Let us begin. Have we discovered a world that allows for traversal? If I open the transit gate, will it be reusable? Sun Yi smiled once more, as it now seemed evident. Regardless of the system's answers, the truth remained uncertain. At least, he would not incur any losses in the future. If he could achieve great heights, as long as it did not cost him his life, it would matter little if the system had ulterior motives. He could view it as an advance on a loan to be repaid later. Having such an opportunity was certainly not a loss. He had explored within a radius of 1,000 dimensional units and discovered 3 clusters of worlds, 2 clusters of low-energy concentration planes, located at distances of 102 and 153 dimensional units, with an estimated round-trip energy consumption of 2 units. There was also 1 cluster of medium energy concentration worlds, situated at a distance of 215 dimensional units, with an estimated round-trip energy consumption of 4 units. Fixing the dimensional channel required 10 times the energy. After opening the transit gate, he could traverse repeatedly along a non-fixed channel, spending 1/10 of the energy used to open it each time. What is the energy concentration of the Dragon Ball world? And what is the dimensional distance? The energy concentration of the Dragon Ball world is classified as superlative. Yet it belongs to a void universe type, where energy is dispersed, resulting in a low local energy concentration that is not easily perceived. Although it aligns with the strength level supported by an ordinary superlative energy concentration world, in comparison to Earth, the combat power of most humans is not significantly different from that of low energy concentration planes. The dimensional distance is the unit of measurement used within dimensions, representing the theoretical shortest distance between 2 worlds. Xiao AI, can I take others with me during the traversal? What is the mode of traversal? The host may carry other sentient beings along for the journey, but utilizing a non-fixed channel requires an additional 10% energy consumption for personal protection per individual. The traversal mode is a spatial channel with a stable duration of 10 seconds. If no energy protection is in place, the beings carried will experience a reduction in intelligence based on distance and probability until their souls are destroyed. All right, Xiao AI. For my first traversal, I shall choose a nearby low-energy concentration plane. Please schedule the opening of the transit gate for 1 hour from now. Sun Yi felt an exhilarating rush of excitement, yet maintained a calm exterior, suppressing his impulse to traverse immediately. What he needed now was composure. With a palm-sized chick, a palm-sized duck, and a 3-meter-long nylon rope, Sun Yi gathered the items he required for the hour ahead. Having ventured out of the city, he found plenty of wildlife in the wilderness. Securing these particular creatures was not a challenge, and he ultimately decided to keep these 2. With preparations complete, Sun Yi clutched the chick and duck, promptly returning. The chick and duck were also lives. If they could survive on the other side, it would prove there was no danger. And there was no reason he could not cross over and thrive. Should this transit device prove functional, Sun Yi could easily become a purveyor of sorts, transporting supplies without difficulty. Survival would not be a challenge, and only through survival could he seek ways to progress. As Sun Yi pondered, his heart swelled with joy. And before him, the shuttle seemed to illuminate a promising future. Soon, the door was ready. A new portal of light appeared beside the entrance through which Sun Yi had initially arrived. He secured the prepared chickens and ducks with a camera strapped to their backs, binding their feet with nylon rope, and with a vigorous toss, he propelled them through the portal. Whoosh! A flash of blue light erupted, and before Sun Ge's very eyes, the fowl effortlessly traversed the threshold, arriving in the realm of low magic. It worked! Sun Yi exclaimed, elated, clapping his hands in delight. The rope remained taut, indicating that the environment on the other side was not one of great altitude. The next challenge was the return journey. Moments later, Sun Yi firmly grasped the rope and tugged with all his might. The bound chickens and ducks struggled fiercely, yet under his relentless pull, they were drawn back through the portal, with a chick hurriedly swallowing a worm it had captured. Quack, 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 protested the little duck, flapping its wings in loud discontent due to the force of its return. Sun Yi carefully cradled the chickens and ducks, meticulously inspecting them. He discovered that they had not undergone any changes. They appeared exactly as they had when he set out. He then picked up his camera to review the captured images, revealing a landscape reminiscent of a primordial forest, untouched by human development. After waiting for an additional hour, the chickens and ducks remained unchanged, confirming that the environment there was indeed suitable for survival, devoid of any toxic elements. Excellent. With the chickens and ducks as his scouts, Sun Yi was finally able to ascertain whether the traversing portal could be utilized. The next step would be the formal crossing. However, he remained unhurried. For as the saying goes, a sharp axe does not waste its effort on wood. Before entering, he intended to prepare thoroughly. He needed to calculate which items held little value here but could be lucrative there, and conversely, which items were precious in this realm but worthless in the other. By leveraging the traversing portal to exchange these commodities, he envisioned a substantial profit. Sun Yi produced a notebook, jotting down his thoughts and sketches of items he believed would yield profit in the future. He carefully concealed a few of these treasures on his person, to avoid the inconvenience of rummaging through capsules or even opening them, which could attract unwanted attention, though he was confident in his ability to defend himself. The hassle was something he wished to avoid. Before long, Sun Yi reopened the portal, determining that, barring any significant disturbances, he could traverse with merely a tenth of the required energy. Once the portal was activated, he stepped inside, carrying the few items he had just retrieved. Traversal complete. Please be advised, the system has detected that this world exhibits a significant energy differentiation toward material forms. Direct manipulation of energy through mental prowess will result in a degree of attenuation, while abilities that are not corporeal in nature will face certain constraints. Due to the host being an outsider, energy absorption within this realm is limited. Exceeding this threshold will result in energy being returned and offset by the system. It is anticipated that after a century of cultivation, the host will expend 1 degree of energy upon departure. Please take note. During perilous moments, the system will not provide assistance unless actively prompted by the host. Please be aware. The system has identified the advantages of the human form within this realm and has negotiated with the world's consciousness to exchange 1 degree of energy for the creation of a miniature energy-guiding self-circulating system and natural sensory enhancement apparatus within the host's meridians and acupoints. There are 365 acupoints in total, plus the host, making for a grand total of 366. Do you consent? Upon entering this low magic world, a flurry of notifications appeared, infusing him with energy. Consent, Sun Yi declared, observing the heavy, swirling clouds above, reminiscent of a vortex, punctuated by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to agree. After all, without harnessing the advantages from various worlds, he would undoubtedly lag behind the rapid growth and combat prowess exhibited by Sun Wukong. The manner in which the world's consciousness manifested was undeniably grand. Nevertheless, within the protective energy barrier, Sun Yi felt only a fleeting surprise upon his arrival. Otherwise, he sensed nothing amiss. The barrier created a stark contrast with the world beyond it, almost comical in its surrealism, akin to a vividly realistic film that felt oddly unreal. A rare hint of resignation flickered across Sun Yi's face. Indeed, this was a realm of low energy concentration, and the world's consciousness seemed remarkably feeble. It could also be said that the system was formidable, a testament to the achievements of the civilization led by Changpan, which had emulated the divine space of the main god. As he pondered, Sun Yi meticulously suppressed his aura, stepping beyond the energy barrier to undergo the transformation orchestrated by the world's consciousness. Throughout the process, he maintained a vigilant awareness as the world's consciousness integrated meridians and acupoints into him. The completion of this integration brought the total to 366 acupoints. Only after Sun Yi had completely subdued his energy did the thunder in the heavens finally abate, as if everything had returned to a state of tranquility. Yet, the chaos outside the dissipating energy barrier bore testament to the authenticity of the experience. Sun Yi stood still for a moment, contemplating the several messages prompted by the system. The manifestation of energy exhibited a material nature, while the interference of mental power with reality was notably diminished. Coupled with the low concentration of energy, it became increasingly evident that he was in a world akin to martial arts, though not of a high martial caliber. In such a foundational martial arts realm, even without the ability to emit energy waves, one's combat prowess would still be more than sufficient. Furthermore, in a martial arts universe, the highest levels of meridians and acupoints shaped by the world's will would surely involve the harmonious integration of essence, energy, and spirit. Given Sun Yi's current perspective and combat capabilities, rapid cultivation would pose no significant challenge, It would indeed be peculiar if his fighting strength did not increase swiftly. Upon lifting his gaze and noticing the lack of paths around him, Sun Yi had no choice but to venture into the forest in a chosen direction. Shortly thereafter, he caught sight of two silhouettes in the distance. The scenery opened up before him, with a gently flowing stream and a soft breeze caressing his face. As silvery moonlight poured down, the figures he had seen earlier were now by the stream, drinking water. Before Sun Yi could approach, the two began conversing. And from his distance, he could discern their words with reasonable clarity. "Good. We have escaped danger. You must be weary from the journey. Let us rest for a while before continuing," the man said, to which a woman's voice replied with a soft acknowledgement. The sounds by the stream suggested they had settled down. The woman then expressed her concern. "Do you really think the Shinong gang will not send anyone to guard this place?" Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her fear. The man reassured her, "Do not worry. This mountain path is exceedingly secluded. Even among our Eastern sect disciples, few have traversed it. The Shinong gang would certainly be unaware of it." The woman inquired, "How do you know about this small road?" The man responded, "My master brings the disciples here every 5 days to study the secrets inscribed on the limitless Jade wall." At this revelation, Sun Yi felt a sudden spark of realization. This was indeed the realm of Tianlong Babu. Sun Yi stood quietly in the forest, pondering what resources were necessary to propel himself forward in this world. The two individuals nearby seemed reminiscent of Yu Guanghao, a disciple of the Wuliang sword sect from demigods and semi-devils, suggesting they were in Dali. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar as Yu Guanghao shouted, "Who goes there?" Following this, hurried footsteps could be heard as someone dashed away. A figure, driven by desperation, raced forth, while a woman wielding a long sword sprinted from the hillside, evidently intent on blocking his path. The man continued his relentless pursuit, but soon found himself out of breath. Yu Guanghao then called out, "Gushimi, you must block the mountain pass." Yet, the man did not falter in his panic. He chose to flee deeper into the dense woods, heading away from Sun Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yi decided to pursue. Noticing that the others had already distanced themselves, the man in flight was none other than Duan Yu, who, after running for a while, found his legs growing weak and his breath coming in gasps. When Sun Yi finally caught up to him, he heard Duan Yu exclaim, "I value my life. That is why I fled." However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stepped into thin air, losing his footing and plummeting from the cliffside. Letting out a terrified cry, he had already fallen several dozen feet from the edge of the precipice. From a distance, Sun Yi observed quietly without revealing himself. Realizing that the figure before him was indeed Duan Yu, he waited until Guanghao and Gu Guangpei had moved far away before making his presence known, gazing toward the precipice. Surely, it must be here. As he surveyed the spot where Duan Yu had fallen, Sun Yi stealthily approached and first gauged the height. Not bad, merely 300 or 400 meters. Without the aid of tools, he found a suitable location a few meters away and began to descend using both hands and feet. The earth of the cliff was pliable enough for him to embed his limbs without any peril. Before long, he reached a halfway point, covered in dust and appearing rather disheveled. Suddenly, he heard a rustle and caught sight of Duan Yu, who was slowly inching closer to the cliff wall, murmuring to an ancient pine. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a substantial fissure in the cliff, which Duan Yu could barely manage to descend, considering he had sustained no injuries in the original narrative. Thus, Sun Yi paid him no mind and continued his descent. However, Duan Yu was startled and exclaimed, "I've already fallen, and you're still pursuing." Sun Yi did not respond, feeling a mix of anxiety as this was his inaugural attempt at free climbing a cliff. He was so preoccupied that he barely heard what Duan Yu was saying, continuing to descend cautiously. At this moment, Duan Yu realized that he was not being pursued by the disciples of the Wuliang sword sect, and having ceased his cries for help, he gradually calmed himself and began to climb down the crevice of the cliff. As Sun Yi continued his descent, the thunderous roars around him grew louder, and he felt droplets of water cascading down upon him like a torrential rain. Fortunately, he retained his composure, though he remained cautious as he gripped the earth, mindful of his angle to avoid slipping and losing his hold. At that moment, there was little time for Sun Yi to contemplate. Once the slope became less steep, he stood upright and sprinted downwards, soon reaching the valley floor. Standing tall, he could not help but exclaim in awe, for to his left, a magnificent waterfall cascaded like a jade dragon, tumbling down into an exceptionally clear lake. The water churned at the point where the waterfall poured in. Yet a mere 10 feet away, the lake's surface lay tranquil as a mirror. The moonlight illuminated the lake, creating a pristine circular reflection in its center. Faced with such a breathtaking spectacle of nature, Sun Yi could only stare in astonishment, utterly captivated. At this juncture, Duan Yu also tumbled down, oblivious to the precariousness of their situation in the presence of an unfamiliar individual beside him. Enchanted by the beauty of the surroundings and the camellias along the lake's edge, he wandered over to admire them closely. While Duan Yu reveled in the tea flowers for a while, Sun Yi approached the lakeside and scooped up a handful of water. Finding it refreshingly pure and exceptionally sweet, a cool stream flowing straight into his belly. "This gentleman is quite courteous. May I inquire your esteemed name? And what is this place?" After drinking, Sun Yi, adhering to the ancient customs of greeting, clasped his hands together in a bow and posed his question. "Your courtesy is appreciated," Duan Yu replied hastily, sizing up Sun Yi's peculiar attire. Though surprised, he refrained from asking further and answered honestly, "I am Duan Yu, and we are within the realm of Wuliang Mountain." Wuliang Mountain? Duan Yu? Even with prior preparation in mind, Sun Yi could not contain his exhilaration. He was indeed in the world of demigods and semi-devils. Reflexively, he exclaimed, "Are you the son of the Prince of Dali, Duan Yu? Is this truly Wuliang Mountain? Eh? How do you know me?" Duan Yu responded, astonished as he gazed at Sun Yi. Having secretly slipped away from Dali, he was certain no one knew his identity. Yet, this young man in the depths of the mountains had effortlessly revealed it. Was his identity so widely known? "Are you all right?" Noticing Sun Yi's prolonged silence, Duan Yu inquired curiously. "Oh, my name is Sun Yi. As for how I know your identity, I have been traveling and previously heard in Dali that the son of the Prince of Dali is named Duan Yu. A person of your distinguished demeanor must undoubtedly come from extraordinary lineage, so I merely took a guess," Sun Yi replied casually, regaining his composure. Duan Yu's thoughts were evident upon his face as he scrutinized Sun Yi. While the explanation was somewhat plausible, he remained skeptical. However, the immediate concern was not to question each other's identities but to find a way out. Bowing in respect to Sun Yi, Duan Yu said, "Your skills are impressive. Could you assist me in finding a way out? I assure you, I will repay your kindness in the future. Are you not concerned that the two disciples of the Wuliang sword sect may still be above us? Moreover, I have just come down and do not wish to ascend again at this moment. It appears there may be a path below. You could search for it. If you cannot find it, I shall aid you in ascending when I leave tonight. For now, let us enjoy this beautiful scenery and unravel the secrets of the Wuliang Jade by." Sun Yi approached the lakeside, prepared his tools, and began to fish. Duan Yu steadied himself, yet did not immediately concede defeat. Instead, he walked along the shore, keenly observing and searching for a path out of the valley. He traversed the base of the cliff from west to east, then back from east to west, only to find himself ensnared by sheer precipices in every direction. With no escape in sight, only the slope he had descended appeared passable. Yet, without exceptional martial skill, ascending was out of the question, for the remaining cliffs were nearly vertical. Duan Yu gazed up at the towering cliff, realizing the difficulty he faced in descending, let alone climbing back up. He mused that previously, he believed even the most skilled martial artists might struggle in such dire circumstances, suggesting that the presence or absence of martial prowess bore little distinction. Today, however, he beheld a master who moved with ease, and he felt fortunate that this individual was kind-hearted enough to promise to take him along when he left. As dawn approached, the valley lay in tranquil silence. There were no signs of human life, not even a trace of wildlife. Only the distant calls of birds and the chirping of insects harmonizing in the stillness. Sitting by the lake, Duan Yu felt a profound disappointment, his spirits sinking to a point where he could scarcely muster the energy to move. Suddenly, Sun Yi came over to him and remarked, "This is what the Wuliang sword sect refers to as the Wuliang Jade Wall. They say that in the past, the leaders of the Eastern and Western sects would often witness the shadow of a sword-dancing immortal on the Jade Wall during moonlit nights. They believed it to be an immortal performing swordplay, yet could not discern the truth, leading to their obsession and the ensuing conflict between the two sections." As he spoke, Sun Yi set up a barbecue nearby, gathered some firewood, and unleashed an energy wave that ignited the kindling, a curious experiment to test the extent of his abilities. Upon attempting a further test, Sun Yi sensed no diminishment of power in his immediate vicinity, indicating a need to explore the range of his capabilities. Duan Yu, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle softly, turning to observe the energy wave in Sun Yi's hand. He mistakenly considered it to be akin to a unique martial skill similar to the One Yang finger, and thus paid it little mind. As he noticed Sun Yi beginning to grill fish, his own stomach growled in protest, having gone without food for nearly 7 or 8 hours since leaving the Jianhu Palace. Impatient for the fish to cook, he spotted a cluster of wild fruits, red and green, on a nearby small tree and approached to gather some, hoping to eat them alongside the grilled fish. To his dismay, the fruit was exceedingly sour, yet driven by hunger, he disregarded the taste and consumed several more. quickly devouring about 10 before reclining on the grass, succumbing to sleep before long. Meanwhile, Sun Yi chuckled quietly to himself, having grilled several fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds, and had intended to share some with Duan Yu, only to find him sleeping soundly instead. Perhaps unaccustomed to such fatigue, Duan Yu slept deeply, and upon awakening, found the sun had shifted westward, casting a magnificent rainbow over the lake, a stunning sight that Sun Yi was currently admiring. The mist from the waterfall, illuminated by the sun, often gave rise to such a rainbow, a picturesque scene crafted by nature. After his slumber, Duan Yu felt invigorated. With dusk approaching and the assurance from the master across the way that he would be taken out, he recalled Sun Yi's words about a potential exit from the valley. Once again, he searched in vain but then reached into his pocket, pulling out a pair of delicate shoes to toy with, unable to resist pressing them to his lips before tucking them back away. You are quite the sentimental one. Come now, after sleeping all day, you must be hungry. Here are some grilled fish. Do taste my culinary skills. With a playful tone, Sun Yi offered a grilled fish, and suddenly shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, allow me to extend my best wishes to you and the young lady whom you dream of, Miss Zhong. Then I must thank you, my friend, Duan Yu replied, savoring the fish with great delight. May you and your beloved eventually become siblings. Sun Yi chuckled at his own jest. What do you mean by that? Duan Yu, possessing a good-natured temperament, inquired without a hint of anger, instead pressing for clarification. Sun Yi found the situation rather dull. Making a joke only to have the other party miss the punchline was undeniably awkward. In a fit of boredom, Duan Yu turned to pick some sour fruits, enjoying the contrasting flavors after the greasy grilled fish. Suddenly, when he pushed through the thicket of sour fruit trees, he shook his head in disappointment. Behind the thicket lay a barren expanse of stone wall, overrun with vines, offering no apparent exit. You have indeed found the right clue. When the moon rises later, we can appreciate the beautiful scenery, and then I shall lead you out, Sun Yi remarked. If you are inclined, you may also search beforehand to see if you can uncover anything. With that, Sun Yi produced a cushion and laid it down by the lakeside, reclining quietly. Duan Yu, however, was increasingly exhilarated. Today's series of adventures has unexpectedly led us to this place. He set to work, tearing away the vines clinging to the stone wall. Stripping off his long robe, he soaked it in the lake, wringing the water onto the stone wall and then plucking some grass to scrub it clean. The stone wall gleamed like jade, yet he searched for hidden mechanisms but found nothing after a prolonged effort. Before long, he returned to the lakeside, covered in dust, washed himself briskly, and collapsed onto another cushion that Sun Yi had laid out, soon snoring softly as he drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, Sun Yi had rested well throughout the day, and with leisure at hand, he set out to search for the mechanisms. There were not many peculiar places in the valley, and only 2 spots were suitable for setting up traps. With a simple attempt, Sun Yi discovered the entrance. He gently pushed aside the rock on the right with one hand, causing it to sway slightly. The ground beneath emitted a sound reminiscent of breaking vines. He bent down to clear away all the creeping vines and tendrils wedged between the larger stones. Then, he reached out to push again, and the rock began to rotate slowly, resembling a grand door. Before long, a cave approximately 3 feet high was revealed behind the stone. As Sun Yi entered, he first tested the sufficiency of the oxygen with the burning firewood. Satisfied that there were no issues, he bent down and ventured into the cave. After taking a dozen steps, the darkness enveloped him completely, prompting him to don a headlamp to illuminate his path. Beneath his feet lay a meticulously crafted stone path, descending steadily as he progressed deeper. Ahead, he spotted a large door a short distance away and hastened towards it. To his relief, the door was not secured. With a firm push, it slowly creaked open. As he stepped inside, a musty odor assailed his senses, a natural consequence of the cave being long abandoned. Continuing forward, he encountered another door, which he cautiously pushed open, revealing a sudden burst of light. Within the circular stone chamber, radiance streamed in from the left, leading him to a glimpse of a large shrimp swimming past the window. The source of the light was a substantial crystal embedded in the stone wall, through which sunlight filtered in from the lake bed outside. Such an exquisite feat of engineering, reminiscent of the craftsmanship from ancient times, was indeed astonishing. It was no wonder that many ancient techniques have been lost to time. Turning around, he noticed a stone table placed in the chamber, accompanied by a stool, upon which rested a bronze mirror. He then searched for the jade statue carved by Wu Yazi. As he wandered through the room, he discovered that the bronze mirror reflected light towards the southwest. He hurried over to investigate, only to find a crack in the wall. With a forceful push, he revealed yet another opening. Peering inside, he discerned a staircase descending further into the depths. Following the staircase, he opened a door, and was met with a sudden brilliance. Even though he anticipated what lay within, he was still taken aback by the sight before him, a lifelike jade sculpture of a regal lady adorned in palace attire, brandishing a long sword poised at his chest. Standing approximately 167 meters tall, the jade itself was a rare find, especially one so closely resembling human skin tones. Had it been modern times, one might have mistaken it for silicone. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with every detail rendered to perfection, a testament to the mastery of the earliest connoisseurs of domestic culture. It was said that some were so enamored by their two-dimensional fantasies that they forsook their real-life partners. The figure wore a pale yellow silk garment that fluttered gently, and her eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, radiating vitality. The walls of the cave were adorned with pearls and diamonds, their brilliance reflecting throughout the stone chamber, while 6 large crystals on the western wall illuminated the space in vivid clarity. Sun Yu promptly extinguished the searchlight, basking in the illumination and reflecting on the profound truth that meeting in person surpasses mere reputation. To realize such a scene in modern times could indeed be deemed a marvel, let alone in ancient days. He bent down, noticing 2 cushions before the jade statue. Sun Yu lifted one, reaching beneath the smaller cushion to tear it open, revealing a silk pouch. He extracted the pouch for examination. It measured about 1 foot in length, adorned with several lines of fine script. He briefly skimmed over it and directly unfolded the manual within. As he spread it open, the text revealed the secrets of the Biming Divine Skill, the first line boldly proclaiming Biming Divine Skill. Following this was a quote from Zhuangzi Xiaoyu. But behold, prominently displayed on the silk scroll was a vivid depiction of Li Qiushui reclining. The image felt familiar, as he had encountered similar illustrations in his previous life. Yet this particular piece was of admirable quality, worthy of being regarded as a collectible. Turning to retrieve the machine brought from the Dragon Ball world, he adorned the figure in the image with clothing and made a copy. Such treasures were best kept private. While he had discovered the martial arts manual, it was not yet the moment for cultivation. His meridian system had only just been shaped to its utmost potential, akin to the legendary innate Tao body of his former life. Furthermore, with the cultivation practices from the Dragon Ball realm, channeling spiritual energy into his body posed no difficulty. However, his understanding of acupoints remained rudimentary, and his knowledge of internal strength was virtually non-existent. The next step required broadening his horizons, augmenting his foundational knowledge of martial arts, before embarking on the cultivation of the Biming Divine Skill or other martial techniques. Eventually, he aspired to synthesize his experiences and create a martial art uniquely his own. At present, he unfurled the silk scroll to discover the subsequent text, the Biming Divine Skill system, detailing the intricate methods of practice. It concluded with the assertion, "Those who practice martial arts all begin from the gate of the cloud, at the very least." Sun Yu let out a long sigh, feeling an implicit understanding of the highest form of this martial art from the perspective of previous lives. If one were to absorb the energies of heaven and earth in a world of high energy concentration, utilizing the essence of the North Sea to accumulate power and simulating the Kuanping through meridians to attain divine abilities would indeed be the pinnacle of practice. However, whether such a feat could be realized remains to be tested, not to mention the necessity of cultivating the North Sea arts must also be taken into account. Given the complexity of the North Sea divine skill, one wonders what the legendary triad of eternity and immortality would reveal. Of course, all of this pertains to matters that would unfold upon returning to the Dragon Ball world. Unrolling the silk scroll, Sun Yu beheld numerous portraits of Li Qiushui, with the scroll concluding with the inscription Lingbo Weibu, accompanied by many footprints. At the end, a line read, "When faced with formidable foes, use this to protect oneself. Further cultivate inner strength, and then claim the enemy's life." Just as Duan Yu had fallen asleep, Sun Yu restored the futon to its original form, photographed the exquisite chess game within the chamber for posterity, and returned the modified manual to its place, before settling onto a sofa to peruse the original text. After some time, Sun Yu suddenly heard Duan Yu's voice calling from outside and stepped out. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, having slept until nightfall, was abruptly awakened from a dream, calling out in alarm as he turned to find Sun Ye's figure absent. Rising to his feet, he gazed upward only to see the full moon, his eyes scanning the lake's surface, yet he found no trace of Sun Yi. This shock was indeed profound, and a surge of fear gripped his heart as he cried out, "Master, save me! Great Master, save me!" Awake? Duan Yu, in his state of terror, saw Sun Yi emerge from an unknown direction, just as he was about to leave. "Come with me." Turning back, Duan Yu followed. Noticing a shadow on the stone wall they had brushed against during the day, a figure, albeit small, yet its shadow was significantly more pronounced, leading to a moment of realization. With a slight contemplation, he understood the long-standing mystery that had perplexed the Infinite Sword sect for decades. Indeed, someone had once stood there wielding a sword, creating the wondrous spectacle of celestial beings dancing with blades. The exit is just ahead. Follow me. Upon recalling that the exit was near, Duan Yu's excitement surged, causing him to dance about, punching and kicking in joy. However, Sun Yi cautioned, such exuberance may attract the attention of Zimu and Xian Xuanqing atop the cliff, who might study your martial arts with great zeal and pass it down to future generations. Hearing this, Duan Yu found it increasingly amusing, disregarding Sun Ye's presence as he burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Duan Yu followed Sun Yi into the stone chamber, approaching a rock that revealed a cave about 3 feet high. Without a second thought for potential dangers, he bent down and entered, taking several steps until darkness enveloped him. Just then, Sun Yi entered behind him, illuminating the space with a searchlight. What is this? Duan Yu reached out with both hands, eager to touch the exquisite object. Let us examine it further inside. Sun Yi gestured to pause and then turned to enter the room, which was brightly lit with lamps set up before nightfall. The sight left Duan Yu awestruck, as he found himself entranced by the beauty of the jade statue before him. Within the room, Duan Yu observed his surroundings, gazing longingly at the jade statue for a considerable time. He then turned to the east wall, where numerous lines of text were meticulously carved. Engrossed by the inscriptions, he stood transfixed for a while before approaching the jade statue, kneeling before it in reverence. He noticed that the inner sides of the statue's shoes were embroidered with words. The right shoe read, "Bow 1,000 times, serve me in guiding the 8 characters," while the left shoe proclaimed, "Follow my command, 100 deaths without regret." Overwhelmed, he began counting aloud, respectfully bowing to the statue. He bowed until his waist ached and his neck grew stiff, disregarding the ruptured mat beneath him, resolutely continuing until he had bowed 1,000 times, after which he lay back to rest for a moment. Sun Yi did not intervene, recognizing this as Duan Yu's own opportunity, and it was evident that any attempt to stop him would be futile. After a considerable time, Duan Yu slowly rose, reaching into the torn mat to retrieve a silk pouch, standing still as he examined it for a while. He hesitated, contemplating whether to show it to Sun Yi, considering the latter had saved his life and brought him into this stone chamber, yet the words on the manual made him uncertain. Eventually, Duan Yu resolved not to reveal it to Sun Yi, apprehensive that it might incite chaos in the martial world if the latter were to possess such knowledge. Just as he prepared to speak, Sun Yi interrupted, "Keep it for yourself. There is no need to show me. It is of no use to me. If you are intent on learning, we can spar and exchange insights once you master it. My journey is to explore the martial arts of the world." At this, Duan Yu's expression softened, yet guilt soon arose within him. He readily assented to Sun Ye's words, simultaneously resolving that even if he could not master the martial arts himself, he could facilitate sparring sessions between his father, uncle, and Sun Yi. Continuing deeper into the room, Duan Yu halted once more before the exquisite chessboard. The complexity of the chess positions left him dizzy and overwhelmed. Rising, he stretched, only to find Sun Yi ascending a set of stairs, gradually moving farther away. He hurried to follow. Upon entering, Duan Yu's attention had been solely on the jade statue, neglecting to notice the staircase. Now, following Sun Ye's lead, he quickly climbed the stairs in the beam of the searchlight. Soon, the sound of rushing water grew deafening, and light spilled in. Sun Yi quickened his pace, with Duan Yu closely behind, reaching the top of the stairs and peering outside. Upon glancing out, he beheld a turbulent sea, the waters flowing fiercely. Climbing out of the cave, Sun Yi urged Duan Yu to ascend swiftly until they reached the Good Samaritan ferry. "I wish you great success in your endeavors, my friend. May you achieve your goals. We part ways here." Sun Yi cupped his fist in a gesture of respect towards Duan Yu, inquiring about the directions to the nearby cities and the path to Sword Lake Palace. After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways, with Duan Yu setting off on his solitary quest to rescue Zhongling. Sun Ye's plan was to first seek out a small town to acquire knowledge of acupuncture and meridians. Following that, he intended to visit the Wuliang Sword sect at Jianhu Palace to gain an initial understanding of the application of internal energy, and subsequently meet with Duan Yu to witness the martial prowess of the 4 great evildoers. As for practicing internal skills, he decided it would be prudent to wait until he had sufficient knowledge, at which point he would seek to join the Xiaoyao sect to commence formal training. After observing Duan Yu depart into the distance, Sun Yi turned back towards the cave entrance, where he stored the statue within a capsule, then gradually moved away. In the city, he found a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and spent several days studying. However, he discovered that the practitioner had only a vague understanding of acupuncture, providing explanations that were nebulous and unclear. It was uncertain whether this was due to a lack of knowledge or a reluctance to impart it. Ultimately, Sun Yi could only retain some locational information about the acupoints, while the functions of each remained elusive. The physician, being from a small locality, seemed to lack depth in his expertise, having learned medicine elsewhere before establishing his practice here. It became evident that a visit to the Xiaoyao sect was necessary to acquire the most profound and comprehensive knowledge. Thus, Sun Yi resolved to first explore the martial arts sections. A few days later, standing at the foot of Wuyong Mountain, he felt a sense of uncertainty. The Jianhu Palace was indeed difficult to locate, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the area. He had to inquire for directions several times before finally arriving. With a stroke of fortune and a booming voice, he called out, "Sun Yi of the Turtle Sage School has just emerged into the martial world. Having heard of the illustrious Wuyong Sword sect, I have come to pay my respects." His clear voice resonated far and wide, echoing throughout the mountains. Yet it seemed to dissipate at a distance, with only the words "pay respects" being faintly discernible. Who is this esteemed guest arriving at the Wuyong Sword sect? Zuazimu has failed to offer a proper welcome. I beseech you to reveal yourself. Zuazima shouted from the front of Jianhu Palace. Despite the amplification of his internal energy, his voice did not reach Sun Ye's ears. After Sun Ye's call, he began to gather his energy and sprint towards Jianhu Palace. With all his might, he made rapid progress, and within 3 minutes, the onlookers at Jianhu Palace could see a cloud of dust swiftly approaching from the distance. Soon arriving at the scene, Sun Ye's actions served as a formidable warning to the people of Jianhu Palace. Though many were somewhat surprised by Sun Ye's apparent lack of lightness and movement, the distant sound transmission and the speed at which he approached, accompanied by a cloud of dust, clearly indicated that he was a master of external martial arts, a force to be reckoned with. "You must be the esteemed left sect leader. I am Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal School, newly emerged into the martial world. Having passed through your esteemed territory and hearing of the illustrious name of the Wuyong Sword sect, I have come specifically to pay my respects. I humbly request your guidance." Sun Yi clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, delivering a somewhat ambiguous speech that rendered Zuazimu's expression rigid. To accuse the other of rudeness would seem unwarranted, as the opponent claimed to be fresh from the ranks of the inexperienced and had mentioned arriving due to his esteemed reputation. If a reprimand were to be issued, given the prior display of might, it was evident that a confrontation would likely result in defeat. Regardless of the rhetoric, the reality was unmistakable. Victory was improbable. Before Zuazimu could utter a word, one of his disciples eagerly interjected, "Who are you to seek counsel from my master?" "I am Gong Guangjie of the Wuyong Sword sect, here to engage you." With that declaration, Gong Guangjie drew his sword, intending to confront Sun Yi, but was promptly halted by Zuazimu. It was clear that Zuazimu understood well the implications of the newcomer's imposing entrance. With Gong Guangjie's skills, he would likely falter within 3 moves, and it would be unwise to undermine his disciple's confidence. "Guangjie, stand down. You are not yet a match for young Master Sunday." Zuazima then approached Sun Yi, clasping his fist once more. "I am fully aware of my limitations against young Master Sun, but since you have come to engage in a contest, I must humbly seek your guidance." With that, he extended his hand, drawing his sword and assuming a combat stance. "Please, Master Zua." Sun Yi assumed the initiating stance of the Turtle Immortal style, resolutely deciding not to strike first, for he had come to observe the intricacies of inner strength and martial prowess. His energy coursed throughout his body, preparing him for any eventuality. The cultivation of qi requires such readiness. When faced with unforeseen circumstances prior to harnessing one's energy, one must rely on instinctive reflexes for passive defense. However, once the qi is in motion and until one's strength is exhausted, barring an equally forceful attack, one becomes impervious to harm, akin to an indestructible being. Haha. Since young Master Sun is reluctant to make the first move, I shall not hold back. Be cautious. With a hearty laugh, Zuazima brandished his longsword, advancing with full force. The radiant sword light enveloped the area in a verdant hue, reminiscent of ethereal clouds drifting gracefully, devoid of any palpable murderous intent. Instead, it imparted an impression of transcendence, leaving the onlookers awestruck as if suspended amidst the clouds. This technique was the signature swordplay of the Wuyong Sword sect, specifically the esteemed Wuyong sword art. The sword was drawn with an intention that oscillated between deliberate and instinctive, like the elusive clouds on the horizon, vague and unpredictable. Beneath the shimmering sword light, one's consciousness could easily become ensnared, rendering them vulnerable to the strike, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. The disciples of the Wuyong Sword sect watched with palpable excitement, as though Sun Yi had already met his defeat. At this moment, Zuazimu's sword light was pure and dense, with each move exhibiting restraint, allowing for spontaneous adjustments in response to the unfolding situation, an embodiment of the solid foundation he had cultivated over decades of practice. Subtly, a hue began to manifest around Zuazimu's body, indicating that his inner power had reached its zenith. A further advance would lead to the externalization of his energy. His swordsmanship was refined to a level that appeared almost instinctual. After all, he was a seasoned practitioner with decades of experience, and his proficiency was undeniably commendable. Sun Yi understood at a glance, for the thoughts cultivated in his previous life led him to enjoy delving into matters. The underlying principles of this technique were fundamentally similar to those of the residual image fist. Even more akin was the maneuver employed by the Octopus King during the martial arts tournament in Dragon Ball, which enhanced hand speed through the augmentation of internal energy. However, it also incorporated the influence of internal energy on the air, creating an alluring azure glow. Bang! Bang! Sun Yi extended his hand to intercept the blade of Zuazimu. The clash of steel resonating like the sound of swords colliding. The fundamental logic of the martial world remains unchanged, regardless of the external illusions that may deceive the senses. However, multiple attacks are unlikely to materialize. When the moment of confrontation arrives, only a singular entity exists, as long as one's sight, heart, and hand align. Mastering the fundamental techniques of the Turtle Sage style ensures one remains unafraid. After an intense exchange, amidst a flurry of sword light and the cacophony of clashing blades, it became evident to the discerning observers that Zuazimu was at a disadvantage. Sun Yi's right hand remained still, solely relying on his left hand for defense. Zuazimu's offensive power could not surpass Sun Yi's formidable defense, leaving him unable to penetrate Sun Yi's guard before his energy was depleted. Young Master Sun, your skills are remarkable, conceded Zuazimu, acknowledging his defeat graciously. Throughout their prolonged engagement, Zuazimu noted Sun Yi's remarkable demeanor. His approach was predominantly defensive, lacking any offensive maneuvers, and he bore no protective gear. Yet, under the force of Zuazimu's internally enhanced strikes, Sun Yi remained unscathed. In Zuazimu's understanding, such resilience could only be achieved through the pinnacle of martial arts training, akin to the indestructible nature of the Vajra. Particularly striking was the absence of bulging muscles on Sun Yi's frame, which suggested a return to simplicity in the realm of martial arts. Individuals like him are often more formidable than the average elite practitioners. After all, one's status as an elite mainly hinges on reputation. A significant name can afford a slight deficiency in skill, especially since even elite practitioners vary in capability. After a period of passive observation and defensive engagement, Sun Yi gained a certain understanding of the nature of internal energy. Further exploration would transcend mere surface observation, so he naturally concluded the sparring session. I humbly concede. However, I have a modest request that I hope the left sect leader can grant. Sun Yi clasped his fists and subsequently articulated the secondary purpose of his visit. Please. Young master, proceed. Zuazimu couldn't help but feel skeptical, thinking to himself that had he not been at a disadvantage, he would have long since disregarded this encounter. There have been numerous instances of individuals boldly arriving only to be expelled, and this year alone, several challengers had met with grievous injuries after their unexpected confrontations, all driven mad by a desire for fame. Sun Yi, having previously practiced martial arts of a horizontal nature, was recently commanded by his master to journey down the mountain. Inspired by a sudden whim, he sought to gather a comprehensive foundational manual of martial arts from across the realm. He wished to delve into the foundational text of your esteemed sect, specifically those concerning meridians and acupoints, and thus humbly requested Zuazimu to grant him the privilege of perusing such knowledge. Sun Yi spoke as he once again cupped his fist in a gesture of respect. If one were to assert the significance of foundational knowledge, it could indeed be deemed important. Conversely, one might argue it lacks significance. After all, without foundational knowledge, martial arts cannot be practiced, and such knowledge exists within every sect. Although each sect possesses its unique nuances, there remains a fundamental similarity among them. Upon hearing the mention of a secret manual, Zuazimu's expression initially darkened, contemplating whether it was necessary for the entire sect to unite in order to prevent the leakage of sensitive information. However, upon realizing that the discussion pertained to the knowledge of meridians and acupoints, he exhaled in relief. Ultimately, this was not a matter of great consequence. Yet, the scene of requesting information immediately after suffering a defeat stirred a sense of indignation within Zuazimu. It was, after all, a matter of maintaining one's dignity. Master Zua, there is no need for concern. I am willing to offer a substantial sum for this knowledge, and I would never wish to put the master in a difficult position. Sun Yi swiftly discerned the unspoken nuances in the other person's expression, and graciously offered a way out for them. He produced 100 taels of silver, freshly retrieved from the foot of the mountain. "There is no need for such formality, young master's son," the other replied. "This item is hardly a crucial secret. Guangjia, please fetch a detailed treatise on meridians from the library to present to young master Sunday's Zimu exhaled with relief. He recognized that he could not match his opponent's prowess. As long as the request did not pertain to the paramount Wulyong sword technique or the sect's foundational inner skills, he was willing to part with anything else. The fact that the other had afforded him face made it all the more straightforward. As noon approached, Zimu inquired, "If the young master has yet to dine, might you join me for a meal? I would be honored to extend the hospitality of a host." He was polite. And even if he were to accept the invitation, he felt no trepidation, regardless of whether it was someone of Sun Ye's caliber or even one rank lower. It was wise for Zimu to cultivate a favorable relationship. "I apologize for the intrusion these past few days," Sun Yi remarked. "It provides an excellent opportunity to seek your guidance on the contents of this book." Sun Yi raised the detailed explanation of the meridians that he had just received, which contained a few annotations from predecessors, perfectly suited for his inquiries in the coming days. The subsequent days would be dedicated to diligent study. Indeed, one must learn throughout life. To excel and distinguish oneself, one must perpetually engage in learning and strive tirelessly. After thoroughly examining the intricacies of meridians, Sun Yi sought counsel from the elders of the Wulyong sword sect, including the esteemed master, Zimu. Subsequently, he retreated to the secluded mountains for several days of contemplation. During this period, he employed chi energy to subtly stimulate non-lethal acupoints and utilized vascular and neural distribution maps, along with scientific instruments acquired from the Dragon Ball universe, to conduct a thorough examination of his body. This endeavor persisted for approximately a week. In the meantime, Sun Yi also experimented with energy waves for long-range attacks. Discovering that the potency diminished significantly with distance, beyond 10 meters, the strength reduced to about 10%. A stark contrast to the unwavering power at 100 meters in the Dragon Ball realm. On this particular day, having reached a plateau in his research on internal energy, Sun Yi realized the necessity of gathering a broader array of texts concerning meridian theory to advance his studies further. Sun Yi was preparing to bid farewell to Zima when suddenly a cacophony of noise erupted from outside, followed by a series of shouts. "Thieving woman, halt! Release Junior Brother Zwa! Thieving woman, do not attempt to flee. Junior Brother Zwa has been abducted. Everyone, pursue." Upon stepping outside, he glimpsed a woman clad in a flowing azure robe, swiftly fleeing with a boy of 2 or 3 years in her arms. The boy was none other than Zimu's youngest son, whom Sun Yi recognized. Behind them, Zimu and several disciples were in hot pursuit. Yet, it was evident that the disciples were falling behind. While Zimu was exerting every ounce of his strength to chase after the direction in which his son had been taken. "This vile woman deserves to perish." Sun Yi suddenly recalled that this must be Yi Ernyang. In the previous life, he had encountered a similar scenario in Demigods and Semi-Devils. Even if she were not Yi Ernyang, her heinous act of abducting children was utterly unforgivable. Moreover, if she truly were Yi Ernyang, the direction she fled towards would lead directly to the 4 notorious villains. Thus, he hastily gathered his energy and pursued her, determined to rescue the child first, and then witness the martial prowess of the 4 villains, aiming to eliminate as many as possible. Though Sun Ye's pursuit was not as grandiose as his arrival at Sword Lake Palace, the trail of dust he kicked up was sufficient for Yi Ernyang to spot him from a distance. His speed was only slightly faster than hers. The strategy was to wait for Zimu to arrive for a combined effort while being cautious of Yi Ernyang potentially harming the child and fleeing at full speed. Additionally, a complete burst of energy could not be sustained for long, so it was prudent to wait until the moment of confrontation to unleash a concentrated attack, catching her off guard and minimizing the risk to the child. In a short while, after chasing for over 10 miles, the evidence of her martial skills and the act of child abduction strongly indicated that it was indeed Yi Ernyang herself. Sun Yi halted Yi Ernyang in the middle of the road, scrutinizing the child cradled in her arms. The little one, approximately 3 or 4 years of age, was adorned in splendid garments and a cap, unmistakably the son of Zimu, whom he had encountered on 2 previous occasions. The child cried out loudly, "Daddy! Daddy! Shan wants Daddy." Yi Ernyang gently reassured, Shan, be good. Daddy will come shortly." It became evident that Shan, terrified after being abducted, instinctively called out upon seeing Zimu in hot pursuit. "Why have you taken my son, you wretched woman? Return him to me at once." Her voice barely faded when she reached the 2, her movements remarkably agile. It was indeed Zimu, sword in hand, who had been pursuing them. Despite the length of the chase, he showed no signs of fatigue. His internal energy demonstrated a notable endurance advantage. After all, the operation of meridians means that limited energy output corresponds to sustained power. Seizing the fleeting moment when Yi Ernyang turned to assess Wazimu, Sun Yi concentrated his energy for a maximum burst. By the time Yi Ernyang sensed the impending danger, Sun Yi had already surged forward, snatching the child from her grasp with his left hand while delivering a powerful uppercut to her abdomen with his right. As Wazimu came to a halt, Yi Ernyang had already coughed up blood, propelled backward by the force of the blow. Sun Yi, disregarding her condition, promptly returned the child to Wazimu, ensuring his safety before pivoting to pursue Yi Ernyang once more. Lord Zhua, please hold your steps. This time, rescuing your esteemed son serves as my gratitude for your hospitality these past few days. Today, I intended to take my leave. And what better occasion than this to witness the prowess of the four great villains? Upon concluding his words, Sun Yi delivered a light punch to Wazimu and, without a backward glance, hastened towards the direction where Yi Ernyang had fled. I am deeply grateful to young Master Sun for rescuing my child. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Should you ever require anything, I shall comply without hesitation, as Wazimu declared, remaining rooted in place as he performed a deep bow towards the path Sun Yi had taken. Upon realizing that Sun Yi had not only saved his child but also revealed the identities of the infamous four great villains, Wazimu's thoughts began to drift towards a different course of action. Yet, despite his trepidation, he felt compelled to utter the customary words of gratitude. Meanwhile, on Sun Ye's side, Sun Yi trailed behind Yi Ernyang at a leisurely pace, primarily motivated by a desire to witness the martial prowess of the four great evildoers, and perhaps to eliminate them if possible. However, it remained merely a notion, as the feasibility of such an endeavor was uncertain. After all, judging by Yi Ernyang's speed, Sun Yi might struggle to keep up with Yun Zhanghe. After fleeing for half an hour, Yi Ernyang, having sustained injuries, spotted Yu Laosan and Yun Zhanghe engaged in combat atop a distant peak. Accompanying them was a young lady adorned with a veil, prompting her to redirect her course towards this unnamed mountain. From afar, she called out, "Third brother, fourth brother. With great peril at hand, cease your skirmish at once." Upon finishing her words, Yi Ernyang turned to Sun Yi, a look of triumph gracing her features. "Esteemed sir, the son of Master Zhua is indeed quite amusing. I have brought him here for a bit of fun. However, I have returned him to you now, so there is no need for further escort. My two esteemed brothers await ahead. Should you not take your leave?" She gestured towards Yu Laosan and Yun Zhanghe, who were situated further ahead. However, Sun Yi suddenly erupted, channeling his energy to his hands and feet. He propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, yet his attack was deftly evaded by Yi Ernyang. Sun Yi has discovered yet another advantage of internal energy. It excels in close-range evasive maneuvers. When cultivating qi, the speed of movement is akin to that of dodging. The internal energy flows through fixed meridians within the body, providing a significant enhancement to stationary evasive movements, much like the ethereal steps of the Lingbo Weibo, which utilize the principles of the I Ching to augment speed while simultaneously creating a confounding effect. This phenomenon is likely related to the meridians. For the moment, he set aside his contemplations as he was still amidst battle. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the four great villains could be deemed as having transcended human limits, possessing combat power around 20 to 30. However, due to the restricted flow of energy through the Dantian meridians, they cannot unleash their full potential instantaneously. Thus, there remains a considerable disparity in destructive capability compared to the current Sun Yi. On the other hand, after narrowly evading an attack, Yi Ernyang did not hesitate to unleash her internal energy, despite the risk of injuring her meridians, hastening towards the vicinity of Yu Laosan and Yun Zhanghe. She then relaxed slightly, though her gaze never strayed from Sun Yi. "You too must exercise caution. Your opponent possesses formidable external skills and powerful attacks. Though their speed is somewhat lacking, their explosive force is formidable." Yi Ernyang hastily relayed her warnings, fearing that if she remained silent, another injury could render them incapable of fighting back. Yu and Yun were taken aback upon witnessing Yi Ernyang's condition, realizing she had been wounded. They understood that if they separated, neither could contend with her. Instantly, their expressions turned grave as they tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing for the impending confrontation. Yun Zhongyi found himself pursued by Yu Laosan, darting around the mountains, his steel claws having lost 2 fingers, his anger seeking an outlet. Yet, with such a formidable enemy before him, he could only focus on repelling the threat before seeking a place to vent his fury. Surely, these must be the notorious Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Laosan, and the ruthless Yun Zhonghe. Though he harbored doubts, Sun Yi's tone remained resolute. The sight of the massive scissors and steel claws in their hands, coupled with Yu Earn-Yang's proximity, made him almost certain of their identities. I am Yulao Air. Not Yulao-san. Yulao-san interjected harshly, only to quickly lower his voice, mumbling to himself. After pursuing me for so long, you ought to introduce yourself. Yi Earn-Yang prompted, causing Yulao-san's voice to falter involuntarily. I am Sun Yi, the inheritor of the Turtle Sage lineage, known as the indestructible Vajra. Sun Yi proclaimed his name, a title he had recently adopted during his stay at the Wulyang Sword sect. He then assumed a stance, declaring, I have heard tales of the 4 notorious villains renowned in the martial world, and I am eager to experience their prowess firsthand. Suddenly, a sharp whistle echoed from behind the mountain peaks, resonating unceasingly. The Nehai crocodile god and Chu Zhanghe simultaneously exclaimed with delight, Our leader has arrived. The two leaped into action, swiftly darting towards the source of the whistle, vanishing behind the rocks in mere moments. Yu Earn-Yang hesitated for a moment, intending to follow suit, but was startled by Sun Ye's sudden movement, rendering her unable to turn and thus losing her chance to depart. Nonetheless, her demeanor remained nonchalant as she cast a sidelong glance at the young woman nearby, saying, It appears I shall be borrowing you for a moment, my dear. Yu Earn-Yang had firmly resolved to use Mu Wanqing as a hostage to facilitate her escape. The young woman retorted, Shameless scoundrel, and brandished her sword in retaliation, aiming the tip toward Yu Earn-Yang's left shoulder. Yet, before her right hand could move, her left hand shot back slightly, releasing 3 poisoned arrows aimed at Yu Earn-Yang, intending to catch her off guard. The distinctive nature of these arrows left no doubt that the assailant was indeed Mu Wanqing. However, despite the rapidity of the arrows, Yu Earn-Yang was well prepared. With a deft sweep of her left sleeve, she redirected the 3 arrows towards Sun Yi. Simultaneously, she seized a piece of jewelry from her person and hurled it towards Mu Wanqing's back. Hearing the rush of air, Mu Wanqing attempted to parry with her sword, but her injuries hindered her precision. The ornament slid along the edge of her blade and struck her right waist with a resounding thud. Mu Wanqing hastily summoned her internal energy to counteract the blow, but she found herself unable to catch her breath, her body suddenly heavy and numb. Her sword clattered to the ground. At that moment, Yi Earn-Yang charged forward, intent on seizing Mu Wanqing, but was intercepted by Sun Ye's forceful presence. Mu Wanqing let out a soft cry, Duan Lang, as she began to falter backward, yet miraculously steadied herself. Yi Earn-Yang then glanced towards the distance, where a man clad in yellow stood not far away, appearing to be in his 30s. She recognized him from her previous encounter with Yun Zhanghe. His martial skills were formidable, albeit slightly inferior to her own. However, should he ally with Sun Yi, it would pose a significant challenge. Moreover, Yu Earn-Yang was aware that he had several companions, uncertain if they had also arrived. She scanned her surroundings and indeed spotted another officer in yellow standing to her left, a pair of hatchets tucked at his waist. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a slight rustle behind her. Instantly, she turned to see 2 figures standing at the southeastern and southwestern corners, both adorned in the same yellow attire as the previous 2 officers. The figure at the southeastern corner wielded a pair of judge's pins, while the one at the southwestern corner brandished a copper staff, forming an implicit encirclement with their 4 positions. Sun Yi bowed to the 4 members of the group and proclaimed loudly, So it is that the 4 esteemed guardians, Chu, Gu, Fu, and Zhu, have all arrived from the Dali Palace. I, Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal School, extend my respects to you. In recent days, Sun Yi had inquired about the renowned figures of the martial world in the vicinity, preparing for future challenges. The 4 clasped their fists in return. The first to arrive, the guardian Chu Wanli, inquired, May I ask if the 3 of you have encountered a gentleman by the surname of Duan? Following this, they proceeded to describe Duan Yu's appearance in detail. Upon hearing the mention of young Master Duan, Mu Wanqing's heart leapt with joy. She said, Young Master Duan has caused my brother's demise. Pointing at Yu Earn-Yang, she added, That man goes by the name of vile and ruthless Yun Zhanghe, tall and slender, resembling a bamboo pole. Chu Wanli was taken aback, exclaiming, Is it truly him? The guardian Fu Sigu, wielding a seasoned copper staff, was filled with a mix of sorrow and fury upon hearing of Duan Yu's death, declaring, Young Master Duan, I shall avenge you. With that, Fu Sigu swung his copper staff down towards Yi Earn-Yang. She deftly dodged, exclaiming, the 4 esteemed guardians of Dali, Chu, Gu, Fu, and Zhu, my dear sons. How sorrowful I am for your short lives. You 4 fragile hearts, wait for your beloved mother, Yu Earn-Yang, on the road to the underworld. In a fit of rage, Fu Sigu wielded his copper staff with a fierce wind, transforming it into a swirling yellow mist that enveloped her. Yi Earn-Yang nimbly evaded the strikes between the staff, which continually failed to connect. Another guardian drew a battle axe from his waist, declaring, "Truly, Yi Ernyang's reputation is well-deserved. I, Gu Duoqing, shall learn your esteemed techniques." As he made his approach, he unleashed the 18 axes of tangled roots, executing left and right strikes aimed at her lower body, while Sun Yi circled around, searching for an opportunity. Given the seamless cooperation among the four guardians, Sun Yi found it challenging to intervene and opted to bide his time for the right moment. "Yi Ernyang, receive another blow from me." The confrontation continued, with the parties exchanging blows for several rounds, eventually retreating behind a rock. Suddenly, Sun Yi seized upon a flaw in Yi Ernyang's defenses, and before she could react, he unleashed his formidable power. Though it had been previously noted that Sun Yi possessed great explosive strength, his endurance was lacking, and he was at a disadvantage when it came to close-range evasion. However, this moment presented a prime opportunity for lethal action. As his opponent attempted to evade, he channeled all his might into a single fist that struck true upon her shoulder. Instantly, he shattered her scapula, causing one of her arms to droop. In a swift follow-up, Fu Sihui delivered a blow with his staff, which struck Yi Ernyang squarely on the crown, leaving her no time to dodge. With a resounding thud, she collapsed to the ground. The atmosphere fell silent as Fu Sihui himself was taken aback that his strike had landed. Once he regained his senses, a wave of sorrow washed over him, and he knelt, murmuring, "Young Master Duan, I have avenged you." The others present did not immediately heed Mu Wanqing's words. They had just turned to inquire about the situation. If the rumors were indeed true, they needed to ascertain the whereabouts of Duan Yu's remains. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted over from behind the mountain, growing louder as it approached. Emerging from behind the slope was a middle-aged man clad in flowing robes, holding an iron flute in both hands. Judanshan hastily stepped forward, whispering a few words to him. The man set down his flute and inquired of Mu Wanqing, "Where is young Master Duan? We long for news." Chuanli then turned to Mu Wanqing and pressed further, "What has become of young Master Duan? Was he truly harmed by Yunzhanghe?" Just as Mu Wanqing was about to respond, a voice echoed from halfway up the mountain, calling out, "Miss Mu, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, the robed man and the four guards rejoiced in unison, exclaiming, "It is the young master." Mu Wanqing, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, felt a surge of joy mingled with exhaustion, and as darkness enveloped her vision, she fainted. Meanwhile, Sun Yi observed as Duan Yu approached, gracefully swaying like a leaf upon the breeze, moving quickly enough to match Yi Ernyang's fleeing speed. Upon arrival, Duan Yu did not greet the four guards or Sun Yi. Instead, he immediately scooped up Mu Wanqing, his concern palpable. Witnessing this, Sun Yi grinned and swiftly intercepted the four guards, taking refuge behind a rock to quietly observe. As Mu Wanqing's consciousness gradually returned, she felt herself cradled in someone's arms. Slowly opening her eyes, she found a pair of eyes as clear as autumn waters, none other than Duan Yu's. He exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, you have finally awakened." Tears streamed down Mu Wanqing's face uncontrollably. After an intense moment between them, she recalled the presence of others and glanced around, only to find that the 7 combatants from earlier had vanished, including Yi Ernyang, leaving no trace behind. It turned out that during the skirmish, the fighting had transitioned to a location behind the rocks. Suddenly, a voice rose from behind the boulders, and out stepped Judanshan, one of the 4 protectors, alongside Sun Yi and the others. Duan Yu exclaimed, "Brother Zhu." Judanshan advanced a few steps, bowing respectfully, and said, "Young master, thank the heavens you are safe. The words of this lady earlier truly frightened us to our core." Duan Yu returned the bow and replied, "So you have already met? Oh, Sun Yi, what brings you here? Such a coincidence." After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, Duan Yu inquired about the 4 guards, whom he recognized, and proceeded to introduce them. He gradually recounted the events of the past few days, from his capture to his training in martial arts, the rescue of Zhong Ling, and his encounter with Yu Laosan. Of course, he refrained from mentioning the use of the Biming divine skill to absorb others' internal energy. Sun Yu understood everything clearly. He estimated that Duan Yu would not regret swallowing the Mangu Zhuha, even if he managed to find Sun Yi. Duan Yu's extraordinary ability to be immune to all poisons primarily stemmed from the blessings of the protagonist's aura. Sun Yi, having traversed from the world of Dragon Ball, was uncertain of the potential consequences. There was a considerable chance he could be poisoned. When Duan Yu saw Zhuo Zimu rushing ahead with his sword, he later encountered Zhuo Zimu returning with a child, yet it was evident that someone was still pursuing them. Moreover, the direction they were headed was precisely where Mu Wanqing was located, prompting Duan Yu to desire a closer look to ascertain if it was indeed Mu Wanqing. Thus, he followed closely behind Sun Yi. However, due to a slight lag in speed, he He was delayed and arrived just in time to witness Mu Wanqing fainting, prompting him to hasten and catch her. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Danshan cheerfully remarked, "Gentlemen, please do not worry about the young master. He urges you to return to the residence. Young Master Sun has saved my young master's life, and we sincerely invite you to our home as guests, so we may properly express our gratitude. If Miss Mu has no pressing matters, we would be delighted to have her as well for a few days." He feared that Duan Yu might be reluctant to return home, but thought that if he could invite the young lady to accompany him, Duan Yu would likely agree to go back. Along the way, he also turned to invite Sun Yi. Duan Yu hesitated, pondering how he would explain to his father. Mu Wanqing blushed and turned her head away. Zhu Danshan continued, "The four great evildoers possess formidable martial arts. Although we managed to defeat Yu Ernyang with young Master Sun's assistance, it was largely due to our ambush and a stroke of luck. Moreover, having just heard from young Master Sun that the notorious Duan Yanqing is nearby, your safety is paramount. We must depart swiftly." Recalling the ferocity of the South Sea crocodile god, Duan Yu felt a chill run down his spine and nodded in agreement. Thus, the group descended the peak together. That night, while staying at an inn, they heard the sounds of Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing sneaking away. Sun Yi did not intervene. And although Zhu Danshan noticed this scene, he merely followed quietly behind them. Sun Yi watched as Zhu Danshan quietly caught up behind him, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. In the end, Duan Yu could not escape. One early morning, after having breakfast, Sun Yi donned his specialized training-weighted gear and began jogging at a pace twice as fast as the usual merchant caravans along the roadside, setting off on the official road to Dali. Along the way, he occasionally admired the scenery on either side of the road. After a meal, he ran for 6 or 7 hours and soon spotted a large group of cavalrymen ahead, numbering perhaps in the thousands. As he approached, he recognized Duan Yu amongst the ranks, and Sun Yi immediately understood that he had encountered Duan Yu returning to Dali. He noticed Duan Yu gesturing towards him while speaking to an elegant middle-aged man, who was likely Duan Zhenchun. Standing beside him was a middle-aged woman clad in a Taoist robe, her skin radiant as soft jade, although she appeared to be in her 30s. Her fair complexion concealed any flaws, and her overall demeanor suggested she was no more than 25. She was presumably Duan Yu's mother, Dao Baifeng. As Duan Yu's gaze swept over the solitary figure approaching along the road, he recognized his life-saving benefactor, Sun Yi, and promptly recounted their acquaintance to Duan Zhenchun. Zhu Danshan, Gao Shitai, and others supplemented the narrative with details, such as their joint effort in vanquishing Yi Ernyang. Upon understanding the situation, Duan Zhenchun, just as Sun Yi drew near, invited him warmly. "May I inquire if this is the esteemed Sun Yi, the unbreakable Vajra? I have long heard of your great name. Today, as you arrive in Dali and have bestowed a life-saving grace upon my son Duan Yu, I humbly request your presence at my humble abode, allowing me the honor of treating you and expressing my gratitude." Duan Zhenchun dismounted and approached Sun Yi, clasping his fists in salute, indicating that he had indeed heard of this moniker from the 4 great guards. Behind them, thousands of cavalrymen stood in formation, flanking them with 2 banners fluttering in the wind, one inscribed with the words Jinnan in red and the other with Bao Guan in black, exuding an impressive aura. It turned out that he stood before the king of Jinnan of Dali. It was a breach of etiquette on his part. As for the life-saving deed, he humbly insisted it was unwarranted praise, asserting that even without his intervention, the young master would have emerged unscathed. After all, the fortunate are always favored by fate. Sun Yi responded with a courteous gesture, offering a light laugh as a form of politeness. "Regardless of the circumstances, I kindly request that young Master Sun grace our humble abode with his presence, so that we may extend our hospitality." Meanwhile, Duan Yu, having pacified the inexplicably sulking Mu Wanqing, also stepped forward to lend his encouragement. In light of this, it would be remiss not to acquiesce to such an invitation. Sun Yi smiled gently, recognizing the necessity of continuing his collection of information regarding the meridian points. Arriving in Dali, it was inevitable that he would seek assistance. Thus he no longer hesitated. Both parties exchanged polite gestures, and nearby, Duan Yu's mother, the Jade Void Hermit, approached to express her gratitude to Sun Yi for saving her son. Sun Yi returned the courtesy. Subsequently, with no other option, Sun Yi set aside his training and mounted a horse that had been graciously offered by a nearby cavalryman, proceeding to enter the city alongside the group. Sun Yi accompanied Duan Zhenchun and others back to the residence, paying respects to the Emperor Baoding, who was also Duan Yu's uncle, Duan Zhiming. After a brief exchange with Duan Yu and a polite nod towards Sun Yi, Duan Zhiming returned to the palace. Duan Zhenchun immediately began to host a banquet at the royal residence. The table was set for Duan Zhenchun and his wife, Duan Yu, and Mu Wanqing, along with Sun Yi, while a dozen or so palace maids attended to them. After several rounds of wine, Sun Yi recalled the purpose of his visit to Dali and thought it would be opportune to address it while at Duan Yu's estate. Thus, he spoke up at the table. I have 2 matters to attend to in Dali, and as fate would have it, I find myself at the prince's residence today. I would like to request Prince Duan's assistance, and I hope you will forgive my boldness. With that, Sun Yi set down his chopsticks and turned his earnest gaze towards Duan Yu. Please, Master Sun, speak freely, if there is any way I can be of service. I would gladly oblige, Duan Yu replied with a slight smile. In Dali, unless Sun Yi intended to usurp the Duan family as martial arts, there were indeed few things that Duan Yu could not accomplish. It would also serve as a way to repay Duan Yu for saving his life. I am aware of this. Master Sun has previously mentioned a desire to experience our family's Yang finger. Duan Yu recalled Sun Yi's earlier remarks about his wish to explore various martial arts. Indeed, my travels have been solely to witness the martial arts of the world, and I sincerely hope Prince Duan will bestow his teachings upon me. Sun Yi paused momentarily before continuing. There is one more matter. Previously, he lacked a profound understanding of the external skills related to meridians and acupoints. Now, he wishes to broaden his knowledge of the foundational information regarding the various sex meridians. Sun would like to express his gratitude in advance. Even in Dali, there are few things that Duan Yu cannot accomplish. However, certain matters remain outside his reach. And Sun Yi would not specifically mention something unattainable. Although it would be ungracious to decline, given Duan Yu's life-saving grace, he could still delay the request. Upon hearing this, Duan Yu displayed a generous demeanor, remarking that it was merely a trifling matter, and that Master Sun need not be so modest. Both tasks were easily achievable. After all, it was merely a matter of sparring, and any martial artist would be familiar with the basic text regarding meridians. He then instructed a maid to bring in the detailed explanations of the meridians and other fundamental texts to Sun Yi's guest room. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a sudden noise erupted from the roof of the adjacent rooms. Following that, another sound echoed from the neighboring chamber. Outside, the voice of Chu Wanli could be heard demanding, "What brings you to the Wangfu at such a late hour?" A hoarse voice replied, "I am here to see my disciple. Quickly summon my dear disciple to meet me." It was none other than the notorious third of the 4 evildoers, the Nanhai crocodile god, who now held the position of the second. Sun Yi quietly observed the scene. For after all, it was within the confines of the royal residence. The mere presence of Yu Lao San would not pose any significant issues. Moreover, should any problems arise, it was not Sun Yi's responsibility to address them. In his mind, Yu Ernyang and Yun Zhanghe were undoubtedly targets for retribution. But Duan Yanqing and Yu Lao San primarily engaged in malevolent deeds against those of the martial world. As such, it was understood that those who traverse the rivers and lakes must ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Sun Yi felt little inclination to intervene. Thus, the events unfolded as anticipated, culminating in the hapless Yu Lao San, after a bewildering encounter, taking Duan Yu as his master and departing in a flurry of embarrassment. Subsequently, at the banquet, upon learning the name of Duan Yu's mother, Mu Wangqing once again targeted Dao Baifeng with a poisoned arrow. All while Duan Yu and his companion were unable to intervene. This time, however, Sun Yi deftly intercepted the arrow, its tip halting mere centimeters from Dao Baifeng's eye. Dao Baifeng, momentarily stunned by the proximity of the lethal projectile, regarded Sun Yi with a discernibly altered gaze. Duan Yu, upon witnessing the arrow being caught, exhaled a sigh of relief, diverting his attention from Dao Baifeng to focus solely on Mu Wangqing, neglecting the finer details of the situation. Observing the unfolding circumstances, Sun Yi excused himself and returned to his guest room to rest. The Duan family still had a grand performance to unveil that evening, rendering it inconvenient for outsiders to witness. Any sparring that might have occurred was clearly not feasible, thus they could only arrange for a future engagement. Whether it was due to Yu Lao San's awareness of Sun Yi's presence as he pursued Yu Ernyang or the aftermath of her demise, these individuals had grown cautious. Regardless, the 4 great villains did not return to abduct Duan Yu. Yet, Qin Hongmian still made an appearance, while Mu Wangqing fled once more. With no one injured at home, Duan Yu felt reassured and subsequently followed suit in pursuit. After Sun Yi returned to his room, the books had yet to arrive, prompting him to retire for the night. Unexpectedly, in the latter half of the night, there came a knock at the door. Before Sun Yi could respond, the visitor entered uninvited, carrying the books. It seemed the individual had hesitated prior to entering, lingering for a moment before finally stepping inside, claiming to have come to deliver the books. After placing them down, the visitor did not take their leave. Suddenly, after a rustling outside, the curtain around the bed was drawn open. declaring an intention to engage Sun Yi in a spirited encounter. Under the dim light cast by the lamp on his bedside, Sun Yi glanced over, momentarily blinded. Throughout the night, both parties engaged in vigorous sparring. It seemed that his opponent had begun to regret their initial willingness to fight, even contemplating retreat. However, Sun Yi decisively sealed off the escape route and forcefully hurled them away before darkness enveloped the room, igniting the clash. Unbeknownst to anyone, particularly as Duan Yu had taken several guards out to rendezvous with an old flame, the encounter went unnoticed. The following morning, due to the princess's ill health, she did not make an appearance, and Duan Yu had not returned, leaving Duan Yu to share a meal with Sun Yi. In the ensuing 2 days, Sun Yi devoted his daylight hours to studying the annotations in the foundational manuals of the Duan residents, garnering some insights. The notes regarding acupoints and the flow of meridians were particularly detailed. Meanwhile, in the Duan residence, nocturnal assaults persisted unabated, depriving Sun Yi of rest for 3 consecutive nights, to the point where dark circles began to form beneath his eyes. During the day, Sun Yi inquired and discovered that, it appears, Duan Yu had been out on a romantic rendezvous with Qin Hongmian accompanied by the 4 great guards, and had yet to return. It was no wonder, then. Ultimately, it was due to a guest at home that Duan Yu made a brief return on the 3rd day. Coincidentally, they had arranged a friendly duel. So seizing the opportunity of Duan Yu's return today, Sun Yi tactfully suggested engaging in a spar. After all, such matters should not be delayed. It was best to conclude swiftly to maintain cordiality, and then proceed to Tianlong Temple to peruse the foundational martial arts text before taking his leave. Recently, the Duan family had been embroiled in turmoil, and Sun Yi wished to remain uninvolved. Even though he was aware that his own talents might not lead him down the path of solitary evolution, the notion of seeking companionship for mutual advancement, as indicated by the traversing device, was merely an inclination towards someone like Qiao Feng. In the world of Tianlong, only a select few possessed the potential for simultaneous growth. However, each had their own set of issues. If those could be resolved, it might be acceptable, but if not, there was little hope for collective progress. Young Master Sun, please. Duan Yu extended his hand. Prince Duan, you may proceed first. I wish to witness the might of the One Yang finger. Last night, Sun Yi engaged in combat for an extended duration, leaving him somewhat reluctant to move. However, his spirit remained unyielding, and he could effortlessly maintain a defensive stance. Very well. Since young Master Sun is so confident, I shall not hesitate to showcase my skills. A smile graced Duan Yu's face as he observed Sun Yi's readiness, prompting him to begin channeling his energy. With a sudden lunge forward, he advanced, instantly appearing before Sun Yi. His right index finger darted forth with lightning speed, unleashing a fierce energy that whistled through the air. In executing his move, Duan Yu exhibited restraint, deliberately avoiding vital areas. Ah, Lord Duan, you are indeed too courteous. With a light chuckle, Sun Yi teased, standing tall and unwavering. He extended his hand, effortlessly intercepting the incoming strike of the One Yang finger, which landed squarely in the palm of his hand without evoking any reaction from his body, nor breaching his protective barrier. Instead, the force of the One Yang finger dissipated upon contact. Young Master Sun possesses remarkable skills. Be wary. Duan Yu's expression shifted, astonished that Sun Yi had so easily neutralized his attack. A sense of urgency gripped his heart, compelling him to act with utmost caution. He activated his lightness skill, moving swiftly around Sun Yi in a flurry, while his fingers darted out, unleashing a barrage of fierce and intricate finger strikes that crisscrossed through the air. Sun Yi maintained an air of nonchalance, his footsteps light and unhurried, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. With a subtle flick of his wrist, his hands moved gracefully, devoid of any trace of mundane fervor. Yet, he effortlessly intercepted the One Yang finger unleashed by Duan Yu, all the while meticulously observing the acupoints employed in the technique. Employing his own cultivated sensitivity to the flow of energy, he endeavored to enhance his 5 senses, scrutinizing the mechanics behind the One Yang finger. To his intrigue, he discerned that the acupoint utilized was a naturally occurring convergence point. Although his attention was divided, Sun Yi's foundational skills in the turtle immortal style were remarkably solid. His movements, devoid of overt techniques, nonetheless exuded an undeniable potency in offense, speed, and defense, leaving no room for flaws during the encounter. Is young Master Sun not going to make a move? Duan Yu inquired, perplexed. With a rapid succession of 10 strikes utilizing the One Yang finger, the two engaged in nearly 10 exchanges without either landing a blow on the other. Duan Yu found himself sweating profusely, while Sun Yi remained in a state of serene defense, as if merely enjoying a stroll in the garden. Observing that Sun De's strikes lacked any palpable internal energy, Duan Jinchun surmised that he was merely a master of external techniques, not giving it a second thought. Furthermore, with Sun Ye's physique exhibiting balanced musculature, Duan Jinchun concluded that his opponent practiced a superior external martial art akin to the Golden Bell Shield, fully aware that he was outmatched. Then I shall reveal my shortcomings. Sun Yi chuckled lightly. As his voice faded, he swiftly executed the technique of the one-yang finger, a sharp and formidable force that instantaneously traversed the brief distance between them. In the midst of Duan Jinchun's astonished and disbelieving gaze, the attack shattered his protective aura of true energy, precisely striking a vital point on his body, rendering him motionless. One-yang finger, Duan Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity, unable to contain his astonishment. It was not entirely unfounded, as there had been prior inspiration drawn from it. Sun Yi smiled faintly, his expression tranquil as he explained, indeed, I have gained insights from the previous discourse on meridians. Furthermore, after witnessing the explosive acupoint technique of Prince Duan during our recent engagement, I have come to a realization. By channeling my own internal energy into the acupoint utilized by Prince Duan's yang finger, I have produced a similar external manifestation. Might I inquire if the esteemed prince has any guidance regarding my technique? Of course, Sun Yi referred to his energy as internal force, even if he did not specify. Others would perceive this energy as a form of internal power, albeit somewhat unique. After all, internal energy indeed exhibits varying characteristics depending on the cultivation methods employed. Prince Zhangzheng's countenance shifted momentarily, yet it was evident that Sun Yi was not employing the yang finger. For the potency of this internal force surpassed that of Prince Zhangzheng's own. Regrettably, Prince Zhangzheng remained immobilized and chose not to respond to Sun Yi's jest. Once Sun Yi had unblocked his own acupoints, after a brief moment of fluctuating expressions, he finally spoke. I am unable to offer guidance, but I must express my admiration for your martial prowess, young master Sun. Sun Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head gently, and said with a leisurely tone, Your Highness, you are too kind. I am indeed eager to explore the foundational text regarding the meridian analysis housed within your esteemed Tianlong Temple. Should Prince Duan be willing to introduce me to a few, I shall be eternally grateful. Not at all, it is but a trifling task. If Master Sun desires, I can readily escort you to Tianlong Temple for a visit, replied Duan Jinchun with a smile on his face, though inwardly he felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he was the second in command of Dali, and being bested by another did not reflect well upon him. Thus, seizing the day seemed prudent. If it is convenient for His Highness today. Sun Yi hesitated. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to make a request immediately after having just defeated his opponent. The presence of beautiful women at the Duan residence was indeed quite delightful. Moreover, one must consider that in the Duke of Jinnan's estate, favors were readily granted. Nevertheless, Duan Emo decided to prepare himself and would escort young Master Sun to the Tianlong Temple. Hearing Sun Yi's implication, Duan Jinchun readily acquiesced. As the princess was unwell and did not make an appearance, this visit to the Tianlong Temple would be accompanied solely by Duan Jinchun and Duan Yu. Sun Yi recalled the previous nights when the individual, driven by impulse, had approached him during the nocturnal raid. The nasal tone that escaped, despite his attempts to stifle it, was indeed quite noteworthy. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he deemed it prudent to address the matters at Tianlong Temple first before deciding whether to proceed further. Tianlong Temple is situated to the north of the Yue Mountain Peak on Songshan, just outside the city of Dali. Sun Yi accompanied Duan Jinchun and his son to the temple entrance. This temple serves as the royal family's ancestral hall in Dali, frequented especially by the royal offspring, such as the devout Duan Yu. Upon their arrival, the monks within recognized Duan Yu and promptly sent someone to inform the abbot, Master Benin. Amidst, forgive me for not being able to greet such esteemed guests in person. Upon his arrival, Duan Jinchun introduced the two. Sun Yi did not have to wait long. Soon a resonant, aged voice resonated, and he observed the monk he had seen earlier at the entrance, now accompanying an elderly monk. Master Benin, I pay my respects. Sun Yi smiled faintly, his demeanor calm as he bowed respectfully to the steady-paced old monk. You are too kind. Please, Master Sun, do come in. After mutual greetings exchanged upon the arrival of Master Benin, it was Duan Jinchun who articulated the purpose of their visit. There was no need for a sparring match. After all, as the other party was also a member of the Duan family, practicing the same martial art, one-yang finger. In terms of familial hierarchy, Master Benin was indeed an elder to Duan Jinchun. As he approached Sun Yi, Master Benin's wise, aged eyes scrutinized the young man before him for a moment, then gently nodded and invited, The esteemed Prince Duan has already informed me of your intentions, Master Sunday. Please accompany me to transcribe the scriptures. The arrangement shall be made by the abbot. Sun Yi smiled faintly, his demeanor serene, leisurely following the two monks, Bin Yin and Bin Nang, as they made their way towards the main hall of the Tianlong Temple. Being a royal temple of Dali, it was naturally devoid of the usual throngs of worshippers, rendering the entire Tianlong Temple a tranquil and peaceful haven. This truly epitomized an environment conducive to Buddhist practice. As he meandered through the vast expanse of the temple alongside the two monks, Sun Yi couldn't help but nod inwardly, appreciating the serene atmosphere. Soon, they arrived before a row of guest rooms, likely once occupied by the previous emperor. The decorations were modest yet exuded a high level of comfort. Please, Master Sun, Benin said, halting before one of the guest room doors, his hands clasped in reverence as he invited him in. Kindly wait a moment. I shall summon someone to fetch the scriptures. Leading Sun Yi into the guest room to rest, he noted the prepared paper and writing instruments inside, suggesting that someone had previously been transcribing Buddhist texts, perhaps Duan Yu or Duan Jiming, Sun thought. Meanwhile, Benin instructed the retrieval of the items, which had been brought forth. Most of the foundational materials remained the same, though there might be some annotations left by earlier scholars that would differ. Thus, it sufficed to transcribe only the distinct elements. With everything in place, Sun Yi promptly set to work on the transcription, given the abruptness of his visit. Spending the night at Tianlong Temple might raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Returning to the Duan residence for the night seemed the wiser choice, especially considering there might be additional festivities awaiting him there. In less than half an hour, after completing his transcription, Sun Yi accompanied Duan Zhenchun back to the Duan residence. As he remained concerned about the situation there, nightfall descended. Sun Yi, after watching Duan Zhenchun leave, prepared himself and seized the opportunity to ambush the unsuspecting assassins, engaging in a fierce battle throughout the night. The struggle persisted for over 1,000 exchanges before Sun Yi finally subdued his opponents, leaving him pondering whether the two worlds were truly isolated from one another and if any repercussions might arise. During breakfast, Duan Yu observed the yawning figures of Duan Zhenchun and Sun Yi, who seemed at a loss. He could only urge them both to rest and refrain from staying up late. They readily agreed, yet exchanged glances that betrayed a sense of guilt, with Sun Yi even reflecting on the combat stances of the intruders from the previous night. Despite a lingering attachment, he recognized the importance of his well-being and the precarious nature of refusing any future requests for assistance from the Duan family. As Sun Yi contemplated his travels, he decided to bid farewell to Duan Zhenchun, who made a brief attempt to persuade him to stay but ultimately relented, having devoted his attention to the two enchanting beauties outside. After their meal, Sun Yi once again declined Duan Zhenchun's entreaties, donning his gear and setting off. Just before his departure, the princess approached him, having recovered somewhat from her earlier malaise. As an outsider, Sun Yi knew it was inappropriate for her to be seen with male guests during the day, clad in elegant attire that complemented her graceful demeanor. Her beauty rivaled that of a blossoming peach, her palace garments accentuating her fair skin and embodying an ethereal quality reminiscent of the goddess of mercy. One would hardly suspect she had recently suffered from a cough. Once leaving the Duan residence, Sun Yi embarked on his journey, exploring the El Inghu and Jade cave on the back mountain of Wuyang Mountain, which fell within the realm of the primordial pathways. He then visited the Wuyang sword sect, where Zimu warmly welcomed him. In response to Sun Yi's inquiries, he provided detailed accounts of the addresses of various prominent sects in the southern martial arts community. In the subsequent months, Sun Yi traversed the landscape, visiting numerous sections. Though these factions varied between righteous and nefarious, and their combat techniques differed, Sun Yi remained impervious to harm as long as his energy persisted, whether facing concealed weapons or direct confrontations. Consequently, the moniker Indestructible Diamond he had earned began to circulate widely, and as he visited more sects, his reputation grew, rivaling that of the legendary Bach Aupik and Nan Muro. After numerous battles, Sun Yi has experienced considerable growth in his qi. When he first arrived in the world of Tianlong, his qi energy was slightly superior to that of Yi Ernyang, translating to a combat power of around 30. However, it is now estimated to be around 35, potentially comparable to that of Qiao Feng. Due to the distinctions between qi energy and internal power, the destructive force he could exhibit in the Dragon Ball universe would be vastly different. Nonetheless, in the Tianlong world, the limitations imposed by the environment are significant. While there is a disparity in destructive capability, it is not excessively pronounced. His next destination is Suzhou City. Should he pay a visit to the manor of the Murong family? The collection of martial arts within is quite extensive, providing an excellent opportunity to encounter both a Zhu and Wang Yuyan. and to ascertain whether their skills in disguise are indeed as remarkable as rumored, and whether the celestial beauty of the fairy sister is as enchanting as depicted. Lost in contemplation, Sunny exited his guest room and casually chose a table by the window to sit down. He summoned a waiter to order some dishes, as he still possessed a fair amount of silver, and proceeded to select several signature dishes. Sunny recalled something. Perhaps he should learn some culinary skills? After all, possessing such expertise in the world of Dragon Ball would offer a semblance of safety, even if his combat prowess did not increase. With a resounding clap, he struck the table, while the storyteller, elegantly wielding a folding fan, shook his head and exclaimed, "Speaking of which, that Zhang Fei." Listening to the storyteller's voice resonating from the stage and the lively banter of the diners below, Sun Ye's gaze drifted aimlessly down the street until it was suddenly caught by two figures approaching in the distance. On the bustling thoroughfare, two individuals strolled by. One donned a monk's robe, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of solemnity akin to that of an enlightened monk. The other, a young gentleman of around 20, dressed in the garb of a scholar, looked rather frail, none other than Duan Yu. It seemed that the monk was indeed Jiao Emoji. "Great monk," he said, "it is now lunchtime. There is an inn ahead, if you require me to transcribe the sword manual. Surely you would allow me to have a hearty meal before we continue our journey?" Even with Sun Ye's delay, it appeared that the narrative was, unbeknownst to him, returning to its original course. Sun Ye was warmly received at the Duan residence, and it would be unseemly to ignore those in peril. As he observed the two individuals descending the stairs, Sun Ye remained discreet, searching for the opportune moment to intervene on behalf of the person in distress at the hands of Jamozi. The monk in question was none other than the esteemed national master of Tubo, Jamozi, although his intent was to acquire the Six Meridians divine sword. He found himself at an impasse, unable to resort to severe coercion against Duan Yu, and thus could only proceed with caution. Nevertheless, he was generally accommodating, primarily due to his stature as a national master, which afforded him considerable resources. As they squeezed into the tavern with Duan Yu, they found the establishment devoid of seating, prompting Jamozi to furrow his brow in concern. Meanwhile, Duan Yu scanned the surroundings and fortuitously caught sight of Sun Ye by the window. His face brightened instantly, and he called out exuberantly, young master son, you have come as well." Sun Ye couldn't help but smile and said, "It is quite fortuitous that I just saw young Master Duan walking from afar, and now he has arrived at the same tavern. If you do not mind, we might as well share a table. The repeated encounters between us, young Master Sun and myself, are surely a matter of fate, and it is only fitting that we sit together." Duan Yu immediately brightened with joy. He had witnessed Sun Ye's martial prowess, although he could not fully comprehend its depth. It was certain that it surpassed that of his father, Duan Jinshan, and he held hopes of defeating the large monk beside him. Jamozi, observing Sun Ye's youth, initially dismissed him, but upon seeing Duan Yu approach, he too made his way over, reciting a Buddhist chant. Although Jamozi did not regard Sun Ye with much weight, he did not view him with disdain either, considering him merely a passerby. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" he asked. "Merely humble. My surname is Sun, given name Ye. I am honored by your kind regard, and I dare ask how I may address you, master?" "Ah, you are the renowned unbreakable Vidra of the martial world. I am Jamozi from the land of Tubo. So it is the esteemed master from Tubo before me. I beg your pardon for my lack of decorum." Jamozi had not regarded Sun Ye highly, viewing him merely as a junior in the martial arts world despite his rising fame. However, he thought to himself that since he had never been to the Central Plains and locating the residence of Mr. Murong would not be an easy task, having Sun Ye as his guide would be most advantageous. After sitting down, Sun Ye first ordered a bowl of vegetarian noodles for Jamozi and then heard him turn and say, "I must visit the residence of the Murong clan. Might I ask where the residence of Mr. Murong at Chanhua Manor is located? If you know, I would appreciate your guidance." "To be frank, master, I am traveling from south to north, visiting various major sects, and my next destination is indeed the Murong clan in Suzhou. If you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you." Sun Ye was also on his way to Kang village and wished to seize the opportunity to assist Duan Yu, so he extended an invitation for the latter to accompany him. While Sun Ye was untroubled by the prospect of confrontation, he was concerned about the potential harm it could inflict upon Duan Yu. As Jamozi took a seat at the table, the attentive waiter promptly brought over an additional set of chopsticks and bowls. Sun Ye then ordered a chicken, several pounds of lamb, and an assortment of side dishes, most of which were meaty. "My dear brother Duan," Sun Ye jested with a chuckle after several days apart, "who would have thought you would find yourself a prisoner once more?" "Master Sun, please refrain from mocking me," Duan Yu replied, his face tinged with embarrassment. I lack your formidable martial prowess. Come now, Sunny continued. I am unaware whether the esteemed Ming Wang practices Zen or Tibetan Buddhism. Should the master indulge in wine? I offer you a toast. If adherence to the precepts necessitates tea instead of wine, that is equally acceptable. However, after our libations, I have a matter I wish to consult with the master about. Sunny raised his wine glass, but first offered a toast to Jiao Emoji. With a curious gaze, Jiao Emoji remarked, as a humble monk acquainted with the various sects of esoteric Buddhism, I do not abstain from meat. Pray, what insights does young Master Sun possess? I hold great admiration for the deeds of the Ming King. Not only is his understanding of Buddhist doctrine profound, but his martial prowess also reaches unparalleled heights, truly among the elite in this world. My respect for you stems from my admiration for your character, particularly your unwavering perseverance. To learn throughout one's life, to remain resolute in the face of adversity, such tenacity is indeed a rarity. Yet, it is precisely those endowed with such an indomitable spirit who are most likely to achieve success. Sunny downed his drink in one gulp and remarked, let us not discuss other matters for the moment. If we could summon Duan Yu through mere words rather than resorting to violence, it would be far more preferable. His companion replied, Brother Sun, you may be mistaken. That great monk attempted to forcibly seize the 6 meridians divine sword from Dali and ended up abducting me instead. This can only be deemed as robbery, not a form of learning. Sun Ye's words were beyond what Duan Yu could accept. He understood the truth behind Sun Ye's statement, yet still felt compelled to retort. Young Master Duan, the esteemed Qiu Emoji clarified solemnly. I have repeatedly stated that my pursuit of the 6 meridians divine sword is solely for the agreement with Mr. Murong. I would never dare to cast even a fleeting glance at it. Sun Yi, having just raised a cup in honor of the resolute King Ming, remarked with a smile. Even if King Ming truly covets the 6 meridians divine sword, the fervor of such a pursuit is indeed commendable. He then shifted the conversation. However, Master, as a profound scholar of Buddhism, do you not sometimes ponder whether your current fervor has crossed into madness? Brother Sun, do not let yourself be deceived by this monk's eloquence. In reality, he merely uses Mr. Murong as a pretext to deceive me into relinquishing the 6 meridians divine sword of Dali. In Duan Yu's view, Qiu Emoji's every action was motivated solely by the desire for the sword, and he could hardly believe that there existed any genuine affection for Murong Bo. This was indeed the truth. Qiu Emoji's yearning for the 6 meridians divine sword, or rather, his ambition to attain the title of the world's greatest, was overwhelming. His thoughts had veered into extremity, leading him to practice martial arts indiscriminately, drooling over any formidable skill he encountered, desperately seeking means to acquire it. With no fixed direction in mind, the phrase young Master Duan, I have treated you with utmost respect during our journey, was clearly unwelcome to Qiu Emoji, whose expression darkened in response. Sun Yi interrupted Jiao Emoji before he could express his thoughts, realizing that if the conversation continued, Duan Yu would soon face difficulties. The Ming King calmed his anger, noting that the young Master Duan merely had a few words of mild complaint. Sun Yi spoke up, pausing momentarily before shifting the topic with the question, Master, please do not be angered. Allow me to finish my words. What is it that you seek to achieve with your current endeavors? Are you striving to attain the pinnacle of martial arts? Or are you in pursuit of mastering all martial skills? If the latter is your goal, I suspect you too find it somewhat impractical, do you not? Furthermore, regarding the Shao Wuxiang Gong that you practice, I have heard it is rooted in Taoist philosophy, emphasizing tranquility and non-action, allowing the spirit to wander through the void. Only through the application of Taoist martial arts can one embody the essence of formlessness, evading all tangible manifestations. In contrast, while it shares a similar nomenclature with the Buddhist concept of formlessness, the underlying principles are fundamentally divergent. To my knowledge, none who have practiced Shao Wuxiang Gong have ventured into Buddhist martial arts. Do you understand the reason behind this? I would like to hear more, said Jamozi, his expression shifting dramatically at the mention of Shao Wuxiang Gong, only to quickly regain his composure. However, the handprint on the table betrayed his emotional state. Ah, the King of Demons has shown his true colors. Sun Yi remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. Oh, pray tell, how so? Jamozi inquired, puzzled. I cannot claim to fully grasp the intricacies involved. Yet I can share my perspective, Sun Yi replied with a grin, setting down his chopsticks, eager to articulate his thoughts. Convincing the other party through dialogue would be most advantageous. Please enlighten me, Jamozi urged, his demeanor now serious. Martial arts fundamentally revolve around the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. Each technique inherently carries the creator's mental state, physical condition, and even habitual imprints, the depth of which varies according to the creator's proficiency. Among all martial arts I have encountered, the influence of Taoist and Buddhist practices on one's mental state is particularly profound. Upon initially engaging with a martial art, novices typically adhere strictly to the prescribed techniques, akin to painting a tiger from a sketch. Even with progress, due to an inability to fully embody the technique, its true potency remains elusive. Over extended periods of practice, an ordinary individual's body will naturally adapt to the technique. While they may not fully realize the original creator's power, they will nonetheless experience some growth. Yet, this growth often remains obscured amidst the prolonged cultivation of internal energy. Simultaneously, the practice of any given martial art subtly influences the practitioner's mental state. A skilled practitioner, over time, may refine their technique, instinctively adjusting it to better align with their physical constitution and mental disposition. The truly exceptional might even modify the technique or create their own. Do you concur, Master? Jamozi found himself momentarily speechless, but upon reflecting on his past experiences, he deemed this reasoning somewhat plausible. After all, internal energy is a synthesis of one's spirit and external energies, nourishing both body and mind during cultivation, naturally influencing one's mental state based on different qualities. Furthermore, the desire to transcend limitations often imposes additional demands on one's mental state, akin to the Buddhist concept of cognitive obstacles. As a master of Buddhist scriptures, your mental state naturally leans towards Buddhist philosophy, yet you practice Taoist techniques for cultivating internal energy, which inevitably creates a conflict as your mental state begins to shift towards Taoism. While this influence may not be overwhelmingly significant, it could hinder your pursuit of advanced mastery. Moreover, given your engagement with Shaolin Buddhist practices, where you dedicate a considerable portion of your time to mastering various martial arts, this may also lead to a transformation in your internal energy and mental disposition, rendering your path to breakthroughs increasingly elusive. Furthermore, it is my understanding that after reaching a certain level of proficiency in the 72 Shaolin secret skills, one must delve deeply into the corresponding Buddhist philosophy, aligning their mental state with that of the author to progress further. Even high monks who immerse themselves in Buddhist teachings struggle to master multiple disciplines simultaneously, as they inevitably influence one another, complicating the path to achievement. While you may not have practiced these specific techniques, your concentrated study of them, combined with the inherent mental state derived from your Buddhist studies and the foundations of Taoist internal energy, will inevitably lead to potential pitfalls. I suggest you reflect on any unusual symptoms you may have experienced during your practice before drawing conclusions. Additionally, allow me to impart this wisdom. There are only invincible individuals, not invincible martial arts. Take, for instance, the 18 dragon subduing palms. It only became the pinnacle of martial arts in the hands of Chiao Feng. Master, as the risks to your well-being are not yet profound, I advise you to abandon the pursuit of others' achievements and dedicate yourself to the refinement of your own martial arts. This may very well eliminate the hidden dangers you face. Having conveyed these thoughts, Sun Yi seized the moment while Jamozi pondered, settling the bill and preparing to depart with Duan Yu, seizing the opportunity while Jamozi was distracted. The insights he had shared were a synthesis of his experiences from years spent in the Dragon Ball world, interspersed with theories from his previous life on the internet, alongside recent encounters with internal energy. These reflections, entirely speculative, required further observation and experimentation across various individuals to validate their accuracy. After all, the worldview instilled in him from his previous life was not easily swayed. Sun Yi found himself ill at ease with the idealistic approaches to cultivation, favoring a scientific methodology that emphasizes extensive experimentation, analysis, and refinement. Yet, pursuing this path necessitated companionship and a multitude of experiments, particularly those that ventured into the realm of the mind, which must be approached with utmost caution. Fortunately, with the aid of a world-hopping device, he could potentially conduct research across different realms, making it easier to unravel the essence of energy. Nevertheless, securing Duan Yu's escape remained paramount. After all, lacking the verbal finesse of Naruto, even if Jamozi were to waver, his inherent character would likely compel him to persist in his pursuits, especially with the 6 Meridians divine sword nearly within grasp. Only through intervention or a proverbial collision with a wall would he be likely to reconsider his stance. It would be prudent for young Master Sun to withdraw. His gestures indicated a lack of understanding regarding acupoint release techniques. Improperly executed, such actions could inflict harm upon young Master Duan. Yet, Sun Yi had recently been delving into the essence of acupoints and sought to experiment with energy-based methods to release them, only to be halted by Jamozi's intervention. Thus, Sun Yi abandoned his intentions of using Duan Yu as a test subject, choosing instead to accompany him until his acupoints were released. Or perhaps he would learn acupoint techniques himself. After all, the outcome of using energy to release acupoints was uncertain. Please excuse my intrusion, master. I was graciously hosted by Lord Duan and his wife at the Duan residence. Seeing young Master Duan in such a predicament, I could not remain indifferent. Sun Yi did not openly confront Jamozi. In the current circumstances, Sun Yi might gain the upper hand against Jamozi in a short skirmish, perhaps even vanquishing him. However, until a confrontation occurs, everything remains uncertain. It is quite possible that after Jamozi evades Sun Ye's initial onslaught, Sun Ye's latent weaknesses will become apparent. Of course, all of this is mere speculation since they have yet to engage, and one must not overlook the potential danger to Duan Yu should Jamozi find himself cornered. Jamozi, who sought guidance to reach Yanzhuo, felt assured that his opponent was no match for him. He clasped his hands together and said, "I would be most grateful for your assistance, young Master Sun, in leading the way." For the duration of the meal, the three remained silent. After finishing, Jamozi, noticing Sun Ye's reticence, spoke first. "If you are unwilling to guide me, might you kindly indicate the route to Yanzhuo's Sanha Manor? I shall find my way independently." Respect is a reciprocal virtue. Since Jamozi displayed a calm demeanor, Sun Yi chose not to break their cordiality, smiling as he proceeded to lead the way. Believing that only by moving could they find an opportunity to rescue others. "Master, please," he urged. Days later, the group arrived at the shores of Taihu Lake. Perhaps due to the timing, a small boat drifted across the lake, rowed by a maiden clad in verdant attire, her melodious voice drifting through the air, sweet and pure. It was likely Abai, for beauty has always been a rare treasure, not easily found in abundance. Duan Yu, having immersed himself in the poetry of ancient masters during his time in Dali, was enraptured by her song, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Jamozi, however, feigned indifference. True to his years of devoted study in Buddhism, he was criticized for his ruthless pursuit of martial prowess, yet his spiritual depth was undeniable. He inquired, "Might I ask, young lady, if you are familiar with the location of Sanha Manor? I have come to pay respects at an old friend's grave, fulfilling a promise made long ago. Yet I find myself at a loss for its exact whereabouts." As the maiden's boat approached the shore, she replied softly, "Master, what brings you to Sanha Manor?" Her voice was a gentle caress, soothing to the ears. Jamozi responded, "I wish to visit Sanha Manor. Could you kindly guide me?" The young woman smiled. "The name of Sanha Manor is not known to outsiders. Where did you hear of it, master?" Jamozi recounted his intention to honor Murongbo with a tribute using the 6 Meridian Sword Manual, and they exchanged pleasantries, ultimately receiving an invitation from Abai to visit her residence. Throughout this interaction, Sun Yi remained silent, while Duan Yu found himself lost in the enchantment of Abai's voice. Before Duan Yu could interject, their conversation concluded, and Jamozi gently placed his arm around Duan Yu's shoulders, gracefully stepping onto the boat. Abai offered them a soft smile. However, Sun Yi soon followed, causing the boat to sway unexpectedly, alarming Abai, whose complexion paled momentarily. Jamozi tensed, ready to leap ashore at a moment's notice. Once the boat steadied, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation as they sailed towards Yanzhuo, Sun Yi and Jamozi maintaining a quiet demeanor. In contrast, Duan Yu, inheriting his father Duan Zhengquan's spirited nature, conversed animatedly with Abai. Time passed swiftly as the small boat meandered across the lake. Noticing the distance still ahead, Sun Yi took the oars from Abai and rowed in the direction she indicated. Soon, he skillfully guided the boat into a small harbor, where the surface was adorned with lotus leaves. Without guidance, one would never discern the passageway. After navigating the winding route for over 2 hours, they glimpsed a corner of a flying eve peeking through the verdant willow thickets. As they disembarked, they encountered a handful of modest dwellings. The sign above one reading Qin Yun in an elegant script. Jamozi inquired, "Is this indeed the Sanha Manor at Yanzhuo?" Abai shook her head, despite their exchanges. She remained reluctant to lead them into the manor. Jamozi had no choice but to comply, waiting patiently as instructed. Frustration brewed within Jamozi, his demeanor darkening. As the national master of Tubo, his status was exceedingly esteemed. In Tubo, and even in the realms of Song and Dali, monarchs would treat him with utmost respect. Yet here he found himself stymied by Abai. He quickly regrouped his emotions and awaited quietly. In the midst of their conversation, an elderly man with silver hair emerged from the back hall, leaning on a cane. He addressed Abai, who was making such a commotion here. His words were articulated in proper Mandarin, yet Sun Yi scrutinized him closely, harboring doubts but finding no overt flaws. It was only after the elder exited that a lean man in his 50s entered, engaging in playful banter, prompting Sun Yi to sense something amiss. it appeared that Zhu had arrived. A series of antics ensued as Zhu changed her guise multiple times, eventually causing even Jimozi to realize something was off. He assumed the Murong family wished to prevent him from paying respects to Murong Bo, yet he found himself at the mercy of these two mischievous maidens. In a moment of frustration, he declared his intention to burn offerings for Duan Yu at Murong Bo's grave, hoping to instill a modicum of fear. Upon hearing this, both maidens were taken aback, for Jimozi's expression was composed and earnest, betraying no hint of jest. Their astonishment deepened. Meanwhile, Sunny chuckled lightly. "Master, you jest. I will ensure that you do no harm to young Master Duan. Even if I may not prevail against you, I am confident in safeguarding our lives. Let alone the uncertainty of who would triumph before a confrontation takes place." Abai and Zhu, unwilling to let the situation escalate into violence, cleverly urged Jimozi to release Duan Yu's acupoints. Perhaps Jimozi underestimated Sun Yi and Duan Yu, as he indeed proceeded to unseal Duan Yu's acupoints. Sun Yi did not intervene. Once Duan Yu's acupoints were unblocked, he no longer feared that Jiao Emoji would use Duan Yu to coerce him, allowing him to proceed with the rescue. However, although Jiao Emoji had released Duan Yu's acupoints, Duan Yu remained reluctant to act, ultimately forcing Jiao Emoji to strike first. Fortunately, Sun Yi had anticipated this. As Jiao Emoji made his move, Sun Yi gathered all his energy to obstruct him, resulting in a powerful clash between their palms. Instantly, a wave of energy erupted around them, causing Jiao Emoji to stagger back 5 steps, dissipating his force before regaining his composure. The shockwave startled Zhu, who let out a piercing scream and deftly dodged, catching Jiao Emoji's attention. However, for the moment, Jiao Emoji was preoccupied, his focus now intensifying on Sun Yi, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. Throughout their journey, he had dismissed the opponent, yet upon engaging, he found himself at a disadvantage. He was certain that in a clash of palms, even if young Master Murong were present, he would not falter. Yet, facing this recently emerged figure, the indestructible Vajra, he was forced to retreat, while his opponent remained steadfast. A glance revealed Sun Yi standing perfectly composed, the ground beneath him untouched, showing no signs of having lost any power. To believe that Sun Yi was merely a fortunate lad who had never encountered a master would require a fool's credulity. Seeing Sun Yi gaining the upper hand, Duan Yu was instantly elated, momentarily reluctant to leave, only to be pulled away by Abai and Zhu. These two possessed discernment. After all, the group was likely to be captured by Jiao Emoji, who would leverage them against Sun Yi. As soon as Duan Yu and the others moved, Jiao Emoji lunged toward Duan Yu, prompting Sun Yi to swiftly position himself in front of Jiao Emoji once more. "Master, your opponent now is me. Once you have defeated me, you may pursue them." A flash of cold light flickered in Jiao Emoji's eyes, since the young master does not recognize good from bad. "I shall have to demonstrate my prowess and see just how capable you truly are." Jiao Emoji's right hand gathered energy, turning crimson as his internal force surged, his palm erect, unleashing a scorching blade of energy towards Sun Yi. This was indeed Jiao Emoji's signature technique, the flame blade. Sun Yi stood his ground, unflinching, as a wave of energy surged forth, shattering the fiery blade into a cascade of sparks, reminiscent of a brilliant firework display. The blade's aura surged directly towards Jimozi, its sharpness undeniable. However, the insufficient energy intensity rendered it better left unexposed, lest it become a source of embarrassment. With a thunderous roar, Sun Yi surged forward in a swift stride, launching a fist directly towards the face of Jimozi. Even before his fist reached its target, Jimozi could already feel the fierce wind bearing down upon him. It was evident that once Sun Yi's combat prowess increased by another 1 or 2 folds, he would be capable of utilizing his fist wind to strike with the same effectiveness as the turtle sage. Jimozi's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that this force was astonishing and not something to be reckoned with directly. This power did not resemble internal energy, but rather the formidable impact of external martial prowess, truly formidable in its own right. In response, Jimozi unleashed the Shaolin technique of the great compassionate thousand-leaf hands, employing a gentle force to dissipate the strength behind Sun Yi's punch. He retreated 3 steps to neutralize the momentum of Sun Yi's attack. Sun Yi felt as though his fist had struck a soft, yielding force field. Waves of power, akin to ripples on water, emanated from his palm, countering his strength. After breaking through 2 layers of resistance, Sun Yi came to a halt. Engaged in a fierce contest with Jimozi for a while, he noticed that Jimozi consistently employed gentle techniques to wear down his power. However, he also observed that Sun Yi advanced straightforwardly, seemingly lacking the finesse for close-range evasion and maneuvering, prompting Jimozi to resort to more agile close combat tactics. Yet, There was an undeniable disparity between them. Sun Yi remained unfazed after receiving several blows, merely brushing off his attire as though nothing had transpired. In contrast, a single fall could spell grievous injury for Jamozi. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, Jamozi seized an opportune moment to leap out of the combat zone, intent on pursuing Duan Yu and his companion. Having already witnessed his opponent's martial prowess, Sun Yi focused his mental energy, directing it to coalesce in his fists and feet, akin to the gathering of energy in the Kamehameha technique. With an imperceptible speed, his right foot surged forward, and he seemingly teleported to Jamozi's front, striking with the swiftness of a shooting star. Jamozi's eyes widened in horror and disbelief as he instinctively crossed his arms in a defensive posture. Despite their comparable energy levels, the difference lay in Sun Ye's ability to unleash a concentrated force from his meridians, whereas Jamozi relied on a more passive accumulation of energy, rendering their combat prowess worlds apart. With a thunderous impact, Jamozi felt an excruciating pain in his arms, accompanied by a sharp crack that signaled either a fracture or a break. His body was involuntarily propelled backward, crashing through the walls of a house with a resounding thud, escaping through sheer force while spurting blood midair. Young Master Sun, your skills are impressive. I have learned my lesson. Until we meet again. Jamozi decisively acknowledged the futility of the situation, enduring his severe pain as he swiftly vanished from sight. I shall be ready whenever you are. Sun Yi smiled faintly. Standing tall, his voice, though soft, carried clearly to the retreating Geomoji's ears, who seemed to quicken his pace at the distant sight. Nevertheless, Sun Yi did not relent. He pursued after him. After all, they needed to find a boat to leave the island, and Duan Yu and the others were already aboard. It would not be favorable if they encountered them. That monk was truly detestable. If only I were capable of defeating him, I would certainly make him pay. Humph. On the other hand, Duan Yu, who was fleeing, felt a tinge of anger. Geomoji was like an adhesive plaster, clinging to them without release. Despite voicing his discontent, he occasionally glanced back toward their direction, knowing that Sun Yi was holding off the enemy. Meanwhile, Aju and Abai responded vaguely, their gazes fixated on the direction of the Chinyan cottage. Suddenly, their eyes lit up as they spotted a figure hastily approaching, a monk clad in robes, unmistakably Geomoji. Realizing the urgency, the group hurriedly began to row their boat away from the island. Just as they were making some distance, they saw Sun Yi emerge from the building, chasing after Geomoji. Ignoring Duan Yu and the others, Geomoji swiftly commandeered a small boat, directing a servant he had seized to guide him, using his internal energy to propel the vessel away rapidly. Aju hurriedly called for Sun Yi to board the ship, eager to set sail and distance themselves from the island. Do not be anxious, ladies. Geomoji has been driven away by me. I was merely cautious of young Master Duan while he was at Geomoji's mercy. Until young Master Duan's acupoints are unblocked, I was wary of injuring him during a confrontation. Abai and Aju, initially eager to leave, were halted by Sun Ye's words, and upon hearing them, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Sun Yi continued, however, several of the buildings have sustained varying degrees of damage due to the scuffle. Therefore, it is prudent for us to depart. We can return here once repairs are made. The two nodded in agreement, knowing that as long as there were beauties around, Duan Yu would be indifferent to their location. Thus, Sun Yi boarded the boat, and Aju and Abai prepared to personally row the vessel, a gesture of respect. As the chief maidservants, their status at Yinzi Wharf was quite high. They rowed to a place called Tingyu Residence, disembarked, and immediately arranged lunch for everyone. Thank you for your efforts. Sun Yi graciously accepted the hospitality. Soon after, male servants brought forth an array of fruits and snacks, followed by an assortment of hot dishes, meat and vegetables artfully combined, featuring local seafood, each dish exquisitely prepared. The fish and shrimp bore a hint of southern flair, mingling with fruits to create a naturally fragrant aroma. After a satisfying meal, as Sun Yi expressed his intention to depart, he inquired about the location of Mandala Villa. After some persuasion, Aju and Abai, seeing Sun Ye's determination, had no choice but to arrange for a boat to escort him. Given the current situation, Sun Ye's martial prowess would afford him safety. If he was intent on finding the villa, it would be better for the two to guide him, which might ease the atmosphere. Naturally, Duan Yu would follow the beauties wherever they led. In this harmonious atmosphere, the small boat drifted towards Mandala Villa. The Wang family of Mandala Villa was considered a formidable force around Taihu Lake, boasting numerous industries and servants, with Madame Wang frequently venturing out to catch unfaithful men. Any weaker factions had long been eradicated. Due to Duan Zhengchuan's connections, Madame Li Qi Luo often coerced men with mistresses to eliminate their entire families before uniting with their lovers. threatening them with dire consequences if they resisted. As the boat rounded a row of weeping willows, they caught sight of a cluster of camellias blooming by the water's edge. Just as they were about to land, they heard footsteps on the shore, revealing a familiar maidservant passing by. The maid, holding a bouquet of flowers, approached Zhu and Abai with delight, exclaiming, "Zhu, Abai, how daring of you to bring a man here." Madame said she would mark the faces of two little maids with a knife, marring their beautiful appearances. Before she could finish, she giggled. Zhu scoffed and rolled her eyes at the maid, and after some playful banter, they inquired about Madame Wang's whereabouts. Although they knew she was on the island, they did not expect her to jest with them. Upon confirming that Madame Wang was absent, Zhu sighed in relief. Madame Wang's personality was strong and eccentric. With young Master Murong away, she would likely show little mercy, especially to mere maidservants like Zhu and Abai. Young Master Sun is also a martial arts expert. And in the midst of the conflict between the two parties, it is uncertain who would ultimately suffer, though she harbors a dislike for Madame Wang. Zhu's inherent kindness prevents her from wishing any harm upon her. After a conversation with Zhu present, Sun Yi finds himself unable to venture alone in search of the library, thus he must accompany Zhu back to the listening fragrance pavilion. As Sun Yi expresses his intent to take his leave, Zhu attempts to persuade him to stay, but upon recognizing his firm resolution to depart, she refrains from further insistence. As for Duan Yu, he is to remain as a guest. During this time, Sun Yi clarifies Duan Yu's identity. And both Zhu and he understand that Murong Fu is a target to be courted, and thus they harbor no disdain for him. Especially since Duan Yu possesses a knack for charming women. Zhu arranges for a boatman to escort Sun Yi to the nearest shore, and once he has departed, the servant returns. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, it is presumed that all have retired for the night. Sun Yi retrieved a capsule, from which emerged a quietly humming single-person aircraft, heading towards the direction of the Mandara Villa, a place visited during the day. Fortunately, he had previously deployed a locator, otherwise it would have been quite challenging to find it in the dead of night. Finding an open space, and with no one around, Sun Yi retracted the aircraft and produced a scanner, commencing his search through the surrounding rooms. After traversing through a dozen rooms, he swiftly discovered a mechanism hidden within one of them. After pondering for a moment, Sun Yi successfully activated the mechanism. Upon entering, he observed his surroundings. Noting a switch beside the door, he promptly closed the door behind him and descended deeper into the hidden chamber, traveling several meters before arriving at the secret room. He immediately began scanning and documenting the ancient text present at the site, all the while engrossing himself in their contents. Time passed, and before he knew it, the dawn of a new day had arrived. During this interval, he had consumed 2 meals, both consisting of convenient food he had brought along in the capsule. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling from outside, and the door to the secret room creaked open, allowing a sliver of light to seep in from above. "You all may descend now. I shall meditate here for 10 days. Remember to deliver my meals on schedule," echoed a voice from outside, commanding yet melodious. With the sound of approaching footsteps, a woman entered the chamber. She was clad in a light-colored dress that flowed to the ground, her waist so slender it could barely be encircled by a hand. Her features bore a striking resemblance to the Jade statue found within the secret cave of Mount Wuliang, with about 60 to 70% similarity. Yet, she also inherited traits from Wuyazi, which did not diminish her beauty, perhaps due to her practice of the lesser formless technique. She appeared to be merely in her 20s. Her figure had grown more voluptuous, exuding a sense of maturity, and her expression was serious. Unlike the enigmatic smile of the Jade statue, she was none other than Lady Li Chi Luo, the wife of Wang. In that fleeting moment when the opponent's door closed, Sun Yi seized the opportunity to strike at the opponent's acupoint from a distance. "Is it you?" The voice of Lu Chi Luo trembled, taking on an unusually sweet tone. However, before her companion could gather his thoughts, Sun Yi stepped forward. Upon realizing it was not Duan Zhenchun, Lu Qingluo's expression instantly shifted, turning cold and frosty. Her voice reverted to its original tone as she sternly exclaimed, "Who are you? Do you not know this is the Mandala Villa?" It seemed that due to the acupoint being struck, despite her harsh tone, her body remained motionless. As Sun Yi approached, without waiting for his response, Lu Chi Luo suddenly lunged forward, drawing a gleaming longsword from her waist with a swift motion, aiming it at Sun Yi. Sun Yi immediately grasped the blade's edge, exerting a powerful grip that caused the seemingly smooth and sharp longsword to shatter into several fragments, scattering in all directions. With another forceful pull, he drew the opponent into his embrace, immobilizing their arms. He then produced steel handcuffs from his person, securing the opponent's hands behind their back, rendering them even more conspicuous. After binding their feet, he affixed them to a pillar. Once the individual was subdued, Sun Yi casually examined their acupoints, noticing that the energy flow and the acupoints were somewhat incompatible. Consequently, the seal was not tightly maintained, allowing a significant escape of energy, which the opponent's internal force could easily breach. I was well aware that this was the mandala manner. With the adversary restrained, Sun Yi offered a faint smile and replied, "Since you are aware of this, do you not know the rules of mandala manner? Any man who intrudes uninvited must have his legs severed. Now, do not hesitate to depart promptly." Li Qingluo's expression turned stern. Sun Yi keenly observed that her demeanor was not merely a facade of intimidation. Even the master of mandala manner is under my control. What can you possibly do, even if I have trespassed? Sun Yi felt a mix of frustration and amusement. How could the other party be so lacking in self-awareness? He had lost the desire to engage with them. Could they truly be so superficial? They had inherited the striking appearances of Li Qiushui and Wei Yazi, yet it seemed they were either neglected or too accustomed to a life of comfort. Leaving their intellect in question, Sun Yi resumed his perusal of the martial arts manual, yet he could hardly concentrate due to Li Qiluo's incessant chatter, which was reminiscent of a madwoman. Frustrated by her relentless prattle, Sun Yi resorted to silencing her with an object. After a while, observing her continued struggles, he decided to experiment with her acupoints, ultimately removing the object from her mouth. Sun Yi preemptively remarked, "I will mention an acupoint, and you must respond with the function of each one. If I ask you twice and your answers differ, I shall experiment on you." He rummaged through several diagrams of acupoints related to internal energy, referring to the comprehensive analysis of acupoints that he had previously compiled. Sun Yi proceeded to inquire about each acupoint, increasing the pace of his questioning. After a while, he began to repeat his inquiries about the entire set of acupoints, accelerating even further and providing no time for contemplation. After 5 rounds, it was evident that 1/3 of the recorded data on the computer was inconsistent. Sun Yi selected a few non-lethal acupoints to experiment on one by one, provoking sensations of itchiness and numbness, leaving the other party in a state of profuse sweat. Sun Yi seized the opportunity to scrutinize his counterpart. It was no wonder that both Duan Yu and his current partner were utterly confounded. Clearly, there was substantial allure to be found. Without such allure, one would hardly consent to take on the burden. In a short while, amid her struggles, Li Qingluo managed to free her hands from the shackles, removed the gag from her mouth, and began to hurl vehement curses. Seizing the moment, she also attempted to channel her inner strength to launch an attack. Sun Yi has also risen to prominence, embodying a modern perspective that is somewhat indifferent to the distinctions between genders. Perhaps it is a consequence of his heightened power leading to an inflated sense of self. As one who possesses formidable abilities may find their heart stirred, he directly subdued Li Qiluo, securing her hands and resting them upon her knees, administering a playful spank. In the midst of her struggles, an unexpected spark of anger ignited within, and subsequently, everything unfolded naturally. After donning his attire, he casually draped the bedding he had just retrieved over her gently slumbering form. Sun Yi also felt quite comfortable, having spent 2 continuous hours engaging in his practice. Recently accumulated energy had been expended, supplemented by the techniques learned during his time in the chamber, focusing on the flow of internal power during weekends, channeling all his energy to enhance his lower back strength. Although Sun Yi's overall prowess in the Dragon Ball universe is not particularly formidable, he has nonetheless surpassed the limits of an ordinary individual. This exertion left Li Qiluo utterly exhausted, leading her to fall into a deep slumber immediately after their encounter. Despite her initial reluctance to engage in playful flames, once the spark ignited, Sun Yi, armed with his adept knowledge of meridian and acupoint information, was able to keep her enthralled and unable to cease. He observed her kneeling on the bed, her form curvaceous and alluring, in matters that bolster his own advantage. Sun Yi was not one to hold back. However, the subsequent recovery required careful consideration of her personality and how best to approach it. In the following 2 days, they rested together whenever fatigue set in, and meals were limited to the bare essentials for survival. The immediate objective was to shatter her principles through various means and eradicate any lingering impressions of Duan Yu from her heart, whether it be love or hate. The focus must shift onto himself. Her attachment was merely a fixation sustained by memories. Once this obsession faded, her fixation on Duan Yu would also diminish. Alongside this endeavor, he eagerly perused the martial arts of the Longhuan Blessed Land, which encompassed a significant portion of the martial arts from the Tianlong universe, albeit lacking some of the most elite legacies or possessing incomplete transmissions. Sun Yi himself is indifferent to the so-called top-tier inheritances, What he truly seeks is a peripheral understanding, a synthesis of the essence of internal energy systems, and a grasp of the foundational principles of this system to prepare himself for compatibility with such paradigms. Although it pertains to a world of low martial arts, Sun Yi has indeed glimpsed a fragment of its profundity. The practice of cultivating qi, essentially, is the intricate interconnection of essence, energy, and spirit, collectively propelling the evolution of life, ultimately achieving transcendence at a fundamental level, a most solid and basic form of liberation. In the world of Dragon Ball, the qi lacks the channels through which essence, energy, and spirit intertwine. It merely serves as a means of enhancing raw power. Only when Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan God does the synergy of the ultimate enhancement of divinity and qi jointly facilitate bodily evolution. However, this evolution occurs at a painfully slow pace without proactive cultivation. In the Dragon Ball realm, there exists but a singular path to evolution. The establishment of divine status serves as the foundation for intertwining essence, energy, and spirit to promote comprehensive evolution. Yet, building upon divine status implies that the limits of divinity become the limits of evolution, constrained by the weaknesses inherent in that divinity. Thus, the methods of evolving internal energy hold significant importance for Sun Yi. Nonetheless, any singular cultivation method is not of paramount importance. What matters most now is the extraction of internal energy to propel evolution in conjunction with qi energy, which can be explored through foundational manuals. Deeper knowledge regarding human evolution is likely to be found only in the most profound of scriptures, perhaps even solely within the secret traditions of Taoism and Buddhism. The typical methods of internal energy cultivation are merely auxiliary techniques. However, the vast collection of manuals within the Longhuan Jade cave does serve a purpose, as it aids Sun Yi in better exploring the essence of internal energy and studying the mechanisms by which internal energy facilitates evolution. While engaged in the pursuit of knowledge at the mandala manner, compiling, analyzing, and summarizing information, Li Qi Luo, an exceptionally ripe fruit, unabashedly finds time daily to engage in her studies, simultaneously investigating the essence of the dual cultivation method, aiming for a collective transformation of their physical constitutions. Of course, this is merely about enhancing strength without overthinking it. After Sun Yi diligently undertakes the burden of 30 kilograms daily, coupled with various other strategies, he eventually begins to plead for mercy and even submit, with everything unfolding naturally. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, at least superficially, he appears to have acquiesced, especially after the two emerged from the secret chamber. Sun Yu unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha wave before Li Qi Luo, creating towering waves dozens of meters high in the distant deep water, further harmonizing their relationship. After spending several days in the secret chamber, the monotony of perusing manuals and sleeping became tedious. He idly toyed with something in his hand while releasing a purchased spy mechanical insect, setting it loose and activating a computer to display real-time footage. As the mechanical insect emerged, dawn was just breaking, with the sun rising in the east. The first order of business was to check on the situation at the Fragrant Listening Pavilion and ascertain whether Duan Yu was still present. Upon arrival at the Fragrant Listening Pavilion, several attendants were busy tidying up, and the living room bore the marks of a recent skirmish. Sun Yi glanced around and quickly realized that Duan Yu had already departed, leaving him uncertain whether he could catch up with the incident at the Apricot Blossom Forest. Sun Yi contemplated releasing a multitude of mechanical insects toward Wuxi. It had previously been rumored in the martial world that the Beggars sect would convene in Wuxi to face off against the Xixia people. It appeared that the incident in Xingzi Forest was imminent, and he needed to act swiftly. Missing this opportunity would render the experience less thrilling. Suddenly, an image flickered across the screen, Duan Yu. Sun Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart and promptly commanded the two nearby mechanical insects to follow Duan Yu. He then resumed his reading and training. Once he had sufficiently increased his load-bearing exercises, he took a brief respite before commencing his unweighted training. First, he conjured a room and a capsule filled with exercise equipment before Li Qi Luo. She was immediately awestruck, prompting Sun Yi to act with even greater authority. If words could not convey his dominance, he would instead express it through action. Having found a breakthrough, he was determined to amplify his efforts. Sun Yi would not simply follow Duan Yu blindly. Upon reaching Wuxi, all the mechanical insects swiftly scattered to seek out the disciples of the Beggars sect. If they could locate them, it would indicate that time was still on their side. If not, it would mean that all was lost. Thus, Sun Yi remained unperturbed. Although he had acquired the Northern Darkness divine skill and the wave-drifting step, he had refrained from practicing them thus far, fearing the passage of time. He had, however, memorized the mechanics of the wave-drifting step, having utilized his energy to gradually traverse his meridians over the past few days, resulting in a slight transformation in its nature. He merely needed to practice the wave-drifting step a few times to familiarize himself with its operational route, ensuring an elegant entrance when the time came. Before long, the mechanical insects following Duan Yu located Xiaofeng. After all, Sun Yi was not acquainted with Xiaofeng, and the other mechanical insects would undoubtedly take longer to find him through the beggar's sect disciples. Observing the two finally meeting, Sun Yi settled Li Qingluo before taking the alternate emergency exit from the Longhuan Jade Cave, which led to a modestly appointed ladies' chamber, devoid of occupants. Uncertain whether it belonged to Li Qingluo or Wang Yuyan, he did not linger in thought and promptly prepared his belongings for departure. In a mere half-day's time, he arrived within the borders of Wuxi. Before he could reach the city, he heard his name being called from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Duan Yu, accompanied by a robust man in his 30s, none other than Xiaofeng. As they approached, Duan Yu began the introductions. Brother, this is Sun Yi, the esteemed young master who previously saved me twice, known as the Unyielding Diamond. This is my sworn elder brother, Xiaofeng, the leader of the beggar's sect, famously known as Northern Xiaofeng. It is an honor to finally meet the renowned leader of the beggar's sect, Sun Yi said. Bowing respectfully, for Xiaofeng's reputation was formidable and his character commendable. Not at all, not at all, Xiaofeng responded with a hearty laugh. The name of the Unyielding Diamond is indeed well known to me. Coincidentally, my brother and I were just about to return to the city for a hearty drink. Young Master Sun, would you care to join us? While I had intended to seek a contest with the esteemed leader of the beggar's sect, since you have extended your invitation, it is only fitting that we prioritize our drinking first, and we can deliberate on the contest afterward. Haha. Young Master is indeed forthright. Since you wish to spar, rest assured that once I conclude the beggar's sect meeting, I shall gladly engage you in a match. Xiaofeng, being a person of straightforward nature, perceived Sun Ye's intentions were sincere and merely aimed at a friendly exchange. Having heard of his reputation for seeking challenges, he readily acquiesced. Before long, the group returned to the city. With many disciples of the beggar's sect present, the moment Xiaofeng, Sun Yi, and Duan Yu appeared in Wuxi, their presence was swiftly noted. Soon, two ragged men resembling beggars raced towards them, prompting Xiaofeng to halt their conversation. After a brief exchange, it became clear that someone had intruded upon the local branch. Xiaofeng turned to Duan Yu and asked, "Brother, will you accompany me?" Of course, Duan Yu replied. Sun Yi took his leave, for the relationship was not yet established. One must not force it. Although it is regrettable to miss the current festivities, one could certainly join the Xixiao people later, seizing the opportunity to share a meal. Regardless of the circumstances in the apricot grove, the outcome remains unchanged. After all, Xiaofeng's identity cannot be altered. Upon arrival, one must not passively endure the suffocating emotions. Rather, when the pivotal moment arises, one should strive to redeem some of the lingering regrets. Sun Yi had meticulously prepared a note, which he discreetly placed inside a larger mechanical insect, seemingly ready to don the guise of a mystic today. Once the two individuals had distanced themselves, Sun Yi casually sought out a place to eat something. Following the trail left by the mechanical insect while simultaneously searching for the direction of the Western Xia people, upon arriving at the apricot grove, he fortuitously encountered Quan Guanqing engaged in a heated argument with Xiaofeng. After observing them attentively for a moment, Sun Yi promptly exited as soon as the mechanical insect uncovered the traces of the Western Xia. Master Qiao, Sun Yi respectfully greeted. Sun Yi moved with astonishing speed, traversing dozens of zhang in less than the time it takes to draw a breath. This time, however, his arrival was far less imposing. Utilizing his luck, he deftly employed the lightness skill. Upon spotting Sun Yi, Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it is brother Sun Yi. May I inquire what brings you here?" Sun Yi smiled and said, "Earlier, while resting in the wilderness, I noticed some Western Xiao individuals heading in this direction, so I came to assess the situation. However, it seems that your esteemed group has pressing matters to attend to." Since Sun Yi has arrived with good intentions, Xiaofeng felt it inappropriate to send him away. He was about to instruct someone to handle the matter and continue with the previous discussion when the sound of hooves interrupted him. Two riders were galloping towards the apricot grove. The beggar's sect was gathering here, and naturally, there were patrols nearby to guard against potential threats. Although these guards had not detected Sun Yi, it would be difficult for ordinary second-rate fighters to elude their notice. The riders were an old man and an old woman. The man was of short stature while the woman was quite tall. Xiaofeng rose to greet them, saying, "The esteemed couple, Master Tan and Madam Tan from the Chongshao Cave of the Taiying Mountains, have arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Thank you for your presence." Elder Su and 6 other elders from the beggar's sect, responsible for passing on teachings and law enforcement, stepped forward to pay their respects. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Sun Yi immediately comprehended that it was time to unveil Xiao Feng's lineage. Subsequently, he noticed several individuals arriving in succession, including Zhao, Qian, and Sun, as well as Dan Zheng and others. Elder Su and Dan Zheng took their positions, and Dan Zheng proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Please, Madam Ma, step forward for a conversation." From behind the trees emerged a small sedan chair, from which a young woman clad entirely in white stepped forth gracefully. She lowered her head and offered a respectful bow to Xiao Feng, stating, "I am the widow, Ma Wan, paying my respects to the leader." Xiao Feng returned the gesture, responding, "Sister-in-law, you honor me." Thereafter, the assembled individuals requested Madame Ma to recount the events of the night in detail, corroborated by the testimonies of the beggar gang's elders and Dan Zheng. Xiao Feng had sensed that something was amiss, yet he maintained an air of calm throughout his life. He had never harbored a guilty conscience, regardless of any slander or malice directed at him. He felt no fear. However, as the narrative unfolded, his expression began to shift, ultimately revealing that the entire ordeal was aimed squarely at him. Elder Su cleared his throat and remarked, "This matter is fraught with entangled grievances, and I find myself in a most difficult position." It was then that everyone realized that Elder Su had invited the Tan couple and Dan Zheng to the beggar gang to lend weight to the testimony and affirm its authenticity. The old monk could attest to this. Suddenly, from the depths of the apricot grove, a venerable voice emerged, resonating like a thunderclap, echoing for miles, clearly indicating a formidable level of internal strength. The crowd turned to see an elderly monk clad in a gray robe, his visage both dignified and imposing. Elder Su and the others hastily welcomed him, exclaiming, "Master Zhiguang from Tianai Mountain has arrived. After more than 30 years, you still appear so vigorous. Today, your presence is indeed a blessing for the beggar gang." Zhao Qian's son interjected, "Master Zhiguang was also involved in the great battle at the Stone Valley beyond Yemen Pass. Please share your account." Soon, the events of 30 years prior began to unfold. Although the details shifted, nothing transpired that surprised Sun Yi. After Master Zhiguang had thoroughly recounted the tale, he slowly turned to gaze at Xiao Feng, asking, "Leader Xiao, how would you respond if you were to learn of this information?" Before Xiao Feng could speak, Sun Yi chuckled, realizing that they were all a bunch of confused souls. If Shaolin's martial arts were so easily mastered, why were there only a handful of monks? If martial prowess were truly so pivotal, why did the Song dynasty not emerge victorious in battle? It seemed that when personal interests were at stake, distinguishing truth from falsehood became a challenge. The remaining individuals in the room were instantly incensed, their expressions betraying their desire to voice their outrage. Only Master Zhiguang sighed deeply, uttering, "Amidst, indeed. We have erred in our actions, and this weighs heavily upon our conscience." Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered individuals were touched with emotion, for they believed that those of great repute often found it hardest to acknowledge their mistakes, whereas Master Zhiguang was bold enough to accept responsibility. Sun Yi has already discerned the true nature of today's beggars' sect gathering. The pretense of investigating the death of Ma Dayuan and the struggle for power is merely a facade. Master Zhiguang, devoid of any ambition for authority, harbors profound unease regarding Xiao Feng's identity as a chitin. Thus, he has been manipulated by others. As for Xiao Feng, his excessive prestige within the sect has incited the ire of several elders and numerous branch leaders, including Madame Ma and Su Chouxiao, key figures in the beggar's sect, who conspire to topple him. The onlookers were engulfed in shock, as the renowned leader of the beggar's sect, the illustrious Bei Xiao Feng of the martial world, was revealed to be a chitin rather than a Han. This revelation was truly hard to fathom. The current climate between the Song and Liao dynasties is fraught with animosity, a hatred that is intricate and difficult to untangle. Yet, it is a tangle that cannot be severed. Sun Yi, as a modern individual, struggles to comprehend the depths of these historical grievances, but this very detachment allows him clarity. National enmity and personal vendettas are innumerable, and the Battle of Yinmen Pass 30 years ago serves merely as a microcosm of this hatred, which has led martial artists to act without understanding. This has ultimately resulted in the present calamity. The most horrified of all is Xiao Feng himself, who has lived as a Han for 30 years, only to suddenly confront his chitin heritage, stirring an intense turmoil within him. With a bitter smile, Xiao Feng realizes the situation has escalated beyond control, and he comprehends the harsh truth. His heart is heavy with anguish. For years, he has been the architect of the beggar's sect's ascendance, only to find himself rejected by those he has led. Amidst, the monk Zhiguang sighed, appearing resigned to his fate. Master, do not speak further, whether true or false. It is evident that Xiao Feng will not resort to violence in such a circumstance. Even as Sun Yi made this remark, Jiguang's expression remained unchanged. Whether Xiao Feng is Khitan or Han, the mere presence of dissenters within the sect, despite his high esteem, foreshadows a future rife with intrigue and decline for the beggar's sect. Sun Yi quipped, humor dancing in his words. Impudent. Su, the elder, could no longer contain his fury. Joined by several other elders who also erupted in indignation. Their faces, aged and wrinkled like ancient trees, twisted in anger. What infuriated Elder Su further was the sight of many disciples, aside from the few by their side, wearing expressions of agreement. Brother Sun, this is an internal matter of the beggar's sect, and all discussions should wait until Qiao has resolved the issue, Qiao Feng reiterated, steadfast in his defense of the sect. In truth, today's predicament could be easily resolved if Qiao Feng would simply ask himself, do you long for power? Haha. Well, that is enough. I have delivered my message. And now I shall take my leave, Sun Yi declared, launching himself into the air with a flourish, though no one paid him any heed. Leading to an awkward silence as all eyes turned to Qiao Feng. Do you long for power? With a seemingly casual question. Sun Yi's words resonated like a tolling bell, leaving Qiao Feng momentarily stunned. This utterance laid bare the internal strife within the beggar's sect for all to witness, resulting in a grim countenance among its upper echelons. They believed their intentions were solely for the benefit of the sect, yet found themselves at a loss for rebuttal, as they were indeed counting on Qiao Feng's resignation. Thus, their gaze collectively shifted back to him, with a deep breath to alleviate his pent-up frustration. Qiao Feng proclaimed, this staff was bestowed upon me by Master Wang. I have presided over the beggar's sect without notable achievements, yet thankfully, I have not committed any grave errors. Today, I shall step down. If there exists a worthy individual among you willing to undertake this responsibility, please come forth to accept this staff. He repeated his inquiry thrice, but silence reigned among the ranks of the beggar's sect. Bowing respectfully to the assembly, he continued, as the mountains remain steadfast and the rivers flow eternally, my dear brothers, we bid farewell. Whether I am Han or Khitan, I vow never to harm a single Han life in my days to come. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a bamboo staff was hurled towards him. It was Qiao Feng who had deftly sent the dog-whacking stick soaring back. Not long after departing from the apricot grove, Qiao Feng spotted what appeared to be a large insect approaching, a creature he had never encountered before. As the mechanical insect drew closer, he found himself transfixed. Its metallic sheen was unlike anything he had ever seen. The insect hovered slowly before him, seemingly assessing him, and after a brief moment, it emitted a voice, Sun Yi's voice. Master Qiao, it is I, Sun Yi. There were experts present earlier, hence I did not elaborate. I have pinned several questions that I would like you to ponder, and I have sent them to you via this little creature. Upon hearing this, Qiao Feng extended his hand, and the mechanical insect released a slip of paper into his grasp before swiftly ascending and vanishing from sight. Upon examining the note, Qiao Feng was taken aback and immediately employed his lightness skill to hasten in a specific direction, his demeanor betraying a hint of urgency. Following closely behind was Duan Yu, who quickly pursued him. Meanwhile, Sun Yi had another agenda, to eliminate Yunzhangqi. Now that they had arrived, it was the perfect opportunity to act. With the Xixia people stealthily ambushing the beggar's sect beneath the moonlight, Sun Yi, equipped with night vision, pinpointed Yunzhangqi's position. Seizing the moment, he discharged several rounds from his silenced rifle, successfully hitting Yunzhangqi while inadvertently wounding a nearby Xixia soldier. A startled cry echoed, jolting both sides into awareness. The beggar's sect members quickly realized the ambush by the Xixia and hastily regrouped. Upon achieving his objective, Sun Yi promptly stowed his weapon and departed. As for the members of the beggar's sect, it sufficed that he had thwarted their ambush. These bewildered fools were under the watchful eyes of Qiao Feng and the concealed Murongfu, who were both preoccupied with their own concerns. With Murongfu's intention to recruit them, it was highly improbable that they would encounter any peril. With all matters concluded, it was time to return to Mandu Villa, taking the emergency exit back through the secret chamber, leading once again to the young lady's boudoir. However, this time, a notable difference awaited him upon entering. Sun Yi was astonished to discover that he was not alone. A young woman stood before him, her expression shifting dramatically upon seeing him. Just as she was about to scream, Sun Yi expertly immobilized her with a precise pressure point technique. He swiftly carried her into the secret chamber, where the girl beheld the disheveled and bound Li Chi Luo, rendering her momentarily speechless, likely at a loss for words. Or perhaps her voice was stifled by the pressure point. "Who are you?" She finally spoke, her anger palpable, yet her tone remained tranquil, ethereal, and tinged with youthful innocence, characteristic of one in their adolescent voice change. Having been raised in seclusion, she bore an air reminiscent of the cold elegance of a certain dragon girl. A closer inspection revealed a striking resemblance to Li Chi Luo. Yet her likeness to the jade statue of the Longhuan Jade Cave was nearly identical, indicating she was indeed Wang Yuyan. It was then a natural progression that he coerced Li Chi Luo into instructing Wang Yuyan to leave a note in the room, claiming she had gone to seek Murong Fu. Subsequently, the servants of Mandu Villa did inquire about her whereabouts, seemingly convinced by Li Chi Luo's few words, which successfully dismissed them. What followed was a return to the previous regimen of alternating weighted and unweighted training. A day passed in the secret chamber, devoid of the opportunity to cultivate internal energy, effectively rendering it a confinement of sorts. Li Qingluo's emotions were evidently shifting. Her initial fervor morphed into pleas for mercy, culminating in her own capitulation and dragging her daughter into the mire of complicity. The edict of maternal authority could not be defied, and after enduring weeks of shared confinement, Wang Yuyan's psyche underwent a profound transformation, transitioning from resistance to submission. In the original narrative, Wang Yuyan was persistently infatuated with Murong Fu, largely due to the lack of concern from others, compounded by the insistence of several of Murong's retainers that she was destined to wed him. After her marriage to Duan Yu, his seemingly effortless affection only amplified her longing for Murong Fu. Having invested so much, Sun Yi appeared to have successfully won her over, at least on the surface. Li Qingluo's initial desire to acquire formidable skills for vengeance against Duan Jinchun's other mistresses and Dali gradually faded with each descent into oblivion. Even after the designated period of seclusion lapsed, Li Chi Luo announced her intention to continue the retreat alongside Wang Yuyan. This newfound experience had rendered her content, prompting her to savor the present moment without concern for the past. Even Li Qingluo's thoughts had shifted. Wang Yuyan, with the passage of time, had honed her skills. Initially compelled by her mother's decree into a state of surrender, she soon found herself devoid of any other ambitions, even commencing the practice of the subtle wuxiang technique. Yet she showed no inclination to rebel despite having acquired martial prowess. Perhaps this was what they termed Stockholm Syndrome? With the practice of dual cultivation, Sun Yi gradually infused his own energy into his meridians, transforming it slowly and endowing it with the characteristics of the lesser wuxiang kung fu's internal force. Initially, the energy, while connected to the body, lacked the capacity to propel the body towards evolution. However, once imbued with the traits of internal strength, the energy began to nourish the body through the junctions of meridians and acupoints. The life force within the meridians, when combined with external energy, generated internal power, thereby enhancing the body's potential. As this potential increased, the effectiveness of each training session was amplified, leading to a rapid rise in energy levels, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle. After Wang Yuyan commenced her martial arts training, her extraordinary talent, stemming from her inheritance of skills from Li Qiushui and Wu Yazi, coupled with her solitary practice during the day and joint training with the two others at night, resulted in remarkable progress. Given her current rate of advancement and her understanding of martial arts, it was anticipated that within a year, she would surpass others on the island. Furthermore, with the proficiency in the Lingbo Weibu technique, she was already well equipped for self-defense. The past couple of months at the Mandala Mountain Villa had been incredibly fulfilling. However, after a month of practice, Sun Yi felt unsatisfied with his progress and contemplated the most suitable individual to consult, Wu Yazi from Legu Mountain. Seizing the opportunity presented by the relationship between Li Chi Luo and Wang Yuyan, he decided to visit. This time, due to the necessity of accompanying the two women on the journey, he refrained from exercising at every opportunity, instead driving swiftly and enjoying the picturesque scenery along the route. While inquiring about directions to Legu Mountain, days passed, during which they encountered the slightly distorted Fox Fairy Palace and heard the legends of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, all of which left Li Chi Luo and Wang Yuyan in awe and reinforced the mental effects of their dual cultivation techniques. One day, Sun Yi arrived at the foot of a valley where a stone tablet stood, inscribed with Legu Mountain. Wu Yazi had set up a rare chess game, seeking to choose a remarkable young talent for inheritance while also aiming to eliminate the Xingxiu old monster. Presenting himself at this juncture, Sun Yi felt there was a good chance of success, especially given the relationship as a grandson-in-law, which made the endeavor worth pursuing. As for the Xingxiu old monster, as long as he took precautions against the poison and managed long-range attacks, there was nothing to fear. Accompanied by Wang Yuyan and Li Chi Luo, Sun Yi ventured into Legu Mountain, soaring through the air in search of a suitable location. Yet, he encountered no sign of life. Thus, he decided to be somewhat impolite. "Senior Wuyazi, I humbly request an audience." As soon as Sun Yi shouted, his voice echoed for several miles, and soon enough, a figure emerged before him. An elderly man, approximately 70 years of age, appeared in front of Sun Yi. "Young man, who are you, and how did you come to know that my master is here?" The old man's gaze, though seemingly calm, betrayed a hint of astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the nature of the entity hovering before him. Still airborne and yet to touch the ground. Before Sun Yi could respond, Li Chi Luo spoke up from behind. "I have met senior brother Su. Please take me to see my father." As she spoke, she removed her veil, causing Su Xinghe, who stood opposite her, to be momentarily taken aback. "Madam Master? No. You are junior sister Chi Luo? You must be the esteemed Mr. Su Xinghe." Sun Yi interjected humbly. "I have come seeking my family." He bowed respectfully. "Seeking family?" Su Xinghe scrutinized Sun Yi, contemplating for a moment. "Perhaps out of respect for Li Chi Luo," he said. "Then follow me." With that, Su Xinghe turned to leave. And Sun Yi hurriedly followed suit, knowing that getting out of the vehicle would make it difficult to keep pace with Li Chi Luo and her mother. As Su Xinghe noticed the car behind him, he slightly narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Yet, no matter how fast he moved, Sun Yi simply pressed the accelerator, maintaining his advantage. Although Su Xinghe felt perplexed, he did not dwell on it. Despite the oddity of Li Chi Luo leaving without attendance, he understood under the circumstances. Especially since there was no sign of coercion, and a daughter would undoubtedly harbor no ill intentions toward her father. Moments later, they arrived at a secluded corner of the valley where a hidden door awaited. The group disembarked and followed Su Xinghe into a stone chamber. The interior was dimly lit, revealing a figure suspended in midair. At first glance, he appeared to be in his 40s, exuding vitality and charm. It was Wuyazi. Only upon closer inspection did one notice the two ropes supporting him. "Junior Sun Yi, I pay my respects to Senior Wuyazi," Sun Yi proclaimed, having come to seek guidance. Thus bowing in reverence. Though lacking the beauty of Panlong, you are passably acceptable." Wuyazi's voice resonated, devoid of the frailty typical of an elderly man. Yet Sun Yi's countenance darkened at the remark, inwardly grumbling. He knew that the Xiaoao sect favored handsome disciples, but this was rather excessive. Fortunately, he deemed himself reasonably attractive. Unlike Suzhu, who was outright labeled as ugly. Wuyazi's attention shifted as Li Chi Luo and her mother entered the chamber. "Is that really a Luo? Come here so I can take a good look at you." His voice trembled with excitement. After a moment of observation, he turned to Wang Yuyan. "This must be your daughter. It is evident she resembles her grandmother in her youth." A moment of silence followed as they exchanged glances. Li Chi Luo had not seen her father since she was very young, leaving Wuyazi momentarily at a loss for words, each taking a moment to regain composure. "Yuyan, quickly. Greet your grandfather. And father, this is your granddaughter-in-law, Sun Yi." Li Chi Luo finally realized, having been caught up in her excitement, and spoke up according to their agreed relationships. "Yuyan pays her respects to grandfather." Wang Yuyan curtsied gracefully, her voice retaining its coolness, yet a trace of excitement shimmered beneath. "Sun Yi pays his respects to grandfather." Sun Yi followed suit, bowing in acknowledgement, knowing that this familial bond would facilitate his pursuit of guidance. Good. Rise. Let me take a closer look at you all. You have grown so well, becoming even more beautiful, surpassing your grandmother in her youth. Ah, you are already married. And the young man seems quite admirable. Upon closer inspection, he is rather handsome, Wuyazi remarked after scrutinizing each of them, before turning his gaze back to Sun Yi. "Young man, how did you come to know I was here on Mount Legu? Where did you hear of my reputation?" Wuyazi's excitement quickly shifted to realization that Li Chi Luo had come here primarily due to this son-in-law, as she was unaware that her father was still alive, let alone that she had sought him out. Moreover, where did you acquire the North Ming divine skill? Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Throughout his entrance into the chamber, Sun Yi had been discreetly channeling the rudimentary North Ming divine skill, hoping to attract Wuyazi's attention to his internal energy. Yet, Wuyazi's initial focus remained on Sun Yi's appearance. The North Ming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibu were obtained from the residence of a senior. Previously, I chanced upon it while lingering in the Dali Longhuan Jade cave, and after extensive searching, I discovered that you might be here. Sun Yi did not provide a detailed explanation, merely offering a vague response. The Wuyang Mountain? It appears to evoke a sense of nostalgia in Wuyazi, who, after a brief moment of surprise, was filled with reminiscence, clearly recalling the blissful days spent with Li Qiushui. The Longhuan blessed land has long been deserted. When the younger generation visited previously, it had been over a decade since anyone had inhabited the site, All that remained was a statue of the esteemed elderly Qiu Shui and an empty stone chamber. Sun Yi clarified that the matter of Li Qiu Shui having gone to the Western Xia to become a princess could not be disclosed, nor could the source of this information be revealed. As for the issue of Sun Yi taking the jade statue, that too was beyond discussion. Even she had departed? It was understandable. Her temperament would never allow her to remain in solitude. With a slight sigh, Wu Yazi cast an intrigued glance at Sun Yi and inquired, "What brings you here, enduring hardships to seek out my news?" In response, Sun Yi replied, "Dear grandfather, your son-in-law has come to practice internal skills and to allow my mother-in-law a chance to meet you, esteemed elder." Sun Yi was acutely aware that his appearance was not particularly handsome and, unlike someone who had entered through the intricacies of the Zhenlong chess game, he could only rely on connections to impress others. Moreover, Sun Yi did not demand much from the other party in terms of internal strength. He merely sought a bit of guidance. "Oh, how much do you know about our Xiaoao sect? To share your insights?" Wu Yazi inquired with curiosity, catching Su Xinghe's attention as well. "To my knowledge, my maternal grandfather is one of 3 disciples. The eldest sister resides on the misty peak of Tianshan, known as the Tianshan Tong Lao, and it is said she practices the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. The specifics of her name are not well known to me. The 3rd disciple happens to be my esteemed grandmother, who practices the lesser formless technique, while my grandfather ranks 2nd and practices the Northern Darkness divine skill. My grandmother's whereabouts remain a mystery, yet she frequently confronts the elders of Tianshan." Wu Yazi was taken aback. Within the martial world, the Xiaoao sect's reputation was not prominent, yet this young man had managed to acquire such extensive knowledge about the sect through some means. Naturally, given that Sun Yi was now his granddaughter's husband, Wu Yazi merely regarded his inquiries as a sign of affection for Wang Yuyan, feeling a sense of delight. "You certainly have a thoughtful disposition." After a moment's contemplation, Wu Yazi continued, "Since you seem well informed, you must know that my enemy is Ding Chuanqiu. I see that you have only recently begun practicing the Northern Darkness divine skill. Even if you had internal energy before, it would not be substantial now. If I were to impart my internal strength to you, do you feel confident in confronting this traitor? You need not exhaust your internal energy, elder. I am already confident in my abilities. In fact, your injuries will be fully healed within a few years." Sun Yi mused about the elixir that could elevate his combat prowess, aiming for a level above 80. He also needed to master flight to ascend to the divine realm in one fell swoop. However, Wu Yazi remained skeptical, dismissing it as mere youthful bravado. "If you doubt my words, you may accompany me outside to witness my skills." Sun Yi observed Wu Yazi's incredulous expression and felt an urge to showcase his abilities. Despite the fact that Wu Yazi had yet to voice his doubts, it was time for Sun Yi to perform. He first retrieved an electric wheelchair from the vehicle for Wu Yazi to sit in, pushing him outside. There, Sun Yi demonstrated a formidable energy wave that left Wu Yazi astounded, causing him to doubt even the Northern Darkness divine skill he had previously sensed. Wu Yazi instinctively reached out to probe Sun Ye's internal energy, but no matter how much he investigated, the reality remained unchanged. Following this, Sun Yi exhibited firearms and rocket launchers, leaving both Wu Yazi and Su Xinghe in a state of shock. After a considerable time, Su Xinghe slowly raised his head, his face etched with regret. "How foolish I am. I never realized that gunpowder could be used to create such powerful weapons. Had I begun researching these arms decades ago? Even if I could not produce weapons of this caliber, I could have at least manufactured inferior versions. With sheer numbers, I could have avenged my master's grievances long ago. Oh, how foolish I am." With that, Su Xinghe broke down in tears as the operational mechanics of these weapons reminded him of gunpowder. He was aware of the significant disparity between contemporary gunpowder weapons and Sun Ye's modern arsenal, yet he could only grasp the similarities. Su Xinghe understood little of the vast generational gap between the 2 types of weaponry. Even the most rudimentary firearms were worlds apart from existing gunpowder weapons, differing in design, purity of gunpowder, material quality, and precision of manufacture. Even if the techniques of the Xiaoao sect were advanced, achieving such feats would take decades. Not to mention the question of desire. Wu Yazi gestured, having recognized the challenges involved. He reassured Su Xinghe that there was no need for sorrow, and then appraised Sun Yi thoughtfully. In his mind, such extraordinary weaponry could only belong to a powerful faction, never suspecting it originated from another realm. "Regardless of the forces behind you, you are ultimately my granddaughter's husband," Wu Yazi mused after a moment of contemplation. "As for that traitor Ding Chuanqiu, I leave him to you. Now, I can guide you in mastering the Northern Darkness divine skill. If you bring me Ding Chuanqiu's head, I will even impart the legacies of the Lesser Wuxiang skill and the Eternal Spring skill to you. However, You must swear an oath to remain steadfastly loyal to Wang Yuyan for life. Should you break this vow, may the heavens punish you. Absolutely, Sun Yi replied, solemnly swearing. I, Sun Yi, vow to remain unwaveringly devoted to Wang Yuyan in this life and the next. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. With a smile, he concluded his declaration. Not only had he never contemplated abandonment, but even during Wang Yuyan's fleeting thoughts of Murong Fu, he had sought to redirect her affections, now with his heart wholly set on her. He could not bear the thought of losing her, especially since he had never before experienced such beauty in a partner in his previous life. Wu Yazi let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Since that is the case, you shall henceforth be a disciple of the Xiaoao sect. You will remain here for the next few months, and I will instruct you in the Northern Darkness divine skill. As for Xinghe, you shall address me as Sherbo. Yes, grandfather, Sun Yi said, turning to Su Xinghe with a respectful bow, having recognized him as his Sherbo. There's no need for such formalities between us, Su Xinghe quickly replied, stepping forward to assist Sun Yi. In the ensuing months, Sun Yi diligently followed Wu Yazi's tutelage, and his progress in mastering the Northern Darkness divine skill was remarkable, affirming that his choice was indeed wise. Practicing the skill alone had proven challenging, as many Daoist terminologies were perplexing, and he required gradual experimentation with the nuances of the Northern Darkness divine skill. It was akin to a high school student grappling with a college-level mathematics textbook. While a genius might comprehend it independently, Sun Yi did not possess such prodigious talent. However, with Wu Yazi's decades of experience steeped in the Northern Darkness divine skill, he served as a guiding mentor, ensuring Sun Yi's foundational understanding was solidified for deeper comprehension. Wu Yazi even praised Sun Yi's imaginative notion of conceptualizing his body as the Northern Darkness, with his meridians transforming into a kunping. Yet, according to Wu Yazi, Sun Yi must first establish a robust foundation before amalgamating the essence of martial arts from across the world to develop the Northern Darkness divine skill in this manner. Nevertheless, while Sun Yi's recent training had accelerated his progress significantly, reinforcing his foundational knowledge and understanding of the nature of internal energy, he still paled in comparison to Wang Yuyan. Wu Yazi remarked that among their trio of disciples, the eldest sister, Wu Xingyun, possessed the highest talent and ambition, yet even she fell short of their master, Zai Yozi. However, Wang Yuyan's innate gifts had already surpassed Wu Xingyun's, rapidly approaching the caliber of their master. Had she not begun her martial training late, she might have unified the three great skills of the Xiaoao sect, reaching Zai Yozi's level. Even so, Wang Yuyan's potential to exceed the current capabilities of Wu Yazi and his disciples was evident within the next 40 years. Whereas Wu Yazi and his peers could easily live another 40 years without diminishing their power, their strengths, however, had already reached their limits. Meaning that should Wang Yuyan continue her practice, she would inevitably become the foremost martial artist in the world within 30 years. In the realm of Tianlong, Sun Yi had previously contemplated that, upon leaving, the individuals most likely to assist him without repercussions would be Xiao Feng and Wang Yuyan. Initially, he believed Wang Yuyan would be beneficial during the early stages of his martial training, potentially surpassing the limits of the Tianlong world. Yet, based on her demonstrated talent, it was clear she would also provide immense support in the later stages. Consequently, Sun Yi decided to descend the mountain once more, this time accompanied by Li Qi Luo and Wang Yuyan, with the intention of visiting Little Mirror Lake, hoping to prevent Xiao Feng from harboring any regrets. The initial hints provided by Sun Yi were not particularly unreasonable. They merely posed 3 questions. The first queried whether the Xixiao people would lie in wait to ambush the beggars sect during their night journey here. The second raised the concern that if someone were to directly destroy the signatures on the letters, would there be individuals willing to resort to murder to silence your adoptive parents and thwart your quest for vengeance? The third required a careful consideration of the ages and statuses of notable figures within the martial world, questioning who, 30 years ago, possessed the qualifications to orchestrate an ambush. It is evident that Xiao Feng, having reached such a level of development, is certainly no fool. As for the portrayal in the original text, it undoubtedly stemmed from an overwhelming sense of hatred. With Sun Yi's prior hints, Xiao Feng, upon encountering Duan Yu, quickly recognized the discrepancies in age and identity. Thus, when Sun Yi arrived at the scene, he merely witnessed Xiao Feng rescuing Duan Yu from the clutches of the 2 nefarious figures, Duan Yanqing and Yu Laosan. After clarifying the situation, Xiao Feng took his leave, with the only additional scene being Zhu's acknowledgement of her kinship following Aziz's revelation, thereby eliminating any lingering regrets related to unfulfilled promises. Naturally, Duan Yanqing was not merely accompanied by Yu Laosan. who was now Yu Lao, but also brought along several new lackeys of unknown origin. Otherwise, they might not have been able to contend with Duan Yu and the 4 great bodyguards. Sun Yi did not make an appearance, for it was still ill-timed to meet with Duan Yu. As for Li Chi Luo, she seemed to exhibit no particular reaction. Instead, she intensified her efforts in the evening, even enlisting Wang Yuyin for on-site instruction, which nearly brought Sun Yi to his end. The prospect of encountering Xiao Feng was equally bleak, as he certainly could not take the other away at this juncture. It would be prudent to wait until Xiao Feng intervened to halt the conflict with Song Liao, thereby preventing any self-destructive actions, and, if fortune allowed, to accompany Xiao Feng away. Of course, with the Zhu still alive, it remained uncertain whether Xiao Feng would still contemplate self-harm. Yet it was certain he would intervene in the Song Liao war. On his return journey, Sun Yi did not feel any particular urgency, especially concerning Li Qingluo. Whether she approached with gentleness or firmness, or a combination of both, it was imperative to navigate the situation with care, coupled with leisurely excursions amidst the mountains and rivers. This past fortnight had been filled with untrammeled joy. Until one fateful noon, while dining at an inn, he overheard a conversation regarding the imminent Mr. Song Bian, who was to convene the Tianlong chess tournament at Drum Mountain in 2 months' time. Sun Yi was suddenly taken aback, realizing it would be prudent to return. After all, he did not want Wu Yazi's inner strength to be leaked. Wu Yazi was, after all, his esteemed father-in-law, and his assistance would be invaluable once they reached the Dragon Ball world for healing. Faced with an issue, one must seek a resolution. Sun Yi promptly conferred with Li Chi Luo and her daughter, discussing the urgency of their return to Legu Mountain. That evening, he found himself quite restless, knowing that once they returned, he could no longer indulge himself as freely. Sun Yi had accumulated numerous questions regarding his cultivation, and with a fervent desire to return home. He awoke the following noon and arrived at Legu Mountain within 2 hours. He sincerely presented his inquiries to Wu Yazi, most of which he had contemplated in great detail, requiring Wu Yazi to respond thoughtfully. By the time all questions were addressed, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Sun Yi recalled his earlier plan, coinciding with the fact that Li Chi Luo and her daughter had completed the ground-leveling tasks during the day. To subtly dissuade Wu Yazi from the notion of imparting his skills, Sun Yi promptly produced a housing capsule. Instantly, a modern 4-bedroom, 3-living-room house materialized before them, astonishing both Wu Yazi and Su Xinghe, regardless of the amused expressions of Li Chi Luo and her daughter, who covered their mouths to stifle laughter. Sun Yi opened the electronic door, inviting the 2 gentlemen inside to experience modern living facilities for a couple of days. Wu Yazi, having spent only 1 night within, soon acknowledged that even though the techniques of the Shaoao sect could create wonders like the Longhuan Jade Cave, they could not replicate such conveniences in daily life. Consequently, he began to express skepticism regarding Sun Ye's claims of healing. However, regarding Sun Ye's progress over the past month, Wu Yazi remained somewhat dissatisfied, often making sarcastic remarks. Did you truly just go out to enjoy the scenery? Have you not practiced your martial arts? It seems you had quite a delightful time, he admonished, while Su Xinghe pushed him along in his wheelchair. Not at all. We have been diligently training, Sun Yi replied. Sun also remarked, contemplating that having fun was indeed accurate. Wang Yuyin nodded beside him. During this period, her mood had transformed significantly from initial sorrow to a more reserved demeanor, and eventually, under the affectionate care of Wu Yazi and Sun Yi, she had regained some semblance of the lively spirit typical of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. This shift was considerable, at least rendering her more vivacious. Wu Yazi, unfazed, quietly observed the two, feeling quite content within. Wang Yuyin's change in mindset was the best testament to her well-being. After all, with the love of elders above, even if Sun Yi occasionally exhibited a hint of male chauvinism, his modern sensibilities far surpassed those of 99 of men in ancient times. Meanwhile, during the wait for the gathering, Su Xinghe had summoned his 8 disciples back to the Deaf-Mute Valley, known collectively as the 8 Friends of Hangu. They were, the eldest, Qin Dian, Kong Guangling, a master of the Guqin; the second, Gmo, Fan Bailing, a strategist in Go; the third, Shu Dai, Go Du, an invincible theoretical scholar; the fourth, Wak Wang, Wu Lingjun, a virtuoso of painting; the fifth, Shen Yi, Xuemu Hua, a medical prodigy known as the King of Hell's adversary, whose reputation alone ensured the widespread acclaim of the upcoming chess match; the sixth, the skilled craftsman, Feng San, who regrettably had not conceived of gunpowder weaponry; the seventh, the flower enthusiast, Shi Qinglu, a master gardener; and the eighth, the drama aficionado, Li Kuelai, enamored with theatrical scripts. These 8, prioritizing their secondary pursuits over martial prowess, found themselves unable to contend with Ding Chuanqiu, thus failing to avenge their grievances. In the context of the game, they were akin to characters whose secondary skills reached maximum levels while their primary levels lagged behind, resulting in their collective punishment of preparing for the gathering. Every morning, in the open space before the Deaf-Mute Valley, a young girl clad in white practiced the Lingbo Weibu, executing various techniques with her hands, sometimes heavy and profound, at other times light and ethereal. This was the Tianzhanjime hand, recently taught to Wang Yuyan by Weiyazi. Each technique was unpredictable, and with repeated practice combined with the agile movements of the Shaoao school as martial arts, her form appeared almost celestial. Although the Tianzhanjime hand comprised only 6 techniques, it encapsulated the essence of the Shaoao school's martial arts, blending palm techniques, grappling, and the skills of diverse weaponry such as swords, knives, whips, spears, and axes into intricate variations. Only a prodigy like Wang Yuyan, well-versed in the martial arts of the world, could assimilate such mastery in a relatively short time. This girl was indeed Wang Yuyan, and Weiyazi was determined not to burden her with labor. Rather, he entrusted her with the task of diligently honing her skills to solidify her foundation. She was remarkably gifted, not disappointing Weiyazi, as she rapidly developed her skills learned from him, even making swift progress in her internal energy training with Sun Ye's assistance. Within only a few months of practice, her internal strength had nearly caught up with Mu Wanqing's, but the disparity in their overall abilities remained vast. With her top-tier martial skills, she could even contend with someone like Duan Yu. After all, the Lingbo Weibu consumed only physical strength instead of internal energy, serving as a form of dynamic training. As for the other exceptional techniques of the Shaoao school, such as the Tianshanlu Yang Palm, Baiong Palm, and Baiming Divine Skill, as well as the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique, they had all been imparted to Wang Yuyan, albeit with the stipulation that she refrained from practicing them until her internal energy reached a certain threshold. Sun Yu found himself in a predicament. Although he could acquire certain things from his wife, they were only in private. To possess them openly, he would need to eliminate Ding Chuanqiu first, or perhaps bring the notion of living off his spouse into the public sphere. Soon, amidst the rapid progress of Sun Yi and Wang Yuyan, 2 months passed, leading to the scene of the Deaf-Mute Valley's chess competition. The 3 small wooden houses that once housed Weiyazi and others were replaced by a grand hall, brought by Sun Yi, featuring a chess setup identical to the one in the Longhuan Fudi. Pine trees filled the valley, and as the mountain breeze swept through, the sound of the pines resembled waves. The hall was situated at a bend in the valley road, and stepping closer revealed a breathtaking view. The number of young heroes invited from the martial world was not large, exceeding 10, but with the addition of some renowned figures and representatives from major sects, the total attendance might reach 40 or even 80. Thus, after much deliberation, Sun Yi chose this grand hall. Its hemispherical architectural style, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball world, harmonized beautifully with the natural scenery of the valley, creating a unique ambience. Inside, seats were arranged, and nearby, several newly constructed wooden pavilions surrounded manicured lawns, offering a sense of nature in every movement. From morning, martial artists began to arrive at the venue, greeted by the leaders of the Hangyu 8 Friends, Kong Guangling and Xuan Muhua, who guided them into the hall, where the remaining members of the Hangyu 8 Friends assisted in the reception. Finally, they were approaching the Deaf-Mute Valley. From afar, a booming voice could be heard, prompting Fan Bailing to step forward, having recognized the voice. Naturally, Sun Yi was also present and intended to greet any acquaintances. However, he preferred not to inherit the Shaoao sect. Otherwise, he would have been at the forefront with Xuanmu Hua to welcome the guests. Weiyazi, on the other hand, was quite eager for Sun Yi to take over. But Sun Yi was resolute. He only wished to master the Shaoao sect skills and saw no need to inherit it. Wasn't it preferable to traverse through time and space alone? Before long, Fan Bailing arrived with the guests to the hall for a brief respite, introducing a few unfamiliar faces while familiar ones settled down for casual conversation, awaiting further arrivals. Some guests, eager to engage, began to analyze the chessboard, and before long, they took their places opposite Su Xinghe to begin their match, which Su Xinghe welcomed without hesitation. As one match commenced, many others gathered to observe. At this moment, Li Qingluo arrived with Yuyan. Yet, everyone's focus remained on the chessboard, with only a few noticing their entrance, and fortunately, they wore veils, rendering them less conspicuous. Thus, only Sun Yi approached them. Subsequently, several individuals from prominent martial families arrived, akin to Murong Fu's lineage. On the surface, Wu Yizi appeared to acquiesce to Sun Ye's suggestions, planning to treat their injuries overseas in 3 to 4 years, leaving only Su Xinghe and others within Song's territory to preserve their martial legacy. Naturally, they could only speak of overseas, as mentioning another world would likely be met with disbelief. This gathering could also be seen as the selection of a legitimate heir to the Xiaoao sect. After all, the past few decades had demonstrated the dire importance of martial prowess, as evidenced by Su Xinghe expelling his disciples due to his inadequacies. Thus, the exquisite chess game served merely as a supplementary evaluative tool. Failure therein would not be of great consequence. By noon, the invited young heroes from the martial world had gradually arrived. Notably, Morongfu was excluded from the assessment, as his singular focus on national restoration rendered him unsuitable for the Xiaoyao sect's legacy. Nonetheless, the primary aim of the inheritance did not necessitate inviting only a select few. Several renowned figures from the martial world, such as Duan Yu, Morongfu, and Jamozi, were also included, albeit they were considered notable figures rather than young talents. In comparison to Wu Yizi, they were undoubtedly regarded as juniors. While the chess matches unfolded, a sudden commotion erupted at the valley entrance. Moments later, a servant reported that the notorious Ding Chunxiu was approaching, prompting Xue Muhua to call for assistance. Instantly, Fan Bailing and others wore grave expressions, preparing to exit the valley for support, but Sun Yi, smiling, halted them. It is more crucial for several seniors to remain here to host. Only I and Brother Fan shall proceed. With that, he turned to fetch a sniper rifle and handed it to Fan Bailing. During the 2 months of preparations, upon returning, the Hangyu 8 friends had trained with firearms as per Sun Ye's instructions. Fan Bailing, with his foundation in hidden weapons, was the most steady and accurate shooter among them. Brother, you have prior experience with this rifle and are the fastest and most accurate among your peers. Thus, it is you who shall accompany me to confront Ding Chunxiu. Bringing this matter to a close, Fan Bailing and the others sighed in relief at the sight of the firearm, having witnessed its power firsthand. Even an ordinary person wielding it could pose a remote threat to someone like Ding Chunxiu, let alone in the capable hands of the nearly first-rate Fan Bailing. With Sun Yi also armed, their combined assault would surely eliminate the villainous Ding Chunxiu. Minutes later, Sun Yi and Fan Bailing reached the valley entrance, where they spotted a group of eccentric figures standing nearby, slowly advancing while playing music. As the melody drew closer, they paused several paces away, lining up in formation, some wielding gongs and drums, while others held long banners adorned with sycophantic phrases. In unison, a few announced, "The old immortal of the stars has descended upon the central plains. Former disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, rise and kneel." As their voices faded, the drums pounded thrice, followed by a resounding gong, and dozens chorused, "We humbly invite the old immortal of the stars." Accompanied by music reminiscent of a festive dance, Ding Chunxiu strode forward, halting a few paces from Kong Guangling and Xue Muhua, with his disciples from the Starry Sky sect trailing 5 meters behind. In his hand, he twirled a feather fan, his complexion rosy, with a crown of white hair framing his youthful visage, the sunlight casting an appealing glow upon him. At a glance, Ding Chunxiu recognized 3 individuals among those at the valley entrance as his own nephews, albeit of lesser martial prowess. The remaining figures, discernible by their attire, were merely servants, unworthy of mention. With a flick of his fan, he directed his attention towards a Shaolin monk, proclaiming, "Dear nephew Muhua, if you can heal that portly Shaolin monk Hui Jing, I shall spare your life, but you must pledge allegiance to me and join the Starry Sky sect." A Shaolin monk? It appeared he had captured the monk with the ice silkworm. Otherwise, this old rogue would not be so benevolent. Xue Muhua, feeling the weight of Ding Chunxiu's disregard for the assembled crowd, was gripped by fear, but an encouraging pat from Sun Yi roused him. Igniting a spark of determination within him, Sun Yi exerted pressure on Xue Muhua's hand, restraining him from losing his composure, and seamlessly took over the conversation. "Old rogue, have you come here today seeking your demise? You even brought along a band. How very thoughtful of you." Sun Yi weighed the pistol in his hand and distributed one to both Kong Guangling and Xue Muhua. He then scrutinized Ding Chunxiu and the disciples of the Starry Sky sect, remaining vigilant against any potential poison that Ding might unleash. Ding Chunxiu coldly inquired, "Who are you to dare to boast before me? Are you not the disciple of Su Xinghe?" Xue Muhua replied, "Only a scoundrel, lower than a beast, would harbor thoughts of betraying one's master and ancestors." Upon hearing this, both Kong Guangling and Fan Bailing erupted in applause, and a few cheers echoed from behind the disciples of the Starry Sky sect. "I am not," Yet I shall still address you as Sherboa, he added. Sun Yi replied and carefully observed the disciples of the Starry Lodge behind him, noticing the bound Bao Butong, Feng Bo Yi, and several unfamiliar monks. Ding Chuanxiu remarked, Excellent, excellent. You are all obedient disciples of Su Xinghe. However, Su Xinghe previously expressed his fears of me causing you trouble and informed me that he had expelled all 8 of you from the sect. Does the surname Su's word hold no weight? Is he still clandestinely retaining this master-disciple relationship? Fan Bai Ling responded, once a disciple, forever like a father. Our master indeed expelled all 8 of us from the sect. Over the years, we have not once set foot in his residence to pay our respects. Nor has he received us. Yet, our reverence for him has never diminished in the slightest. It is because of you, Ding, that we have become solitary souls without a master to rely upon. If you were to be removed today, we would naturally return to our master as fold. Behind them, Kong Guangling and the others united in denouncing Ding Chuanxiu, preparing themselves with their handguns drawn, ready to disengage the safeties. After all, their opponent was the venomous Ding, and caution was warranted. Ding Chuanxiu chuckled, also preparing himself, and said, It seems that my esteemed disciples have made considerable progress in their martial arts. Do you have some backing? Has your master acquired the true teachings of the sect? Ah, splendid, splendid. Speak for yourselves. Does Xinghe still count as your master? As he spoke, Ding cast a glance towards Sun Yi, possibly seeking support from him. Upon hearing this, Kong Guangling and the others realized that should they not renounce their ties to Su Xinghe, Ding Chuanxiu would strike without hesitation. However, the bond of master and disciple was profound. How could they betray it out of fear? Furthermore, who could say who would perish today? Kong Guangling suddenly proclaimed, Brothers, let us strike together and put an end to that old rogue Ding, avenging the grievances of decades. Xuemu Hua echoed, Once we have vanquished that old rogue Ding, I shall certainly tend to this master's wounds. Behind the disciples of the Starry Lodge stood 7 monks from Shaolin Temple, including Xian Nan, as well as 4 from the Murong Manor of Suzhou, such as Deng Baichuan, all of whom had fallen victim to Ding Chuanxiu's schemes and were now apprehensive yet somewhat elated upon witnessing the scene. Those who were anxious had heard of the formidable reputation of the 8 friends of Hanggu and had even interacted with some of them. While their martial prowess was not to be underestimated, collectively they might still struggle against Ding Chuanxiu, for poison does not discriminate by number. Those who felt joy, however, recognized that they were near the sanctuary of the Deaf and Mute Valley. Within their stronghold, they likely held some hidden cards, not to mention that the others appeared to be brimming with confidence. Kong Guangling, Fan Bai Ling, and the others erupted into wild laughter, roaring, Prepare to meet your end. Old rogue Ding. Sun Yi followed up with a phrase that no one at the scene could comprehend. Master, we are eating dung. As he spoke, several individuals simultaneously pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage from 2 rifles and 2 handguns towards the elder of the Starry Sky sect, Ding Chuanxiu. Upon hearing their shouts, Ding Chuanxiu was instantly consumed by fury. Before their words had fully escaped their lips, he had already taken action, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift flick of his left robe sleeve, he sent forth a vibrant green phosphorescent flame towards Kong Guangling and the others, which then split into 4 streams, darting towards each of them. However, before the phosphorescent flames could travel far, they were scattered by the bullets fired from the group. The initial bullets were also slightly diverted in their trajectory by the internal force surrounding the phosphorescent flames, narrowly grazing Ding Chuanxiu's body and striking down 2 of the Starry Sky sect disciples in an instant. The remaining disciples continued to jeer, proclaiming, Master has merely unleashed a small branch of his power, yet you burn like roasted pigs. Why do you not kneel and surrender? Our master possesses boundless capabilities, unprecedented in history, and today he shall demonstrate the might of the Starry Sky sect to you, mere swine of the Central Plains. Our master is invincible in battle, overcoming all foes, and heroes from both ancient and modern times tremble before him. At the rear, Bao Butong shouted, Nonsense. Utter nonsense. I am mortified. Ding the old scoundrel. Your skin is truly thick. Before Bao Budong's words had faded, 2 disciples of the Starry Sky sect approached, intent on teaching him a lesson for being bound. Yet, as they turned, they beheld their companions scattering in fear, with some even kneeling in desperate pleas for mercy. Looking ahead, the techniques of the carefree sect were characterized by lightness and elegance. Ding Chuanxiu, with his youthful visage and white hair, resembled a celestial being. Yet, his time of ease was short-lived. In a fleeting moment, he was struck in the leg by a bullet. Following that, in an attempt to shield a vital area, He was hit again, blood seeping from his garment as he collapsed to the ground, only to be further riddled with bullets that shattered his limbs. However, the trio of brothers had momentarily united in purpose, resulting in Ding Chuanxiu sustaining a total of 6 bullet wounds in his previously unscathed hand and leg. In addition to the 2 shots he received prior to his fall, the 3 brothers exchanged knowing smiles, unanimously agreeing that it would be best to subdue Ding Chuanxiu and deal with him in the Great Hall. Sun Yi observed as they dealt with Ding Chuanxiu, then lost interest. He rolled his eyes, realizing that if one were to act, it must be decisively, leaving no room for future troubles. The members of the Xingxiu sect, particularly the leading few, were individuals who could not be spared, as they had long been complicit in Ding Chuanxiu's nefarious deeds. With a few precise long-range shots, he took down the one who was sprinting ahead. Following that, the task was to track down the remaining ones scattering in all directions. Kong Guangling and others, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hurried to assist. Once they had dealt with the fleeing, only those who were left kneeling and pleading for mercy remained. Sun Yi issued a solemn warning before these individuals restrained Ding Chuanxiu, compelling him to follow Kong Guangling and Fan Bailey to the venue of the Tianlong chess tournament, where he was entrusted to Weiyazi, thereby fulfilling a wish of the latter. Sun Yi also handed a rifle to Kong Guangling, just in case. Meanwhile, the 7 monks from Shaolin Temple and 4 individuals, including Deng Baichuan from the Murong clan of Suzhou, were left in sheer disbelief at the existence of such terrifying weaponry in the world. The 4 merely needed to press a few buttons to incapacitate Ding Chuanxiu, a figure renowned in the martial world. Did this mean that there was no longer a need to cultivate martial arts? Was there any purpose in training if it could be rendered obsolete? Was it merely left for the sake of health? With numerous questions lingering in their minds, the 11 individuals were gradually rescued and attended to by Xuan Muhua, who noted that their injuries varied and required distinct treatments. Due to the lack of complete medical supplies on site, Xuan Muhua invited them to enter the valley for further assistance. Since they were also interested in participating in the chess tournament, the group of more than a dozen followed closely behind Kong, Guangling, and others, leisurely making their way into the Silent Valley. As they conversed, the party had already entered the gorge. As Sun Yi arrived, he witnessed the 7 disciples of the Hangyu 8 friends, excluding Xuan Muhua, kneeling before Su Xingha. Upon seeing this, Xuan Muhua, disregarding the need to attend to the patient, joined them in kneeling. Today, the traitor Ding Chuanxiu has been eliminated. We beseech you, Master, to allow us to return to the sect. The 8 of them remained kneeling on the ground. Sun Yi glanced around and noticed that opposite Su Shibua at the exquisite chessboard sat Duan Yu. Before Sun Yi could utter a word, he observed Duan Yu let out a long sigh, shaking his head as he remarked, "The intricacies of the chess game laid out by the esteemed elder are indeed profound. I, as a latecomer, cannot fathom them." Witnessing Su Xingha's triumph, Duan Yu's expression was tinged with regret, exclaiming, "Your thoughts in this game are astutely meticulous. These numerous moves have reached an exceptionally high realm, yet alas, you have not delved deeper. Such a pity, such a pity." Su Xingha repeated the word pity 4 times, his disappointment palpable. The 2 then picked up their respective pieces, restoring the board to its original state. Duan Yu, lost in contemplation, retreated to the side, gazing intently at the chessboard for a while. Casting his eyes around, his mood suddenly shifted. Just as Sun Yi departed, Yu Yin and Murong Fu met, removing their veils to converse. Yu Yin displayed no particular emotions. Having gained more insights alongside her mother, she had come to terms with her circumstances. Since both she and her mother had followed the same person, what was there left to be unsettled? Murong Fu, too, said little. Even upon seeing Wang Yu Yin styled as a lady, he was merely surprised, his pride slightly wounded, but devoid of any genuine regret. After all, his previous concern for Wang Yu Yin was solely due to the secrets of the Longhuan Jade Cave, having deciphered them. He was now merely curious about her choice of husband and how it might assist his ambitions for restoring his country. In the midst of this, Duan Yu caught sight of him, his heart filled with astonishment. After finishing the game, he rushed to seek out the fairy sister, hurrying towards Wang Yu Yin. As for Li Qingluo, she was also spotted by Duan Yu, whom he regarded simply as the sister of the fairy sister, not delving deeper. Immersed in his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Fairy sister, how I have missed you." After a moment of emotional fervor, Duan Yu suddenly bowed, declaring, "Disciple Duan Yu pays his respects to the master." Had it not been for the 4 guards obstructing him, he might have prostrated himself. Fortunately, After these days of marital life, Yu Yin had undergone some transformation. At the very least, her demeanor differed from Li Qiushui's, though she still bore a striking resemblance. "Who are you? Why do you act thus?" Yu Yin inquired, her face alight with surprise. She had never encountered this person before. Why did he refer to her as master? Was he perhaps out of his mind? "I am Duan Yu," he began, but before he could recount the events of the Longhuan blessed land in full, he was interrupted by Sun Yi. "There is no need for further elaboration, young Master Duan." Sun Yi stepped forward and proclaimed, "You are the eldest son of the Duke of Dali, while Yu Yin is the biological daughter of my esteemed mother-in-law and the Duke." The implication was unmistakable. "This is your sister." Duan Yu stood there, utterly bewildered, scarcely able to believe his ears. As he recalled the jest made by Mu Wanqing and Sun Yi in the valley of the Wuliang sect, his emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. The four great guards were equally astonished, yet upon reflecting on Duan Zhengquan's character and casting a glance at Li Qingluo's beauty, realization dawned upon them. Li Qingluo, standing nearby, was unfazed by Sun Ye's revelation. She merely rolled her eyes at him in a subtle manner. After all, since her last encounter with Duan Zhengquan, she had gleaned from Sun Ye's words that he was privy to her circumstances. Yu Yin, however, was profoundly shocked. She turned to her mother, seeking confirmation. Li Qingluo promptly nodded, thereby affirming Sun Ye's statement. Meanwhile, Morong Fu maintained a facade of composure. Yet feelings of regret welled up within him. Had he known of this connection, he would have sought to ally himself with Wang Yu Yin directly. Such a lineage could prove immensely advantageous for his ambitions of restoring his nation. Sun Yi observed the expressions of those individuals and found it rather amusing. A single sentence had the power to captivate several people, reflecting the myriad facets of life. Sun Yi added, "As for the statue you observed in the cave, it is the creation of Mr. Wu Yizi, the grandfather of Yu Yin, who is now 93 years old. The model for the statue is Yu Yin's grandmother, Li Qiushui, who is currently 91. Duan Yu was utterly distraught. The enchanting figure he had long admired was now represented by a woman of 91 years. Merely envisioning her current appearance left his emotions in a tumultuous state, indescribably complex, for he was indeed a connoisseur of beauty. While Duan Yu grappled with his emotional turmoil, Sun Yi merely took Yu Yin by the hand and approached Su Xing. He at the chessboard. "Master, Ding Chunxiu has already arrived. If we deal with him today, you will officially take in the 8 senior brothers, and the legacy of the Xiaoyao sect shall be entrusted to you. Yu Yin and I will return to my hometown after some time, and we cannot carry on the teachings of the Xiaoyao sect." Sun Yi, in a bid to persuade, was joined by Master Xianan of Shaolin, who had a prior acquaintance with Su Xinghe. "Very well, in that case, I shall wait until after the Grand Assembly to formally reinstate you 8 into our fold. All shall be announced once the master emerges." "Yes," the 8 responded in unison, their faces alight with anticipation as they awaited the final proclamation. Among the 8 friends of Hangyu, the second disciple Fan Bailing, an avid chess enthusiast, had previously focused solely on the prospect of rejoining the sect. Following this event, he observed the chessboard from a distance. Having previously witnessed Duan Yu's attempts to decipher the intricacies of Asianlong setup orchestrated by Su Xinghe, which proved impenetrable. "Everyone rise," commanded Su Xinghe. "Bailing, this Shenlong is of utmost significance. Come forth and examine it closely. If you can unravel its complexities, it would be an extraordinary feat." Fan Bailing, filled with joy, swiftly rose and approached the chessboard, his gaze fixed intently. Meanwhile, several young talents continued to take the stage, including Morong Fu, Jamozi, and Duan Yanqing, yet none succeeded, becoming ensnared in the labyrinth of their own lives through the game, only to be rescued by others in their direst moments. When Fan Bailing finally took his turn, he too succumbed to the enchantment, staggering and spitting blood before he could escape the illusion. Su Xinghe, however, showed no mercy during the game. Ding Chunqiu scoffed. "This old rogue has set traps meant to torment and kill. Bailing, you have willingly walked into your own demise." He was acutely aware that escape was unlikely. Hence he sought no mercy. Su Xinghe cast a sidelong glance at him. "What do you call the master? If he is an old rogue, then I shall call him as such." Ding Chunqiu showed no sign of reticence. Knowing he was doomed, he was restrained by disciples of the Xingshou sect. Having been stripped of all poisons and immobilized, though several had perished in the process, the final outcome remained unchanged. Thus, he chose to find solace in mere words. Su Xinghe's expression remained unchanged as he remarked, The deaf-mute elder is neither deaf nor mute today. You must surely understand the reason. Ding Chuanxiu's eyes darted. You rely on external forces to be so brazen. Dare to face me one-on-one when you are ready. He sought to provoke Su Xinghe in hopes of seizing a fleeting chance of survival. You are a traitor to the sect, having once harmed the master. Your fate is for him to determine. Su Xinghe declared before retreating indoors to slowly push Wuyazi out. What? That old rogue is still alive? Ding Chuanxiu exclaimed in shock, suddenly realizing the implication of Su Xinghe's earlier words. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Su Xinghe was now over 70. And while a few formidable elders in the martial world might live to their 80s, reaching 90 was indeed rare, especially given the context of their conversation suggesting he had been injured. After all, even with careful cultivation, who in the martial world had not been wounded? Thus, those who lived to old age were often from prominent sects, having been shielded from the perils of battle in their youth. As Wuyazi emerged, the astonishment grew. Although seated in a finely crafted wheelchair, which intrigued onlookers, it was not powered, thus not overly remarkable. What truly astonished them was Wuyazi's appearance. His face was as radiant as a jade mask, devoid of wrinkles, with only a few strands of white hair at his temples. At first glance, he appeared to be a man in his 40s. Had they not heard from Sun Yi that Wuyazi was over 90 and witnessed Su Xinghe personally pushing him out, along with the 8 friends of Hangu kneeling before him, none would have believed he was in his 90s. Ding Chuanxiu was the most astonished, struggling vehemently as he shouted, "Old rogue, I clearly cast you down the cliff. How are you still alive?" "Why?" Su Xinghe paid him no mind, addressing the crowd. "This Xinlong chess game was devised by my esteemed master. He devoted 3 years of his heart and soul to its creation, hoping that a discerning mind among the contemporary chess practitioners would unravel it. For 30 years, I have diligently studied it, yet I have not been able to comprehend it fully." As he spoke, he surveyed Xianan, Duan Yu, Fan Bailing, and others, continuing, "As you all know, even an 8 or 9-year-old prodigy can occasionally triumph over top-tier masters in chess. Though I have not grasped it, there are many talented individuals in the world who may yet succeed. Thus, we convened this Tianlong chess meeting to fulfill my master's wish before his departure." Su Xinghe added, "My junior, who once betrayed the sect and cast the master down the cliff, has survived only due to the master's formidable inner strength. Today, with the righteous martial artists present, we shall rid the sect of this traitor, and I ask you all to bear witness." "Well said, well said. Removing such a villain is a great service to the martial world," the crowd agreed, eager to see justice served, especially since they were not required to act themselves. Xianan and others were rescued from Ding Chuanxiu by Kong Guangling and his companions, which only bolstered their support. Only Duan Yu remained silent, not out of compassion, but because he was entranced by Wang Yuyan, his yearning intensified by the brother-sister relationship that rendered her unattainable. Wuyazi then spoke. "Now that Ding Chuanxiu has been captured, it is time to avenge this great wrong." He pointed at Ding Chuanxiu, saying, "Years ago, you betrayed the sect in pursuit of its profound martial arts. Today, I shall conclude this matter using our sect's palm techniques." With that, Wuyazi raised his barely mobile hand, prompting Su Xinghe to step forward. "Xinghe, bring me some wine," he requested. "Yes," Su Xinghe responded promptly, hastening to fetch it and pour it into Wuyazi's hand. Sun Yi applauded, exclaiming, "Marvelous." Having procured the wine, it was only natural to utilize the life and death talisman. He instructed, "Yuyan, pay close attention. The next lesson is the Tianshan's 6 yang palms that your grandfather taught you." Wuyazi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed. It is the auxiliary application of the Tianshan's 6 yang palms, the life and death talisman. Yuyan, take heed." Behind them, Kong Guangling, Fan Bailing, and others cheered loudly, declaring, "Today, the master displays his extraordinary prowess, subduing Ding Chuanxiu, ensuring that the old rogue suffers a fate unbefitting him, thus alleviating our grievances." At that moment, Wuyazi subtly channeled his internal energy through his right palm, reversing the North Ming. In no time, the wine within his palm transformed into shards of ice. His right hand trembled rapidly as he struck 3 swift blows. Ding Chuanxiu sensed the impending doom upon seeing the wine, an instinctive dread creeping in, forewarning him of forthcoming torment. Suddenly, a chilling gust enveloped him, startling him. Several acupoints on his body turned icy. His limbs were already broken, and his own disciples sealed his acupoints, rendering him incapable of resistance. Seeing Ding Chunxiu remain still, Wu Yizi understood and commanded the nearby Xingxiu disciples, "You, release Ding Chunxiu's acupoints, then be gone. Your presence is no longer required here." "Yes, yes," they replied, acknowledging their master's immense power, easily dealing with Ding Chunxiu as if it were a trivial matter. With malicious intent, they dared to challenge the brilliance of the sun and moon with mere candlelight. The Grand Master of the free and unfettered sect, whose virtues matched the heavens, struck awe across the world, unparalleled through the ages. The disciples of the Xingxiu sect hurriedly rushed out, kneeling before Wu Yizi, pleading for acceptance. While the sounds of flutes and drums filled the air, their praises creating a cacophony of reverence. This eagerness stemmed largely from the fact that most who had fled previously had met their demise, leaving only those who had remained during the last encounter, now uninclined to escape. As Ding Chunxiu's acupoints were released, an unbearable itch overcame him, prompting an involuntary ah to escape his lips. In an instant, he felt an intense itch at 7 acupoints: K-Pen, Tianshu, Tiantu, Tianquan, Tianju, Shundao, and Jishur, akin to countless ants gnawing at his flesh. The icy shards infused with Wu Yizi's internal energy penetrated his body, dissipating while leaving the energy to stir within his meridians, stirring up a tempest. Although he attempted to suppress it, the itching only intensified. Wu Yizi spoke. "Once the life and death talisman activates, it escalates in severity day by day, with excruciating itching and pain increasing for 81 days, then gradually receding, only to surge again after that, perpetually cycling without end." Ding Chunxiu, with his limbs incapacitated, found himself unable to alleviate the relentless itch. Even with the upper half of his body still capable of movement, the incessant itch overshadowed the pain, rendering him helpless to scratch and amplifying his discomfort. He rolled on the ground, desperately licking the antidotes spilled from his robe, hastily channeling his energy to hasten their absorption, yet to no avail. The itch only grew more unbearable. Before long, Ding Chunxiu could no longer endure it, rolling about in agony, crying out, "I am dying from the itch. I can't take it anymore." His cries became increasingly pitiful. Unable to hold back, he quickly begged for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me." The assembled crowd, witnessing this youthful visage of a once esteemed martial artist now reduced to a wretched state, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of horror as they heard his anguished cries, which echoed in a nightmarish cycle. Even the 8 friends of Hangu were visibly disturbed, having only heard tales of the life and death talisman from their master, never witnessing such a spectacle. Only Li Qing Luo and Su Xing he maintained their composure, while Sun Yi furrowed his brow. After all, in their combined lifetimes, they had never encountered someone suffering to this degree. However, the scene was too grim for them to oppose. Sun Yi merely suggested to his fellow disciples, "Xue Shixiang, now that the matter has been settled, let us escort him away. There are many martial artists present. The assembly must take precedence." Master Xiannan remarked, "Well said, well said, esteemed elder. If Ding Chunxiu has offended you, perhaps granting him a swift end would be more merciful than allowing him to endure such torment." Sun Yi took over the conversation. The master, with a heart as compassionate as a bodhisattva, pleaded for mercy even for Ding Chunxiu, who had stripped him of his martial prowess. "Yet, this man caused my grandfather to plummet off a cliff, rendering him paralyzed for over 30 years. Such a heinous act must not go unpunished. Moreover, I have come across a saying that resonates with the master's wisdom. Do not advise others to be virtuous unless you have endured their suffering. It would be unwise to impose the standards of a sage upon everyone. Not to mention, Confucius himself remarked on repaying kindness with virtue. How then to repay malice?" Amitabha. Master Xian Nan merely uttered a Buddhist invocation, refraining from further words. While the majority of the martial artists present displayed expressions of agreement, traitors ought to be dealt with accordingly. Today, I have summoned you all for another matter, which is to bestow the leadership of the Xiaoyao sect upon my disciple, Su Xingha. I invite everyone to witness this moment." "Well said, well said." The fellow martial artists responded in unison. Setting aside other matters, the esteemed physician Xue's medical expertise alone warranted such a gathering. Furthermore, Sun Yi had gained considerable renown in the martial world, particularly in the southern regions. Before long, the chess tournament concluded, and the attendees were graciously entertained before their departure. Leaving only the injured and those poisoned by Ding Chunxiu among the Shaolin sect, as well as Murong Fu and his 4 chief aides, who remained to receive treatment from Xuemuhua. As evening fell, Wu Yazi called Sun Yi, Li Qingluo, and Wang Yuyin into his chamber, stating he had matters to discuss. One by one, they entered and closed the door behind them. Once the two stood firmly, Wu Yazi swiftly seized Li Qingluo's wrist, causing Sun Yi and Wang Yuyin to gasp in alarm, only to ease their worries as Wu Yazi merely checked Li Qingluo's pulse. Li Qingluo felt a warmth at her pulse point, her entire body relaxing in an indescribable comfort. After a moment, Wu Yazi released her wrist and smiled. All right. I have utilized my sect's Biming divine skill to convert your minor Wuxiang Gong inner strength into Biming inner strength. Li Qingluo was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Wu Yazi smiled. Aren't you curious as to why? Li Qingluo, regaining her composure, replied, Since father has taken action, it must certainly be for a reason. Before she could continue, Wu Yazi interrupted. Now, my time draws near, and I may not live to see the healing Sun Yi speaks of. Thus, I wish to pass on my inner strength to you before my demise, ensuring you possess the means for self-protection. As he spoke, without waiting for Li Qingluo's response, he suddenly leaped into the air, performing a somersault, landing atop her head, their energies connecting. Li Qingluo's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head vigorously, attempting to dislodge Wu Yazi but finding her arms weak. She felt a surge of warmth radiating from above, intensifying until she succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Su Xinghe entered the room, tears streaming down his face, but remaining motionless. Recently, Su Xinghe had been tending to Wu Yazi's deteriorating health. In their view, the situation had grown dire, with little hope of awaiting Sun Yi's return. Given Wu Yazi's condition, even if Sun Yi were to return immediately, it would likely be too late, prompting the decision to initiate the transfer of power. Seeing that half of the inner strength had already been transmitted, Sun Yi resolved to interrupt the transfer, forcibly separating Li Qingluo from Wu Yazi. He then entrusted Li Qingluo to Wang Yuyin for support while he helped Wu Yazi to sit. Grandfather, do not worry. I possess something that can sustain your life until we find another opportunity for healing. With further cultivation, a second chance at life may not be out of reach. Sun Yi retrieved the capsule containing the life-sustaining device he had purchased earlier and opened its glass lid, gesturing for his grandfather to lie inside. This was merely the primary plan. Within his mind lay an alternative, to take the initiative to end the life of Wu Yazi before his demise, subsequently resurrecting him with the Dragon Balls. Should the Dragon Balls fail to heal his injuries, he would resort to the use of the magical beans for restoration. This contingency plan had been conceived after consulting the time travel device, with a success rate of approximately 90%, primarily due to the fact that the Dragon Ball universe does not reject outsiders. However, the secondary plan would be executed automatically by the intelligent program, which could also confine the soul within the body to prevent the possibility of failure in resurrection. Upon awakening, Li Qingluo felt a lightness throughout her entire being, her internal energy having surged, rendering her sensation of vitality akin to soaring through the clouds. Gradually, her mind cleared, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld Wu Yazi, whose hair was now mostly white, sitting weakly in a wheelchair. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed before him in tears, feeling a profound paternal love through the inheritance of internal energy, only to realize that this newfound affection was on the verge of being lost. Wu Yazi merely smiled and comforted her, casting a deep glance towards Sun Yi. Li Qingluo's internal energy manifested a nature distinct from that of Xiao Wu's own, a discrepancy that Wu Yazi had only previously noted in Wang Yuyin. His earlier suspicions were now confirmed, though he deemed it inappropriate to discuss further at this moment. Previously, Wu Yazi had felt a certain indebtedness towards Sun Yi, as their generational gap was considerable, which prompted him to unreservedly impart the Biming divine skill to Sun Yi. However, there was now an undeniable sense of peace in witnessing Sun Yi's actions, as their relationship had evolved. He was now akin to a filial son, deserving of trust and support. Consequently, this would necessitate a more open transmission of martial arts knowledge in the future. Sun Yi, I entrust you to care for them, he stated. Should they encounter any distress, I shall hold you accountable. Furthermore, if you wish to study martial arts, you may seek out my senior disciple, Wu Xingyun, at Tianshan. Yes, Su Xinghe replied, her voice choked with emotion. Yet she held back her tears as she went to summon the 8 friends of Hanggu to bid farewell to their master for the final time. Once Wu Yazi had spoken, He was gently assisted into the life-sustaining device, employing a breathing technique akin to tortoise meditation, closing his eyes. Su Xinghe and the 8 friends of Hangu exited quietly, their silent sobs echoing in the air. At this moment, Wu Yazi had not yet departed from this world. He merely relied on the machine to sustain his life, and it was not appropriate to draw undue attention to the occasion. Sun Yi observed Li Qingluo weeping bitterly and silently approached her, gently placing his hand on her shoulder in a gesture of silent comfort. He then embraced Wang Yuyan, offering solace to both. Instantly, Li Qingluo's cries grew louder, as if she were attempting to pour out a lifetime of grievances into Sun Yi's embrace. After a while, her sobs began to subside, and feeling embarrassed, she glanced around. Fortunately, Su Xinghe and the 8 friends of Hangu had already departed, alleviating her discomfort somewhat. It was only after Sun Ye's persuasion that Li Qingluo slowly raised her head. Wang Yuyan, feeling awkward about being the sole one leaning on Sun Yi, hurriedly sat up as well. Sun Yi had no intention of leaving Wu Yazi's life support device in the Dumb Valley, as no one here comprehended its function. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be prudent to have it near the shuttler for timely collection of souls. Su Xinghe, understanding this, did not impede their plans, but merely instructed the others to keep a close watch on Wu Yazi. After tidying up Wu Yazi's belongings, they exchanged farewells and, upon descending from Drum Mountain, meandered through the vicinity, listening to tales of the Jianghu before inquiring if there were any news regarding the direction of Tianshan. Ultimately, they found no information and could only journey westward toward Tianshan. Inspired by Wu Yazi's earlier words, Sun Yi realized that he could also consider him as a candidate to bring into the Dragon Ball world. With Wu Yazi around, this candidate would undoubtedly prove reliable. Furthermore, Sun Yi believed he could assess the situation before making a final decision, though Li Qiushui was not an option. Meanwhile, it was the time for Wu Xingyun's third rejuvenation. However, meeting Wu Xingyun at this moment was ill-advised, as it could lead to conflict, especially upon encountering Qingluo and Yu Yan. For the time being, he could only wait until the gathering of the 36 caves and 72 islands at Lingzhou Palace to save her life. The 36 caves and 72 islands were regarded as rogue factions within the Jianghu. Their leaders, the cave masters and island masters, were individuals unassociated with any sect or gang. Operating outside the mainstream, these people varied in martial prowess and character, each wandering alone, indifferent to one another, thus failing to form any significant collective that the Jianghu deemed worthy of attention. It was known that some resided on the islands of the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea, while others hid in the deep mountains of Kunlun and Chilean. In recent years, they had faded into obscurity, lacking any substantial activity and having no connections among themselves. However, after being gradually subdued by Lingzhou Palace, they began to establish links as subordinates of Wu Xingyun. As they traveled west of Luoyang towards a small city near the Tianshan mountain range, several peculiarly dressed individuals armed with weapons caught their attention. They had not rested after their meal and quickly continued their journey westward. Sun Yi, with mechanical insects surveilling ahead, followed at a measured pace. Outside the city, in a secluded and rocky woodland area, a gathering of similarly eccentric Jianghu figures had convened, all armed. Judging by the surroundings, it appeared they had agreed upon a time to meet. Yet Sun Yi understood that they would not dare linger too long, fearing detection. Even their brief gatherings were often nocturnal and clandestine, as they were wary of being discovered by Lingzhou Palace. At that moment, Morong Fu and his companions approached from a distance. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, they might have been emboldened by a prior encounter with Ding Chunxiu, leading to Bao Butong's pent-up frustration, which prompted him to provoke the gathering. "What kind of demons are convening here?" he bellowed, his voice amplified with internal energy, reverberating through the surroundings. Suddenly, a disembodied voice drifted over. "Knowing that evil forces gather here, why do you pitiful creatures not join the fray?" The voice rose and fell erratically, unsettling to the ear, yet each word was crystal clear. Morong Fu scoffed. Noting that with Abby by his side and seeing that they were outnumbered, it was unwise to engage. No time to waste on them. "We must find Aju." With that, he turned to retrace his steps calmly. Another voice interjected, boasting, "Yet you think you can simply slink away? If your Aju were to arrive, she might already be in my grasp, haha." Feng Boyi, unable to contain himself despite knowing it was likely a bluff, halted, whispering to his lord, "Allow me to deal with this braggart." Morong Fu shook his head, They do not know who we are. Let them be. Deng Baichuan added, "Yes, my lord." His voice resonated throughout the valley, causing the last speaker to suffer internal injury from the force. The 36 caves and 72 islands had few members on the outskirts, so they refrained from further obstruction, quietly observing Murong Fu and his companions retreat. Sun Yi had hoped to seize this fortuitous moment, believing he would finally meet Wu Xingyun today, but to his dismay, he waited until dawn without seeing anyone emerge. The following day, Sun Yi left the mechanical insects to monitor the other party's movements, as they were dealing with entities that had never been encountered before in this world, and thus, they were unprepared. After filtering out some indecipherable dialects, he finally grasped a few scattered insights. The gathering was only just beginning, with many attendees yet to arrive. Furthermore, the previous night, the island masters had quarreled for hours over who would infiltrate Lingjiu Palace, with no one daring to volunteer, indicating that it might take several more days before the warriors from the original story would appear. Subsequently, Sun Yi observed the surveillance footage as island masters and cave masters began to arrive, including renowned figures such as Sang Tugu from the Bailing Cave in Sichuan and Zhang Daf from the Xianming Island of Beihai, all arriving today. Sun Yi led the two companions through the city before retreating to the mountains to find a secluded spot to rest during the day. From their conversations, it became apparent that a figure known as Wu Laoda would infiltrate the Lingjiu Palace that night to gather intelligence, and Sun Yi certainly intended to be present to render assistance. After a comfortable slumber, the trio prepared themselves around midnight, boarding a silent flying car that hovered above the gathering, stopping 100 meters high to observe the unfolding spectacle. Any higher, they would need to switch to an aircraft. As the assembly commenced, caution prevailed. No flames were revealed, and the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the faint glimmers of green ghostly lights scattered across the vicinity, hinting at the presence of shadowy figures. As the night deepened, a piercing howl echoed from afar, and suddenly, a yellow lantern ascended in the southeast, followed by red lights that flickered in the western and northwestern corners. In an instant, lights erupted from all directions, some lanterns, some torches, some sky lanterns, others bundles of pine and straw, each host bringing their unique fire, some crude and simple, others exquisitely crafted, previously hidden from view. The flickering flames cast a mystical glow on the faces of the crowd, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The attendees were a diverse assembly of men and women, some fair, others less so. Monks mingled with Taoists, their garments ranging from flowing robes to fitted attire. Elders with flowing beards and women with towering hairdos adorned in peculiar outfits stood amongst them. A significant portion bore weapons, most of which were oddly shaped and unrecognizable. As the lights flared, a sudden voice pierced the night. Who goes there? The audacity. The clash of weapons erupted as many hidden figures were struck. It appeared the intruders were not acquaintances. This commotion drew the attention of numerous island and cave lords from the 36 caves and 72 islands, who were gathered to await news, and they turned to witness the unfolding drama. A figure clad in a blue Taoist robe descended gracefully, floating down by lightly touching the branches of the trees along his path, resembling someone gliding on the wind, instilling awe in those below. It was none other than the unrestful Taoist, the Dragon King. Those who recognized him called out his name, as many present were from various caves scattered across the land and had encountered him before. Indeed, it is I, he boomed. And since you all seek trouble with the Lingjiu Palace, my involvement is inevitable. However, this secluded place was nearly elusive to me as well. He laughed heartily as he landed atop a tree. The Dragon King's arrival raised suspicions among Wu Laoda and his associates, who remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on him, ready to act should the situation turn dire. Why feign ignorance, Mr. Wu? We are here for matters concerning that individual from Tianshan, and I have come to offer my assistance. The crowd turned pale at his words. The clinking of weapons echoed ominously as all eyes focused on the unrestful Taoist. The atmosphere thick with tension. They were astounded to realize that such sensitive information had indeed leaked, and dread filled them at the implications. Yet, a few attempted to intervene. The Dragon King jested. We are here to discuss the birthday gift for the venerable Wu Xingyun. To express our gratitude, Wu Laoda replied with feigned calmness. Despite some attempts to restrain the others, the inclination to strike surged among them. Are you all still contemplating silence? I fear it won't be that simple. The unrestful Taoist remarked, unfazed. With a whistle, echoes of response emerged from the shadows, and soon two more formidable figures arrived. sword god Zhuo Bufan, and fairy Cui Lihua, both recognized by the crowd. The leaders of the 108 factions did not expect such a formidable alliance, realizing that even if they left one or two behind today, they could not prevent the opponents from escaping, let alone the potential loss of their own members. As Sun Yi and his companions watched the scene unfold from above, they were captivated, likening it to a live-action martial arts drama, albeit with a slow pace, lacking the ability to fast forward. In this moment, the disorganized crowd ceased their quarrels and ultimately forged a coalition to confront Wu Xingyun and the Lingjiu Palace atop the ethereal peak of Tianshan. With a resolution reached, the group decided to seal their alliance with blood. Wu Laoda, basking in his triumph, began recounting his exploits within the Lingjiu Palace, relishing in the excitement it incited among the crowd. As fear of Wu Xingyun gripped them, even those trembling with apprehension found solace in their collective bravado. Finally, with a mere wave of his hand, a bag was brought forth and placed before Wu Laoda. He personally untied the strings, revealing a delicately crafted young girl within. This child, he proclaimed proudly, is one I captured from the ethereal peak. The crowd erupted in cheers, exclaiming Wu Laoda's prowess as the foremost among the 36 caves and 72 islands. Amidst the jubilant shouts, the child's soft cries pierced the air, her hands pressed against her face in sorrow. Behold, this girl was taken from the Lingjiu Palace, intended to extract secrets from her, yet she is mute by nature, rendering my efforts futile. Nevertheless, with the Dragon King and Sword God joining us, our strength has multiplied. Despite the might of the Lingjiu Palace, they shall not deter us. Now that we have gathered to forge an alliance, this little girl will serve a purpose. Each of you must pierce or strike her as a token of allegiance, ensuring none harbor any thoughts of retreat when the time comes for action. His words elicited a wave of sinister laughter, with several among them lacking any moral qualms regarding the proposal, while a handful, including the unrestful Taoist and Zhuo Bufan, felt that such an act against a young child betrayed the principles of their world. They chose to remain silent, adopting an attitude of indifference for the sake of the greater cause. Sun Yi understood the situation clearly and did not linger any longer. He retrieved a capsule, opened it, and with a resounding bang, a powerful energy gun materialized in his hand. He swiftly leaped from the vehicle, feeling the rush of the wind as he descended. His body charged with energy, focused on defense while employing his lightness skill. At a height of over 100 meters, utilizing such a technique was still a challenge. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as he struck the ground, startling everyone in the vicinity. Sun Yi extricated his leg from a pit approximately 30 centimeters deep, unhurriedly disregarding the multitude around him. I am here to escort someone. You all may step aside, he declared, brandishing an energy gun. Given the overwhelming number of adversaries present and the lack of cooperation, he deemed it prudent to employ a weapon with a greater capacity for ammunition. Engaging in close combat was not out of the question, yet the throng posed a risk to Wu Xingyun, necessitating the protection of his two wives before proceeding. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Despite his descent from the sky, indicative of his formidable martial prowess, the assembled individuals, who had largely been unruly prior to Wu Xingyun's intervention, were unlikely to heed his commands, for he was not Wu Xingyun himself. Who dares to disrupt our peace? They cried in unison, prepared to eliminate the unknown intruder. Just then, a shout emerged from the periphery of the crowd, announcing the arrival of two women who descended from above, encircling Wu Xingyun protectively. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to an innate sense of bravado or an oversight of their surroundings, the two women proceeded to pay their respects. Qing Luo, greetings to my esteemed uncle, exclaimed one. Yu Yan, greetings to my revered granduncle, added the other. Clad in full battle attire, they were far from defenseless. Particularly, Li Qing Luo possessed an internal energy cultivated over 60 years, complemented by the formidable northern underworld technique, making her a paragon of martial prowess, especially with a rifle in hand. Seizing the opportune moment, Sun Yi holstered his weapon, adopting a stance to unleash his full strength. However, he was interrupted by none other than Wu Xingyun herself. You wretched thief, how dare you come before me? Wu Xingyun's gaze bore down on Yu Yan with unwavering intensity, mistaking her for her grandmother. The extraordinary martial arts of the carefree sect seemed to bestow upon its practitioners an ageless appearance, which explained Wu Xingyun's confusion. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure. Wait, you are not that wretched thief. Who are you truly? Greetings, esteemed uncle. My father is indeed Wu Yizi. Li Qing Luo replied on their behalf. And your mother? Is it Li Qiu Shui or Li Songhai? Before any further conversation could ensue, Wu Xingyun's voice resonated with an aged familiarity, startling the surrounding crowd. Although they had never seen Wu Xingyun's visage, her voice was unforgettable. Upon hearing her speak, the onlookers immediately recognized her, and under the weight of her presence, nearly 2/3 of them knelt in reverence. Some were so overwhelmed that they fell backward, either fainting or succumbing to shock. Wu Xingyun, is that truly you? How can this be? Among the spectators, the most agitated was the notorious leader, who, even while kneeling, could not suppress his excitement. He had brought Wu Xingyun down the mountain, and after enduring her torment, he found it hard to accept the reality of the situation. Standing frozen and muttering impossible repeatedly, unable to comprehend the moment, his heart raced with terror, yet suddenly clarity dawned upon him. Why was she not resisting? Perhaps there was still an opportunity. Regret washed over him. Had he known that the young girl was Wu Xingyun, he would have sought vengeance long ago. Rather than finding himself in this predicament, Wu Xingyun's voice rang out with pride. Do you truly think so little of me? Your grandmother appears as a young girl. Are your eyes so blinded you cannot see? She turned to the leader. On the day you captured me, you spared my life. Now, do you deeply regret it? The leader, now seated, replied, indeed. Before further dialogue could transpire, others began to rally, shouting that Wu Xingyun was vulnerable, urging each other to act. Wu Xingyun, you vile witch. You slaughtered 62 members of the one-word wisdom sword sect. Today, I finally have the chance to exact revenge. This incitement came from Zhuo Bufan and the unyielding Taoist, who were the first to respond, while the rest remained paralyzed by fear. Ultimately, the youthful Sun Yi and his companions lacked the necessary intimidation, and the crowd surged forward despite their calls of uncle and granduncle. Even though others were older, the absence of Wu Xingyun herself diminished the gravity of their threat. If they did not act while she was incapacitated, they would find themselves lacking the courage when she regained her strength. What Zhua has said is true. She is right before us. If we do not strike now while she is weakened, when will we? The Dragon King and the unyielding Taoist, being allies of Zhuo Bufan, stepped forward to lend their support, loudly rallying the others. They needed to act swiftly to galvanize the surrounding masses. With a sudden leap, one shot forth like a spirit crane, drawing his sword, the glint of cold steel aimed directly at Wu Xingyun. Zhuo Bufan followed closely, his sword shimmering with an ethereal light, illuminating the area as he charged forward. Sun Yi, prepared amidst the fear of his adversaries, swiftly responded as the swords of the unfettered Taoist and Zhuo Bufan lunged towards him. With a decisive flourish of his hand, he seized the sword of Zhuo unfettered with his left hand and that of the unfettered Taoist with his right, applying force to shatter the blades. Fragments scattered in the air, and while his opponents evaded the shards, he propelled himself forward, channeling his energy into a clenched fist that struck directly at their chests. Both combatants recoiled under the force of the impact, their internal energies instinctively shielding them, resulting in minor injuries. Stepping back 3 paces, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths as they exchanged astonished glances. They noted that despite having wielded swords imbued with their combined internal power, their hands bore no marks of the conflict. Come forth. My venerable master is already 96 years old. What prowess is there in bullying the elderly? I, Sun Yi, will show you what I am made of. Who do you call elderly, brat? Disregarding Wu Xingyun's exasperated expression, Sun Yi addressed the 2 ladies with unwavering confidence. My dear wives, I entrust Wu Xingyun to you. I shall first deal with these intruders. Though the 2 adversaries had lost their swords, Zhuo Bufan continued to channel internal energy into the hilt, condensing the sword's aura, while the unfettered Taoist switched to wielding a whisk. One after another, other figures such as the Lotus Fairy, the Sage of the Mulberry Earth, the Master of the Dawn Cave, and Madame Li arrived on the scene. Even the fallen Wu Laoda, kneeling on the ground, joined in, brandishing the green wave fragrance blade, ready to strike. However, the confined space limited the number of attackers, prompting some to head towards Li Qingluo's side. Qingluo and Yu Yin gracefully embraced Wu Xingyun, rising into the air like a light cloud, effortlessly dodging numerous assaults with a mere flicker amidst the crowd. There was little concern on that front. With 60 years of internal power, Li Qingluo was more than capable of self-defense and vanquishing foes, not to mention armed with 2 rifles, the most skilled among the group. Having witnessed the earlier skirmish, converged towards Sun Yi. While these assailants were considered elite in the martial world, In terms of internal strength, they were comparable to the likes of the unfettered Taoist. However, their offensive capabilities were vastly inferior. Sun Yi's output is always a culmination of concentrated energy, unleashed with unwavering force, and even the internal power flowing through his meridians allows his body to be lighter and swifter. It is likely that the pinnacle of martial arts in the realm can muster only about 1/3 of this energy. Sun Yi has yet to encounter anyone who can surpass this ratio. As for his opponent, their output seems to gather at most a mere quarter of the energy, and even that cannot be fully unleashed. Although the use of a formidable weapon may enhance their power to some extent, it pales in comparison to the several-fold disparity. It is akin to the videos online showcasing the dismantling of a chimney. One side is executed with clumsy labor, while the other is carried out with astonishing skill. The two are worlds apart. The present confrontation mirrors this. No matter how resilient one might be, if one cannot withstand the onslaught head-on, they will suffer grievous injuries after just a few exchanges. This assumes a scenario where tactical maneuvering is possible. In the current situation, where bodies are pressed together, maneuvering is impossible, and one can only clash directly. Sun Yi advanced with unwavering determination, akin to a master of martial arts wielding the Bagua staff amidst a throng, stirring a whirlwind of dust and chaos. Moments later, the cacophony of battle subsided, for none among the 36 caves and 72 islands could match Sun Yi's swiftness. Nor withstand his formidable strength, their attacks proved futile against his defenses. Upon returning to the valley, the ground was littered with individuals groaning in agony. Some sprawled on the earth, while others knelt in despair. Those on the ground were either grievously injured or suffering from internal trauma, their moans echoing in the air. The kneeling figures were overtaken by a profound sense of dread and hopelessness, their fates ominously clear. Many erupted in furious shouts, while others succumbed to manic laughter or weeping, their minds beginning to unravel under the immense pressure imposed by the Tianshan maiden. As the remaining onlookers fell to their knees in supplication, Sun Yi gradually withdrew his power. Though his energy had waned somewhat, the augmentation of his physical form was manageable. Even if no one surrendered or fled, vanquishing 2/3 of them posed no challenge. It appeared that to engage in a truly exhilarating battle, one would either need to return to the Dragon Ball universe or seek a realm of higher caliber. As the Panlong World felt rather limited, he strolled back to Li Qingluo's side, bowing respectfully to Wu Xingyan. Under the esteemed guidance of my master, Wu Yizi, I, Sun Yi, pay my respects to you, revered elder. Who are you two? Speak swiftly. Wu Xingyan, however, was oblivious to Sun Yi's presence. Meanwhile, during the siege, Wang Yuyan had deftly cradled Wu Xingyan in her arms, evading danger, while Li Qingluo protected both of them and launched counterattacks. Those who had besieged them were either kneeling in submission or begging for mercy. Yet, before Yuyan could set Wu Xingyan down, he began to impatiently interrogate her, his face a mask of fury. The absurdity of the scene, him questioning while being held like a child, nearly drew a laugh from Sun Yi. The contrast between his demeanor and posture strikingly comical. If the esteemed elder wishes to listen, I shall gladly elucidate, Sun Yi offered. However, I defer to your judgment regarding the fate of these individuals. Young man, these are treacherous souls devoid of gratitude. Simply eliminate them. But I would prefer you to merely injure rather than kill them, for there will come a time for their reckoning. With the elder's decision made, Sun Yi complied without hesitation. He turned to address the assembly. After all, a significant portion of them were hardly virtuous. Take, for instance, the master of Duan Yu cave from Wuzishan, Hainan Island, who had mastered the enigmatic return to the past technique through unspeakable bloodshed. Such individuals were not a rarity among the 36 caves and 72 islands. While not all were guilty, a substantial majority certainly were. Sun Yi, indifferent to pleading, understood that even if killing were to ensue, it was not his task to undertake. He turned to Li Qingluo and said, "Come, my dear, let us bind them all." Wu Xingyan smirked, his voice hoarse and aged, emanating a chilling aura, while simultaneously evoking a sense of disconcerting contrast. You may speak now, I presume? Once the others had finished their tasks, Sun Yi and his companions approached Wu Xingyan, their impatience unmistakable in their tone. Very well, allow me to elucidate the situation. Sun Yi continued, maintaining a smile as Wu Xingyan nodded. We three have recently arrived from my grandfather, Wu Yazi. Over 30 years ago, he fell victim to betrayal by Ding Xuanqiu, leaving him paralyzed. My grandfather, unwilling to seek assistance from the master uncle, has since evaded the traitor. Recently, with the aid of my fellow disciples, he avenged himself by slaying Ding Chunxiu. However, time is of the essence. After your restoration of internal energy, we may not have long to remain. My grandfather, Wu Yazi, will also accompany us overseas for treatment. Before embarking on this journey, I must enhance my strength to secure the necessary medicines. Thus, we have come, under my grandfather's orders, to learn martial arts from you, Master Uncle, coinciding with your rejuvenation, which prompted our timely intervention. Very well, then. What is the connection between these two wretches and Wu Yazi? Wu Xingyun's anger intensified. This is my wife, Wang Yuyan. And this is my mother-in-law, the daughter of my grandfather, Wu Yazi, and my grandmother, Li Qiushui, Sun Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qi Luo shot Sun Yi a discreet glare, further inciting Wu Xingyun's ire, causing him to struggle for breath. Before Wu Xingyun could respond, Sun Yi swiftly changed the subject. However, my grandfather instructed that this journey overseas for healing be disclosed only to you, Master Uncle. Should you wish to accompany us, it shall be just the two of us. As Sun Yi spoke, Wu Xingyun's expression softened slightly, yet his breathing grew increasingly labored. Son, my boy, he gasped. I have been rejuvenated for several days now. Captured by old Wu, I have been unable to practice as intended, and my internal energy is now surging. Quickly, capture a wolf or deer for me to draw blood and practice. This time, his voice lacked the usual frailty, sounding more youthful, akin to that of an 8 or 9-year-old, though his commanding presence still resonated through. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yi swiftly retrieved his night vision goggles, opting for a more expedient approach. He then exchanged his weapon for a tranquilizer gun, uncertain whether the adversary sought a living captive or a lifeless body. With an elegant display of agility, he gracefully distanced himself. Before long, Sun Yi returned, dragging a wild deer behind him, offering it to Wu Xingyun for a bloodletting. After imbibing the crimson essence, Wu Xingyun settled into a meditative posture, his right index finger pointing skyward, while his left index finger directed toward the ground. With a soft exhalation, he released 2 wispy tendrils of white vapor from his nostrils. Sun Yi curiously observed from the sidelines for a while, unable to discern anything particularly remarkable. Even after donning the night vision goggles, he found nothing of note, though he did notice a fluctuation in the red light emanating from the other party before and after the exertion of their energy. Sun Yi felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Suddenly lifting his head, he noticed, even before removing his night vision goggles, the distant heat signatures of humanoid figures approaching. While he felt no fear, he nonetheless informed Li Qi Luo, we have company, stay alert. Li Qi Luo and Wang Yuyan nodded in acknowledgement. Big Boss Wu exclaimed, this is the supreme sovereignty of the 8 wildernesses and 6 harmonies. It appears we are indeed confronted by that ancient witch. White vapor emanated from Wu Xingyun's nostrils, coiling around her head, thickening into a dense mist that obscured her features. Soon, the sound of her joints cracking echoed, resembling the popping of beans. She seemed to be nearing a state of transcendence. And Sun Yi grew increasingly curious about the supreme sovereignty of the 8 wildernesses and 6 harmonies, and even more so about the advanced technique known as Eternal Spring of Agelessness, which harmonizes 3 arts into one. After a considerable time, the popping sounds diminished, and the white mist began to dissipate. The girl inhaled deeply, drawing in the remaining fog. Once it was fully consumed, she opened her eyes and rose slowly. Meanwhile, the group in the distance had drawn closer, revealing themselves to be a contingent of women, likely from the Lingzhou Palace's 9 heavens and 9 departments. Regardless of their identity, Sun Yi felt no trepidation, preferring to ascertain their intentions once they were nearer. As the figures sped toward them, it became apparent that each individual was clad in light blue cloaks, resembling a cloud of azure as they approached. From afar, several female voices called out, "Respected master, we have arrived late, deserving of death." Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these individuals were mounted on camels. Their cloaks adorned with the embroidery of a black vulture, their expressions fierce and unwelcoming. The women of Lingzhou Palace appeared to hold Wu Xingyun in great reverence, prostrating themselves before her and daring not to gaze upward, likely influenced by her usual demeanor. Despite her kindness, a perpetual frown would certainly prevent any sense of intimacy. Wu Xingyun snorted in anger. Do you all presume I have perished? Have none of you considered this old woman at all? You have brought but a handful of followers? An elderly woman replied, I dare not, master. I report to you that since that night you left the palace, we of the 9 heavens and 9 departments immediately descended the mountain, splitting into routes to attend to you. The Haotian department awaited you to the east, the Yangtian department to the southeast, the Chitian department to the south, the Zhutian department to the southwest, the Qingtian department to the west, the Yutian department to the northwest, the Xiantian department to the north, the Wantian department to the northeast, and the Juntian department remained at the palace. I am incompetent and have arrived late, deserving of death, deserving of death. She repeatedly bowed her head in contrition. Enough, Wu Xingyan interjected. Let us not criticize them further. It seems they have not rested for several days, evident from their haggard faces. While the distance remains manageable, let them quickly notify the other departments to either approach or return to Piamiao Peak to prevent being ambushed. Wu Xingyun continued. Since Sun Yi has spoken on your behalf, and I see your weary faces, I shall spare you additional punishment this time. You ought to express your gratitude. The elderly woman's face lit up with joy, realizing there would be no punishment. It is my duty to serve the master diligently, she added. If my esteemed elder is well, let us return to the mountain together. With your guidance, we can reach our destination within an hour. Sun Yi interjected, waving his hand as the intelligent control of the aerial vehicle descended, landing gracefully before them. Wu Xingyun gazed at it with profound curiosity, circling it repeatedly. Unable to discern its method of flight, yet exhibiting no fear. The vehicle, lacking jet propulsion and with most of its exterior molded as a single piece, posed no obvious clues. This vehicle operated on the principle of magnetic field variation, utilizing repulsion from the Earth's magnetic field to achieve flight. Upon arriving in the Panlong World, it initially failed to take off due to incompatible parameters. However, after Sun Yi adjusted the calculations based on the shuttle's analytical data, it functioned flawlessly. The primary reason he was able to make manual adjustments was its silent operation. With that settled, Yuhaoyan department remained to escort these traders. I shall return to Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun waved her hand, her interest still piqued by the vehicle. The traders, now immobilized and bound, posed no threat of resistance. Yes, we shall obey, the elderly woman replied, leading the Haotian department in account of the captured individuals. Sun Yi opened the car door, allowing Wu Xingyun to take the passenger seat, while Li Qingluo and her daughter settled in the back. One reason for this arrangement was due to the elder status of Wu Xingyan, and another was the potential conflict that could arise between Wu Xingyun and the Li mother-daughter duo if they were to sit together. Both Li Qingluo and her daughter bore resemblances to Li Qiuxue. Li Qingluo, in particular, mirrored her temperament and demeanor. However, after being subdued by Sun Ye's strength and experiencing a level of respect not afforded by ancient men, she had fully submitted and tempered her temperament. After all, a woman can only completely submit to a man if he possesses strengths that surpass her own. If he were like Duan Yu, who might not even be able to best Li Qingluo, the previous situation would undoubtedly persist, and she would never accept the presence of another woman. As for Wang Yuyan, her looks were indistinguishable from those of Li Qiuxue, and sitting with Wu Xingyun would surely lead to conflict. The car ascended to a height of several dozen meters, and by nightfall, no one would take notice. Since Wu Xingyun's internal energy had yet to recover, Sun Yu raised the glass cover first. Under Wu Xingyun's guidance, they sped forward and arrived at the foot of Piamiao Peak before dawn, where Wu Xingyun pointed to a mountain peak shrouded in mist in the northwest corner, declaring, "That is Piamiao Peak." The car could not traverse the high mountains, so the group disembarked to board a plane. Wu Xingyun, filled with curiosity, even requested the car's capsule, releasing it and retracting it multiple times. Although she could not discern its purpose, her curiosity was somewhat satisfied. After several prompts from Sun Yi, Wu Xingyun finally stored the car and boarded the plane, fastening her seatbelt. Before long, the four of them arrived at the entrance to the summit, just in time for the sunrise. The snow-covered ground, lush grass, distant palaces, and the sunlight illuminating the mountain peaks created a breathtaking tableau. As the red sun ascended from the sea of mountains, casting rays of light that painted the sky crimson, a mist began to rise from the mountains, rendering the surroundings ethereal. They passed through Duan Cliff, Misstep Rock, and the 100-foot gorge, approaching the peak where two sheer cliffs loomed perilously close, a distance of nearly 50 feet apart, a sight too treacherous for anyone lacking exceptional skill. Soon, the plane reached the summit of Piamiao Peak, hovering above a stone fortress, and the group descended slowly. Below, the ground was paved with blue stone slabs, each measuring approximately 8 feet long and 3 feet wide, laid out in perfect order. It was likely a remnant from a previous era, as the current inhabitants of Lingzhou Palace would struggle to achieve such precision. The sound of the jet was loud, and they had already been noticed upon arrival. As they descended to a height of 8 to 9 meters, a crowd began to gather below. When they descended further, a series of warning signals sounded, and around 40 to 50 women clad in yellow shirts approached, presumably the maidens of the Jutian sect. However, they exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation, and could only wait below. When the plane descended to 5 or 6 meters, Sun Yi lowered the glass cover, and Wu Xingyun leaned out to observe. The onlookers below were fixated on the car, and soon, a keen-eyed individual recognized her. Immediately, they knelt and called out, "Subordinate greets the esteemed master." All the others promptly followed suit and knelt in unison, greeting her. It seemed that there were no unusual occurrences within Lingzhou Palace at the moment. After all, the illegal assembly participants from the Wanxian conference had all been apprehended by Sun Yi, leaving no one to pose a threat. Wu Xingyan spoke first. "Where are Mei Lan, Zhu, and Ju?" The maidservants were tardy in their welcome. "Please forgive us, esteemed master." For women, strikingly similar in appearance, approached and bowed. One wore pale red, another moon white, one in light green, and the last in soft yellow. Their heights and figures were indistinguishable. Sun Yu couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at them. All four possessed oval faces, skin as fair as snow, and their expressions were remarkably similar, save for the differing colors of their garments. "You four, relay the instruction to prepare hot water. The esteemed elder wishes to freshen up. The rest of you may withdraw. There is no need for you to stay here." With a command from Wu Xingyan, about 10 individuals remained, while the others promptly exited, disappearing from view. "Mei, you lead them down to rest. I will summon you all again once I have freshened up." Wu Xingyun retained the young woman in the pale red shirt while guiding the others into the room. Meanwhile, Mei Jian turned to Sun Yi and the others after Wu Xingyun departed, gesturing, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Subsequently, Sun Yi and the others were escorted to a meticulously arranged courtyard, seemingly designated for receiving guests, though it appeared to have been used for decades, exuding an air of desolation. After they settled in, a woman in a yellow shirt and veil gracefully approached, bearing several cups of fragrant tea. Half an hour later, Wu Xingyun returned with Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju to the courtyard. "Son boy, were your earlier words truthful? If so, what are your wishes?" Wu Xingyun inquired eagerly, unable to contain herself. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, every word I spoke is indeed true. Soon, you and my grandfather can confidently embrace a world of your own." Sun Yi paused for a moment, casting a teasing glance at Wu Xingyun, who, however, displayed no hint of embarrassment. "Did Wu Yazi speak to you? Or do you have any demands? Please state them all at once." Wu Xingyan merely shot Sun Yi a sidelong look, showing no sign of shame, and promptly inquired about the conditions as he harbored doubts about the plausibility of such fortuitous occurrences. Sun Yi undoubtedly had certain expectations, however. Notions such as mutual progress felt rather insubstantial and could not be articulated at this juncture. Thus, he merely laid out specific conditions regarding the existing circumstances. Since Sherboa ancestor had voiced his thoughts, Sun Yi candidly expressed his own. He gradually enumerated the conditions he had previously contemplated. First and foremost, should Sherboa ancestor wish to revisit the past, he must ensure a modification of his temperament. After you regain your martial prowess, it is imperative that you refrain from behaving as you once did, exercising your whims with reckless abandon towards not just us, but everyone around you. To draw a parallel with the original text, Sun Yi could not adopt an unrestrained approach akin to Su Zhu's treatment of his peers, which ultimately garnered the acceptance of Wu Xingyan. Naturally, respect towards one's elders is paramount. However, he could not emulate Su Zhu's demeanor. Hence, while acknowledgement may come in due course, the assurance of safety in the initial stages must be prioritized, even if Wu Xingyan might be unable to best Sun Yi in combat. Continuing, Wu Xingyan regarded Sun Yi and then glanced at Li Qi Luo and her daughter, gritting his teeth in reluctant agreement. "Furthermore, all martial arts techniques from the Xiaoyao sect must be entrusted to me and Yu Yin." Sun Yi pointed at Yu Yin and paused to observe Wu Xingyun's reaction. "Since you saved my life, I can teach you martial arts. But do not expect me to instruct her." Wu Xingyun suppressed his fury, avoiding eye contact with Yu Yin, fearing that a glance might provoke him into an outburst. "Very well, your instruction suffices," he replied, leaving the implication unspoken, yet understood by all present. Wu Xingyan refrained from further comment. "Is there anything else?" he inquired, attempting to steady his emotions. "No, that's all. Just these two conditions." Sun Yi waved his hand, indicating that he had no further desires. "Where is Wu Yazi now? I wish to meet him." "Very well." Sun Yi activated the luminous portal of the shuttle, allowing Tong Lao to behold the life-sustaining device housing Wu Yazi. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Xingyan was taken aback, and his expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the coffin-like structure containing Wu Yazi. After calling out for some time without receiving a response, he turned to Sun Yi, seeking an explanation. His grandfather was now in a critical state, relying solely on this apparatus to sustain his life, and could only maintain this condition until a remedy was found, as long as he can be saved. That is what matters, Wu Xingyun repeated fervently upon hearing this. Very well, in that case, you should come and begin your martial training with your grandmother, Sun Yi suggested. After observing for a moment, Wu Xingyun, upon Sun Yi closing the door, turned on his heel and walked forward without a backward glance. Sun Yi embraced Qing Luo and Yu Yin, advising them to wait a while and, if bored, to explore the beautiful scenery on the mountain before following Wu Xingyun. In the rear hall of Lingjiu Palace, adorned with stone wall images left by ancestors centuries ago, Sun Yi accompanied Wu Xingyun into the garden, where they moved aside a rockery to enter an underground passage. Behind them, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, the four sisters, raised torches and entered in single file. Along the way, Mei Jian discreetly engaged the mechanisms to prevent traps from triggering, spiraling downwards. Before long, they emerged into a vast cavern. Sun Yi, I see your internal strength is formidable. You may begin your personal study of the contents on the stone wall here. Should you have any questions? Feel free to consult me later, as your grandmother has her own training to attend to, Wu Xingyun instructed. May, you remain here. Whenever he wishes to find me, bring him to see me. With that, Wu Xingyun exited without looking back. Under the curious gaze of Mei Jian, Sun Yi stepped into the stone chamber. The walls were remarkably smooth, adorned with countless circular engravings, each approximately a foot in diameter, depicting a myriad of shapes. Some illustrated human figures, others represented animals. While some were fragments of text, and still others merely consisted of symbols and lines, amounting to at least 800 or 900 in total. These engravings encompassed the secret techniques of various martial arts, including the Tianshan Jimei Shou, Tianshan Luang Zhang, and the everlasting Changchun Gong. Even the Baihong Zhongli could be found among them. Sun Yi first utilized a machine to record all the contents within the chamber. He began his study with the Changchun Gong, memorizing the routes of energy flow and the intricacies of its accompanying verses, engaging in meticulous research. Within this stone chamber, the only techniques Sun Yi could currently observe pertained to internal energy cultivation. Other martial arts were beyond his current capabilities, as insufficient internal energy could harm his meridians, necessitating preliminary documentation. Upon closer examination, he discerned that the Changchun Gong was essentially a fusion of the Baimingsheng Gong and the Shao Wuxiang Gong. The Baiming was adapted primarily for refining and enhancing certain aspects, while Shao Wuxiang focused on application and transformation of nature. However, both techniques exhibited a certain dilution when compared to the Changchun Gong. As for the Ba Huang Liuhe Wiwaduzuan Gong, this was a modified practice developed by Wu Xingyun with the assistance of the Grandmaster Zai Yaozi, specifically targeting the downgraded version of the Changchun Gong. Over the next few days, through diligent study, Sun Yi discovered that the Changchun Gong's cultivation was overly domineering. If external energy was insufficient, it would excessively draw upon the practitioner's bodily energy, resulting in damage to the foundational cultivation and hindering further practice. Subsequently, Sun Yi began experimenting with the Changchun Gong's method of refining essence into energy, channeling this energy into his meridians to transform it into internal power. Initially, he managed to harness only wisps of energy. However, upon realizing its efficacy, he gradually increased the amount of energy utilized. Ultimately, after 3 days, his experiments yielded successful results. Having spent over a year researching after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Sun Yi found that the energy within this realm was indistinguishable from that of the Dragon World. Both were primitive, devoid of any special properties, and perceivable by human consciousness without any classification of the 5 elements or 4 symbols. This energy possessed both energetic and material characteristics akin to light, which he termed spiritual energy. To observe it, one would likely require the most advanced instruments, as his current tools were insufficient for detection. For spiritual energy to exhibit its destructive properties on matter, a unique substance of human mental power was necessary. Only under the manipulation of human mental power, an energy straddling the line between form and formlessness, could spiritual energy demonstrate its capacity to dismantle matter. Chi energy was a unique, controllable energy formed from the amalgamation of the spiritual energy of the Dragon Ball world and the cellular energy activated through extreme physical training. This energy, once formed, would passively enhance cellular strength without prolonging cellular lifespan or vitality. The internal energy of the Dragon World was built upon spiritual energy, augmented by a form of bodily energy, which could be termed life energy, specifically the essence within Jing, Qi, and Shen. Life energy and cellular energy arose from varying cultivation methods, resulting in distinct properties of bodily energy. Thus, by guiding Qi through the meridians in accordance with the practice of the Changchun Gong, Extracting life energy from the body, commonly referred to as the process of refining essence into energy, qi energy would transform into internal power characterized by qi energy properties. This internal power could be stored in the dantian, circulate through the meridians, or even overflow throughout the body. However, when released, qi energy would separate from life energy, resulting in the emission of purely destructive qi energy. In this context, the ultimate consequence was that Sun Yi found himself consuming significantly more than before. What once required 5 or 6 pounds of meat and rice per meal now surged to tenfold. Given the insufficient energy concentration in the world, rapid cultivation and recovery necessitated substantial nourishment. A portion of the qi energy was retained in the dantian, akin to an external battery. This meant that, under equivalent bodily strength, the exerted power remained the same, yet with heightened endurance. After approximately 3 days of transformation, Sun Yi's internal energy was nearly equivalent to the amount of qi energy he possessed. When combined, the overall energy surpassed that of Wu Xingyan. During this time, the 9 days' 9 sections gradually returned, including the rebellious personnel who were subdued. However, Sun Yi chose not to inquire further, focusing solely on his martial training. Thus, Sun Yi commenced his studies of the Tianshan Luang Zhang and Tianshan Zhimei Shou. Each day, as he practiced, he felt as if he were floating in a transcendent state. His body light as a feather and yearning to soar, yet he could never quite take flight. As Sun Yi instructed Qing Luo and Yu Yin in their practice, they shared a similar sensation. Upon meticulous investigation, they discerned that the surrounding environment posed certain constraints. However, the more Sun Yi delved into his studies, the more he anticipated the manifestation of these martial arts within the realm of Dragon Ball. During this period, Sun Yi also consolidated the inquiries of the 3 of them and sought counsel from Wu Xingyan, who welcomed their queries without reservation. Despite being aware that some of the questions were not typically encountered by male practitioners, she attentively provided thorough answers without hesitation. In the ensuing days, Sun Yi devoted himself to learning diligently at Lingjiu Palace, successfully establishing the channels for internal energy and qi. The enhancement of internal force nourished his body, which in turn stimulated the growth of qi, and this increase in qi further propelled the augmentation of internal energy. However, the simultaneous rapid escalation of both qi and internal energy resulted in an exponential consumption of resources, such as the intake of precious medicinal herbs and an increase in daily nourishment, all of which were interdependent. The period spent studying at Tianshan was both fulfilling and liberating, as he began to explore the essence of meridians and acupoints, striving for a comprehensive understanding that would facilitate his overall evolution. In summary, Sun Yi's cultivation and comprehension of martial arts could be likened to a meteoric rise, further enriched by his extensive knowledge gleaned from his previous life's online explorations, allowing him to incisively address critical issues with profound insight and depth. Moreover, with Wang Yuyan's innate talent and understanding of martial arts, her inquiries occasionally left Wu Xingyun astounded, as she had never contemplated such matters in that way before. "Young man, you are quite remarkable. In just a few days, you have grasped the essence of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies with such depth." After finally resolving the question Sun Yi had presented, Wu Xingyan took a deep breath and praised him profusely. She had always believed that Sun Yi was practicing the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. "If it weren't for my grandmother's refusal to accept male disciples, I might have considered passing down my teachings to you. But alas, we must venture overseas to tend to your grandfather's injuries. Passing it on to you would be of no use." Sun Yi chuckled lightly and waved his hand, jesting. "Moreover, even at your peak, whether you could be my match is a matter open to debate." Such audacity. While Wu Xingyan said this, she couldn't help but ponder the scene from before when Sun Yi made his move. She remained somewhat uncertain. After all, although his strikes were decisive, they largely relied on exploiting his opponent's weaknesses in conjunction with his internal power. It was difficult to ascertain who truly held the upper hand in strength. At that moment, a bamboo sword messenger arrived with a report. "Your subordinate pays respects to the esteemed lord." The words nearly escaped his lips before he hesitated. "Speak freely," Wu Xingyun urged directly. "Indeed, there are sisters stationed at the Celestial Bridge who have come to report. The formidable enemy you spoke of previously has been temporarily repelled by the sisters of the Juntian faction. They seek your directive on whether to sever the iron chains and obstruct the enemy's advance." The bamboo sword messenger's expression was grave, for the lord's martial prowess had yet to be restored, and the adversary was highly skilled. Without the advantage of terrain, they might struggle to withstand the foe. "Not to worry. Should they manage to breach our defenses, there will undoubtedly be those who can hold them at bay," Wu Xingyun replied, casting a glance at Sun Yi. Esteemed master, you have my understanding. After all, both of you are elders, and we naturally cannot intervene. However, if you do not find it bothersome, we would be honored if you could accompany us for a time to seek refuge. Sun Yi spoke, noticing the change in Wu Xingyun's expression, and swiftly shifted the topic. Coincidentally, we intended to explore the esteemed martial arts of various sects, and after completing our endeavors, we would promptly return overseas in search of medicinal herbs for my grandfather's injuries. Would it be acceptable for you to accompany us, esteemed elder? Very well, in that case. Please allow me a day to arrange the subsequent matters of Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun's demeanor grew grim. She had never felt so constrained in her life. Last time, when she regained her youth, her subordinates had intervened. Yet, this time, relying solely on her subordinates would not suffice. Indeed, we shall wait for tomorrow when the esteemed elder is prepared, and we shall set forth together. As Sun Yi turned to depart, he was halted by Wu Xingyun. Do you still intend to wait? Were you not planning to return overseas directly to seek the herbs for treatment? Wu Xingyun's expression remained unchanged, still bearing a pallor of distress. Well, Sun Yi paused, delicately articulating. The items necessary for treating my grandfather's injuries are exceedingly rare and can only be found at specific times. Thus, we cannot rush this matter. The intent of Sun Yi is evidently that the Dragon Balls can only be located once Bulma emerges in the world of Dragon Ball. As for the Senzu Beans, they are not the most reliable option, merely serving as a contingency plan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian became alarmed and immediately fell to her knees before Wu Xingyun, pleading, We implore you, esteemed master, do not forsake us sisters. Wherever you may venture, we shall unwaveringly follow by your side. Sun Yi slowly stepped outside, faintly hearing the four maidens of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu pleading behind him. The following morning, after completing his practice, the group tidied up their gifts and stored them in capsules before arriving at the gate of the stone fortress. At that moment, Wu Xingyun was also present, accompanied by the disciples of Lingzhou Palace, seemingly instructing them on various matters. From now on, Lingzhou Palace would be under the esteemed leadership of Min-Yi, and Xiaoyu was to provide ample support to ensure the palace's enduring existence. Fortunately, the traders from the 36 caves and 72 islands had been completely eradicated, and no further recruitment would be necessary. Moreover, the leaders of various factions, endowed with sufficient internal strength, could enter the legacy caves at any time to study the scriptures. Only through heightened martial prowess could they protect the legacy under Li Qiushui's command. Tong Lao sighed, feeling a deep reluctance to abandon Lingzhou Palace. But for the sake of her junior brother, she saw no alternative. Indeed, we shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of our esteemed leader. The 2 to 3 dozen individuals present exclaimed in unison, their voices rising in sorrowful wails. Even Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who appeared poised to follow Wu Xingyun, were rendered speechless by tears, visibly reluctant to part with their current sisters. Oh, it seems my senior sister knows she cannot obstruct me. Hence her early farewell to her subordinates, remarked a veiled woman, seemingly in her 30s or 40s, her voice laced with unmistakable mockery. Before long, she approached the scene, and it became apparent that she was Li Qiushui. Sun Yi narrowed his eyes, genuinely reluctant to behold this individual. However, upon their encounter, he could not afford to act dismissively, for he had taken the daughter and granddaughter of this person. How dare you intrude here? Wu Xingyun's face was a portrait of indignation, yet as thoughts of the forthcoming events crossed his mind, a sense of triumph washed over him, leaving him momentarily speechless with delight. Giggling, senior sister, what words are these? Am I not welcome as your junior sister? Li Qiushui laughed with a melodious sound reminiscent of a lark song, exuding an enchanting allure, showing no signs of aging whatsoever. Should Li Qiushui decide to act, none present could intervene. Thus, Sun Yi had no choice but to step forward, contemplating his next move. As for Li Qiluo, having been cast aside by Li Qiushui to become someone else's child bride for many years, her feelings for Li Qiushui had long since faded. Even her affection for Wuyazi had deepened solely due to the transmission of internal energy. Esteemed Uncle Master, I implore you to take your leave. I have been dispatched by our master to mediate the discord between you two. With my presence, you need not contemplate harming one another. Sun Yi first performed a respectful bow, but before Wu Xingyun could continue speaking, he interjected, realizing that if their conversation persisted, it might escalate into a physical confrontation. He then fixed his gaze upon Li Qiushui, inquiring, Are you a disciple of Su Xinghe? If you intend to obstruct me, then we shall see how adept you are in your craft. Li Qiushui maintained her theatrics, responding with a light-hearted chuckle, Then please, esteemed uncle, take your action. Sun Yi assumed a defensive stance, prepared to strike at any moment. The disciples of Lingzhou Palace attempted to advance, but were halted by Wu Xingyan. As their skills were woefully inadequate, Li Qiushui's attention shifted from Wu Xingyan to Sun Yi, her eyes sharpening into blades as she coldly declared, "Boy, do you wish to court death? If so, I shall oblige." The atmosphere instantly froze, plummeting to sub-zero temperatures as Sun Yi steadied himself. "Please, boy, you seek your own demise." Li Qiushui fumed, her form a blur as her delicate, pale hands danced through the air, embodying a temperament as capricious as the wind. And even more inscrutable than Wu Xingyan. Sun Yi clenched his fist, his arm positioned defensively to intercept the incoming strike. Despite the collision, he remained steadfast and did not retreat even an inch after 10 exchanges. The time for courtesy had passed, and it was now time to strike. "You are my elder, and I granted you 10 moves. Now that those 10 are over, I shall make my move." As their fists collided, there was not the slightest sound. A subtle fissure appeared beneath Sun Yi's feet, as recently refined energy transformed into internal strength. Currently, Sun Yi's overall energy was estimated to be around 80. However, in the absence of external energy consumption, the energy within his meridians could only exert half its potential during combat, as the strength of his meridians could not endure beyond a certain limit. Moreover, his rapid progress had led to a decline in control, and he could only harness about 70% of his ability, falling short of the optimal 75% required for perfect mastery. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Sun Yi stood tall and silently gazed down at Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui abruptly retreated 7 or 8 steps, her veil blown away, revealing a cheek marked with crosshatch scars and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her expression exceedingly grim. "Who are you truly? Su Xinghe could never have produced a disciple of your caliber," she asserted, her enchanting figure rising swiftly as she distanced herself from Sun Yi. Her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty, taking a moment to don her veil once more. "Disciple of the carefree sect, known as the indestructible diamond, Sun Yi." A faint smile graced Sun Yi's lips as he quietly embraced the moment. "What a worthy indestructible diamond!" Li Qiushui exclaimed in admiration. She was already among the most formidable experts in the martial world, having exchanged blows for a dozen moves. She had exerted her full strength yet found herself unable to break through Sun Yi's defenses, attesting to the validity of his title. Suddenly, Li Qiushui's figure flickered, and as she approached, she swiftly darted to the side, attempting to use her lightness skill to circumvent Sun Yi and directly assault Wu Xingyan. With a swift motion, Sun Yi intercepted his opponent. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly apparent. The adversary's effort was roughly only 60% of Sun Yi's full power, and despite the enhancement of speed through lightness skills, it fell woefully short. Li Qiushui, veiled, let out a cold snort, and suddenly her figure flickered to the left, launching a palm strike into the air. A concentrated force surged forth, arcing towards Sun Yi's side, even altering its trajectory mid-flight to catch him off guard and impede his advance. However, with a decisive strike, Sun Yi dispelled the force effortlessly, maintaining his speed as he pursued. He smiled faintly, acutely aware that the gap in raw strength was insurmountable. Defeat was inevitable. Is this the power of the white rainbow palm? It seems to surpass the Duan family's one-son finger by a measure. Sun Yi sighed, truly embodying the essence of the carefree sect, for each martial skill they possessed was remarkable, arguably among the finest in the realm. The white rainbow palm, a hallmark of the carefree sect's esteemed martial arts, is characterized by its fluidity and adaptability, appearing to confront an opponent head-on while the direction of its force remains elusive and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to discern. Li Qiushui, taken aback, cast a sharp glance with her striking eyes, coldly addressing Sun Yi. "Young man, can you still protect her without faltering?" Yet, no threats were uttered. Given the disparity in their strengths, words would be futile. As long as I am present, it would be wise for both of you to refrain from conflict, and instead take a moment to compose yourselves. Sun Yi smiled, standing firmly with an unwavering posture, his demeanor purely defensive and devoid of any inclination to strike first. After a brief pause, Li Qiushui continued to drift erratically yet remained steadfastly present. Sun Yi contemplated a strategy. At present, the only way to safeguard the members of Lingzhou Palace was to enhance their defensive capabilities, thereby thwarting any further incursions by Li Qiushui. Even after their departure, there would be no need to worry about the survival of Lingzhou Palace. With a swift motion, Sun Yi produced several energy guns, aiming them at the ground beneath Li Qiushui's feet before squeezing the triggers. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed through the air, and a series of bullet holes appeared in the stone slab, penetrating about 30 centimeters deep before dissipating. What on earth is this? Li Qiushui was taken aback. She had never encountered such a weapon before. Its lethality was astonishing, even if a single bullet could be deflected. The sheer volume of fire from a barrage would be insurmountable for even the most formidable martial artists. I shall retain 5 of these firearms within the Lingjiu Palace. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, I advise you to refrain from visiting the palace again. I will also take Lady Tong Lao with me. You shall never meet again in this lifetime. Sun Yi spoke sternly to Li Qiushui. You wretched woman, have you finally encountered a formidable adversary? At that moment, the Tianshan child elder suddenly burst into a sharp, raucous laughter, her voice as grating as a broken gong, yet it was laced with undeniable delight. And why should you take pride in this? She is not your disciple. Li Qiushui's disdain deepened. I am about to embark on a romantic escapade with my junior disciple. He no longer desires you. Wu Xingyun's triumphant demeanor was unmistakable. Your junior disciple would never be drawn to a creature that is neither human nor ghostly, like you. Tell me, where do you intend to take this diminutive figure? My ancestral master is heading overseas for treatment of his injuries and requires a protector. My choice of my great-uncle does not imply the approval of my master. It is solely due to my great-uncle's disposition rendering him unsuitable for a visit to my homeland. As for whether my master will return after his recuperation, I cannot ascertain. Sun Ye's choice is to mediate, for in the original narrative, Wu Yazi's affections lie with Li Songhai, not with either of the two women. This so-called beauty is certainly someone Sun Yi would not take along. In her earlier years, Li Qiushui engaged in relentless rivalry with Tianshan Tong Lao over their mutual love for Wu Yazi. Initially, Li Qiushui struck first when Wu Xingyun was at a crucial juncture in his cultivation at the age of 26, resulting in Wu Xingyun's physical disability, preventing him from growing. Following Wu Yazi's infatuation with the Jade statue, she again sought out handsome men for amusement. Should this individual be brought into the Dragon Ball world, once her strength increases, she might indeed wreak havoc. Nevertheless, I shall grant you this favor. We shall discuss it again once Wu Yazi has recovered. With that, she turned to leave, but was pulled aside by Li Qi Luo for a whispered conversation, during which Li Qi Luo handed Li Qiushui a scroll. Upon the moment Sun Yi beheld the scroll, a sigh escaped his heart. Presenting the portrait of Li Songhai to Li Qiushui was not a favorable decision. Hence, Sun Yi refrained from mentioning the portrait, however. He remained silent, merely observing as Li Qiushui gradually receded from view, fading into the distance. Sun Yi slowly retrieved 5 energy guns, handing them over to Fu Mini and others to keep as a safeguard. When Lady Tong had previously decided to depart, I had already instructed you on their usage, and you had practiced with them. Now, I present to you 5 guns and 100 magazines. Keep them for self-defense. The group turned their gaze towards Wu Xingyun, and upon her nodding in approval, they accepted them, with Fu Mini solemnly taking charge. Naturally, this also left behind an enigma of extraterrestrial beings or prehistoric civilizations in this world, adding yet another question to the infinite mysteries of existence. Sun Yi then instructed Wu Xingyun and the 4 maidens of Milanjgui to board the vehicle. Li Qi Luo and her daughter followed suit, fastening their seatbelts before setting off. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was ready to commence his training. For him, the understanding of energy lay in the fusion of cellular vigor, ignited through physical exertion, with spiritual energy. Thus, ceasing his workouts would hinder his progress. Currently, he was equipped with a 60-pound load, balancing rigorous exercise with rest to form a progressive ladder for his advancement. However, there existed a notable distinction between the two realms. In the Panlong World, one must pay greater heed to the balance of effort and rest, as the energy density there was significantly lower than in the Dragon Ball world. Consequently, after intense workouts, the body struggled to achieve effective recovery. Exceeding a certain threshold could inflict irreversible damage to one's physique. Descending from the Tianshan Mountains, the group resolved to first visit Tibet to explore the esoteric martial arts of the Tibetan Buddhism, journeying through Tubo and Sichuan before returning to Dali. They would then continue northward along Sun Ye's route, challenging various sects in their quest to traverse the world with swords. Months swiftly elapsed, and nearly 2 years had passed since their arrival in the Tianlong realm. Throughout this time, Sun Yi had either been training or accepting challenges, his reputation gradually spreading beyond the confines of the south. With the endorsement of major sects, he had nearly attained the same level of renown as Murongfu. For these sects, defeating him would amplify their own fame. Thus, his defeat bore little significance if it elevated the victor's status to that of the world's foremost. Their journey had not detracted from their sightseeing. Many sects were established atop mountains, and after each challenge, they would take the opportunity to admire the breathtaking landscapes. These encounters proved beneficial for others as well. Following each challenge, Yu Yin would meticulously study the martial arts of the sect, revealing even the intricacies of their energy manipulation techniques as if each trial was tailored for her. Ultimately, while Sun Yi exerted himself, his progress paled in comparison to Yu Yin's. Of course, family dynamics rendered words unnecessary. Sun Yi felt joy in Yu Yan's burgeoning prowess. As for Tong Lao, she had no need for observation. After acquiring the ability to pilot an aircraft, she had even returned to Lingzhou Palace several times mid-journey. Each return to Lingzhou Palace marked a festive occasion for Sun Yi and his companions. Although Sun Yi remained unaffected by the presence of others, Qi Luo and Yu Yin often found it difficult to relax. Sun Yi pondered whether he had unintentionally caused any displeasure to Fu Mini and the others. However, according to Mei Jian, they all seemed quite delighted, often urging him to stay longer. Perhaps Sun Yi had misjudged their sentiments, interpreting their kindness as insincerity. Over the past few days, he had successfully completed challenges with the larger sections. After all, Sun Yi was not merely strolling, following each training session. He would board a plane to continue his journey, moving with remarkable speed, if not extraordinary haste. Finally, after 3 months had elapsed, the rejuvenation period for Wu Xingyun had concluded, and his overall prowess had advanced significantly. As soon as he finished his cultivation, Sun Yi was eagerly pulled outside by Wu Xingyun for a sparring session. It was the end of May, and the nearby saplings were lush and verdant. Although it was afternoon, the weather rendered the light increasingly dim. The 4 esteemed ladies of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, along with Li Qi Luo and her daughter, excitedly gathered to observe. On the grassy expanse, Sun Yi took a moment to appraise Wu Xingyan, who, at 96 years of age, possessed the physique and appearance of someone in their 20s. His skin was so youthful that one could easily believe he was in his 20s, though his height was that of a child around 8 or 9, creating a rather incongruous sight. As for his voice, Sun Yi suspected it might be a deliberate affectation. If Li Qiushui could maintain a youthful tone, why could Wu Xingyan not do the same? Yet, Sun Yi refrained from voicing his thoughts. Everyone is entitled to their own choices. In the past 2 years, Sun Yi had grown his hair long, now donning a blue Taoist robe that lent him an air of otherworldliness, fitting to the customs of the region. If only he were to wield a whisk or a longsword, he would appear even more like a figure from another realm. At present, however, he held nothing in his hands and bore no weapons, as he had yet to find a suitable armament, primarily due to the rapid increase in his strength. With the enhancement of his energy, his body itself became the finest weapon. Please, esteemed ancestor. Sun Yi gestured dismissively, prioritizing his elders, as it was not directed at outsiders. You insolent brat. Wu Xingyun's tone was far from pleasant, feeling belittled by the younger generation. Nevertheless, he did not exert his full strength, employing only about 60% of his power. Sun Yi, not exerting his full strength, initially engaged with Tong Lao using only 50% of his power. The two exchanged blows in a back-and-forth manner, devoid of intricate techniques, merely testing their strengths through the collision of fists and palms. After exchanging around 8 or 9 moves, Sun Yi suddenly realized that Tong Lao's power remained consistent with his previous strike. With that understanding, he too began to execute his techniques with the same level of force. Well done, exclaimed Wu Xingyan, appreciating Sun Yi's innovative approach, and he too commenced altering his own techniques, as both sought to avoid a direct contest of internal energy. Sun Yi initially transformed his technique into the art of palm strikes, yet he primarily employed a plethora of martial arts moves derived from various external schools, such as the mighty diamond palm, iron leg technique, iron head technique, and eagle claw skill, each embodying the essence of hard martial arts. Indeed, only by harnessing his internal energy throughout his body could he withstand any physical harm from an equally matched force. However, at this moment, Sun Yi's energy had not yet reached a level where he could mobilize it with a mere thought. Thus, in the intervals before engagement, he would continuously channel energy to bolster his physique, a process that would inevitably deplete his reserves, signaling the necessity for a swift resolution. Yet, this also implied that Sun Yi would not find himself in the farcical predicament reminiscent of Sun Wukong, who, in his later stages, was felled by an ambush from a laser gun while unprepared. As the twilight deepened, Wu Xingyun began to employ the Lingbo Weibu technique, although seemingly infrequent in its application. With Wu Xingyun's martial prowess, he could execute it far more adeptly than Duan Yu. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yi also began to employ the skill of Lingbo Weibu. However, in stark contrast, it was apparent that he exhibited a certain awkwardness in his movements. Before long, during their sparring session, Sun Yi found himself subjected to a series of relentless strikes, forced into a position of passive defense. Although he managed to deflect the majority of the blows with his hands, several attacks still landed squarely on his chest. The synchronization between Lingbo Weibo and the hardened techniques in Sun Ye's repertoire was evidently lacking, revealing conspicuous flaws in his form to Wu Xingyun. Soon, both paused to catch their breath. Not bad, young one. It has been a long time since I encountered an opponent of equal caliber, Wu Xingyun exclaimed. Her voice brimming with excitement, betraying a youthful exuberance that belied her age, her face alight with enthusiasm. You flatter me, master. It is you who is truly formidable. Sun Yi wore a humble expression, yet his face betrayed an unmistakable excitement. He gestured invitingly, indicating that they should continue their duel. He remarked that apart from his master and junior brother, he had never experienced such exhilarating combat before. When he first arrived in the world of Tianlong, he lacked the requisite strength, and he had not encountered any formidable opponents. Duan Yu, for instance, was not even considered top tier among the second-rate fighters. Although his battle with the princess was exhilarating, it was a different kind of encounter altogether. The thrill of finally meeting a worthy adversary, akin to that felt by Tong Lao, was something Sun Yi had come to appreciate greatly during this period. Although he could not yet unleash his full power, he was capable of utilizing around 80% of his strength. To truly engage in a battle at full capacity, he would need to see how the sweeping monk fared. Therefore, without hesitation, Sun Yi expressed his eagerness to continue the fight until he had fully satisfied his desire for combat. Sun Yi should now adopt a different approach. Relying solely on brute strength is no longer viable. Sun Yi began to channel the 6 yang palm of Tianshan, a technique that embodies the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, allowing for both rigidity and fluidity upon its execution. Within the realm of Taoism, the number 6 is associated with yin, thus the 6 yang palm can also be regarded as a manifestation of the yin-yang palm, where the balance of these forces is dictated by the practitioner's intent. The innate energy of qi naturally gravitates towards a forceful confrontation. However, when yin and yang unite, its efficacy diminishes, yielding to the predominance of internal power. Yet, Sun Ye's internal strength measures approximately 60 years of cultivation, comparable to that of Li Qi Luo in the present day. Consequently, it has now transitioned to Wu Xingyun feeding techniques to Sun Yi, without holding back. For Sun Yi's defenses remain robust enough to withstand a few strikes. As they exchanged blows, both parties instinctively reduced their expenditure of internal energy. Just as their force dwindled to half of its original potency, a glimmering shard of icy starlight suddenly shot towards Sun Ye's chest, veiled by the night. The small fragment of ice emitted little sound as it cut through the air. By the time Sun Yi perceived the impending danger, it was too late to evade. He could only extend his hand to shield himself, consciously intensifying the concentration of his qi. Upon contact, the ice shard melted, leaving only a trace of internal energy that attempted to penetrate his meridians. However, it was dispersed by the qi he had gathered in his hand. Master, there is no need to exert yourself in vain. An energy intensity insufficient to penetrate my qi cannot inflict harm upon me. My qi circulates throughout my body. Unlike internal power, which is confined to the meridians and only indirectly influences other parts of the body. What a remarkable young man you are. Your ability is already comparable to the Shaolin's secret techniques of the Golden Bell Shield and the I Jin Jing, Wu Xingyun praised. Consider this as a similar level of skill. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to visit Shaolin and learn from their martial arts. I kindly ask for your assistance when that opportunity arises. Upon hearing of such a martial art from the Shaolin, Sun Yi was immediately taken aback, followed by an expression of sheer excitement. 6 women nearby watched the duel intently. Whenever the combatants quickened their pace, Yu Yan would elucidate the techniques to the 4 maidens. Mei Jian and the others observed with great seriousness, nodding occasionally to signify their earnest engagement in learning. The surrounding area, sparsely populated, was shrouded in dimness as twilight approached, and the wind and snow began to subside, heightening the fervor of the 2 combatants. Wu Hongyun maintained the offensive, while Sun Yi transitioned from a state of frantic defense to a more adept and composed stance. Wu Hongyun's movements were ethereal and exceptionally graceful, whereas Sun Yi initially appeared somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, he could not be overshadowed by the elegance of the Xiaoao sect's techniques, and with the infusion of his inner energy. He occasionally touched the ground lightly, most of the time soaring as if he were a celestial being descending to earth. Mei Jian and the others frequently cheered for the 2. Kid, observe this move, Wu Hongyun exclaimed, continuously altering his techniques. The lethal prowess of Tong Lao did not rely solely on internal strength. The Tianshan hand seamlessly integrated into the myriad martial arts, each technique followed by an array of transformations. After 3 consecutive changes in his approach, Sun Yi still could not evade the strike and was kicked in the chest. He absorbed the blow. Although he did not breach his defenses, the equal exertion from both fighters caused him to momentarily lose his balance. With a swift pivot on his toes, he quickly retreated to dissipate the force of the impact. Sun Yi gently placed his right hand upon his chest. Reassured by his defensive capabilities, feeling no significant issues as he prepared to advance. Enough, Sunday. Let us call it a day, Wu Xingyan interjected. Having experienced a rejuvenation that enhanced her martial prowess, she acknowledged that her gradual improvement over the years had yielded results without any control issues. Engaging in battle with another, she had adapted to the flow of power. It was indeed a novel experience to guide a junior in combat to such an extent. The realization that she was evenly matched, or even at a disadvantage, evoked a poignant reflection on the passage of time. The fact that her defenses remained unbroken throughout was a clear indication that her opponent had not exerted their full strength. Sun Yi also reflected on the day's harvest, observing that Wu Xingyan appeared to lack the strength that he possessed. However, her notorious prowess in combat, which required no second technique to dispatch her foes, indicated that her strength extended beyond mere internal energy. Her skill in martial arts was indeed unparalleled. Suddenly, a loud rumbling echoed as Sun Yi's stomach began to growl. Unlike internal energy, which could be sustained through training, one's vitality was far more reliant on the sustenance provided by food. After a prolonged battle, both combatants felt hunger pangs. Coinciding perfectly with dinner time, they hastily consumed a modest meal. As the days passed, the group of 8 decided to venture into the nearby city to indulge in some renowned local dishes. Fortuitously, they found themselves a mere few dozen kilometers from Hunan Prefecture. Sun Yi opted not to use any mode of transport, instead donning his full gear and running along the road. A few women engaged in light banter overhead. And when they were over 1,000 meters away from the city, they found an opportune moment when the road was clear to descend. After patiently awaiting Sun Yi's arrival, they accompanied him, utilizing their lightness of foot to keep pace around him, interspersing their journey with playful jests. As early summer approached, a subtle drizzle fell from the sky, barely perceptible. Gazing into the distance, one could faintly discern patches of verdant grass, resembling a lawn, though upon closer inspection, it was sparse, given its proximity to the main road. Upon reaching the city outskirts, they encountered a queue of farmers at the city gate. The group, employing the graceful techniques of the Shaoao sect, exuded an ethereal quality, prompting many at the gate to yield passage. Whispers of the 7 fairies descending to the mortal realm could be faintly heard. Yet, a bystander expressed confusion regarding a petite woman in their midst, sparking a brief rebuttal. But thankfully, the veils worn by the women quelled any potential disturbance. As they proceeded along the main road into the city, they soon arrived at a tavern named Cultivator, which appeared quite sizable with patrons frequently entering and exiting. Upon entering, they were promptly greeted by an attendant. The sight of 7 women clad in diverse attire accompanying a lone man was indeed striking. The presence of a set of quadruplets particularly captivated the attention of the diners on the first floor. "Esteemed guests, please ascend to the second floor," the cheerful attendant exclaimed, wary of provoking those skilled in martial arts. After settling at a table on the second floor, they beckoned the attendant to take their orders. "First, bring us some dried fruits and snacks, and then please serve us several of your signature local dishes, around 15 or 16, if you will. Here is the payment." Sun Yi spoke as he placed a piece of silver weighing around 10 taels on the table. The individuals present were all affluent. Li Chi Luo had the assets of Mandala Mountain Villa, and Sun Yi had entrusted her with the sale of certain modern products he had brought with him. Wu Xingyan, hailing from Lingzhou Palace, also possessed a fair share of valuable items, and money had never been a concern for him. "No problem, no problem," the young waiter responded eagerly, his face beaming with joy as he hurried off to the kitchen with the silver. Given his enthusiasm, it seemed likely that there would be a handsome profit to be made. Perhaps due to the weather, the tavern was not particularly crowded, and the spacious interior felt somewhat sparse. Moreover, about half of the patrons were dressed in martial attire, armed with various weapons, outnumbering the martial artists downstairs. It appeared that something noteworthy was about to transpire. The tavern first served dried fruits and pastries, urging the remaining dishes to be brought out promptly. Before waving off the enthusiastic young waiter, the group engaged in casual conversation, predominantly among the women, leaving Sun Yi unable to interject. When the group finished their meal, the women naturally removed their veils. The 7 uniquely beautiful ladies instantly became the focal point of attention, drawing glances from the entire floor. Fortunately, due to the large number of patrons, no one dared to cause trouble, and the women, accustomed to being observed, paid it no mind. At this moment, Sun Yi had perked up his ears to listen, with such beauties nearby. The conversations at the surrounding tables grew louder as patrons vied to impress the ladies with their bravado. Hey, Brother Wang, you're quite well informed. Is there any recent excitement in the martial world? Naturally, he had heard of the new leader of the Beggars sect convening a martial arts conference at Shaolin on June 15th, purportedly to select a leader of the martial arts community. You've heard about it, right? They even sent us an invitation. The nameless individual spoke with a proud expression, and those around him responded with admiration. Sun Yi was taken aback. Had it already come to this? It seemed he would have to join in the revelry, if only to record the Yi Jin Jing. I have indeed heard about it, he replied, but I had no idea Brother Wang also received an invitation. You truly are a distinguished figure in the martial world of Henan. I am unworthy of such praise, Brother Wang modestly replied. Could you bring along a couple of brothers to witness the grand occasion? In the future, feel free to command us whenever you need assistance. Of course, came the response. Does Brother Wang have any more news to share with us? Someone at the table inquired, eager to glean insights about the martial world. When has the martial world ever lacked excitement? Brother Wang replied, drawing out his words. Sun Yi glanced at him. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a modest beard, and had a pleasant demeanor. Young waiter, quickly bring me another pot of fine wine, he called. And the understanding patron beside him recognized the implication of his elongated tone. Additionally, there has been news that a single individual has recently challenged and defeated various major sects in the north, gaining fame that rivals the legendary Bai Qiafeng in Namorong. Have you heard of him? The mysterious Brother Wang piqued their curiosity. Of course, I've heard of him, one replied, but I have yet to see him in person. They say he is called the Unbreakable Diamond, renowned for his extraordinary external martial arts. Have you perhaps met him? The two companions readily played along. Come now, Brother Wang must have encountered him. Perhaps you've even crossed paths. Someone interjected. Indeed, I have met him. We've each shared a drink together, he boasted, his voice loud enough to catch the attention of the ladies, provoking little change in Wu Xingyan and Li Qi Luo's expressions, while the others stifled giggles, amused by Brother Wang's bluster. Tell us, Brother Wang, what does he look like? We wouldn't want to inadvertently offend him when we meet. Several voices urged. Very well, let me describe him. The Unbreakable Diamond is truly a misnamed figure. His moniker is well-deserved. He possesses a robust physique, a voice like a bronze bell, stands nearly 10 feet tall, and has a light golden complexion. When engaged in combat, the sound of his limbs clashing with weapons resonates like metal striking metal. His external martial arts are unparalleled, and his features are quite distinctive. One would recognize him at a glance. The group gasped in astonishment. Such a figure must indeed be exceptionally gifted. I shall introduce you to him another day, he continued, and the conversation flowed onto other topics, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Meanwhile, Yu Yin and the four sisters from Mei Jian were in fits of laughter, unable to eat, swaying in their seats. Sun Yi, caught between embarrassment and amusement, took the opportunity to admire the lovely scenery around him. Just then, the tavern began to serve several dishes, prompting Sun Yi to encourage everyone to sample the local specialties, suggesting they finish their meal before continuing on to Shaolin to witness the spectacle. After 2 rounds of dishes, approximately 40 plates in total had been consumed, with half of them having found their way into Sun Yi's mouth, while the other ladies remained busy, knowing that their cultivation of internal energy did not come without effort. Dear guest, please look. The young waiter hesitated, a troubled expression on his face. The table where Brother Wang had been boasting fell silent, as it dawned on them that in this era, true masters did not necessarily consume large quantities of food. Yet, eating abundantly implied a certain level of strength, especially among those of the martial world. Otherwise, they could hardly sustain themselves. Were they truly a gathering of masters? They did not appear to be so at all. Upon observing the situation, Sun Yi decisively placed a piece of silver on the table and commanded, continue. Certainly, esteemed guest. Coming right up. The young attendant joyfully took the silver and hurried away. At this table, Sun Yi hardly partook of the meal, as 7 women eagerly indulged themselves. Once satiated, they felt little desire to linger any longer, especially after discussing the gossip from the martial world that had circulated on the 2nd floor. Aside from the tidings of the Shaolin tournament, there was nothing else to pique Sun Yi's interest. The group then rose and exited the tavern, inquiring about the correct path before heading directly towards the Shaoshi Mountain, where the renowned Shaolin Temple is located. Shaolin is revered as the foremost sect in the martial arts realm, and it was only after Qiao Feng ascended as the leader that the Beggars sect gained a reputation comparable to that of Shaolin, although it cannot be denied that his predecessor also contributed to its legacy. However, it was primarily Qiao Feng's exceptional abilities that elevated the Beggars sect. Following his resignation, the sect experienced a significant decline, ultimately leading to the impending martial arts gathering. In recent days, the area around Shaoshi Mountain began to bustle with activity as martial artists from various regions, including Yishuo, Jiang'an, Chuanzhong, and Shandong, made their way to the location. Not all arriving on the same day. As the event approached, those who arrived first had already filled the local inns to capacity. Individuals of little renown or those accompanied by women found it impossible to secure accommodation within the confines of the Shaolin Temple. Initially, the monks within Shaolin were perplexed by the sudden influx of visitors, but as acquaintances of the temple arrived, they provided some context regarding the situation, albeit with limited clarity. Furthermore, those with closer ties to Shaolin tended to arrive later than those from distant regions, yet all traveled with great urgency to reach their destination in time. In the days leading up to the event, rumors began to circulate, and only 3 days prior to the gathering did they receive a letter from the Beggars sect, which failed to specify an exact date, merely indicating that it would occur soon, catching them off guard. Nonetheless, preparations were underway, as the Beggars sect seemed to harbor ulterior motives, and all the monks were on high alert. On the 15th day of the 6th month, various heroes began to pay their respects at the mountain's base. Sun Yi, having established a reputation as the unbreakable Vajra, presented a formal invitation to the monk in charge of the temple, clearly stating his intentions, and was thus granted passage to ascend the mountain. However, the Shaolin monks promptly raced ahead to notify their brethren. Sun Yi followed the formidable heroes of the Hishi region to the Grand Hall of Shaolin Temple. Among this assembly, nearly half had previously encountered Sun Yi, either in visitations or challenges. One individual had even attempted to strike at Wu Xingyun and others, only to be severely injured by Qing Luo's swift counter. Consequently, the atmosphere became notably cordial, as mutual respect was exchanged. As they approached the hall, they observed Jimozi and several unfamiliar monks confronting Xuanzi and his companions from Shaolin. It appeared that, without the intervention of Su Zhu, who had inherited the martial arts of the Xianxia sect, the standoff persisted with tension palpable in the air. Judging by the demeanor of the Shaolin monks, they seemed to be at a disadvantage, their spirits visibly dampened. Upon entering the venue, greetings were exchanged, and Master Xiannan of Shaolin, familiar with Sun Ye's reputation, seemed to have discussed him with Xuanzi previously. Xuanzi, recognizing Sun Ye's significance, treated him with utmost regard, acknowledging the presence of the renowned Golden Buddha, Sun Yi. Sun Yi humbly replied that he had heard of the beggar gang convening a martial arts assembly at Shaolin, and thus had come unannounced, seeking pardon for any impropriety. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the true sentiments of Xuanzi remained inscrutable, his smile merely a customary greeting. After all, Sun Yi's visits to other sects were often challenges, and though he approached with decorum, the stigma of defeat lingered. Soon after, heroes from regions such as Lianghu, Jiang'an, and Liangguang arrived. Despite the vast distances separating them, they converged upon Shaolin, evidently prompted by the beggar gang's careful preparations and invitations extended months prior. The monks of Shaolin initially dealt with formidable figures like Shinshan's Ren and Zeluo Xing before engaging with Jimozi, exhausting considerable energy. Suddenly, as heroes from all corners gathered, the monks, though numerous, found themselves in disarray due to the unexpected influx. Shortly thereafter, Duan Yu and his son, Duan Yu, arrived, and Xuanzi took time to introduce them to the throng of heroes. Duan Yiqing, Murongfu, and others also made their entrance. Before formalities could conclude, word arrived that the beggar gang's disciples were approaching. In no time, the noise of the crowd grew louder, and the sound of galloping horses drew near. Turning to see, they recognized Murongfu and his companions arriving at the edge of the square, exchanging only brief greetings. Following closely were the disciples of the beggar gang. Amidst the sounds of drums and flutes, 4 horses ascended the mountain, each rider brandishing a large yellow flag emblazoned with the words Beggar Gang Leader Zhuang. As the flag was raised, over 100 horses surged up the mountain, creating a grand spectacle. At the forefront was a figure clad in a richly embroidered robe, his face obscured by a mask, accompanied by several elders and leaders of the beggar gang. Naturally, this was Zhuang Juxian, the new leader of the beggar gang. His concealed identity sparked whispers among the onlookers, speculating whether he was a renowned figure reluctant to reveal himself. Some conjectured that he might be a novice, cautious of potential defeat in the forthcoming battle. Duan Jinchun and his companions spotted a Z beside Zhuang Juxian but hesitated to acknowledge her. However, Wan Xingzhu called out, A Z feigned ignorance, relishing her freedom and unwilling to return to the tedium of her former life, while Zhuang Juxian, attentive to her whims, remained oblivious to her discontent. Master Xuanzi, noting the near completion of the gathering, Address the assembly. Beggar gang leader Zhuang has arrived with his followers. And I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Zhuang stepped forward, proclaiming, Master Xuanzi, Shaolin is the foremost sect in the martial world. And the beggar gang is the preeminent faction in the realm. Traditionally, we coexist independently. However, recent turmoil has plagued the martial arts community, with many notable figures falling victim to various renowned techniques. Following the chaotic arrival of Qiaofeng, the heroes of the Central Plains suffered a setback. Our Song dynasty stands at a precarious juncture, and the fellowship among our peers has faltered, leading to oppression by foreign factions. Thus, the beggar gang proposes the establishment of a martial arts leader to unify our efforts, which is the purpose of this assembly. Today, we shall determine the victor, who will assume the mantle of martial arts leader, while the vanquished shall abide by the leader's commands. I seek your concurrence, Master. Zhuang spoke with increasing confidence, as if reciting from memory, while a Z, reveling in the spectacle, clapped in approval, further fueling Zhuang's bravado. Xuanzi, however, remained unperturbed, responding calmly, your words bear merit. Leader Zhuang. Yet, I have a query to pose. Please, speak freely. Zhuang, brimming with confidence, dismissed any concern. You propose to elect a leader from the Central Plains to coordinate our endeavors. Yet, Leader Zhuang has not revealed his true identity. May I inquire if you hail from the Central Plains? Indeed, indeed. The crowd echoed, pressing for Zhuang's revelation, their skepticism palpable. Zhuang hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. At that moment, Quan Qing stepped forward with confidence, declaring, our leader Zhuang is indeed a person of the Central Plains, as the beggar gang is inherently a faction of this region. Master Xuanzi, the true strength of the beggar gang and Shaolin will be revealed through a contest between your two leaders, thus clarifying any doubts. The assembly of perceptive individuals shifted their gazes, realizing the beggar gang's precarious position. Their new leader might not wield the authority one would expect. After all, even a figure like Qiaofeng had been ousted by his own. It was likely that Zhuang was but a puppet, albeit a formidable one. Xuanzi, keenly observing the unfolding dynamics yet maintaining his composed demeanor, responded, Leader Zhuang, if you insist upon a contest, I must honor the long-standing camaraderie between our two sections. Today, before all present, I have no intention of competing with the beggar gang. However, if I must engage, I shall do so with respect to our shared history. The crowd murmured in agreement, affirming that Shaolin had committed no wrong. Xuanzi continued, very well, today I shall demonstrate my skill against your famed techniques. The dragon-subduing palm and the dog-driving staff, for all the heroes to witness the beggar gang's traditional arts. Zhuang was taken aback, despite his new title. He had never learned these techniques. He had only heard of the beggar gang as sacred skills from the elders, but had never witnessed them firsthand. How could he possibly engage? Xuanzi intoned a chant, Amiba, then declared, I shall counter your dragon-subduing palm with the great diamond palm of my sect and meet your dog-driving staff with my demon-subduing Zen staff. With that, he assumed the initial stance of the great diamond palm, his garments flowing gracefully. Zhuang, left with little recourse, reluctantly raised his hands to retaliate, executing a fierce strike with his left while his right followed suit, channeling the formidable techniques he had learned from a Z, born of the Starry Sky sect. The crowd erupted in exclamations. This is the infamous evil technique of the Starry Sky sect. It is not the dragon-subduing palm. It is not the skills of the beggar's sect. Even among the disciples of the beggar's sect, someone spoke up, Leader, you should employ the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Young Zhuang, give it your all, defeat him using the martial arts of the Starry Sky sect. A Z, witnessing the clash between the two, ultimately called out to Yu Tianji, as she relied entirely on him outside. Otherwise, she could never contend with Quan Qing, nor could she wield any influence within the beggar's sect. A Z waved her hand behind her, and two disciples of the beggar's sect took out 2 bundles of purple fabric from their robes, fastening them to wooden poles and waving them in the wind. They unfurled 2 large purple banners, each emblazoned with 6 blood-red characters, Master of the Starry Sky sect, Duan. Upon hearing AZ's words, Yutanji disregarded everything else, focusing solely on his assault, intent on defeating Xian Ci to bring honor to a Z. Duan Zhichun and Wan Xingzhu were both taken aback. They were aware that this daughter, being a disciple of Ding Chuanxiu, was notoriously cunning and troublesome. Yet they never anticipated her audacity to showcase the Starry Sky sect's banner at the martial arts assembly, especially considering her limited skills, which should have led to her swift elimination. While Duan Zhichun and Wan Xingzhu were at a loss, desperately seeking a solution, the crowd suddenly heard the distant sound of hooves. A dozen horses galloped swiftly up the mountain, arriving in no time, causing the two combatants to temporarily cease their conflict. The riders donned black cloaks and dark garments underneath. They appeared fierce, and their steeds were magnificent, each horse tall and robust, with sleek black coats. As they approached, the crowd was dazzled, for each horse's shoes were forged from gold. A total of 20 riders appeared, though few in number. Their imposing presence felt like an army of thousands. The first 18 horses galloped closer, parting to the sides, and from their midst emerged two riders, a man and a woman, who were none other than Xiao Feng and a Zhu. They had followed Aziz's trail to this location, and upon hearing she was at the beggar's sect, they rushed here in great alarm. Upon seeing Aziz safe and sound, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once Xiao Feng relaxed, he began to reminisce with the members of the beggar's sect, who were equally excited. A large group of them suddenly erupted in cheers. Chief Qiao! Chief Qiao! Hundreds of sect members rushed forth from the crowd, bowing in respect before him. Since his expulsion from the beggar's sect, Xiao Feng had never anticipated that. Despite the division between them, so many old comrades would still warmly come to greet him. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in his fierce eyes as he dismounted. Clasping his fists in salute, saying, I, Xiao Feng of the Khitan, have been expelled from the sect and have no further ties with the beggar's sect. Why do you still address me by my former title? How are all my brothers faring? The sincerity in his final words was palpable, stirring deep emotions within him. As they exchanged pleasantries, Sun Yi couldn't help but reflect on Xiao Feng's genuine nature. It was precisely this quality that would motivate Sun Yi to assist him in times of difficulty in the future. Meanwhile, Aziz dashed over, eager to leap into Xiao Feng's embrace, but was intercepted by a Zhu, who pulled her to greet Duan Yu and Wan Xingzhu instead. Father, mother, are you both well? A Zhu inquired with a beaming smile, while Aziz reluctantly followed suit. The onlookers were astonished. The purple-clad girl of the beggar's sect and Xiao Feng's wife were both princesses of Dali. This was news to them. Murongfu and several of the 4 great ministers were equally shocked, realizing that a Zhu was indeed a princess of Dali. Only Duan Yu scoffed disdainfully, recalling that Xiao Feng had previously aided Duan Yu against him, and now they were revealed to be relatives. As the group exchanged pleasantries, the crowd began to stir with excitement. Master Xiansheng of the Shaolin sect discreetly transmitted orders. The Arhit formation shall guard all paths leading down the mountain. This villain has slain brother Xin Ku, and we shall not allow him to descend from Shaoshi Mountain again. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Qiao, you killed my brother. The blood feud remains unavenged. Today I will fight you. Xiao Feng, a Khitan barbarian, was a target for all, and the uproar among the crowd became impossible to suppress. The shouts echoed with accusations against Xiao Feng for having killed sons, fathers, and countless others. Despite being flanked by 18 riders, even if he possessed extraordinary skills, escaping this mounting hostility would be an arduous task. As the clamor grew, the courage of the crowd surged, yet none dared to step forward, merely shouting from the sidelines, hoping others would exhaust Xiao Feng's internal strength first. But before they could launch an assault, Yu Tanji intervened, declaring, Xiao, the enmity of slaying a father cannot be overlooked. Today, we shall settle this. While the crowd hoped the new leader of the beggar's sect would tire the former leader, Aziz grew anxious. Yu Tanji, you cannot. But she was cut off by a Zhu. The crowd murmured, recognizing Yu Tanji's name. The former young master of the Gathering of Heroes in? If so, had he experienced some fortuitous encounter to elevate his skills? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yu Tanji found himself in a quandary. He did not wish to oppose Aziz, yet the call for vengeance against his parents could not be ignored. Meanwhile, Sun Yi approached Prince Duan to greet him. It was imperative to establish a connection in support of Xiao Feng, as it would facilitate future rescues. Otherwise, even if he wished to help, Xiao Feng's temperament might not align with his plans. However, Prince Duan barely acknowledged Sun Yi, merely responding with a slight him. His face alight with excitement as he gazed at Qing Luo. Is it you, a Luo? His voice quivered, yet Qing Luo ignored him, focusing intently on the unfolding situation. All right, Prince Duan, perhaps you should first concern yourself with the plight of your son-in-law. Sun Yi spoke without revealing any emotion on his face. Yet, with a mere glance, Liqi Luo could discern Duan Zhengquan's diminished martial prowess. After several intense battles, Liqi Luo had grown disdainful of men weaker than herself. In the arena, Xiao Feng had originally arrived in the central plains with 20 swift steeds, intending solely to rescue Aziz and return to Nanjing. Little did he expect that a martial arts conference was underway at Shaolin. The previous battle at the Gathering of Heroes was not of his choosing. Should another fight arise today, it would only lead to further casualties and guilt. even if he could escape unscathed. The 18 riders of Yin Yun he brought along would surely suffer heavy losses. Turning to Duan Yu, he said, "Brother, the situation is dire. We cannot linger. You should withdraw for now. The mountains and rivers are long, and we shall meet again." He wished for Duan Yu to take shelter nearby, where he would be safe due to Shaolin's ties with the Duan family, allowing Xiao Feng to charge down the mountain without concern for others. However, Duan Yu, ignited by a sense of chivalry, failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Having grown up without such teachings, his life had been consumed by an obsession with Buddhist scriptures, and in the Central Plains, he was not afforded the same respect as in Dali. Despite the conversation, Duan Yu remained obstinate and refused to withdraw. If he had retreated, he could have preserved his life while also avoiding interference with Xiao Feng. Suddenly, Mu Rongfu, observing the scene, called out boldly, "Brother Xiao, you are a hero of the Khitan, viewing the heroes of the Central Plains as inconsequential. Today, I, Mu Rongfu of Suzhou, wish to test your skills. Should I perish beneath your hand? It would be an honor to contribute a modicum of strength to the heroes of the Central Plains." His grandiloquent words were merely a pretext to forge connections with the heroes of the Central Plains, hoping for future alliances. Duan Zhenchun quietly instructed Fan Hua, Huahigan, and Ba Tianshi to exert their utmost efforts to aid Xiao Feng. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Feng, filled with bravado, set aside the fear of death and declared, "Bring forth the wine." He continued, "Brother, our fates are intertwined. Let us drink heartily, regardless of life or death." After drinking, he tossed the wine pouch to the ground and bellowed, "Who dares to come forth and die?" At his thunderous challenge, the crowd felt a vibrating resonance, and all were momentarily stunned. "Xiao Feng, accept your death." Yu Tianji was the first to attack, launching a palm strike empowered by the internal energy he acquired from the I Ching Jing. However, his technique was rudimentary, learned only from his Z. He relied solely on his internal power in battle. Mu Rongfu followed suit, attacking without drawing his sword, thinking that the renowned South Mu Rong and North Xiao Feng were evenly matched, and even if he was outmatched, the difference would be negligible. "Come forth." Xiao Feng did not dwell on the matter. He unleashed a powerful palm strike, the energy swirling from his palm, resonating like a dragon's roar. Employing the Kong Long Yuhui from the 18 dragon-subduing palms, reserving some strength to counter Mu Rongfu. As their palms met, a shockwave radiated from their point of contact, surging towards the crowd behind Yu Tianji. The chilling aura of Yu Tianji's internal power sent shivers through the assembled martial artists, yet the warriors behind Xiao Feng remained unaffected. For Yu Tianji's strength paled in comparison to Xiao Feng's. As Xiao Feng noticed Mu Rongfu closing in, he redirected their combined energy towards him, realizing the danger. Mu Rongfu quickly attempted to use the Dozhuan Xingyi technique to counterbalance the incoming force. However, their energies intertwined in such a way that he could not redirect it. He could only execute a splitting palm strike and retreat. Xiao Feng, adeptly receiving the strike with his left hand, instinctively retaliated against the now exhausted Yu Tianji with his right hand. Yu Tianji hastily raised his right hand to block but was forced to press his hand against his own face by Xiao Feng's overwhelming force. In an instant, his facial mask shattered, and the crowd gasped in shock, revealing that this master of the gathering of heroes had been disfigured, which explained his need for a mask. In the midst of the uproar, Yu Tianji, driven by madness, continued his assault, but his attacks lacked coherence, allowing Xiao Feng to grow increasingly relaxed. Eventually, even Mu Rongfu found it prudent to withdraw, sensing the tide had turned. The crowd, sensing the unfavorable shift, began to murmur, Xiao Feng was a Khitan, and there was no need to adhere to the rules of the martial world. Indeed, I must avenge my father. Charge! The cries of the heroes echoed, declaring that Xiao Feng, the ruthless villain, had slain many of their kind and could not be spared. United in purpose, they resolved to slay this Khitan scourge. Today, whoever kills Xiao Feng shall be hailed as the leader of the martial world. The clamor rose once more, and the allure of leadership stirred many into action. Before long, Yu Tianji was sent flying by Xiao Feng's palm, blood spewing as he crashed to the ground, unable to rise for the time being. The members of the beggar's sect felt a tumult of emotions. Most still yearned for Xiao Feng, yet he was now their adversary, having defeated their current leader, a mere puppet of the Qing dynasty and deeply unpopular. Thus, their feelings were complex and difficult to articulate. Eventually, some could no longer contain themselves and charged at Xiao Feng, a multitude gathering around him, the atmosphere thick with tension and murderous intent. Mu Rongfu, witnessing this development, felt compelled to join the fray, believing Xiao Feng, having just defeated Yu Tianji, must be fatigued. Noticing the situation, Xiaofeng refrained from calling for a Zhu, recognizing that she was safer among Duan Jingxuan's group. Any call for her now could lead to their encirclement and greater peril. Seeing the unfolding scenario, the Khitan warriors accompanying Xiaofeng drew their swords, forming a protective circle around him, moving cautiously but resolutely. These men were the elite of the military, despite being outnumbered. They were undeterred. Having been tempered on the battlefield, they feared no ambush. If you wish to slay me, Xiaofeng, a man of valor, I shall not cower. Whatever means you possess, unleash them. Today, I, Xiaofeng, shall stand firm to the end. Since you speak thus, for the sake of the righteousness of the Central Plains and the distinction between Huai, I must apologize, Mu Rongfu declared, seeking to rally support. Without waiting for Xiaofeng's response, Mu Rongfu channeled his internal power, executing a powerful splitting palm strike, followed closely by a sword attack. Previously, he believed the setback was due to their combined strength, yet he underestimated Xiaofeng's growing ferocity as they clashed. Xiaofeng effortlessly dispelled Mu Rongfu's palm strike, retaining half his strength, and swiftly followed with another Konglong Yuhui, combining their energies to shatter Mu Rongfu's sword, sending fragments flying into the onrushing crowd, resulting in chaos. After his sword was destroyed, Mu Rongfu quickly adjusted his strategy, employing the eagle claw technique with his internal energy enhancing his hands. Each movement produced a fierce wind, but Xiaofeng, renowned for his vigorous 18 dragon-subduing palms, deployed a blend of strength and flexibility. Yet, the raw force he possessed would ultimately prevail. If Mu Rongfu had relied on agility, he might have lasted several more exchanges. But to challenge strength with strength was a miscalculation. Taking a deep breath, he raised his elbows slightly, launching a powerful punch and palm strike in a move known as stepping on frost, approaching ice. The palm technique, embodying both flexibility and strength, serves as a means of both defense and offense, perfectly exemplifying the art of counterattack in this moment. Xiaofeng first executed the defensive move stepping on frost, ice approaches to ward off Mu Rongfu's eagle claw assault. Following this, he seamlessly transitioned into a powerful dual palm thrust known as shocking 100 miles. A formidable strike from the 18 dragon-subduing palms. With a clash, Mu Rongfu staggered back as if struck by a truck, retreating swiftly until he nearly lost his footing. Fortunately, he was caught by the quick-witted Dang Baichuan. Young master, catch the sword. Dang Baichuan hastily extended his long sword. Mu Rongfu, invigorated by the weapon, pressed forward to launch an aggressive onslaught, employing his family's renowned swordsmanship, an exceptional skill in the martial world, executing an unbroken series of strikes that flowed like water. In mere moments, he appeared enveloped by a luminous aura. Yet, despite Mu Rongfu's relentless ferocity, Xiaofeng continued to counter with a succession of over a dozen dragon-subduing palms. As the tide of battle shifted against Mu Rongfu, the crowd began to murmur restlessly, and those in the front row started to approach. In Sun Ye's heart, Xiaofeng was undeniably a figure of righteousness, having thwarted a war, and he felt compelled to assist. As he observed the restless crowd, he noticed Mu Rongbo and Xiao Yuanshan preparing to intervene, realizing that with so many present, it would be difficult to halt the ensuing conflict. Nearby, even Duan Zhenchun and Duan Yu were ready to take action, demonstrating their sense of duty. Hero Xiao, son is here to lend you a hand. He turned to Wu Xingyun, proposing, shall we engage in a friendly contest to see who can subdue more opponents, targeting acupoints without causing harm? What do you say? Despite the confusion among the assembly, most were noble figures, at least on the surface, and Sun Yi wished to avoid widespread bloodshed. Very well, let us compete. Over the past few days, Wu Xingyun had never held the upper hand in strength, only managing to gain an advantage through technique. Yet, from an initial overwhelming dominance, he had now managed to maintain a slight edge. Before Xiaofeng could respond, Sun Yi, alongside a young girl, darted forward with remarkable speed, their forms leaving only ephemeral traces behind. Duan Zhenchun, having overheard their conversation, was about to join when he caught sight of Wu Xingyun and hesitated. Realizing he was too late to intervene, Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun surged into the crowd like fierce tigers among a flock of sheep. As they passed, all those in their vicinity found themselves paralyzed, each individual rendered motionless by the pressure point struck upon them. The duo navigated through the throng with ease, leaving chaos in their wake. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that people were thrown into disarray. Go for it, my lord. You can do it, revered master. Qing Luo stood on the sidelines, observing the fierce battle with a serene demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. Accompanied by Yu Yin and Mei Jian, the four maidens leisurely watched, utterly unconcerned for the fate of Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun. Even Zhu Jian and Yu Yin, caught up in their excitement. Found time to cheer for the two combatants, playfully competing to see whose voice could be louder. In the midst of the fray, Duan Yu turned his attention at the sound of the cheers, and his gaze fell upon the fairy sister once more. However, upon hearing Yu Yin call out "my lord," he experienced a profound sense of despair, despite having previously known of her affections. While the battle raged on outside, the conflict within the arena was equally intense. Xiaofeng, after trading blows for 20 exchanges, successfully shattered Murong Fu's sword once again. In the meantime, Feng Boyi hurled his single blade towards Murong Fu, who caught it and resumed his dance of combat, yet lacking the elite martial skills that his family's sword techniques provided. Murong Fu could not endure even 10 exchanges this time. He was sent flying by Xiaofeng's flying dragon in the sky technique after merely 8 moves, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling forth. Upon seeing Murong Fu fall, Xiaofeng did not pursue further. Instead, he paused to survey his surroundings. Previously, he had only caught glimpses of the battle while exchanging blows, but now, he noticed that the majority of the assembled heroes were lying on the ground, stiff and unmoving. A closer inspection revealed that they had all been incapacitated by pressure points. The contest between Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun was swiftly approaching its conclusion. Drawing upon his prior experience with the one-yang finger technique, Sun Yi adeptly alternated the exertion of his hands, primarily focusing on distant pressure point strikes, executed with remarkable speed. Although Wu Xingyun's Tianshan folding plum hand was exquisitely refined, it could not surpass the forcefulness of Sun Ye's dual-handed approach. Given that the participants present possessed relatively lesser martial skills, had they all been of Murong Fu's caliber, Sun Ye's speed and striking pressure points would undoubtedly have paled in comparison to Wu Xingyun's. As the two engaged in their respective techniques, Xiaofeng observed that there were still a few individuals remaining near them. He initially intended to assist Wu Xingyun but was promptly dismissed by her, who insisted he aid Sun Yi instead, declaring her self-sufficient. Wu Xingyun's authoritative voice startled Xiaofeng, yet recognizing her confidence allowed him to step forward and support Sun Yi. Focusing primarily on pressure point strikes, Sun Yi, unperturbed by the prospect of defeat, resigned himself to the outcome. However, even after the bout concluded, Wu Xingyun remained unsatisfied. Determined to secure victory, she sought to exploit any openings to incapacitate Murong Fu as well. Just as she was about to advance, a figure in gray robes intercepted her from several meters away. It was none other than Murong Bo, who had mysteriously appeared at the scene. "Get away from me, you little brat," Wu Xingyun exclaimed as she initiated her attack. Under the onslaught of her folding plum hand, Murong Bo could only rely on his signature technique, the turning stars and moving planets, to barely defend himself. One misstep could lead to his downfall. Ultimately, he managed to escape by combining his techniques and, taking advantage of Wu Xingyun's momentary distraction, quickly distanced himself in preparation for a ranged assault. From a distance, Xian Xi observed the exchange with astonishment, followed swiftly by a dawning realization, which then morphed into profound anger, though he maintained a stoic facade. "Who exactly are you? Why do you assist this chitin man?" "Xiaofeng, I am the Tianshan Tonglao of the Tianshan Sacred Eagle Palace. As for my assistance, I shall do as I please," Wu Xingyun retorted disdainfully. Murong Bo, acknowledging her formidable skill, recognized he had not been subdued by her single strike, though it was evident that Wu Xingyun had not fully exerted herself either. At the very least, none of those Wu Xingyun had subdued required a second strike, while Sun Yi struggled to predict his opponent's moves due to his less effective techniques. Thus, while some resorted to second and third attacks, they were swiftly subdued nonetheless. "Tianshan Tonglao? That's implausible. She has been renowned for over 40 years. Murong Bo exclaimed incredulously. "At 97 years of age, she is still in her prime." "What? Do you doubt it?" Wu Xingyun replied, her voice dripping with disdain. "Can anyone truly falsify their age?" The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, yet upon reflecting on her ability to incapacitate foes with a single move, coupled with her formidable internal power, they acknowledged her prowess befitting a woman of her advanced years. All eyes shifted to Sun Yi, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Why do you all look at me? I am 20 years old, unequivocally," he declared, pointing dismissively at Xiaofeng and Murong Fu. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. The fact that this 20-year-old possessed martial skills comparable to a centenarian was even more astonishing. To the onlookers, both individuals appeared extraordinary. One was a nearly 100-year-old woman who looked no older than 30, while the other was a 20-year-old capable of rivaling the abilities of a 100-year-old master. They were merely peculiar in differing ways. Seizing the opportunity while others were momentarily distracted, Sun Yi shouted towards a tree at the edge of the arena. "You may as well reveal yourself." Suddenly, another figure in black robes leapt forth, halting near Xiaofeng, who immediately called out, "Benefactor." Ahem. Before further conversation could ensue, Sunny interjected, "Today, we must bring all matters to a close. You two should reveal your identities. Let us clarify everything once and for all." Sunny spoke solemnly to Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan, his tone imbued with an unusual gravity that sent a ripple of unease through both men. They exchanged glances, acutely aware that their martial prowess would not allow for an escape today. Xiao Yuanshan, eager to voice his thoughts, believed in retribution for grievances, and promptly removed his mask. Beside him, Xiaofeng was suddenly filled with exhilaration, exclaiming, "You are my father." Xiao Yuanshan laughed heartily, responding, "Indeed, my dear child, I am your father. Our resemblance is unmistakable. Anyone can discern that I am your progenitor." With a flourish, he tore open his garment to reveal an embroidered wolf's head on his chest. In kind, Xiaofeng unveiled his own attire, displaying a deep green wolf's head emblazoned upon his chest. The two stood facing each other, and in a moment of shared fervor, they both howled towards the heavens, their voices echoing like a tempest, resonating far and wide, causing those present to feel as though thunder roared in their ears. The 18 riders of Yinyun drew their long blades, their cries harmonizing in a fierce crescendo. Though their number barely reached 20, their spirits soared, as if they regarded the onlookers with utter disdain. The crowd erupted once more into a flurry of astonishment, the day's surprises seeming endless, with twists and turns abounding. At this juncture, Xiaofeng produced an impression of Xiao Yuanshan's final letter from his earlier years, propelling the narrative forward. Xiao Yuanshan spoke in a grave tone, "The majority of those responsible for your mother's demise have been vanquished by my hand. Yet, the ringleader, the great villain, remains alive to this day. My child, what shall we do about him?" Xiaofeng, anxious, inquired, "Who is this person?" Xiao Yuanshan opened his mouth to respond, directing his gaze not at Xuanzi, but towards Duan Yanking. "This must be the infamous scoundrel, I presume? May I ask where Lady Yi is?" Sunny interjected, "Uncle, there is no need for inquiries. I have already slain Yi Ernyang. Not only her, but also Yun Zhanghe has fallen by my hand." Beside him, Duan Yanqing merely scoffed, remaining silent, while even the notorious Yu Laosan refrained from speaking, evidently aware of the prevailing fear. Given this, I shall speak plainly. Xin Xiai, you once had a son, did you not? A son born of Yi Ernyang. Years ago, you took the life of my beloved wife and seized my only child. Thus, I wish for you to experience the torment of having your son abducted, with his fate unknown, leaving you in constant anguish day and night. Do you grasp the essence of such suffering? Should I reveal to you the identity of the perpetrator? Surely, you are familiar with him, if you choose to deny it. Very well, I shall take his life now, and present his head to you. Ahmedba. Shen Xiai sighed deeply, choosing not to respond further. Yet, the surrounding crowd seemed to ponder the implications of his silence. A lack of denial, in a certain light, could be interpreted as an acknowledgement. I was also aware that Yi Ernyang had once borne a son, a fact known to all. However, it would be prudent not to disclose his identity today, for from the moment of his birth, his martial prowess was lacking, revealing it would only jeopardize him. Sun Yi interrupted Xiao Yuanshan's words, shifting the conversation once more. However, does Master Xuanzi not owe an explanation? At the very least, your blind obedience to the information has undoubtedly led to the shedding of blood. Furthermore, the martial arts of Yi Ernyang were imparted by you. The sins she has committed over the years must bear at least half of your responsibility. Would you not agree? Ahmedba, the old monk has indeed committed boundless transgressions, a fact that is indisputable at this moment. Today, I shall certainly provide Master Xiao with an account. Xuanzi's tone was resolute, indicating that he was prepared for what lay ahead. Ultimately, he would have to make a sacrifice to preserve the honor of the Shaolin Temple and the life of his son. Since young Master Sun insists, I shall patiently await your response. Xiao Yuanshan did not pursue the matter further, but left some room for negotiation. If the explanation proves unsatisfactory, there will still be a reckoning. This old gentleman should also remove his mask. Even if I were to harbor malicious intent, you could not escape, especially with your son still here. Would you not agree? Sun Yi spoke once more, his tone laced with jest, yet bearing the weight of veiled threats. Setting aside the matter of Xin Xiai, vengeance is one thing, but it is imperative that Su Zhu remain unscathed, for he is innocent. In the current circumstances, should Su Zhu remain uninvolved, it is certain that Xin Xiai will never acknowledge the truth. However, Su Zhu has also been deprived of parental care. It would be unjust to implicate him. To expose him in the absence of fortuitous encounters would only lead to his detriment. Once an individual possesses power, they seldom yield to others. unless they are kin or equally formidable adversaries. This encapsulates the lingering repercussions of the Dragon Ball universe, where cultivation emphasizes strength over the cultivation of the heart. Sun Yi also reflected that this was not in keeping with his usual demeanor. He considered himself quite humble, and it must have been the author's influence. Indeed, you speak the truth. Morong Bo lamented, feeling utterly helpless against the circumstances. When the veil was lifted, Morong Fu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Father, Ahmedba." At this moment, Xuanzi sighed deeply upon witnessing the scene. "Master Morong, years ago you misreported information, leading to the tragic deaths of many innocent souls outside Yanmen past 30 years ago. Have you ever felt a shred of guilt for that? When I first heard of your demise, I believed you to be merely gullible. Yet now it seems you acted with premeditation. As for the abbot, there is no need to hope for his repentance, for he is a descendant of the great Yan, ever intent on restoring the nation." Sun Yi spoke with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that there was no need to extend courtesy to those who do not recognize themselves as Han. However, he acknowledged that Xiao Feng, being of Khitan descent, is also a lineage connected to the Central Plains, at least in the absence of personal suffering. The perception in later generations views the Khitan as part of the Central Plains. Shen Ci slowly responded, "I see. Master Murong. It has come to my attention today that your esteemed Murong clan of Suzhou is indeed of imperial lineage, with grand ambitions. Thus, your intent behind disseminating false information becomes clear. Yet, the monumental endeavors you pursue are destined to falter. Will it not only lead to the needless demise of countless innocent lives?" Morong Bo replied, "The planning lies with man, but the outcome rests with heaven. Enough of this. Here, I stand. Since you both identify as descendants of the Xianbei, I have no further words. Xiaohiro, you and your son may seek vengeance as you see fit. And naturally, no one will obstruct you. As for Abbot Xianci, let Shaolin Temple deal with him as they deem appropriate." Sun Yi interrupted the conversation between the two. "I have one more question. After I finish, I shall willingly accept the penalties prescribed by the temple rules. It seems that my junior brother Su Nbi, who has recently surfaced in the Jianghu, must have discovered some clues about your involvement in the murders. Furthermore, the esteemed hero from the Funyo sect, Ke, must have fallen victim to your schemes due to his family's wealth. What then of the vice leader of the beggar sect, Ma, and his wife? As well as by Shijing? Were they also slain by the venerable Murong or the esteemed Xiaoyuan Shan?" Su Nci spoke calmly. Yet his words carried an undeniable affirmation. "Indeed, the abbot is remarkable. It is a pity that I have been hiding in your esteemed temple alongside the Xiao brother for so long, and you remain utterly uninformed." Morong Bo chuckled softly, remaining silent but slightly turning his body to deliver a powerful punch to a nearby tree. The sound of cracking echoed, revealing that it was indeed the Vedic pestle, simultaneously exposing Xiaoyuan Shan's hidden presence within the Shaolin Temple. This act aimed to leverage the temple's strength to detain the individual, a tactic that would lead to mutual destruction. The countenance of the dozen or so elder monks in Shaolin changed dramatically. Nearby, Jin Xuan Pan, Cui Baiguan, and his disciple, Guo Yinji, also shouted in anger, yet they found themselves unable to move. Xiaoyuan Shan then asserted, "I am responsible for Bai Shijing's death." However, Ma Daiyuan was killed through a conspiracy between his wife and Bai Shijing. The events were witnessed by Prince Duan, and the truth can be easily discerned by your inquiries. Abbot. As he spoke, Xiaoyuan Shan turned his head towards Morong Bo. "We have faced each other numerous times without a victor. Yet I had no idea you were the mastermind behind it all. Today we must settle this in a life-or-death confrontation." "Indeed, it should be so," Morong Bo retorted fiercely, having come to the martial arts assembly with the intention of engaging in battle. Although his initial desire was to assist his son in claiming the leadership of the martial arts world, he was now prepared for conflict. Morong Bo feigned in advance. But as Xiao Feng and his son also struck, he suddenly veered left, seizing Morong Fu in an attempt to retreat into the sanctuary of the Shaolin Temple, seeking refuge within its defenses. Given the current circumstances, he realized that he and his son could not possibly contend against Xiaoyuan Shan and his son. The four figures dashed towards the rear of the Mahavira Hall, swiftly leaping atop the rooftops, their silhouettes vanishing amidst the temple's yellow walls and azure tiles. Meanwhile, Deng Baichuan and the others refrained from joining the assault on Xiao Feng, thus escaping capture. However, as they attempted to assist, they were intercepted by the monks of Shaolin. Witnessing the situation unfold, they found themselves unable to advance, leading to a sense of discontent among them. Indeed, Shaolin Temple is a sanctuary of the Buddha, one voiced, evoking astonishment among the crowd, only to hear him continue. It is a sanctuary specifically for raising illegitimate children. At once, the monks present glared at him with indignation. Yet Su-in-si began to command. Several junior brothers, lead the disciples of the temple to form the Arhut formation. We must not allow Shaolin's martial arts to be exposed. The remaining brothers of the Su-in lineage should return to the temple and intercept the intruders. Instantly, several elder monks responded, "Understood. We shall strictly adhere to the abbot's orders." They promptly dispatched a few monks to hasten back to the temple. Su-in-si declared aloud, "Today, I am acutely aware of my grievous sins, which have tarnished the reputation of our temple. Su-in-jae, according to our temple's regulations, I must receive 100 strikes as punishment. As the abbot, I shall endure double that." The law enforcers prepared to carry out the sentence. When Su-in-jae attempted to interject, Su-in-si gestured for silence, saying, "The 1,000-year reputation of Shaolin cannot be sullied by my actions. I shall accept the punishment." With that, he knelt before the Buddha statue in the Mahavira Hall, rolled up his monk's robe, exposing his back, and awaited the execution without employing any internal energy for protection, resolutely deciding to atone with his life. The surrounding individuals were left in shock. They believed that as long as one did not confess, there would be no repercussions, and time would heal the matter. Little did they expect to witness such a dramatic scene. With tears in his eyes, Su-in-jae affirmed, "Yes, law enforcers, proceed with the punishment." The two law enforcers clasped their hands in respect, saying, "Abbot, we apologize." As the monks listened to the law enforcers reciting the number of strikes, their heads bowed, silently chanting prayers. Although some onlookers attempted to plead for leniency, before Su-in-jae could respond, Su-in-si firmly declined, declaring, "Thank you for your kind intentions. But the rules are as unyielding as mountains, we cannot show leniency. Law enforcers, proceed with the punishment." The two law enforcers, having paused, recognized the abbot's resolute tone and resumed their strikes. After administering 200 blows, blood pooled on the ground. While Su-in-si mustered his internal energy to shield his heart, striving to avoid losing consciousness from the pain, the law enforcers stood tall, reporting to Su-in-jae, "Respected leader, Abbot Su-in-si has completed his punishment." Su-in-jae nodded, at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yi nodded, a man of responsibility. Had it not been for the transgressions of Yi and Yang, he would not have deserved such a dire fate. He crouched down and whispered in Xuanzi's ear, "Your son is named Suzhu, the one with an honest countenance. I fear that revealing this may bring him harm. Yet I wish to fulfill a final wish for you before your departure." Xuanzi turned to glance in that direction, smiling as he nodded, "I understand now. He is indeed a good child, and I never anticipated he would be my son." The old monk expressed his gratitude to young master son, acknowledging, however, "As my liberation approaches today, I find myself unable to repay you." He then turned to the assembled monks, saying, "For over 20 years, I have been aware of my transgressions against the great precepts, yet I dared not confess to my brethren. Today, I am granted the chance for redemption, free from burdens and fears, and thus I shall attain peace." He recited a verse, "In this world, where desires and affections abound, troubles and sorrows are many. Liberation brings joy." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, a serene smile gracing his face. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their expressions solemn, filled with respect for Xuanzi. Despite his past errors, his courage in the face of death commanded their admiration. Suddenly, one of those subdued by Sun Yi stirred. It was Master Dao Qing of Pudu Temple. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could Master Dao Qing possess such formidable inner strength? Had he so swiftly dispersed the energy within his acupoints? Very well. The rest of you may rise now. When I restrained your acupoints, I left but a trace of inner power. It is now time for you to be freed. Before Sun Ye's words had fully faded, several astute individuals, who had previously witnessed Master Dao Qing, had already begun to rise and test the waters. Among them, a few, led by Master Dao Qing, solemnly approached Xin Ci to pay their respects, instantly enveloping the venue in an atmosphere of reverence. Half of those present gradually stood up, and Xianji displayed a look of delight, for he could at least allocate a portion of personnel to assist within the temple. The remaining staff and those who had just returned were unlikely to detain Xiao Yuanshan and his companions. Subsequently, Xianji addressed the members of the Beggar's Sect, saying, "Elders, shall we proceed to our humble temple to ascertain the situation?" The three elders of the Beggar's Sect, Song, Qin, and Wu, responded in unison, "Excellent, excellent. Fellow brothers of the Beggar's Sect, let us venture to Shaolin Temple." They left a small contingent behind to guard those whose acupoints remained unfreed, while the remainder, led by the Shaolin monks alongside the Beggar's Sect and several heroes from the Central Plains, shouted in unison and surged toward the temple. Wu Xingyun and her companions also departed the scene, following the crowd to witness the unfolding spectacle. Sun Yi had not departed. Rather, his gaze was fixed upon Jimozi. After all, in the current circumstances, as long as Xiao Feng and his son were not besieged, they would not suffer any immediate harm. Moreover, Sun Yi was not a caretaker. He sought companions who could march alongside him, not mere subordinates. Thus, he resolved to attend to his own affairs first. Additionally, the intensity of Sun Ye's stare rendered Jimozi motionless, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to his capture and demise. Monk, it would be prudent to relinquish the scripture you obtained from Yutanji. I find myself rather intrigued by that tome. Jimozi's expression remained unchanged, yet internally. He felt a jolt of anxiety, pondering how Sun Yi knew about the scripture. However, he simply laughed it off. Young master son, you jest. This humble monk possesses numerous scriptures, all for the study and contemplation of Buddhist philosophy. I am truly unaware of which one you refer to. It is that very Yi Jing Jing. I would like to borrow it for 3 days, if you please. Though phrased as a question, Sun Yi's tone was calm and assured, firmly believing that his request would not be denied. Since the young master requires it, I shall naturally present it with both hands. Jimozi's voice was exceedingly sincere as he offered the scripture, though the visible veins in his hands betrayed his unwillingness. While he was indeed reluctant, he knew he could not prevail in a confrontation. Within just a few exchanges, he would be subdued, and escape was not an option. Thus, he chose to forego resistance, hoping that the other party would honor the principle of lending and returning. The Shaolin monks stationed nearby were taken aback by this turn of events. However, unable to intervene, they sent one monk hastily into the temple to report to the senior monks capable of making decisions. After receiving the scriptures, Sun Yi promptly followed suit and entered the Shaolin temple, making his way straight towards the sutra repository. Before long, he arrived at the repository, just in time to see Duan Yu also arriving at the scene. Xianji was conversing with the guardian of the repository, inquiring about the whereabouts of Xiao Yuanshan and his companions. It seemed they had escaped from this location. After all, having stayed here for decades, they were exceedingly familiar with the surroundings. Navigating through a grove of bamboo, Sun Yi continued to trace Xiao Feng's path until he reached the scene, where he observed Li Qi Luo and several other women spectating the battle, alongside 7 or 8 Shaolin monks. Wu Xingyan, who had come with the crowd, was already engaged in combat with an elderly monk, and astonishingly, they were evenly matched. It appeared that the opponent was indeed the sweeping monk. However, why was it Tong Lao who was fighting him? Shouldn't it have been Xiao Feng and the others? Ba, Wu Ji, please do not linger. I have long renounced worldly ties. My current Dharma name is Xianyi. All past grievances have long since become nothing but dust scattered by the winds. The old monk stated calmly. Very well, let it be Xianyi then. You have managed to evade me quite skillfully. Since that fateful moment 60 years ago when you and that wretchedly Qiu Shui ascended the Tianshan, our enmity has remained unresolved. Wu Xingyun retorted. His teeth gritted and his expression filled with indignation. Back then, your treachery forced my grandmother to fend for herself in the Tianshan. By the time she returned, only that wretched woman remained. You were nowhere to be found, hiding within the confines of Shaolin Temple. Today, without your allies, when my reinforcements arrive, we shall see how you fare. The 2 pairs of fathers and sons standing off to the side were equally astonished. Xiao Yuanshan paused momentarily, a cold smile escaping his lips, yet he said nothing. The monks of Shaolin were whispering among themselves, seemingly inquiring if anyone had heard of this Dharma name. Xiao Feng remained silent, his character not lending itself to mockery. He merely furrowed his brow, lost in thought about the hidden dangers in the martial arts mentioned by Xianyi, the sweeping monk. The martial arts of Shaolin are intended to strengthen the body and protect the law. Cultivating any martial art requires a heart filled with compassion and kindness. Without a foundation in Buddhist teachings, one's martial practice inevitably leads to self-harm. The deeper the cultivation, the more severe the injury sustained. Ba, Wu Ji. I have long since severed my ties to the mundane world. All worldly concerns have dissipated like smoke. I have come today solely to save the lives of both you and the other benefactors. If you still harbor resentment, after I have rescued Xiaoxi and Mu Rongxi, I shall stand still and allow you to strike me 3 times to vent your frustrations. At that moment, Sun Yi, who had just arrived, caught sight of Tong Lao momentarily ceasing her attacks. She stepped beside him, ready to observe, confident that with Sun Yi present, they would surely be able to overpower their opponent. After all, one can escape a monk, but can one escape a temple? the elderly monk Xianyi remained unperturbed. Quietly approaching the indifferent Xiao Yuanshan and Mu Rongbo, Xiao Ji, have you felt a subtle pain in your lower abdomen at the Liang Min anti-E acupoints lately? Is the numbness at the Guan Yuan acupoint intensifying? And you, Mu Rongji, how does the torment of the Yang Bai, Lian Quan, and Feng Fu acupoints feel as you endure the piercing agony thrice daily? Xiao Yuanshan shuddered, acknowledging, indeed, it is as you say. Xiao Feng's concerns transformed into reality. Having noticed the pallor on his father's face earlier, he now felt an undeniable confirmation. He knelt before the monk, pleading for compassion and relief for his father's affliction. Mu Rongbo's face turned pale, his body trembling as he struggled to articulate his suffering. The pain from his acupoints felt as if countless needles were piercing him daily, yet no remedy seemed effective. Though this was not the moment for agony to strike, the shock of the revelation sparked an immediate flare-up, rendering him speechless as he knelt before his long-lost father. Quaking and unable to utter a word. After their exchange, Xianyi first dealt with Mu Rongbo, allowing Xiao Yuanshan some solace. Then seized the opportunity to address Xiao Yuanshan similarly, shocking both Xiao Feng and Mu Rongfu. Yet, they did not intervene. Mu Rongfu was unable to act, while Xiao Feng was deterred by Sun Yi's presence. Old monk, if that is the case, then please commence your treatment. I can faintly sense that both of them still possess a glimmer of life. Sun Yi spoke, carefully sensing the surroundings before stating that upon his arrival at the scene, he discovered that the old monk had been emanating a spiritual wave characteristic of the Buddhist realm. Although Sun Yi had not yet attained the level of Sun Wukong on Namek, where he could perceive the thoughts of others, his spiritual power had nonetheless experienced a degree of enhancement under the dual nurturing of internal energy and qi, allowing him to faintly sense the external circumstances. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, Sun Yi contemplated the prospect of studying martial arts in the divine realm. Though he instinctively deduced that it was highly unlikely he would be able to ascend, he reflected inwardly, feeling a sense of achievement in having officially surpassed the current level of Wukong. Xianyi remained silent. Yet both Xiao Feng and Mu Rongfu gazed at Sun Yi with expressions of astonishment, eager for an explanation, when suddenly a commotion arose. Observing Xianyi gradually leading Xiao Yuanshan and Mu Rongbo away, the two hurriedly pursued them. The group hastened after them, while Sun Yi, following at a leisurely pace to accommodate the lightness of Mei Jian and the others, found himself trailing behind. Upon reaching the scene, Sun Yi witnessed Xianyi assisting the two in channeling their energy, noticing a fluctuation in spiritual power. He then released his own spiritual energy, both to sense the techniques employed by others and to establish a subtle defensive barrier around Xiao Yuanshan. After all, while tales of Buddhist methods were well known, their authenticity remained uncertain, making caution prudent. Suddenly, the old monk Xianyi exclaimed, "Halt!" For hands clasped, internal energies resonating, yin nurturing yang, yang transforming into yin. The grand ambitions of kings, the deep-seated resentments of blood, all returned to dust, vanishing into the formless. The two engaged in an exchange of internal energy, their complexions shifting from flushed to pale. After a moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes and shared a smile. Xiao Yuanshan and Mu Rongbo fell to their knees, beseeching the holy monk for refuge. Witnessing their father kneel, both Xiao Feng and Mu Rongfu followed suit. During this time, Sun Yi meticulously observed Xian Ye's healing methodology, and the spiritual energy he had released faintly sensed a wave of spiritual power, suggesting that it indeed might be a form of Buddhist transformation. However, Xiao Yuanshan's predicament stemmed from a long-standing infusion of Buddhist energy into his internal cultivation, which clashed with the resentment inherent in his spiritual power, resulting in a significant imbalance that jeopardized his physical state. It became evident that a transformation on one side was imperative to halt or even eliminate the escalating danger. Without a shift in spiritual energy, his martial arts would have to be abandoned. Yet, the decades of turmoil had already eroded his physical foundation. Without the support of internal energy, his body would soon collapse. Thus, the sole viable treatment now lay in experiencing life and death, leading them to profound enlightenment. Allowing their spiritual energy to absorb the Buddhist vibrations, and subsequently continuing their study of the scriptures to passively transform their spiritual energy and gradually eliminate the hazards. Of course, with Sun Ye's protective layer in place, Xiao Yuanshan would not be wholly affected, but studying the scriptures at Shaolin was undoubtedly necessary. Xianyi then commenced his teachings, and Sun Yi attentively pondered the contents, seizing the opportunity during the high monk's discourse to inquire about the cultivation and application of spiritual energy. However, he remained stuck at a crucial juncture, failing to clarify his thoughts and establish a systematic understanding. Throughout the session, he strained to sense the external spiritual energy. Yet clarity eluded him. After the lecture concluded, Sun Yi earnestly invited the high monk to engage in mutual verification. Sun Yi summoned his internal energy, and a faint glimmer of white light began to emanate from his body, its intensity barely perceptible. However, those around him attributed it to the reflection of sunlight. With only Xian Yi discerning the truth, amidst, the practitioner's skills have reached this level, truly commendable. Xian Yi clasped his hands together, choosing to release the protective barrier of energy surrounding him, standing still and fully prepared for defense. Sun Yi gathered energy with both hands, yet refrained from unleashing it. Instead, he gently placed his hands upon the energy wall, attentively sensing the fluctuations of mental power, the circulation of energy, the harmonization with the surrounding environment. In the interaction with his own body, Xian Yi exhibited no signs of annoyance. Rather, he maximized his internal strength, facilitating Sun Yi's clearer perception. After expressing gratitude for the master's teachings, Sun Yi respectfully inquired, "Might I ask which discipline of Shaolin this is?" Sun Yi engaged in a moment of mental concentration before lowering his arm and bowing respectfully to the monk. "You are too gracious. I have merely mastered the invulnerable body technique since entering the monastic path," the monk replied. The opponent had cultivated his spiritual power to a significant degree through the study of Buddhist teachings, effectively breaking through previous limitations. This allowed him to harness his inner strength, channeling it through his meridians and gathering it externally. In essence, his inner strength, much like Sun Yi's, could be fully unleashed under the guidance of his mental prowess. Whether in offense or defense, he could achieve a complete eruption of power. It was evident that during his prior encounter with Wu Xingyun, he had held back. Achieving such mastery within the realm of Tianlong is no trivial feat. It necessitates discovering an active method of cultivating mental power within Buddhist scriptures, akin to the external sensing of energy required in the Dragon Ball universe. Sun Yi sat in contemplation, neither continuing nor acknowledging Wu Xingyun's calls, his focus wholly absorbed in thought. After meticulous consideration, comparison, and consultation, Sun Yi grasped certain truths. In broad strokes, the cultivation methods of the Dragon Ball world and the Heavenly Dragon world each possess distinct advantages and disadvantages. In the early stages of cultivation within the Heavenly Dragon world, energy actively enters the body's acupoints and merges with the life force in the meridians, necessitating neither excessive effort nor mental fortitude. Rather, it requires a harmonious affinity between the physical form and energy. Furthermore, once inner energy is cultivated, it instinctively circulates through the meridians, automatically nourishing the body and enhancing its potential and strength to a slight degree. Inner energy is more easily controlled within the body, which diminishes its efficacy in training the mind. At a certain stage, one may encounter stagnation in inner energy growth due to insufficient external energy concentration, compelling one to explore mental cultivation methods to enhance mental power, thereby actively absorbing external energy to spur inner energy growth. This process of mental training and external overflow constitutes the most significant bottleneck. In contrast, cultivation in the Dragon Ball world heavily relies on innate talent. Ordinary individuals must exert themselves to transcend their physical limits to awaken cellular energy and generate ki. However, once ki is awakened, it fosters a natural pathway for mental energy to overflow. As ki reaches a certain threshold, mental energy will inevitably spill forth, achieving a level akin to that of the sweeping muck. Nonetheless, this phenomenon lacks the immediacy of inner energy. No one can predict when ki will be awakened. And prior to that, only physical strength can be incrementally increased. Those with exceptional talents, such as Sun Wukong, generate ki through regular training, which in turn nourishes mental energy to a degree where it can transcend the physical form. Of course, once the physical body reaches its limits, ki will naturally cease to grow, and the subsequently passive growth of mental energy will also stagnate, necessitating the exploration of mental growth methods to further invigorate ki. Overall, the emergence of meridians and acupoints has significantly lowered the threshold for cultivation, and these meridians represent an innate evolutionary pathway for the physical body. The flow of spiritual energy through the meridians can naturally nourish cells, rendering them more resilient, even slowing metabolism and extending lifespan. Thus, it is clear that meridians and inner energy cannot be forsaken. Indeed, if one were to pursue cultivation, a transformation may also be possible. Sun Yi raised his head in contemplation, and upon looking up, he observed Wu Xingyun still locked in confrontation with the venerable master Xuan Ye. As he approached to listen attentively, a sense of ease washed over him. Master Wu, this humble monk has allowed you to strike me 3 times. Do you feel any sense of relief? Xuanya inquired, his stance unwavering and a smile gracing his lips. Wu Xingyan felt an indescribable frustration. The sight of the other's smiling face only deepened his sense of mockery. However, as the previous 3 strikes had failed to affect his opponent, he found himself at a loss for words. With a cold snort, he turned on his heel and departed. Sunny smiled and politely bid farewell to the few individuals across from him before turning to depart, choosing to wait at the foot of the mountain. Looking forward to sharing a drink with Xiao Feng, thereby forging a new friendship. Over the course of several days, Sun Yi diligently completed the recording of the I Ching Jing. In exchange for the original scripture, he acquired the foundational meridian and acupoint analyses that had been amassed over centuries within the Shaolin Temple. The next step was to anticipate the final moment with Xiao Feng, which might require up to a year. This time should not be squandered. He set the aircraft to autopilot, allowing it to autonomously seek out renowned Taoist temples nestled among the famous mountains and rivers, as the Taoist method of visualization is widely acknowledged, even known to the likes of Tong Lao. In addition to this, he immersed himself in the scientific education offered by the shuttle's learning system. None of the 8 could escape this endeavor, even though Sun Yi possessed a slightly stronger foundation. However, he had already returned high school-level mathematics and science to his teachers and thus needed to relearn them. Initially, the others felt a significant impact on their worldview. The systematic and scientific methods employed in the study of centuries-old fragmented experiences regarding meridians and acupoints proved to be remarkably practical. Although Sun Yi had begun his research with scientific approaches, his understanding of the fundamentals was still inferior to that of Tong Lao and Yu Yan. Amidst their studies, the progress of the group varied, with Yu Yan advancing the fastest, thanks to her remarkable memory. She was adept at recalling martial arts techniques. And mathematics, particularly solid geometry, posed no challenge for her, given her exceptional spatial imagination, which would undoubtedly prove beneficial in their future advanced research. Each individual occupied a learning pod reminiscent of Dragon Balls, emerging only after completing a day's worth of lessons. They were required to enter at least once daily, fostering a spirit of friendly competition among them. During their studies, they also participated in a trial, a learning space that closely mirrored real-world rules and functioned as a game. Each participant underwent the developmental journey of a civilization in isolation, confronting attacks from societies at comparable stages of advancement. One needed to learn any necessary content within this context, facing countless opponents in varied historical trajectories. Only through learning and gathering a multitude of individuals could they ascend together. Progress was the only path to eternity. Over the course of a year, the slowest among them had completed the equivalent of a second-year curriculum, yet their pace of acceptance began to dwindle, even stagnating altogether. Sun Yi has completed the curriculum of his 3rd year of high school and is now undergoing the trials of modern civilization. He patiently awaits the emergence of others, seeking a moment of respite. Within a few hours, the other 7 women gradually make their way out, noticing Sun Yi seated in the living room. They join him in silent contemplation. "Son, do you have anything on your mind today?" one inquires. "Nothing of consequence," he replies. "Half a year ago, I elevated my energy and inner strength to your level. Currently, the energy density of this world does not permit further enhancement of my physical abilities. The opportunity to return has finally arrived." He had previously indicated that when he could no longer advance 6 months prior, their destination was not overseas, but rather to another realm. Thus, they were all mentally prepared. Even Qing Luo had liquidated her assets, carrying all her secret manuals with her, ever ready for departure. Has the opportunity presented itself? You mentioned needing to take a few individuals with you. Who specifically? Wu Xingyan speculates, but it makes sense. In this world, there are only a handful of renowned individuals with commendable character and ample talent. Observing Sun Yi's expression confirms her assumptions. Can he accompany you? I cannot say for certain. I can only assert that there is a possibility. Sun Yi was momentarily taken aback, yet he found himself uncertain and unable to guarantee anything. He could only assert that a Zhu was still alive, and with his own intervention, the chances of success might be considerably increased. Enough of that. Let us board the plane. There is still time. When Sun Yi piloted the aircraft to Yanmen Pass, a standoff had already ensued between the 2 parties. Sun Yi carefully observed the scene below. It appeared that the timing was just right, as there had yet to be any casualties. The leader of the Liao army could be heard laughing heartily from below, adorned in opulent attire, presumably the emperor of the Liao dynasty himself. Sun Yi turned his gaze towards Song Jun once more, only to suddenly spot two figures darting out beside Xiao Feng, none other than Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan. It seemed that even after being enlightened, Xiao Yuanshan retained his original thoughts. After all, two obsessions had occupied him for 30 years, revenge and his son. Following Xiao Feng's predicament, he surely could not find peace of mind. Perhaps it was also due to Sun Ye's interference that he had not been fully transformed. The two pondered for a moment and realized that the only way to avert this crisis was to capture the Liao Emperor as leverage. However, it appeared that their adversaries were already well prepared. With a shout from Yi Luhongji, several hundred shield-bearers swiftly gathered to shield him. In terms of martial prowess, Duan Yu was somewhat superior. His internal energy was nearly on par with that of the ancient Tong Lao, having reached the pinnacle of the world. To advance further would require the cultivation of spiritual power, complemented by the invincible attack of the six-pulsed divine sword, which would allow him to penetrate the shield formation without issue. Yet, Xiao Yuanshan's skills were somewhat lacking. Although he had devoted the past year to the study of Buddhism, alleviating some personal vulnerabilities and making progress in his martial arts, he was at best comparable to the current Xiao Feng, if not inferior. Even if he charged in, given the current circumstances, he would struggle to make an impact, serving only a restraining role. Nevertheless, as a military leader, Xiao Yuanshan was still more adept at charging than Duan Yu. Duan Yu relied on his Ling Bo Wei Bu, gliding through the gaps between spear and axe wielders like a fish, moving with an overall subtlety. In contrast, Xiao Yuanshan charged forward wielding his weapon, abandoning the subtlety of Jianghu martial arts for a more direct approach, maximizing his internal energy and strength to create a powerful momentum, drawing the attention of a significant portion of the opposing forces. Yet, without sufficient internal energy, such a full-throttle assault could only be sustained for a limited time. As the saying goes, rigidity cannot endure. After breaching several lines of defense, Xiao Yuanshan began to slow down. Time waits for no one. While his internal energy could still hold out, his physical prowess could no longer unleash its full potential. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng found himself caught between two nations, grounded in the Confucian education of the Han tradition, now faced with a dilemma, yet recognizing that preventing this war was paramount. Thus, he watched as the two men pressed forward, even feeling inclined to join them as Xiao Yuanshan began to falter. Before Xiao Feng could take action, Sun Yi intervened from above. The aircraft descended, hurtling towards Xiao Yuanshan's location. When it reached a height of 100 meters from the ground, it leveled off, circling around Yi Luhongji while activating its energy cannons. Instantly, two rows of energy projectiles, firing 10 rounds per second, erupted amidst the crowd, advancing in the aircraft's wake, stirring up dust and chaos among the Liao soldiers. Within a radius of several hundred meters around Yi Luhongji, everyone was thrown into disarray, with some fleeing and others begging for mercy, leaving only a handful of individuals with shields to protect him. Above, the aircraft continued its assault, while several women on board wielded firearms and shouted through loudspeakers, urging surrender. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. After flying several circuits, the surrounding Liao troops, witnessing the aircraft and its destructive power, largely fell to their knees in prayer, while a few scattered in disarray. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yuanshan and Duan Yu surged forward, swiftly subduing two of the generals and several soldiers guarding Yi Luhongji. In such a clearly advantageous situation, neither wished to inflict harm. After all, Duan Yu had been raised with Buddhist principles, and Xiao Yuanshan had also been engrossed in Buddhist studies, being of his own kin. When they reached Yi Luhongji, however, he did not yield. Drawing his treasured blade, he swiftly attempted to strike at Duan Yu, who countered with a burst of sword energy, disarming him, while Xiao Yuanshan hastened to seal the opponent's acupoints. "Let us go," they shouted in unison, lifting the imposing figure of Yi Luhongji from his mount and retreating rapidly. As Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan subdued Yi Luhongji and withdrew, they navigated through the battlefield to bring him before Xiao Feng. Meanwhile, most of the Liao soldiers lay prostrate on the ground, with only a few generals shouting frantically, attempting to rescue him, but they were met with Duan Yu's sword energy, forcing them to retreat. The two regrouped before Xiao Feng, visibly relieved. Xiao Feng sighed and said, "Father, please release the Emperor of Liao. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan complied and set Yi Luhongji down, though he remained tense, guarding against any escape. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, Sun Yi, hovering several meters above the ground. He gracefully descended using the Ling Bo Wei Bu technique, which utilized internal energy to form a repulsive force akin to magnetic levitation, allowing him to float, albeit insufficiently to fully lift his body. "Brother Xiao, I have come to assist," Sun Yi called out from midair. "How shall we handle these Liao soldiers?" "I entrust the decision to you, Brother Xiao. Then I must express my gratitude in advance, Brother Sun." Considering the implications of today's events for the relationship between Song and Liao, Xiao Feng did not refuse, resolving instead to repay the favor in due time. "Your Majesty, I dare to speak, but I seek your solemn promise," Xiao Feng continued, turning to Yi Lu Hongji. The Liao Emperor chuckled heartily, saying, "In all the world, there are few things I cannot accomplish. Speak freely." Xiao Feng replied, "I require your assurance that you will immediately withdraw, and that throughout your life, not a single soldier of the Liao shall cross the Song Liao border." Yi Lu Hongji's expression darkened, and he responded in a grave tone, "Do you dare to threaten me? What if I refuse?" Sun Yi interjected, suggesting that if there was no agreement, they could simply kill him today and interrogate him again after the Liao kingdom had a new emperor, or even annihilate the hundreds of thousands of troops right here. It was merely a matter of your word. However, Xiao Feng disregarded Sun Ye's remarks and, following his own thoughts, proclaimed in a clear voice, "Then I shall perish alongside your Majesty, leaving nothing but ashes. We once swore an oath of brotherhood, hoping to die together on the same day of the same month in the same year." Yel Hongji felt a shiver, while he could overlook Sun Ye's comments. The two were nonetheless friends. He pondered that Xiao Feng was a fearless outlaw, one who spoke with unwavering resolve. If he did not acquiesce, he feared that Xiao Feng might genuinely provoke him. Moreover, with another formidable opponent lurking behind, even if prepared for defense, they would likely be overwhelmed on the battlefield. Thus, yielding seemed the prudent course. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "I, Yel Hongji, am willing to exchange my life for decades of peace between the Song and Liao nations." "My good brother, you value my life highly," Xiao Feng replied. "Your Majesty is the sovereign of the Liao. Under heaven, is there anyone more precious than you?" Yel Hongji laughed heartily, but did not respond. He turned to see hundreds of soldiers halted in their tracks, having been struck by missiles from the aircraft overhead. This group, the most loyal core of his forces, would be essential in the future. Besides, under the might of such divine contraptions from the heavens, these men could not advance. He thus commanded them to remain where they were. "You need not approach. Stay in place and wait. I wish to have a proper conversation with my brother." With that, he drew a beautifully crafted wolf-tooth arrow from his quiver, bent it in two, and cast it to the ground, stating, "I agree." Xiao Feng bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yel Hongji turned around to find Sun Yi and Duan Yu gazing at him in silence. He drew his treasured sword, raised it high above his head, and proclaimed loudly, "The armies of the Liao, heed my command. The northern retreat and southern campaigns are hereby ceased. Throughout my life, I shall not permit a single soldier of the Liao to infringe upon the borders of the Song." With that, his sword fell, and the drums of the Liao army began to beat. The Song forces at Yinmen Pass and the gathered heroes below heard the Liao Emperor's order to retreat, along with his vow to prevent any Liao soldier from crossing the borders throughout his life. This proclamation was met with thunderous cheers. Xiao Feng bowed again, saying, "I bid Your Majesty safe return to the ranks." Sun Yi nodded beside him, waving at the airplanes soaring above. Suddenly, the aircraft approached from a distance, hovering 3 meters above Sun Yi and his companions, yet the occupants did not disembark. Yilahanji, filled with both surprise and joy, refused to show any weakness and quickly advanced, flanked by hundreds of loyal followers who galloped ahead to shield him. As he returned to the protective circle of his guards, he swiftly departed on horseback, dispatching confidants to reorganize the troops along the way. Although the army harbored a certain trepidation towards the aircraft overhead, they were now visually distanced from it. Thus, some minor chaos ensued, yet it did not alter the larger situation, as hundreds of thousands of soldiers retreated in an orderly fashion. Turning back, Yilahongji observed Xiao Feng standing motionless. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, "King Xiao, you have rendered such great service to the Song, and high honors and wealth await you shortly." Xiao Feng replied loudly, "Your Majesty, I am a chiton. Today, if I threaten you, I shall become a great sinner in my homeland. How can I face the heavens and the earth thereafter?" Picking up 2 broken arrow shafts from the ground, he activated his internal energy, preparing to pierce his own heart. As he watched the Liao army depart, Sun Yi signaled for the airplane to descend. During the descent, a sudden noise from behind caught his attention, revealing a startling scene. With only a few steps separating him from Xiaofeng, he gathered his energy, unleashing a shockwave that knocked the arrow from Xiaofeng's grasp. Taking advantage of Xiaofeng's momentary vulnerability, Sun Yi approached and sealed his acupoint, forcefully persuading him, "You have averted war. Honoring the nurture of the Song people and respecting the lineage of the Liao, you have wronged no one. Moreover, you, Xiaofeng, are a great hero. Why not consider your family? Since you do not find a place in either the Song or Liao, come with your kin and escape overseas with me, never to return. You ought to spend time with the Zhu." At that moment, both Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan were taken aback, relieved that Sun Yi had interrupted Xiaofeng's actions. Just then, a Zhu pushed through the crowd, rushing towards Xiaofeng to inspect him. Upon seeing he was unharmed, she burst into tears, unable to contain her relief. A Z followed closely behind, hesitant to leap forward with her sister, a Zhu, present. Furthermore, given Xiaofeng's safety, it was not in her character to cry out openly. After holding back for a while, a Z could no longer restrain herself and jumped forward, embracing Xiaofeng and exclaiming, "Brother-in-law." The beggars of the beggars' sect surged forward, with Wu Changfeng thumping his chest and exclaiming, "Leader Qiao, though you are chitin, you are a hero 1,000 times greater than us inept Han. Leader Qiao is a true hero, embodying great righteousness. You have done right by all, serving as a model for us all." Yet, it appeared Xiaofeng was preparing to take his own life, the crowd having not yet grasped the outcome. With a Zhu crying, Xiaofeng remained motionless, leading everyone to believe he had indeed committed suicide, filling them with profound sorrow. "All right, Brother Xiao, I shall now release your acupoint. Since you feel unwelcome in the Song and Liao, take your family and accompany me far overseas." As he spoke, Sun Yi began to release part of Xiaofeng's acupoint, restoring his mobility while keeping a keen eye on his actions. In the original world, Xiaofeng believed there was no place for him in this vast realm, especially after losing his one true love, leading him to consider suicide as an escape. However, with his family still alive, Xiao Yuanshan, despite his monastic vows, remained emotionally connected. This act of self-harm was likely a momentary impulse born of extreme despair. Once released from his acupoint, Xiaofeng did not act rashly. Instead, he gently patted a Zhu's back, offering silent comfort. The heroes of the Central Plains finally realized that he had not succeeded in his attempt, collectively sighing in relief. Leading the way, Wu Changfeng and the members of the beggars' sect knelt before Xiaofeng, proclaiming, "Leader Qiao, we beseech you to return and lead the beggars' sect once more." The disciples behind them were filled with hope that Xiaofeng would acquiesce. After all, those who had come to rescue him were surely those wishing for his return, while those who did not wish for it, like Quan Qing, had not even arrived. "My brothers, Xiaofeng is originally a Liao man, raised by the Song. After this incident, I know I can no longer remain in Liao, nor can I return to the Central Plains." He paused before continuing, "Henceforth, Xiaofeng shall lead his family far away, adopting new identities, and spend the rest of his life compensating for my wife's unwavering loyalty during these perilous times. Today, I bid farewell to all brothers. Uncertain if we shall ever meet again. I hope you all take care. Leader Qiao." The crowd, especially the members of the beggars' sect, was choked with emotion, deeply saddened. Xiaofeng shared heartfelt farewells with everyone, both sides overwhelmed with sorrow. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, having little personal connection with the crowd, simply commanded the airplane to land after the Liao army had moved far away, awaiting Xiaofeng's farewells. After some time, Xiaofeng, along with Xiao Yuanshan, a Zhu, a Z, and Duan Yu approached, their faces still painted with the sadness of parting. "Young master son, may we return to Dali for a moment? I wish for a Zhu to reunite with her parents, and a Z should be sent back to her family. Afterward, I will accompany my brothers overseas." Xiaofeng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Brother, why not remain in Dali from now on? You would lead a peaceful life there, free from disturbance." Duan Yu's eyes lit up, having found what he believed to be a suitable suggestion. Before Sun Yi could respond, Xiaofeng declined. "Do not persuade me further, second brother. If my father and I were to go to Dali, we would surely provoke the envy of the Song, Liao, Tubo, and Xixia, which would undoubtedly be detrimental to Dali." Xiaofeng appreciated Duan Yu's suggestion. His expression relaxed, yet he firmly rejected it. "Indeed, given your current situation, any emperor would be wary of your gathering. Sun Yi elucidated the reasons, and Duan Yu immediately understood, his expression shifting to one of discontent. You may proceed directly. My aircraft is in flight and is expected to arrive in Dali by this evening. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the majority of aircraft are compact, accommodating 7 or 8 individuals comfortably. However, with larger groups, one must resort to a more spacious vehicle. At that time, a larger one was procured, yet fortunately, having it at one's disposal alleviates any concerns. Sun Yi released the flying craft and opened the aircraft door, inviting several individuals aboard: Xiao Feng, a Zhu, a Z, Duan Yu, and 4 esteemed guards, totaling 8 souls. Xiao Yuanshan had already embarked on his journey to Shaolin Temple. Regardless of Xiao Feng's persuasive entreaties, he remained resolute, indicating that the previous enlightenment, though perhaps not entirely successful, had achieved a remarkable degree of efficacy. Sun Yi summoned Qing Luo and a few others, and together they ascended into the grand flying vessel. Sun Yi stepped forward to take the controls of the aircraft. Once airborne, the heroes of the central plains below waved their farewells. Xiao Feng, gazing out the window, reciprocated the gestures of those below. As the plane gradually distanced itself, Xiao Feng and the others returned to their seats. Upon seeing Yu Yan, Duan Yu's spirits soared, forgetting the earlier parting, and he eagerly surrounded Yu Yan, incessantly calling her sister fairy. Enough, Master Duan. Yu Yan is also your sister. There is no need for further thoughts. Sun Yi spoke in a relaxed tone. Yet Duan Yu felt anything but at ease. His expression immediately fell. Even though he was aware of this fact, there was no need for constant emphasis. Beside him, a Zhu stifled a laugh, fully aware of her brother's shortcomings, while a Z even mocked him openly. However, Sun Yi then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Would you like to know who the statue in the Longhuan Blessed Land resembles? I also know of a woman who bears a striking resemblance to Yu Yan, and she shares no blood relation to you. Are you curious to find out who it is? Really? Young Master Sun, please tell me." Upon hearing Sun Yi's words, Duan Yu instantly perked up, resembling an eager puppy. Sun Yi elongated his voice, and Duan Yu, being an earnest individual, immediately nodded. "Very well, let me share this with you." Sun Yi ceased his playful antics, casting a glance at the crowd before swiftly turning his attention back to the sky outside the airplane. Fortunately, they were currently flying at a low altitude and at a leisurely pace, with no other aircraft in sight, thus averting the risk of an aerial mishap. The statues within the Longhuan Paradise were crafted by the grandfather of Yu Yan, the very Mr. Wu Yizi whom they encountered on Legu Mountain. The inspiration for these sculptures was Yu Yan's grandmother, the enchanting fairy sister whom you so ardently admire, who is now in her early 90s. Humph. Wu Xingyun scoffed dismissively, choosing to ignore the conversation and instead turn to observe the 4 beauties, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, engaged in their playful antics. Sun Yi, stifling a laugh, continued his narrative. Yet a Z had already succumbed to laughter, causing Duan Yu's embarrassment to deepen. However, the elderly matriarch now served as the royal concubine in Xixia, blessed with a granddaughter, the princess of Xixia, who was said to bear a striking resemblance to her. If you are truly interested, you might seek a marriage proposal. Really? That would be splendid. Duan Yu's embarrassment vanished, replaced by an aura of springtime vitality. As the group engaged in conversation, the plane glided through the sky, and despite its leisurely pace, they would soon arrive in Dali by evening. Upon reaching the capital of Dali, the group disembarked a few miles from the city, where the gates were on the verge of closing. 4 imperial guards approached the gates, revealing their identities and acquiring several horses. And together they made their way to the palace. During the journey, Duan Yu recounted his experiences from the past year. It turned out that after departing from Shaolin, he had initially been pursued by Jamozi, who sought the 6 Meridian's divine sword. However, during a surprise attack, Duan Yu drained Jamozi's internal energy, leading him to feign enlightenment and return to Tubo. Subsequently, Duan Jingshun was kidnapped again by Duan Yanqing while on an outing. This time, there was no Xixia marriage proposal or interference from Madame Wang. However, the absence of news from Lingzhou Palace meant that events reverted to their original course. Duan Jingshun and his various lovers were ultimately captured by Duan Yanqing, who coerced them to relinquish the throne, the only difference being that Duan Yu was not kidnapped this time. During this tumultuous period, Morong Fu intervened. But Duan Yu eventually received word from Abai regarding Duan Zhengshun being targeted by the newly emerged 4 evil ones. He hurried to the scene and rescued the severely injured Duan Zhengshun and his companions, although he was ultimately a step too late. as Gan Baobao and Qin Hongyan had already been killed. Duan Yu refrained from taking Murong Fu's life, as the information had come from Abai. Despite a few twists of fate, he spared Murong Fu's life. Unbeknownst to Duan Yu, before his arrival, the four great generals had already turned against Murong Fu. And after being defeated by Duan Yu, Murong Fu could not bear the humiliation and vanished, his mind shattered. Duan Yu contemplated striking down Duan Yanqing, but was restrained by Dao Baifeng, who, out of compassion, refrained from revealing that Duan Yanqing was Duan Yu's biological father. This omission only fueled suspicions further. Duan Yanqing initially gave little thought to the situation, but after Dao Baifeng returned to the Yushu temple to become a monk, he seemed to carry an air of guilt. Gradually, Duan Zhenchun began to harbor doubts, which deepened with further investigation. Eventually, after a confrontation, Dao Baifeng confessed everything, unveiling the truth. This revelation was meant to remain private among the three, yet Duan Yu, with his exceptional martial skills, overheard their discussion. Of course, he did not disclose this information. He only mentioned defeating Duan Yanqing and his subsequent retreat to monastic life in Dali. Sun Yi, interpreting Duan Yu's demeanor, concluded that Duan Zhenchun had not ascended the throne, instead delving into Buddhist studies, hinting at a desire for monastic life, as he consistently declined visits from his lovers, likely due to the profound impact of recent events. Dao Baifeng had also been residing in the temple for nearly a year without seeing Duan Zhenchun. All signs indicated that Duan Zhenchun might have learned of Duan Yu's true origins. The group planned to rest in the palace for 3 days before setting off. Duan Yu promptly informed Duan Zhenchun and Wan Xingzhu, as Zhu's mother, to join them for a reunion. According to Sun Yi, once they ventured overseas, returning would be fraught with difficulty. 3 years would be deemed fortunate, and it was possible they might never return. Upon their reunion, a lively atmosphere prevailed, and Sun Yi and the others refrained from intruding, allowing Duan Yu's associates to rest in the side hall. For the next 3 days, they did not disturb Xiao Feng and the others gathering, instead wandering the city to admire its sights. During this time, they learned that Duan Zhenchun had officially taken monastic vows at the Tianlong Temple. The day after Duan Yu and the others returned, the father and daughter reunited before heading to the Tianlong Temple to formally become monks. That evening, Sun Yi, unable to shake off concerns for acquaintances, took some time to visit the Yushu Temple to check on Dao Baifeng. Upon arrival, he found Dao Baifeng inebriated, seemingly drowning sorrows in drink. Noticing the absence of servants, Sun Yi stepped forward to assist her. "Why are you here again?" Dao Baifeng slurred, her gaze bleary. "Were you not the one who initiated our previous encounters?" Sun Yi chuckled, teasing her. "Leave," Dao Baifeng retorted angrily, yet her weak demeanor exuded a peculiar charm. Sun Yi lifted his companion onto his back and, employing his lightness skill, effortlessly soared out of the Yushu temple, boarding a plane that whisked them away to the distant wilderness. Upon finding a vacant space, he released a glass-roofed house and gently assisted his companion inside, laying them upon the bed. Before Sun Yi could utter a word, Dao Baifeng, with a swift motion, tore at Sun Yi's clothing without him even shifting. When the moon ascended to its zenith, under the dim light, Sun Yi hesitated several times before ultimately approaching. It was only in the latter half of the night that he returned to the royal palace in Dali. The following evening, Sun Yi ventured once more into that very house. Seizing a moment of inattention, he rendered his companion unconscious and placed them into a life support apparatus, intending to take them along, even collapsing the house in the process. Despite Dao Baifeng's lingering reluctance, time would eventually alter her disposition. 3 days later, the time came for farewells. At noon, Duan Yu hosted a farewell banquet in the palace, during which a Zhu inquired about the whereabouts of the princess, to which Duan Yu merely replied that Dao Baifeng was unwell. Later, Sun Yi learned that Dao Baifeng had previously left a note at the Yushu temple, stating her intention to seek solace and that she planned to wander the rivers and lakes after drowning her sorrows in drink. Over the past 2 days, the Duan family had deliberated, and since Z adamantly refused to return to Dali, insisting on accompanying Xiao Feng, Duan Zhenchun had already renounced the worldly life, with Wan Xingzhu also absent. Ultimately, Wan Xingzhu decided to depart alongside Zhu, ensuring mutual support in the future. As the group convened in the grand hall, the farewell banquet concluded, and it was time to depart. Under the afternoon sun, both individuals bore solemn expressions, their shadows unmoving, casting an atmosphere tinged with melancholy that evoked a chill. "Elder brother, take care." Duan Yu clasped his fists, repeating the words he had uttered over the past few days. Yet his expression conveyed heartfelt sincerity. "You too, take care." Xiao Feng mirrored the solemnity, acutely aware that this parting might be their last encounter. Ruan Xingzhu was prepared to leave, having previously informed Duan Zhengchun of her decision. However, Duan Zhengchun ultimately did not attend the farewell, seemingly having transcended worldly attachments. After exchanging farewells, the group of over a dozen boarded the plane, with Sun Yi directing their course as they flew towards the outskirts of the city. Approximately 10 minutes later, the aircraft arrived in a secluded valley. Sun Yi lowered his head to observe the enchanting realm of Longhuan, commanding the aircraft to come to a halt as everyone disembarked in succession. They had now entered the confines of the spatial corridor, where the return journey would require merely 1/10 of the energy expended upon arrival. Each individual necessitated an additional 1/10 of energy for the protection of their sentience. Otherwise, even if their bodies were shielded by the corridor, their consciousness could be annihilated by the energies from beyond the world. Opting for the return route would save the energy required for 9 individuals. Now, factoring in Xiao Feng, a Zhu, a Zi, Ruan Xingzhu, Wu Xingyun, Mei Jian, Lan Jian, Zhu Jian, Zhu Jian, Qing Luo, Yu Yan, Bai Feng, Wu Yazi, and Sun Yi, they totaled 14 individuals, with an anticipated consumption of 2.1 units of energy equivalent to the energy amassed over 2 months. Was this not the fabled Longhuan? How had they arrived here? The scenery appeared delightful, and Qing Luo, initially astonished, soon erupted in joy, for this was the place of her childhood. "This is where I originated, and the most optimal path for my return." With that, Sun Yi opened a shimmering portal approximately 1 meter wide and stepped inside, followed by the others who stood in stunned silence for a moment before entering in a single file. Within, the environment remained consistent, adorned with silver-white walls, though 2 life support devices, devoid of capsules, were now situated in the corners. Upon entering, Wu Xingyun eagerly advanced to stand before Wu Yazi, continuing his observations, and could still detect some signs of life. The others, however, expressed curiosity towards another life support device. Yet, it was opaque, rendering the interior invisible, and thus no further inquiries were made. Only Qing Luo seemed to sense something amiss and pinched Sun Yi's waist with force, catching him unawares. He barely stifled a gasp as his lips quivered, almost letting out a cry. In an effort to escape his anguish, Sun Yi hastened forward and called out, "Xiao AI." A white orb of light materialized, prompting curious glances among the onlookers, who then focused their full attention on the luminous sphere. "I am here." The preparations for the return traversal commenced. There are several modes available for this return journey. Please make a selection. Subsequently, Xiao AI projected various return modes, though most were unavailable, leaving Sun Yi momentarily elated. The first option represented the most conventional method of return, allowing the traverser to expend 0.1 units of human energy to convert the temporal fluctuations of the human body, thereby enabling a proportional transformation of the time-space fluctuations from the Panlong World to those of the Dragon Ball world, without attracting undue attention. However, the duration spent in the Panlong World would correspondingly elapse in the Dragon Ball world. The second option involved a high-dimensional anchoring at the precise moment of departure from the Dragon Ball world. Yet, this method would result in a mismatch between the temporal fluctuations of Sun Yi, originating from the Panlong World, and the elapsed time in the Dragon Ball world. Such a discrepancy would trigger an instinctive response from the Dragon Ball world, with a staggering 99.9 probability of detection by the omnipotent king of all. To obscure this from detection, it would necessitate an energy expenditure starting at 100,000 units, with no upper limit. The third option entailed identifying the elongated temporal fluctuations within the Dragon Ball world, which, once recorded by the traverser, would allow Sun Yi to adjust his temporal fluctuations according to the established template. This would enable modifications within the constraints of high-dimensional anchoring without provoking a reaction from the Dragon Ball world. Note: this option is unavailable due to the absence of recorded elongated temporal fluctuations. The fourth option required an expenditure of energy to gain favor with the world's will, rendering the temporal anomalies on Sun Yi's person inconsequential. Typically, the energy required for a personal passage permit in a world as advanced as Dragon Ball ranges from 10,000 to 100,000 units. However, the energy requisite for access in a world governed by a supreme ruler remains unknown. Note: this communication will inevitably be detected by the world's sovereign, and its use is not advised. After Sun finished reading, he was left speechless. Wasn't the first option the only choice? If he were to return and enter the time room, he might be able to select the third option, but for now, there were no alternatives available. Select the first option. By the way, transmit the language of the Dragon Ball world to them as well. Alright, the challenger has chosen the first method, along with the transmission of 13 language packs, which is expected to consume 63 units of energy. Do you confirm? Hurry up and initiate, don't dawdle. The others, who had initially not understood, suddenly found a new language in their minds, and they were filled with astonishment. However, this emotion was quickly subdued by the subsequent actions. There was still no significant movement. Only the wall 1 meter to the left of where the light gate had just closed began to glow. Ultimately, the light gate opened, and Sun Yi was the first to step through, followed by the others who exited in amazement. They emerged into the same desolate wilderness, with everyone sequentially coming through the light gate, and they lifted the 2 life support devices out. Even Dao Baifeng was not released from the devices, and thus, they were transported onto the airplane, heading towards Baozi Mountain. Having not seen his master for 5 years, Sun Yi felt increasingly excited as they approached Baozi Mountain. His hands and feet trembling involuntarily, causing the airplane to shake slightly, which was noticed by the perceptive Xiao Feng and others, leading them to chuckle kindly. The airplane reached its maximum speed, and after half an hour, it arrived above Baozi Mountain, gently descending. During the descent, Sun Wufan heard the noise and came out to check. He had silver-white hair and some wrinkles on his face, yet he appeared spirited and showed no signs of aging. As soon as the airplane touched the ground, before it had even fully stopped, Sun Yi opened the hatch, and, before Xiao Feng and the others, transformed into a blur, swiftly exiting the plane, a speed that even startled Sun Wufan. At this moment, one could see that Sun Yi was only around 21 or 22 years old. Haha. Xiao Feng exclaimed cheerfully from behind. Indeed, indeed. It's hard to tell he is just 2 years older than us, Zhu Jian teased from the back. All right. Let us not tease him anymore. Let us all get down together. A Zhu declared, and the group laughed as they walked towards the airplane's exit. Sun Gohan surveyed the young man before him, who had matured over the past few years. Indeed, he could now be considered a youth. His heart brimmed with joy, for it was a blessing to see him safe and sound. Moreover, given the impressive speed he had just displayed, it was clear that he had already caught up to Gohan's own prowess. Sun Yi, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly arrived before Sun Wukong. Kneeling on the ground as memories of the past flooded his mind. When he was just a teenager seeking a mentor, Sun Wukong had taken him in without hesitation, imparting his skills over 5 years of companionship. Every moment of care and encouragement from Sun Wukong during Sun Ye's times of despair, and the heartfelt gifts prepared for his departure, overwhelmed him as he gazed at the elder before him, his eyes brimming with emotion. Master, Sun Yi exclaimed. Come, child, rise. Stand up. Sun Wukong, equally moved to tears, trembled with excitement as he helped Sun Yi to his feet, scrutinizing him with a choked voice and reddened eyes. Struggling to contain his tears. After years of companionship, Sun Wukong had long considered both Sun Yi and Goku as his own children. In the nearly 4 years of silence from Sun Yi, he had begun to fear the worst, wondering if misfortune had befallen him. Why have you not sent word over the years? You have worried this old man to death. Though his words expressed concern, Sun Wukong's face bore no trace of reproach, and his overwhelming joy was evident. By the way, Master, where is Goku? I haven't seen him. As they exchanged glances, attempting to temper their excitement, Sun Yi inquired about Goku. Goku? His strength has surpassed what it was when you left. A few days ago, a girl passed through, claiming to be searching for the Dragon Balls. I found her to be quite decent, so I sent Goku out to train with her. Sun Wukong's face lit up with pride as he spoke of Goku, recognizing the extraordinary potential in both of his disciples, who were pure of heart and worthy heirs to his legacy. By the way, Xiao Yi, have you made friends out there? Why not introduce them to your master? Sun Wukong beamed, as he assumed most of Sun Ye's companions were young women, suspecting there might be a girlfriend among them. Yes, master. Everyone, this is my master. Sun Wukong. Master, look, this is my wife, Li Chi Luo, and this is my other wife, Wang Yuyan. And this is my wife's master, Wu Xingyan. Sun Yi smiled as he introduced everyone. After a round of introductions, Sun Wukong led the group into the room for casual conversation. Before long, the afternoon had arrived, and Sun Yi announced he would prepare a distinctive dinner from the Dragon Ball world, roasted dinosaur. This also provided a perfect opportunity to test the martial arts from the Panlong World in the Dragon Ball realm, particularly techniques like the 6 meridian swordplay that had proven difficult to execute previously. However, It seemed that both Xiaofeng and Sun Wukong were feeling a bit restless and decided to join them, as there were far too many women present. As the three men stepped outside, they heard a chorus of laughter from the room behind them. Exchanging glances, they chuckled softly. "Master, please clear out a space of a few hundred square meters for us. We'll need accommodations for everyone tonight. I have several capsules available, one for Xiaofeng and a Zhu, another for the four ladies, Wu Shibo and Meilon Juju, one for a Z and Aunt Wan, and one for my wife and me. The required space is quite considerable." As soon as Sun Yi finished speaking, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. "This is quite simple. With the right application of energy, it can be accomplished in mere minutes. It is indeed one of my specialties." He readily agreed. "All right, off you go, but do remember to bring back plenty. Be swift in your return." "Very well, Brother Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I shall be back shortly." With that, Sun Yi harnessed his energy and, supported by a vastly amplified energy field, his body effortlessly lifted off the ground, soaring silently into the distance. After flying for just over 10 minutes, having ventured beyond Sun Wukong's usual hunting grounds, he spotted a herbivorous dinosaur leisurely stretching its neck to nibble on the leaves of a tree. While not colossal, it was certainly substantial enough to rival an elephant. "What unfortunate luck for you. Today, you shall be the feast for my friends." Sun Yi mused inwardly as he extended his hand, channeling his inner strength in the manner of the sixth meridian sword, preparing to unleash it. In an instant, a stream of sword energy pierced through the dinosaur's neck from several meters away, despite the armor of scales that adorned it. Truly, the sixth meridian sword is formidable. The mechanics behind its function remain unclear. Perhaps I shall investigate further when time permits. For now, it is prudent to transport the dinosaur back home. Gripping the dinosaur's leg with his right hand, he continued towards the riverbank. The blood left behind by the dinosaur attracted numerous fish, and employing the same technique, he caught a large fish, lifting it with his left hand before beginning his flight back. Upon returning home, he found everyone gathered outside. The ground had been leveled, and several individuals were busy preparing the barbecue grill. Fortunately, a small river nearby made the cleaning process quite convenient. The others watched in astonishment as Sun Yi approached. And after he set down the dinosaur and the sizable fish, a Z, accompanied by Mei Jian and the other four maidens, encircled him, their eyes brimming with awe. Sun Yi could no longer bear the gaze that resembled one observing a monkey's antics, and thus, he resolved to speak candidly. "All right, my dear young ladies. Enough of the staring. Here, you can utilize the graceful steps of Lingbo Weibu to soar through the air. I suspect other abilities have also been enhanced, so you may wish to experiment with this later. Now, let us hasten to prepare a meal. You ought to learn this skill to avoid difficulties in finding a suitable partner in the future." He chuckled lightly. "Now, AZ, do refrain from mischief and come here to help tidy up." Azhu, unable to conceal her amusement, called out to AZ. As the group marveled at the dinosaur, Sun Wufan approached, effortlessly lifting the creature and casting it aside by the riverbank. He began to prepare it for cooking, while Sun Yi tended to the sizable fish he had caught. After a brief interval, Xiaofeng arrived with the barbecue equipment that Azhu and the others had organized. Setting it up with precision, Sun Yi swiftly completed the preparation of the fish, bringing it over to the table. Channeling his energy into a blade-like form, he sliced the fish into 1 centimeter thick pieces and placed them on the grill. Since there are ladies present, it would be best not to roast the whole fish. Once the dinosaur was ready, Sun Wufan divided it into several portions, ensuring each person received a piece. Each chunk was skewered and set to roast, with everyone eagerly participating in the grilling and basting with sauce. Before long, the enticing aroma of golden brown roasted meat filled the air, and the dishes were presented at the table. Xiaofeng and the others had never encountered such substantial portions of grilled fish and meat, and the flavors were truly exceptional. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the ladies felt quite full, particularly the lively AZ, Yuyin, and Mei Jian, who found themselves seated, slowly digesting their meal. The gentlemen, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. After dining, Xiaofeng and Sun Yi engaged in a friendly sparring session, much to Sun Wufan's astonishment as he observed their martial arts techniques. Unable to resist the urge, he joined in the fray. After an exhilarating bout, Sun Yi decided to withdraw first. As he turned, he noticed the sky had begun to darken, and he smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked an important matter. He promptly retrieved the housing capsules he had meticulously selected, placing 4 of them at intervals before indicating the designated houses for the group. "Brother Xiao, you and Azhu shall reside in this house." Sun Yi pointed to a 2-bedroom apartment and remarked, In addition, a Z and Aunt Ruan reside in the adjacent unit, while U5 will occupy the largest one, where Master Wu, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu live. Our place, situated a bit farther away, has been chosen to minimize noise transmission at night. Consequently, Sun Yi selected a spacious and soundproof dwelling, placed several dozen meters apart. Sun Yi had a foreboding sense that the night would not unfold easily. Suddenly recalling that Dao Baifeng was still within the life support apparatus, he released her as well. Upon emerging, Dao Baifeng remained silent, her demeanor seemingly subdued. She surveyed her surroundings, recognizing only one person, Wan Xingzhu. Sun Yi embraced her, eliciting a faint, inscrutable smile from Dao Baifeng. Come, let us embark on a new life with my husband. Let us elevate the spirits a little. Wan Xingzhu appeared to recognize Dao Baifeng as well, yet refrained from voicing anything. Lost in her thoughts, she cast a profound glance at Sun Yi, as if she were only just now seeing him clearly. However, her gaze revealed no distinct emotions, remaining entirely serene and inscrutable, devoid of any discernible thoughts. Sun Yi reheated the previously prepared food, and as Dao Baifeng was about to dine, Sun Yi and the others gathered to deliberate on their next course of action. Since they had already arrived at this juncture, they resolved to embark on their subsequent endeavors the following day. Sun Yi spoke these words, and a few others nearby listened attentively. Brother Shao, how about you take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with life here alongside my master? You can also get accustomed to the local cultivation methods. What do you think? Shao Feng nodded in agreement. That sounds good. We're unfamiliar with this place, so you can arrange it. Great. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I will set off with the wizard to seek remedies for my grandfather Wu Yizi's injuries. With that, Sun Yi turned to his master. Master, could you spare some time to teach my brother Shao the Turtle Sage's martial arts? His talent surely surpasses mine. Of course. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, having discerned the boy's good nature after just a short interaction. By the way, master, do you happen to know the direction to Galinta? I might need to consult my master, the Turtle Sage, who currently resides on a small island in the south. I'm not entirely sure of the exact location, but I'll give you a call tomorrow to find out. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. All right then. I'll head to bed now. Sun Yi shrugged, noticing Dao Baifeng lost in thought after taking a couple of bites of her meal. He quickly led the three girls toward their room. Though the house appeared modest from the outside, it contained just one room with a large bed. Another sleepless night awaited them. The morning sun's rays roused the occupants. Breakfast was hastily prepared from the leftover roasted meat, yet Dao Baifeng still did not join them. With no other option, Sun Yi took breakfast into the room. Fortunately, her mood seemed improved compared to the previous day, and she was playfully chatting with Qing Luo in her pajamas. It appeared she simply felt shy about facing Wan Xingzhu. Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, come out for breakfast. Do you want your husband to feed you mouth to mouth? Sun Yi teased with a mischievous grin, pulling both girls into an embrace, ready to playfully act. The lovely ladies blushed and playfully pushed him away. Before long, they dressed and emerged with their breakfast to join in. After their meal, armed with the address provided by Sun Wukong and clarified directions from Sun Wukong, Sun Yi gathered their belongings and set off with everyone, first to find Wukong. This time, their journey to the Turtle Sage's abode included 10 people, which was quite a number, and they would utilize the large aircraft from before. However, this time, the group had tasks to accomplish on the plane. They had discussed the previous day that using the wave step technique could allow them to fly. Thus, Wu Xingyan began teaching the four Mei Jian sisters this skill during the flight. After several days of practice, they took turns attempting to fly outside the plane every hour. Unfortunately, they failed to achieve flight as a group. The four sisters lacked sufficient internal energy to complete the closed loop required for the wave step technique, resulting in an incomplete energy field that could not support their bodies. 3 days later, as the Mei Jian sisters despondently accepted their inability to fly, they found themselves in a vast desert. The scorching sun blazed overhead, while the ground was a seemingly endless expanse of yellow sand. Despite their internal energy protection, they felt lethargic and longed to escape. Suddenly, Sun Yi spotted a black dot on the ground and began to descend for a closer look. If it was a victim, he could lend a hand. If it were a local, he could inquire for directions. As he lowered to 30 meters, careful observation revealed a small flying creature beside the person, and he suddenly realized who it was, Lu Ping. However, seeing him left Sun Yi somewhat confused. Was Wukong not yet in this vicinity, or had they simply not crossed paths? Not dwelling on it further, Sun Yi halted the plane and exited the cabin, intending to inquire. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered a figure flying toward him. Reacting instinctively, he unleashed a shockwave. Lu Ping, pondering why the plane had stopped and noting a man emerging, was caught off guard. He charged forward, but before he could reach the aircraft, Sun Ye's shockwave sent him flying. Young Master Lu Ping, what happened? Pua Lu flew anxiously to Lu Ping's side, supporting him while calling out with concern. After several urgent exclamations from Pua Lu, Lu Ping finally emerged from his dazed state. Fortunately, Sun Ye had only reacted instinctively and did not use his full strength. In fact, he had even held back a bit as Lu Ping was a character within the narrative. Thus, Lu Ping was merely stunned, and with his exceptional physique, he sustained only minor injuries. Sun Ye soared into the air and landed before his opponent, while Lu Ping immediately stood up, watching Sun Ye with vigilance. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Perhaps I should be the one asking you what your intentions are. I merely paused to see if anyone was in need of assistance. If you are a local, I would only wish to inquire for directions. Sun Ye was truly at a loss for words. The demeanor you exhibited earlier suggested you were no ordinary character, and yet you still inquired of me. Sun Ye chose not to utter anything further, instead producing a photograph of Sun Wukong and placing it before Lu Ping. Have you encountered him? Indeed, I have. Just a few days prior, he bested me. Lu Ping responded with a tone that was far from pleasant, revealing a hint of resignation. He had evidently been taught a lesson by Wukong. It was no surprise, considering that I had gleaned from casual conversations with my master that Wukong's skills had advanced beyond the level Sun Ye had known upon his departure, now reaching a comparable standard. This was precisely why my master permitted him to accompany Bulma on her adventures. For someone like Lu Ping, who had only just transcended the limits of human capability, being defeated by Wukong in a single move was entirely reasonable. A closer inspection of Lu Ping's visage revealed bruises and a missing tooth. He had certainly endured a considerable beating. Which direction did he head? Is it towards the Frying Pan Mountain? How did you know? Lu Ping's face was awash with astonishment. That is correct. Well, young man, I have confirmed Wukong's whereabouts through you. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you aspire to make a name for yourself in the future, refrain from engaging in thievery. Instead, consider honing your martial skills or seeking a respectable profession. With your appearance and abilities, you are bound to excel. After Sun Ye finished speaking, he walked away without looking back, leaving Lu Ping standing there in a daze for quite some time. He himself had not anticipated that he would escape this calamity. Sun Ye turned and boarded the aircraft, once again studying the map intently until he finally discerned the correct direction, propelling himself forward. Several hours later, he arrived at Frying Pan Mountain, only to find that the surrounding flames had seemingly extinguished, and it appeared that this had occurred several days prior. Thus, Sun Ye had no choice but to descend once more and inquire with his master, the Bull Demon King, for clarity on the situation. After much inquiry, he finally ascertained the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and his companions, and subsequently hastened along the path indicated by his master. Given Wukong's current prowess, it was evident that they could not impede him this time. He needed to hurry to ensure that Bulma's wish was not squandered. Fortunately, there had been no reports of daylight inexplicably turning to darkness, suggesting that a wish had yet to be made. Sun Ye accelerated, pushing the aircraft to its maximum speed. As dusk approached, he remained airborne. Suddenly, a flash darted in front of the aircraft. It seemed that something had crossed his path, possibly a dinosaur or avian creature. Hey! It seemed like a few people were riding clouds just now. Wu Xingyun suddenly exclaimed, startling Sun Ye. Riding clouds, could it be? Sun Ye swiftly adjusted the aircraft's direction, executing a wide arc before redirecting the plane for a distant observation. Indeed, it was Goku, seated upon the familiar yellow nimbus cloud, his stature not particularly towering. This may be attributed to the fact that purebred scions tend to grow in height only after reaching adulthood. In Goku's embrace rested a striking young girl with blue hair, brimming with vivacity. While being held by Goku, she appeared restless, her mouth incessantly chattering and her body in constant motion. Perhaps a result of either a fear of heights or an exuberance of energy. This must be Bulma. It seems their lack of a vehicle does not hinder them. After all, one cannot allow the living to be stifled, can they? Accompanying them was a diminutive figure resembling a pig, evidently Oolong. A closer inspection reveals that Oolong was perched on Goku's back, while Bulma, cradled in Goku's arms, had her lower half suspended through the nimbus cloud, hanging in midair. As Sun Ye was preparing to bring the aircraft in for a closer approach, he suddenly noticed that the opposing aircraft began its descent. Below him, in the distance, stood a castle, and in that instant, Sun Ye comprehended that they had indeed reached their destination. Sun Ye came to a halt, quietly observing Wukong's strength. In the original narrative, even with Wukong possessing strength comparable to Lu Ping, no danger had arisen. Thus, it was unlikely that any threat would emerge now. However, to err on the side of caution, Sun Yi dispatched a few mechanical insects to tail Wukong, one of which had even latched onto Oolong's back. Sun Yi remained stationary, aware that getting closer would risk detection by the opposing side. Inside the castle across from him, in a monitoring room, a girl, a dog-headed man, and a little dwarf were intently focused on the screen before them. Indeed, it was the trio known as the Mixed Rice Gang. Great King Mixed Rice. We need just one final Dragon Ball from our adversary to complete the collection. The long-haired girl, reported excitedly to the visibly elated Mixed Rice, her face aglow with barely contained exhilaration. Ha ha ha, I have awaited this moment for many years. We are finally on the brink of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Mixed Rice proclaimed with wild laughter. Shio, activate all mechanisms at once. We must capture that monstrous child. Yes, Great King Mixed Rice, Mai and Shio responded in unison, rushing to the computer to commence their tasks. Meanwhile, Wukong and his companions descended, gazing upon the castle before them. Wukong, this is the place. Let's hurry in and reclaim the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. The memory of the previous ambush that had led to the theft of the Dragon Balls and capsules had fueled her fervor throughout the journey. Yet, she hesitated to act independently, merely calling on Wukong for assistance. All right, Wukong replied readily, advancing to push open the grand door. Upon its opening, a dark, narrow corridor was revealed. As Bulma approached the threshold, a sudden chill swept through, illuminating 2 rows of wall lamps. However, the light was dim, casting an eerie pall over the interior. Bulma and Oolong instinctively crouched behind Wukong, cautiously peering ahead into the corridor. Let's go. Wukong's clear voice rang out as he strode forward without hesitation, prompting Bulma and Oolong to stealthily follow in his wake, keenly surveying their surroundings. Prepared to retreat at a moment's notice, all while Sun Yi watched, unable to suppress a chuckle. Within the dimly lit corridor, Wukong forged ahead as the vanguard, while Bulma, gathering her courage, cautiously trailed beside him, and Oolong remained steadfastly behind. Unbeknownst to them, should danger arise, Wukong's evasion would leave Oolong vulnerable to attack. Hey, Bulma. How far are we from the location of the Dragon Balls? Oolong suddenly inquired, his voice echoing in the stillness, startling Bulma. You idiot, Oolong. Don't scare me like that. Bulma snapped, giving Oolong a light smack on the head, her tone laced with irritation. She quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar for a closer inspection. They're over there. Bulma indicated, pointing towards the castle's center, where the Dragon Balls were located. At that moment, Mixed Rice and his gang, monitoring the surveillance, grew anxious. Shio, have the mechanisms been activated? Reporting to Great King Mixed Rice, the mechanisms are now operational. Both responded promptly, standing at attention. Wukong sensed an unusual disturbance, his ears twitching. Do you hear that? Is there a sound approaching? Is there? Bulma and Oolong were puzzled, but soon they too heard it, the noise growing louder. Before they could ascertain its source, a massive round stone came barreling toward them from a distance. Run! Bulma and Oolong shouted, turning to flee. Wukong, however, stood his ground, placing his hands on his hips to gather energy. Kamehameha. Bulma, glancing back, recognized Wukong's stance reminiscent of Master Roshi's. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, considering Wukong's youth. Run! Wukong! She cried out in desperation, but as she turned to flee, she was stunned by the scene that unfolded. Kikaho! Wukong unleashed a wave of energy from his hands, colliding with the giant stone. A thunderous boom resonated, momentarily disorienting Bulma and Oolong, and when the dust settled, they beheld the shattered remnants of the stone strewn about. Dumbfounded, Bulma eventually regained her composure and exclaimed, Wow! Wukong, you're incredible. Let us hurry through the wall. Unexpectedly, Mixed Rice, transfixed by the surveillance footage, was taken aback. What manner of creature is this? He questioned, astonished. In the monitoring room, Mai and Shio gasped in disbelief, prompting Mixed Rice to shout, Mai, Shio, activate the other mechanisms. Before they could proceed further, a whoosh cut through the air. Several glinting projectiles shot toward them, causing Bulma and Oolong to instinctively hide behind Wukong, cautiously eyeing the direction from which the sound emanated. Wukong swiftly drew his Rui Jingu Bang, swinging it with precision and with a series of ping sounds. The incoming weapons were deftly deflected. After a few minutes, once Bulma confirmed that no further traps were present, she urged Wukong to break through the walls, making a beeline toward the castle's heart. After traversing several walls, Wukong and his companions encountered a few more mechanisms, all of which were violently dismantled by Wukong. They bulldozed their way forward, as unstoppable as a tank, rendering even the most formidable traps ineffective against them. Outside the castle, Sun Yi and the others watched the unfolding events on the video feed. while Wu Xingyun and his companions expressed their amazement. Meanwhile, those like Xu Jian, who lacked martial prowess, were utterly astounded. Inside the castle, Mixed Rice was in a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot stove, darting about in search of a solution. Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind. Great King Mixed Rice, we can use a hypnotic gas. We'll place the strongest tempered material in their path and release a substantial quantity of hypnotic gas. Once they're unconscious, we can snatch the Dragon Balls and make our escape, then immediately make our wish. Brilliant idea, Mai. Once we fulfill our wish, you shall be richly rewarded. Mixed Rice exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Mai Xiao, activate the mechanisms quickly. After a flurry of frantic operations, the trio successfully prepared the release of the hypnotic gas at the third-to-last mechanism. Unbeknownst to Wukong, who continued his straight-line advance, they were but a wall away from their destination. With a resounding bang, Wukong shattered the wall, stepping inside without noticing the white gas that filled the room. As he struck the wall once, then twice, he found that it did not yield, and just as he was about to exert more force, dizziness suddenly overcame him. What is this? I feel a bit sleepy, Wukong muttered, while Bulma and Oolong, sensing a similar disorientation, spotted the dispersing white gas. It's hypnotic gas, Bulma realized, and moments later, all three succumbed to unconsciousness. The Mixed Rice trio in the monitoring room erupted in joyful cheers upon witnessing the scene. Hooray! They quickly donned gas masks and rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, Mixed Rice's irritation grew as he beheld Wukong. Suddenly, he extended a short leg to kick Wukong. Ouch! Mixed Rice quickly covered his foot, removing his gas mask to blow it off, feeling as though he had kicked a stone. Grabbing what he had kicked, he discovered a Dragon Ball. Dragon! Mixed Rice barely managed to utter before a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to topple to the side. Great King Mixed Rice. Mai and Xiao gasped in surprise and hurried over to equip the Mixed Rice with a gas mask. Subsequently, they discovered the Dragon Ball at their feet, and joy surged through them as they quickly turned to head back with both the Dragon Ball and the Mixed Rice. Outside, Sun Yi, upon witnessing Goku's collapse, immediately stifled his laughter and addressed his master, "Stay here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Before the words fully escaped his lips, he propelled himself forward, instinctively employing the accelerated flight technique he had been refining over the past few days, utilizing his internal energy to levitate and release chi for enhanced speed. A resounding explosion echoed as Sun Yi shot forth, hurtling directly towards the castle. Having no time to search for an entrance, he barreled straight into the castle's wall. Given the circumstances, it was uncertain whether Goku might sustain any injuries. Even if the original narrative spared him harm, there was no guarantee that he would remain unscathed now. With reckless abandon, he surged forward in a linear path, heedless of the countless traps and obstacles that lay in his way, none of which inflicted any harm upon him. As he neared the midpoint of his journey, Sun Yi spotted the wall Goku had destroyed in the distance and swiftly altered his course, racing along the path of destruction. Upon reaching the scene, he found Goku and the others sprawled on the ground. Sun Yi approached and checked their pulses, relieved to find that they were merely unconscious, without any further complications. However, he soon noticed that Goku's pockets had been unfastened and the Dragon Ball was missing. In the distance, the silhouettes of the Mixed Rice trio were retreating, turning a corner until they completely vanished from sight. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, Sun Yi saw that his master had followed him. "Master, please keep an eye on Goku and the others. I must go retrieve the Dragon Ball." With that, Sun Yi boldly surged forward, reaching the spot where the trio had disappeared, only to discover it was not a mere corner, but rather a mechanism. Sun Yi unleashed a surge of energy from his right hand, shattering the wall to reveal an ascending elevator within the mechanism. He glanced upward at the passageway before crouching down and propelling himself with great force, soaring upward like a projectile. As he ascended, the energy wave he had gathered intensified dramatically, culminating in a thunderous explosion that ruptured the castle's walls, propelling him swiftly into the sky. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Zahufan awoke and immediately began counting the Dragon Balls, his excitement growing with each tally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At last, he had gathered all the Dragon Balls. Zahufan recounted them several times to confirm their completeness. Beside him, Mai and Xiao offered their congratulations, and Zahufan swelled with pride. Laughing exuberantly before instructing his subordinates, "Proceed with the plan, activate the mechanism, and confine this creature with specialized alloys. Zahufan, we should make a wish first, otherwise we may not be able to contain the creature once it awakens." Xiao cautioned nervously, his demeanor still submissive. Mai approached the monitoring screen. poised to activate the mechanism when suddenly she exclaimed, "Zahufan, come quickly. Another monster has breached our defenses." Before Zahufan could reach the computer, a deafening roar erupted from the adjacent wall, and through the circular skylight, a beam of light shot skyward from the castle. With another thunderous crash, the elevator door that the trio had exited was forcefully kicked open, and Sun Yi soared in immediately afterward. Who dares intrude upon the domain of the illustrious Zahufan? The trio began to question, but before they could finish, they witnessed Sun Yi raise his hand, a brilliant light emanating from it. Instantly, they recalled the prowess of Sun Wukong shattering boulders and began to flee in haste. However, the Zahufan trio was unable to escape. Sun Yi's energy wave struck them directly, sending them crashing against the wall with 3 resounding thuds, rendering them unconscious. Then, Sun Yi turned his gaze to the center of the room, where a glass-covered pedestal held the 7 glowing Dragon Balls. They pulsated with a vibrant orange light, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. His wish was about to be fulfilled. Sun Yi counted quietly, confirming that all 7 Dragon Balls were indeed present. He promptly stored them away without even glancing at the trio, retracing his steps through the passage he had come from. Upon returning to Goku's side, Sun Yi found Goku already on his feet, surveying the surroundings, seemingly unaware of the wizard's presence, indicating that he had just awakened. "It's been a while, Goku," Sun Yi greeted with a cheerful smile from a short distance away. Upon hearing the voice, Goku quickly turned his head. "Wow, brother Sun," Goku exclaimed in astonishment, his tone brimming with excitement, disregarding the others nearby as he rushed towards Sun Yi. Sun Yi chuckled as he crouched down to embrace Wukong, the two of them having trained together for 5 years, practically growing up side by side. "All right, Wukong, let's step outside for a moment. Brother Sun, my Dragon Ball has been stolen, and I still need..." Before Wukong could finish his sentence, Sun Yi revealed the package in his hand. "The Dragon Ball is right here with me. Let's head out first. Master, you should join us as well. This is the item that can rescue our esteemed father-in-law." "Okay," Wukong readily agreed, as he typically did not dwell on matters for long. Thus, Wukong carried Bulma on his back, while Sun Yi held the package containing the Dragon Ball, with Wu Xingyun silently trailing behind, intently gazing at the bundle, eager to discern its remarkable properties. Before long, the group retraced their steps through the passageway created by Sun Yi and returned to their original location. Sun Yi then hurriedly approached the aircraft to initiate its operation. Once everyone was aboard, he closed the cabin door and began to maneuver the plane, which slowly ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the engines roared to their maximum capacity, causing the aircraft to tremble as it left behind a sonic boom and a trail of light that gradually faded into the distance. The occupants of the plane were filled with curiosity. "Are you really Sun Wukong? You're so small," one exclaimed. "Yes, I heard you're already 12 years old," another added. "You're Sun Wukong? I can hardly believe it. Little brother, how is it that your strength is so formidable?" The 4 of them surrounded Wukong with wide-eyed wonder, with even one of them reaching out to touch Wukong's cheek. "All right, Aju, be a bit more ladylike. That's rather impolite. And you 3, come sit down. Wukong, please place Bulma and the others in the seats at the back." Sun Ye's words shattered Wukong's awkward predicament. "Oh, brother Sun, how do you know her name is Bulma? Do you know her as well?" Wukong gazed at Sun Yi with astonishment. "I do not know her. I merely heard from Master that you were accompanied by a girl named Bulma." "Ah," Wukong nodded in comprehension. "How was your journey, Wukong? Do share with your senior brother." "All right," Wukong replied, then began to recount his experiences in great detail. Through Wukong's narration, Sun Yi gradually comprehended that all the discrepancies stemmed from the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused. Initially, Wukong's enhancement in strength led to his first encounter with Loping, during which he managed to injure his opponent, after which he encountered no further challenges. Subsequently, upon reaching Frying Pan Mountain, he met the Bull Demon King, who implored him to seek out Master Rashi. After witnessing Master Rashi's martial prowess, Wukong resolved to train under him henceforth. As he described Master Rashi's skills, expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of Wu Xingyun and others. However, observing Wukong's innocent demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would fabricate such tales. Ultimately, after departing Frying Pan Mountain, they found their vehicle damaged by the mishaps caused by several individuals, leading them to this place, following the trajectory of the Dragon Balls. Sun Yi was curious about whether Wukong and Chi-Chi could still be together, so he inquired, "Wukong, did Chi-Chi say anything to you when you departed from the Frying Pan Mountain?" "No, she didn't." "Why do you ask?" Sun Yi did not pursue the matter further, merely lost in thought, indicating that Chi-Chi would likely no longer associate with Wukong. It was only later that Sun Yi learned of the incident that transpired when Wukong first emerged with Bulma. Despite his master's admonition against treating girls as he did, Wukong's height, combined with his 12 years of age, led to Bulma inadvertently finding herself in a vulnerable position, having fallen asleep with her undergarments removed and resting atop his thigh throughout the night. It was not until the following morning, when Bulma awoke in a fit of anger, that Wukong realized the taboo of such intimate boundaries with girls. This incident ultimately deterred him from pursuing Chi-Chi any further. Returning to the present, Sun Yi, accompanied by several companions, flew for a while before locating a clearing where they could establish a dwelling. He placed Bulma onto the bed within the house and set Oolong upon the sofa before stepping outside with the others. What purpose does this object serve? Can it cure Wu Yizi? Wu Xingyan inquired, crouching down and pointing inquisitively at the bundle containing the Dragon Balls. Absolutely. There is even a strong possibility that both of you might be healed simultaneously, Sun Yi declared, waving his hand to open a spatial portal. He then retrieved Wu Yizi from within the shuttle. The 7 Dragon Balls were extracted and arranged upon the ground, pulsating with a rhythmic orange glow that had not ceased since they came into contact. What shall we do next? Wu Xingyan asked, his face alight with hope as he followed closely behind Sun Yi in the expansive area before the dwelling. Next, we shall summon the Eternal Dragon, Sun Yi replied. Sun Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, and then called out loudly to the Dragon Balls on the ground, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." After his fervent appeal, he stood still, captivated by the scene unfolding before him. Though he had heard of the 7 Dragon Balls and watched the animated series, witnessing the spectacle in person was an entirely new experience, a chance to broaden his horizons. The 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker with increasing intensity, their humming resonating more vigorously. According to the original tale, the emergence of Shenron enveloped the world in temporary darkness. However, since it was already night, the darkness felt rather similar, though the moon was swiftly obscured by gathering clouds, rendering it invisible. A few individuals stood silently before the house, observing the scene, the atmosphere hushed as none dared to utter a word, while the orange glow of the Dragon Balls illuminated them. Boom! A series of thunderous roars echoed through the night. The orange brilliance of the Dragon Balls intensified, creating a magnificent spectacle in the sky. Soon, a majestic, serpentine green dragon coiled amidst the dark clouds, its eyes gleaming with a red hue as it gazed down below. Unbeknownst to Sun Yi, the deity within the temple was closely monitoring his actions, fully aware of every movement he made. The appearance of Shenron was indeed a momentous event, and if it fell into the hands of an ambitious individual, chaos would likely ensue. Upon realizing that the summoner was Sun Yi, the deity let out a sigh of relief. After all, a disciple of the Turtle Hermit was considered among the elite martial artists on Earth and was worthy of attention. Although Sun Yi cannot be said to be entirely devoid of impure thoughts, it can be asserted that he possesses an inherently virtuous nature. Of course, it must be noted that this assessment comes with the caveat of a somewhat lascivious disposition. To the one who has gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish, and I shall grant it, though only one wish may be fulfilled. As he gazed upon the majestic dragon soaring in the sky, an unmistakable joy illuminated Sun Yi's face. And beside him, Wu Xingyun could hardly contain her elation. Quickly, young son, speak your wish. Dragon, I wish for the healing of the injuries sustained by both of them. Is this possible? Regrettably, that constitutes 2 wishes. I can only grant one, the dragon replied, falling into silence for a moment. Then, its voice resonated throughout the surroundings, dampening Wu Xingyun's exuberance. Though somewhat disheartened, she swiftly turned to Sun Yi. Son, you may focus solely on healing Wu Yizi. I can devise another means for my own injuries. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Sun Yi had already spoken. Then restore the bodies of everyone present to a state of perfect health. Immediately, the dragon's eyes glowed a brilliant red, and its voice boomed, echoing around them. Wu Xingyan felt an immediate shift in her physique, her vision seemingly diminishing in height until she reached approximately 1.8 meters, akin to Sun Yi. The assembled crowd also experienced a sense of bodily relief, albeit accompanied by a hint of bemusement. Even the celestial beings above felt a mix of laughter and tears, bemused at the realization that a wish had been granted under a different guise. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Before long, Wu Yizi, who had been encased in the life support device before Sun Yi, abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his features, reflecting the extent of his astonishment. In that moment, he beheld the dragon in the sky, rendered momentarily speechless. After the dragon fulfilled the wish, the Dragon Balls began to rise from the ground, and the celestial dragon gradually faded from view. Subsequently, the Dragon Balls transformed into 7 luminous orbs, scattering across the globe. While the darkened sky returned to a state illuminated by the moonlight, Sunny stepped forward to assist Wu Yazi, while Wu Xingyan swiftly approached to support him as well. "Junior brother, you have finally awakened." Her voice, filled with excitement, resonated with a bright clarity that startled Wu Yazi, compelling him to turn his gaze. Yet he found himself unable to recognize the young woman before him. "Who are you?" "It is I, Wu Xingyan," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from within the room, prompting Sun Yi to provide the two with a moment of privacy while calling for everyone present to return to their quarters. Inside the room, Yukong had already arrived, and Bulma was inquiring about the events that had transpired, wondering why she found herself lying in bed upon awakening. "It was Brother Sun who came to rescue us." "Brother Sun? Is he the other disciple of your master that you often mention?" "Indeed. Then did we retrieve the Dragon Balls?" Bulma's face lit up with excitement, hopeful that assistance would ensure their recovery. "We did recover them. However, Brother Sun has already fulfilled his wish." Wukong remained as candid as ever. "Then that is settled," she replied. "Though we have reclaimed them. I was in haste to save lives, and thus I made my wish first. If you still wish to gather the Dragon Balls after a year, I shall assist you then." Sun Yi entered the room, and, without waiting for Bulma to finish her sentence, interjected with a smile. Given Bulma's remarkable research capabilities, it was imperative to enlist her in the study of evolution. "Save someone?" Bulma inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, did you not notice the man and woman outside? They're the ones." Through the window, Bulma spotted the two figures standing at the door, Wu Yazi and Wu Xingyan. Before she could utter another word, Sun Yi continued. "Do not be deceived by their youthful appearance. In reality, they are both nearing a century old. Would you not wish to learn their secrets of eternal youth? After all, having taken advantage of their aspirations, and considering we are not adversaries, it is only fair to offer some form of compensation. Furthermore, even if the knowledge cannot be widely disseminated, a modest sharing is essential if we seek like-minded individuals to pursue the path of evolution together. The goal of immortality is far too grand and ethereal, akin to drawing grand visions. Only tangible temptations can effectively rally human resources." "Really? I don't believe it." "Disbelief is inconsequential. I can allow you to verify it. With your scientific acumen, determining how long a person has lived should be a simple task for you." "That is true." Bulma nodded in agreement but then shifted her tone, stating, "If this is indeed the case, then as long as you impart your techniques to me, I shall overlook your unauthorized wish-making. At worst, I can simply seek the Dragon Balls again next year and make my wish then." "What wish do you hope to make with the Dragon Balls?" Even though he already knew the answer, Sun Yi felt compelled to inquire once more for clarity. "Of course, I wish to find a handsome man." Bulma replied without hesitation, her seriousness evident. "In that case, you need not wish for that. Within 4 to 5 years, I will find you a handsome man who will undoubtedly meet your expectations." "How does that sound?" "Really? Indeed, it is absolutely true. I assure you, you shall be satisfied." Sun Yi glanced back at Wukong, realizing that he would take him to the spirit time room in the temple. However, Wukong remained blissfully unaware, still grinning foolishly. His character was undeniably dependable. "What do you think?" "All right, since you insist, it's settled." Bulma's face radiated excitement, although the Dragon Balls were lost this time. Having these two requests was still a gain. At that moment, the two individuals outside, having lingered long enough, entered together. However, Wu Xingyan appeared cheerful, while Wu Yazi seemed somewhat awkward, evidently struggling to adapt to the current situation. "Father-in-law, master, what are your plans?" "I'm about to seek another place for training. Shall I escort you to my master to help you acclimate to this environment?" "Father-in-law?" Even though Wu Yazi had mentally prepared himself, he did not expect Sun Yi to be so forthright and was left pondering. "All right, let us return to that mountain we visited before." Wu Xingyan interjected directly. "Very well. I shall take you there tomorrow morning. For now, let us rest here for the night." Sun Yi entrusted a capsule house to Wu Xingyan once more. The following day, he first accompanied Wu Xingyan and her companions back to Baozi Mountain, ensuring that Qi Luo, Baifeng, and Yuyan also remained there. Subsequently, he embarked with Wukong towards the island where Master Rashi resided. He intended for the women to begin their training in the basics of the turtle school under Gohan, allowing their energy and internal strength to mutually enhance each other, preventing any future hindrance in their progress. After all, during this period of training at the Galinta, it was indeed impractical to have his wife accompany him, and after much persuasion, he finally secured their agreement on this journey to the sacred land of Kylan. Sun Yi sought not only to learn the methods of qi manipulation from the immortals, but also to acquire the miraculous healing herb, the Skin Dough. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, appeared to possess little value, merely alleviating hunger. However, as the story progressed, it transformed into a life-saving treasure, capable of swiftly restoring vitality and instantaneously healing any injury. Regarding Bulma's desire to master the techniques of the lesser or the eternal, Sun Yi had already conveyed his thoughts to Iyazi, who expressed no objections. After all, Bulma's beauty and intelligence aligned well with the discipleship requirements of the Xiaoyao sect. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether Bulma would even be able to learn internal energy cultivation, as the absence of meridians and acupoints would pose a significant challenge. Thus, before his departure, Sun Yi reassured Bulma that upon his return, he would assist her in shaping her meridians, and he would also bring Goku along for the journey. Sun Yi piloted a maglev aircraft, journeying alongside Wukong, who rode his cloud, as they ventured towards the Kame house under Wukong's guidance. As Sun Yi descended, Master Roshi reclined leisurely in his rocking chair, basking in the warm sunlight. In his hand, he held an indescribable magazine, engrossed in its contents. Seemingly oblivious to the arrival of Sun Yi and his companion, or perhaps simply indifferent to it, Wukong approached Master Roshi, noticing that the elder had not perceived his presence, and called out loudly, "Master Roshi." "Who?" Master Roshi seemed startled, unsure of the reality of the situation, then glanced at Wukong and said, "Oh, it's you again. What brings you here?" "I've come to train with you, Master Roshi," Wukong replied, his straightforwardness unchanged. However, Master Roshi had long been accustomed to his demeanor, so he merely turned his attention to Sun Yi. "Greetings, Master," Sun Yi said. "I am Sun Yi, a disciple of Master Gohan. I have come to inquire about the location of the Korin Tower." "A disciple of Gohan?" Master Roshi scrutinized Sun Yi carefully, noting the evident foundation of turtle school martial arts within him. With Wukong by his side, he was assured of the boy's honesty. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi raised his staff and pointed in a particular direction towards Korin Tower. "If you ascend Korin Tower, please convey my regards to the sages residing there." "Yes, Master," Sun Yi replied. Sun Yi respectfully bowed and then produced a capsule and a map, saying, "Might I trouble you, Master Ancestor, to mark a designated area on this map?" The turtle hermit accepted the map and, with a flourish of his brush, marked the location. Sun Yi carefully took the map and tucked it away. "I shall take my leave now. This is for the expenses incurred during Wukong's training here, along with a token of filial piety from my master. Wukong's appetite is comparable to that of 30 to 50 ordinary individuals, so consider this a gesture of goodwill. Please do not decline." Initially, the turtle hermit hesitated to accept the capsule, but upon hearing Sun Yi's words, he swiftly took it. As the turtle hermit grasped the capsule, Sun Yi turned and released his aircraft, preparing to board. "Sun Yi, if you wish to continue your training, it would be best to forego any means of transportation and walk the entire way to Jalan Tower," the turtle hermit called out to him. Sun Yi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, deciding to proceed with the plan, regardless of the various situations that might arise along the way. However, given Sun Yi's current prowess, he did not foresee any imminent danger. To err on the side of caution, he also retrieved the Rui Bang. The sky was vast and clear, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. The azure heavens met the deep blue sea, stretching out into the horizon, concealing an unknown multitude of perils. Sun Yi bent down to fasten his burdensome gear, including a compass and other equipment. He turned back to bid farewell to Master Roshi and Wukong, then strode purposefully into the sea, swimming toward a singular destination. For an extended period, Sun Yi traversed the ocean, crossed rivers, and sprinted across the land, undeterred by the mountains he scaled along the way. He witnessed the bustling activity of the fields and the minutiae of daily life. He experienced the charm of quaint towns, yet also the hardships of existence. He navigated through the hustle and bustle of sprawling cities, driven solely by the necessity of survival, until at last, he beheld the breathtaking vistas of the primordial forest and the simplicity of a life rooted in fishing and hunting. Ultimately, after a month and a half, Sun Yi reached his destination. Throughout this journey, he encountered a myriad of experiences that solidified his desire for strength, purified his convictions, and dispelled the chaotic thoughts that had recently plagued his mind. He realized that only by becoming stronger could he seize control of his destiny, liberating himself from the relentless toil for a living. Sun Yi unfolded the map and contemplated it meticulously. After a moment of reflection, he gazed into the distance. Assessing the situation depicted on the map, he realized that upon traversing the hill ahead, he would be nearly at his destination. As the saying goes, a distant mountain can exhaust a horse. Although it was merely a modest hill, the distance from site to summit proved to be considerable. It took nearly 2 hours of determined effort before Sun Yi finally reached the top of the hill. Sun Yi stood atop the small hill. The breeze at the summit was gentle and refreshing, creating a most pleasant sensation. As he gazed into the distance, the previously unseen Galinta emerged suddenly into view, revealing itself from the obscurity of the valley below. It appeared to be merely a brisk 10-minute journey away. Sun Yi took a moment to steady his emotions, partook in a modest lunch, and then adjusted his attire. "Galing Tower, here I come," he proclaimed, feeling an invigorating surge of energy as he sprinted toward the tower. At the base of Galing Tower, the Guardians, Bra and UPA, were enjoying their midday meal when they heard the commotion and began to scan the surroundings. In the distance, a formidable figure was rapidly approaching. Bra stood up, alert and watchful in the direction from which Sun Yi was coming. Before long, Sun Yi was upon them, and he recognized their attire as reminiscent of characters from the original narrative. "Greetings. You must be the Guardians of Galing Tower. I am a martial artist from the East, here to undertake the trials of Galing Tower and descend to learn martial arts from the immortals." Sun Yi stood firm and performed a respectful bow. It turned out he was a martial artist drawn by reputation. "You wish to challenge the Galinta at such a tender age?" Upon hearing this, Bra also laid down his weapon and approached. "Indeed, my ancestral master, Wutian, once ascended the Galinta, and it is under his guidance that I have come here to seek my fortune." Bra pondered for a moment and replied, "Wutian? I seem to recall such a legend. Since you have heard of it, you must also be aware of the perils of climbing the tower." "Yes, I am cognizant of the dangers involved in the ascent, yet I have come well prepared." Sun Yi's expression was resolute. Braxton immediately ceased his obstruction, stepping aside to reveal the passage leading towards Galinta. Sun Yi adjusted his state and began to ascend the Galant Tower. Under the watchful gaze of Bra, Sun Yi stepped forward, using both hands and feet to navigate the textured stone carvings of the tower, climbing steadily upwards, one step at a time. In terms of combat prowess, Sun Yi now bears a striking resemblance to Goku during his initial arrival in this realm. Despite the disparities in physical attributes due to their respective races, the difference in their fundamental qualities is rather negligible. The more significant distinction lies in the realm of potential. Sun Yi ascended steadily, and after half a day and night, he still had not glimpsed the pinnacle of the tower. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, upon feeling hunger, he paused to secure himself with a rope and partake in a meal. During this interval, while cultivating his inner strength, he sensed a peculiar acceleration. As if his internal energy was subtly amplifying, was it merely an illusion? Regardless, he resolved to persist in his ascent. As evening approached, just as Sun Yi was about to lower his head to retrieve his food, a casual glance upward revealed, to his astonishment, that he seemed to be nearing the summit. Sun Yi finally beheld the culmination of the Galinta, the oblate spheroid structure, a grand edifice spanning several dozen to over 100 meters in diameter. At last, he had arrived at Galinta. Sun Yi took a moment to calm his excited heart, employing both hands and feet to accelerate his ascent. With a few swift movements, he entered the house through the circular opening of the spherical structure. It seemed that this dwelling was also enchanted, as it was invisible from a distance. Akin to the tower itself, one only realized its presence upon nearing it. Upon reaching the top of the tower, he found an empty room, save for 3 jars positioned at the edges of the walls and a staircase leading further up. Sun Yi quickly dashed up the stairs, not pausing on the lower level. Above was the habitable area of this structure, which appeared as sparsely furnished as the lower level. Not far from the staircase stood a white figure, approximately the height of Yukong, holding a staff in hand. "Greetings, esteemed Master Garen. I am Sun Yi, a disciple of the Turtle School." Sun Yi, as ever, began with a courteous greeting. After Sun Yi's arrival, the fairy Galan had also stood atop the Galan Tower, observing Sun Yi's demeanor and the nature of his energy. Although Sun Yi may not be an extreme champion of justice, he does not indulge in reckless abandon despite having gained power. Thus, after Sun Yi extended his greetings, the immortal did not refuse him, merely nodding slowly in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I am the immortal Jalan." With a slight nod, he continued, "However, Sun Yi, you may still refer to me as immortal. What brings you here today?" "Very well, immortal. I have heard that the Jalan sacred land is the origin of martial arts on Earth, and I have come today to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation." Sun Yi naturally adhered to the principle of hospitality. The immortal shook the sandalwood staff in his hand, squinting as he spoke. "As for cultivation, I possess a transcendent holy water that can enhance your strength merely by consumption." As he spoke, the immortal lifted a uniquely designed water flask with his sandalwood staff. "If you can acquire it, not only will I bestow it upon you, but I shall also impart the secrets of controlling the burgeoning power." Sun Yi was well aware that the bottle hanging from the immortal's staff contained nothing more than ordinary water. However, the essence of training under the immortal was precisely to seize the bottle. In light of the immortal's current demand, Sun Yi would naturally not decline. The true cultivation of Galinta was about to commence. Sun Yi, disregarding the energy expended in his previous ascent, merely shifted his hands and feet, poised for action at any moment. The celestial being, perceiving Sun Yi's stance, bellowed, "Come forth, Sun Yi. It begins now." This voice seemed to carry an element of spiritual force, prompting Sun Yi to involuntarily lunge forward. Seizing the momentum, Sun Yi launched his attack. "Here I come." Sun Yi let out a resounding shout to bolster his confidence as he commenced the fierce contest for the water bottle. Though the training of the immortal appeared straightforward, the actual initiation proved to be quite challenging. Sun Yi must keenly observe the movements of the immortal and make predictions accordingly. Only upon fulfilling this condition must he attain the most fundamental physical fitness standards, ultimately allowing him to seize the water bottle. Sun Yi was unable to meet even the most fundamental energy requirements. Initially, the celestial beings observed his speed in ascending the tower and believed he should be capable of fulfilling the demands. However, a portion of Sun Yi's energy was circulating within his meridians, and his physical strength was insufficient to exert his full potential. Thus, he ultimately could not escape the fate of continuing to ascend and descend. Over the next several days, Sun Yi made 3 round trips, and after each ascent, he sought further training with the celestial beings, even becoming well acquainted with the Bola father and son. After 3 attempts, Sun Yi's fundamental energy had sufficiently met the requirements to seize the bottle, and his cultivation formally commenced once more. During the training, with each interaction, Sun Yi had to conceal his own actions while simultaneously anticipating those of his opponent. Sun Yi must meticulously control his bodily movements. And coupled with the thin air at the pinnacle, he quickly finds himself breathless after only a short period of exertion. At this juncture, it becomes essential for Sun Yi to take a moment's respite, allowing his body to acclimatize. In the ensuing time, he nourishes himself with magic beans when hunger strikes and rests whenever fatigue sets in. Time swiftly passes, and after half a month of this anticipatory practice of physical movements, Sun Yi begins to discern some semblance of progress, having fully adapted to the lofty environment. However, he realizes that not only must he anticipate his bodily actions, but the fluctuations of his energy must also be foreseen. Thus, Sun Yi resorts to the simplest of methods, mimicking the opponent's breathing, the flow of energy, and even employing his nascent mental prowess to simulate the opponent's spiritual fluctuations. During this period, the immortal occasionally instills in Sun Yi a fleeting illusion that a mere exertion could allow him to seize the water bottle. Yet, time and again, he finds himself failing. Initially, it may have felt like a near miss, but as time progresses, it becomes evident that the disparity is considerable. 3 months pass, and Sun Yi's martial prowess advances rapidly, akin to a sponge absorbing water, consistently soaking up the martial principles imparted by the immortal. The immortal watches in astonishment, for Sun Yi's rate of progress has now eclipsed that of Wu Tian. Of course, it may also be attributed to the fact that Sun Yi began his journey with a strength superior to that of the turtle immortal. This cannot be overlooked. One must learn to regulate one's breathing, for a disordered breath disrupts rhythm and exposes vulnerabilities in one's movements. The immortal, shaking the water bottle in hand, squints his eyes into a narrow line. For instance, the immortal suddenly launches an attack on Sun Yi, his soft claws landing with a crackling sound, sending Sun Yi flying several meters before he skids along the ground for a few more. Over these days, the immortal observes that Sun Yi instinctively employs full defensive measures while circulating his energy, only accelerating and attacking in the interstices of his defense. The immortal waddles closer, supported by his cane, and remarkably, the water bottle atop the cane remains utterly still, without a single drop spilling. Suddenly, Sun Yi moved, concentrating his energy in his feet and hands. His right foot swiftly struck the ground, propelling him forward as the energy coursed through his meridians, replacing his defenses. A fleeting shadow darted through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before the immortal, then shifted position to launch an attack at the target on the immortal's staff. The immortal's gaze sharpened, and he squinted, preparing to reposition himself. His expression changed abruptly, and his white hair bristled slightly. Sun Yi, standing before him, transformed into a mere afterimage, while his true form had already reached behind the immortal. In a critical moment, the immortal's staff contracted downward, causing Sun Yi's palm to grasp at nothing but air. Immediately, a resounding impact echoed as the immortal's corpulent body bounced slightly. One foot aimed at Sun Yi in a swift kick. Sun Yi blocked the opponent's kick with his right hand, while his left foot swiftly stepped forward, shifting his body to the right as he reached for the bottle. In the blink of an eye, his hand grasped the bottle, lifting it upward, causing it to detach from the immortal's staff. His body, propelled by the force of the opponent's attack, retreated backward. After a few steps, Sun Yi halted in place, declaring, "Immortal, I have obtained it." One can sense a suppressed excitement in Sun Yi's tone. Thus, the celestial being's training concludes here, since the training has come to an end. The celestial figure, disinterested in further martial practice, ambled over with a swaying gait, burdened by its ample physique. "Well, there is nothing more for you to learn from me. This bottle contains nothing but ordinary water. Feel free to drink if you wish, or you may place it back in its original position," the celestial being remarked, gesturing towards the elevated platform in the center. "No problem." Sun Yi harbored no doubts and replied with alacrity, then raised his hand to toss the water bottle towards the elevated platform, where it landed steadily at the center. Sun Yi closed his eyes and attuned himself carefully, feeling the strength within him nearly double. He could now exert approximately 120 units of power, which was comparable to the turtle hermit's usual state. However, he still fell short in comparison to the turtle hermit's muscular physique. A smile involuntarily grazed Sun Yi's face, and in an instant, his smile began to blossom. It was swift. The smile on Sun Yi's face dwindled, settling back into a gentle expression as he gazed upon the immortal. "Greetings, immortal. I wish to ascend further." "May I? Ascend further? What is it that you seek?" The immortal's countenance shifted, caught between hesitation and inquiry. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally posed the question. "I have heard tales of the temple above, and thus, I yearn to continue my journey in pursuit of enlightenment." Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yi was indeed focused on cultivating, and even if he desired to record the temporal fluctuations of the spirit time house, that was merely a secondary consideration. "Let him ascend." An aged voice resonated in the immortal's ear. However, it seemed that Sun Yi was entirely oblivious to this, remaining wholly fixated on the immortal before him. Perhaps influenced by the divine presence or the potency of mental energy, the deity in the temple furrowed his brow. Having previously communicated with the immortal below out of a premonition that the earth would soon face various crises, and that the child below might be one of the potential saviors. Upon hearing the words whispered in his ear, the immortal let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he need no longer worry. "Then go fetch the Rui Bang," he instructed. "It is imperative to have the Rui Bang in order to ascend." As soon as the immortal finished speaking, a smile broke across Sun Yi's face. He revealed a capsule in his hand and, with a swift motion, tossed it to the ground. With a soft thud, a crimson staff landed at his feet. Indeed, it was the Rui Bang that he had received from Yukong before his departure. "You may ascend first," the immortal remarked, seeing that Sun Yi had come prepared, and without further ado, he guided him to the pinnacle of the Gallon Tower. There, they encountered a stone platform that was slightly recessed in the center, into which Sun Yi deftly inserted the Rui Bang, fitting it perfectly. The Rui Jingu Bang was indeed lengthy. Sun Yi grasped the top of the Rui staff, and with a decisive command, uttered words that left the celestial beings perplexed. He was whisked away into the sky. 2 months later, Sun Yi descended from the heavenly hall, and upon hearing a loud shout from above, the celestial beings hurriedly peered out. "Celestial beings, I have returned." Indeed, it was Sun Yi calling out from the heavens. Reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 months and feeling the surging energy coursing through every cell of his being, Sun Yi was filled with mixed emotions. The spirit time house, under the pretext of his desire to return quickly to accompany his wife, granted him entry, allowing him to spend nearly 2 years there in 2 separate visits. The singular skill he acquired during this time was the art of flight. This mode of flight, while comparable in speed to the Lingbo Weibu technique, operated on a different principle. One resembled magnetic levitation, while the other was akin to jet propulsion. Lingbo Weibu harnessed the energy circulating within the body to create a force field, enabling levitation through principles similar to magnetic suspension. Subsequently, one could accelerate by stepping on air or utilizing qi, a form of lightness that allowed one to tread upon the air itself. Conversely, the jet-like flight involved forming an energy membrane around the body that repelled external spiritual energy to counteract gravity, resulting in a greater energy expenditure yet a simpler technique. This disparity in learning was evident. Prior to sensing qi, mastering the skill proved challenging, but once one could sense qi, it became readily attainable. Of course, the immutable truth remains that greater speed necessitates higher energy consumption. Other forms of learning were approached through active cultivation rather than mere skill acquisition. Initially, there was the trial of meditation, which proved difficult for someone as mentally complex as Sun Yi to achieve tranquility. Following this, he endured attacks from Bobo while carrying bells, ensuring they remained silent during evasions. These two tasks consumed a month and a half of Sun Ye's time, even with his prior experience in Taoist meditation from the Dragon World. Ultimately, he sought to cultivate a state of emptiness in his mind, achieving a tranquility akin to the vast sky and a swiftness reminiscent of lightning. He endeavored to unify all his senses, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, body, and spirit into a singular essence. This integration of essence, energy, and spirit provided a pathway for cultivation, allowing them to interrelate through internal strength. This connection extended beyond mere sensory perception. Even physical power could be unified when necessary. However, the essence of internal strength remained primarily rooted in the interplay of these three components, rendering every unification temporary. Nonetheless, it established a solid foundation for Sun Ye's future evolution. He simply needed to discover a means to consolidate the essence, energy, and spirit into one, thereby unlocking the pathway to evolution. There was also an unclear state of mind that Sun Yi contemplated, reminiscent of the four celestial gates of heart, body, spirit, and energy described in novels from his past life, serving as a significant reference. The power of the heart could be equated to willpower, yet it was not entirely so. The heart's strength was essential for progress, akin to how perseverance was required in the legends of his previous life, where spiritual cultivation demanded courage, and the path of the heart was not hierarchical but rather defined by one's journey forward. In the words of the revered Shinshio, the body is the Bodhi tree, the heart is like a bright mirror stand, constantly brush it clean, lest dust alight. As for the teachings of the sixth patriarch, Sun Yi found them incomprehensible and chose to set them aside for the time being. Much like the philosophy illustrated in Swallowing the Stars, the state of mind is not hierarchical, as long as one continues to progress without pausing. One will not betray the essence of their life. Celestial beings, I have come this time to request some celestial beings for my future cultivation and healing. Sun Yi performed a courteous bow and opened a capsule, casting it to the ground. Regardless of whether you bestow upon me the celestial beings, these offerings are merely a gesture of my dedication in learning martial arts from you. The immortal chuckled lightly and generously gestured towards the jar of celestial beings. Do you desire the celestial beings? These are originally intended for the martial artists who ascend the tower. Since no one has come, feel free to take them if you wish. Sun Yi grasped the jar of magical beans, which weighed approximately several dozen pounds. This container was filled with around 6,000 or 7,000 beans. Having packed about 400 or 500, he deemed it sufficient for the time being and took his leave. Eager to return home, after filling the jar, Sun Yi requested a nimbus cloud from the celestial being. He then mounted the cloud and set off towards the Baozi mountain. As he climbed aboard the nimbus, the celestial being muttered, wondering if Sun Yi truly possessed the ability to ride such a cloud. Unbeknownst to the celestial, Sun Yi had studied the nimbus during his training and had previously consulted with heavenly deities regarding his thoughts, thus gathering vital information. The nimbus cloud recognizes its passengers through mental fluctuations, as long as one's spirit is positive and their mental energy remains tranquil while riding. They may ride the cloud without issue. This explains why, during Wukong's quest for the Dragon Balls, it was said that many individuals from antiquity could ride the nimbus. Of course, while Sun Yi was honing his skills, others were not idle. The characters from the original narrative were likewise intensifying their training. Wukong and Krillin were still engaged in various exercises under the tutelage of Master Rashi, and even Lan Chi had not strayed from the plot. Continuing to prepare meals at Rashi's abode, Lepin was training his wolf Fong fist in the forests. Even Xiaofeng and Yu Yin, who had accompanied Sun Yi, were cultivating their energy and solidifying their foundations. On that day at Baozi Mountain, Yu Yin, Qing Luo, and Bai Feng had concluded their routine training and were engaged in light-hearted conversation with Mei Jian and others. As for Wu Xingyan and Wu Yazi, they had naturally retreated into their own world. It had been half a year since Sun Yi had departed, and it seemed about time for his return. Yu Yin voiced her grievances, expressing how she truly missed him after such a lengthy absence. It appeared she missed her husband. As Mei Jian and the others chimed in unison, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter, having noted her daily complaints. Yet, when they voiced their teasing, Yu Yin would feign displeasure, as they merely jested with her. Just as the group was laughing at Yu Yan's expense, they heard a sound from outside. Meanwhile, as Sun Yi journeyed towards Baozi Mountain, he enveloped himself in energy to accelerate the nimbus to its utmost speed. The noise that Yu Yin and the others heard was the sound of Sun Yi breaking through the wind as he approached. When Yu Yin and the others stepped outside, Sun Yi had already come to a halt directly above Baozi Mountain, overwhelmed with excitement that words could not express. He immediately leaped from the nimbus, descending straight downwards. Calculating precisely, it had been exactly 180 days since Sun De's departure. Humph, You fickle-hearted man. How are you any different from someone with the surname Duan? Does half a year really mean half a year to you? Could you not have returned sooner? Qing Luo was the first to speak, yet her expression betrayed a hint of insincerity. Her mental fluctuations revealed a profound concern. Sun Yi remained silent, merely stepping forward to envelop the three in a warm embrace. As for Mei Jian and the others, they had long since departed. Yet it seemed they did not shy away. From a distance, they were all stealing glances. My fault, my fault. I have been away for 2.5 years. And I have missed you all dearly. Sun Yi embraced for a moment, and the group entered the room to converse. After being apart for half a year, the four had endless words to share. Before long, evening descended, and the four of them finally stepped out of the door. Sun Yi then noticed that Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi had departed from Baozi Mountain with a small dwelling. Xiao Feng had just returned from training with Master Wu Fan and was engaged in some activity within the house, while Zhu and Wan Xingzhu were busy preparing a meal. Over the past 6 months, Qing Luo and the others had pruned the flowers and greenery, vines entwined gracefully, and lush trees swayed gently, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Aside from the distant echoes of wolf howls and tiger roars, everything exuded a sense of harmony. Knock, knock, knock. A few knocks resounded on the door. Click. The door opened to reveal Master Wu Fan, freshly bathed. Master, I have returned. In Sun Ye's eyes, there was a flicker of excitement, yet he seemed at a loss for words, mirroring the sentiment of Wu Fan across from him, who merely remarked, well, it's good to have you back. Come on, everyone, it's time to eat. In the distance, Qing Luo and her companions assisted Xiao Feng's family in arranging the tables and chairs, neatly setting out the dishes in preparation for the meal. At the dining table, several men engaged in their own conversations while the women chatted merrily amongst themselves. Sun Yi was recounting various aspects of cultivation to a few individuals, with Master Gohan and Xiao Feng listening intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. Naturally, Sun Yi's narrative was somewhat abridged, omitting the more arduous details to spare his family's concerns. Gohan and Yu Yin, among others, had their own speculations, as they understood the challenges inherent in the cultivation of energy. By the way, Master, where have my father-in-law and uncle gone? Yu Yin and Qing Luo quietly listened, having no objections to Sun Yi's address, their expressions serene, adorned with faint smiles. The others had also gleaned some information during this time, yet they had already distanced themselves from their original world. Moreover, since everyone had come willingly, at least for now, they chose not to meddle in others' affairs. Master Gohan, however, believed that having more talented daughters-in-law was always a blessing, akin to modern parents who never perceive faults in their children. They have gone to live in the West City with that girl named Bulma. It seems she is embarking on some research, Master Gohan remarked, his hands still busy as he jostled for food alongside Xiao Feng and Sun Yi. Then tomorrow, I, along with Qing Luo, Yu Yin, and Bai Feng, shall go and seek them out. It would be a great opportunity for me to consult Bulma on scientific knowledge, Sun Yi declared. If you wish to go, then by all means, it would be beneficial to learn more, Master Gohan replied just as Mei Jian and the others sprang to their feet, exclaiming in unison. We want to go too. Very well, let us embark together. Xiao brother, if you wish to join, you are welcome. Sun Yi responded with a smile. No need. I shall remain here to continue my cultivation, Xiao Feng replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhu, both sharing a smile. Shortly thereafter, the energetic Yu Yin, inspired by the trio, also joined the fray for food. The following morning, after bidding farewell to Son Gohan, Sun Yi and his companions set forth towards the West City. Before long, they arrived by plane and then switched to 2 cars to enter the city, following the address left by Bulma. Navigating the verdant roads of the residential area, they soon found themselves before a grand villa, its towering structure soaring dozens, if not hundreds, of meters high. This was Bulma's home. After all, in the original narrative, Bulma's father was known to have raised dinosaurs within the house and even rode a bicycle, making it hard to believe the place would be modest. In a moment of inspiration, Sun Yi suddenly wished to experiment with the Xiangyao sect's soul-searching transmission technique. Father-in-law, master uncle, I am coming. Meanwhile, in the villa, Bulma was deeply engrossed in studying the critical nodes of inner energy. With the aid of various scientific instruments, she had observed the existence of spiritual energy and was diligently investigating its nature on her own. However, regardless of the substances Bulma employed to interfere with the spiritual energy, her attempts ended in failure. It was only through the indirect application of human-manipulated energies such as light, fire, electricity, and even shockwaves that she could affect the spiritual energy, though the precise mechanisms behind this phenomenon remained unclear. At the moment when Sun Ye's soul-searching technique took effect, Buma faintly heard some sounds and momentarily paused in surprise. Yet, she quickly refocused her attention on the data reflecting the changes in spiritual energy before her. On the other side, Wu Yazi and Wu Xingyun were taken aback for a moment. But soon their faces lit up with joy. "Mrs. Griffiths, my nephew has arrived. He is at the door. Please have the robot open it." Just as Mrs. Griffiths was about to respond, she heard the robot beside her relay a message transmitted from the doorbell. "Hello, I am Sun Yi, a friend of Buma. Is she home?" Mrs. Griffiths hurriedly instructed the robot to open the door while calling for Buma, informing her that someone named Sun Yi was here to see her. Upon their meeting, Sun Yi inquired about Buma's research progress, to which Buma began to explain. It turned out that Buma had gathered and observed the particles of spiritual energy. This energy resembled light, possessing both material and energetic dual characteristics. Just as concentrated light can produce a laser, spiritual energy can also transform into light, electricity, heat, and kinetic energy after the aggregation of multiple particles. Under certain conditions, spiritual energy could combine with matter to create substances with extraordinary properties. The methods of transformation and combination could only be explored gradually. Buma also had some understanding of the direction and functioning of inner energy. Coupled with Sun Ye's relevant research experience, the two engaged in a discussion that led them to several hypotheses. The energy Sun Yi was cultivating was essentially refined energy, devoid of divine elements and solely controlled by the mind. Because this energy lacked divine involvement, it could not solely drive the evolution of life. Immense and even transformative mental strength was necessary to actively propel human evolution. During the cultivation of inner energy, the body's life magnetic field would fluctuate, and this life energy inherently carried information about the life magnetic field. Thus, only at advanced levels of inner energy cultivation could one guide the energy and spirit deep into the foundational layers of the body to promote evolution. The life energy extracted from the body was considered the refined aspect of refining energy into spirit. Subsequently, further refinement into spirit, transforming the ethereal into the tangible, and merging with the Tao were necessary to ultimately fulfill the inherent process of human evolution. The meridians within the body served as shortcuts bestowed by the universe, and Buma's research was currently focused on the properties of these meridians. She had also conducted some foundational studies on the meridians of Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi, comparing them with her own physical condition, believing there were aspects yet to be uncovered. Sun Yi had no choice but to elucidate the system's concepts to Buma, explaining that meridians and acupuncture points were essentially a miniature energy-guiding self-circulating system and natural sensory enhancement device. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes lit up. The very name suggested that while meridians might be a fundamental aspect of world creation, they could indeed be artificially constructed, albeit requiring profound scientific knowledge and skill. This realization was profoundly satisfying. Bulma was eager to return to her research, yet Sun Yi called her back. "Bulma, could you assist in creating a gravity device?" Gravity represents a manifestation of the energy properties of matter, which should have some influence on spiritual energy. Without looking back, Bulma made her way to the laboratory, during which she exchanged a few words with Dr. Briefs, evidently assigning the task of constructing the gravity chamber to her father. Dr. Briefs approached Sun Yi to inquire about the specific requirements, further confirming Sun Yi's suspicions. After receiving the particulars from Sun Yi, Dr. Briefs also turned to enter the laboratory. Sun Yi chuckled softly to himself, realizing that both father and daughter shared a similar disposition. He turned to bid farewell to Mrs. Briefs, leaving Mei Jian's 4 maidens behind, as he and his companions set out for a leisurely stroll. Within just a week, the gravity chamber he requested had arrived, capable of temporarily supporting 10 times the normal gravity, which was sufficient for his needs. With 4 months remaining until the World Martial Arts Championship, Sun Yi found his martial prowess to be slightly superior to that of Goku and Master Roshi. Thus, he was determined to seize the opportunity to claim the championship. Otherwise, future victories would be uncertain. After all, Goku had a history of surpassing anyone stronger than himself upon their second encounter, unless the rival was similarly extraordinary. Following the martial arts tournament, Sun Yi planned to embark on another journey through time, and he wished for Qing Luo and Bai Feng to cultivate their inner energy before then, enhancing their self-defense capabilities. With the gravity chamber at his disposal, it became a festive haven for the family. They gradually adjusted the gravity multiplier from the outset, and Sun Yi, having acclimated to the tenfold gravity of the time chamber, faced no difficulties. However, the 3 women needed time to adapt. They began with a modest increase to 1. 1 times the normal gravity, allowing them to acclimate to the slightest changes. Despite their muscular resilience, their internal organs required adjustment as well. At that moment, the 3 women focused intently on sensing the subtle transformations within their bodies, experiencing the spontaneous adjustments necessitated by the increased gravity. Even their breaths felt somewhat heavier. They engaged in running, jumping, shadowboxing, and sword practice, as if they had returned to the final stages of their martial training, embarking once more on the fundamental exercises. During the moments when Sun Yi practiced with the women, he would occasionally exchange tender glances while exchanging a few moves, deepening their impressions by day and solidifying their bond through shared nights. Throughout this period, the emotions of the women fluctuated continuously, as shadows within their hearts seemed to gradually fade away, leaving behind an unbreakable connection among the 4. Thus, within a span of 2 months, Qing Luo and Bai Feng cultivated their inner energy, now awaiting the arrival of the martial arts tournament. Eventually, the gravity in the gravity chamber was set to 5 times that of normal, and Sun Ye's combat prowess experienced only a slight increase during this time. It appeared that significant growth would require exploration of other realms to acquire knowledge and facilitate overall evolutionary advancement. During this interval, Sun Yi also made a pivotal decision. His future training would focus on enhancing strength coupled with scientific research, ultimately driving evolution forward. Consequently, over the course of these 4 months, Sun Yi diligently pursued his studies in the realm of warfare, having already reached the nuclear age. Sun Yi also redeemed the most substantial golden finger modular thinking system available in the early stages of the shuttle through point exchange. This system possesses the capability to seal away one's own laziness and negative emotions, allowing an individual to preserve their aspirations for progress to the greatest extent, preventing them from becoming ensnared in indulgence. At long last, the time has arrived. 4 months have elapsed. Sun Yi had previously informed Bulma of his intention to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Consequently, Bulma, along with Oolong, who resides at her home, decided to accompany him, primarily to catch a glimpse of Goku. Papaya Island, serving as the venue for the illustrious tournament, is equally renowned for its picturesque landscapes and attracts numerous tourists. Although the tournament boasts a grand title, its prominence has waned over the years, now resembling merely a regional competition. This is evident in the modest prize of only 500,000, scarcely enough to cover a meal for Goku. Even if divided among 100 participants, the costs in this tourist area would hardly exceed 20,000. Upon arriving, Bulma was scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Yet the throngs of people made it impossible to see anything clearly. Sun Yi, accompanied by 3 women, proceeded in a singular direction, sensing the presence of Wukong nearby. Behind them, Wu Xingyun and others, including Bulma and several women, decided to follow suit, while Oolong transformed into a flying creature to trail them from above. Bulma, initially filled with uncertainty, soon found clarity as the group emerged from the airplane crowd, only to be met with the distant sound of a woman's piercing scream. Rogue, a lecherous old man, bearing a vivid crimson handprint upon his face, was none other than Master Roshi. Nearby, Wukong and others were scanning the surroundings. Ahem. Sun Yi approached and cleared his throat. Wukong, and greetings to Master Roshi. Master Roshi coughed solemnly, casting a profound glance at Sun Yi. His demeanor was one of effortless grace, embodying the essence of returning to simplicity. Perhaps this is the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Master Roshi's perceptiveness remained remarkably sharp. Although he had not undergone the celestial chi martial arts training, centuries of experience had rendered his understanding both profound and enigmatic, the extent of which remained unknown to all. He then encountered Bulma, greeting her warmly. It has been a long time. You are the young lady named Bulma, are you not? Indeed, after more than a year. You have grown more beautiful. His tone took on a playful lilt. Ah, it is brother Sun, and Bulma, along with Oolong. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, and a smile illuminated the faces of Sun Yi and Bulma, for he was a child of unparalleled innocence. Come, let us go register together. Sun Yi spoke as he introduced several individuals to one another, facilitating their familiarity. Master Roshi, this is my father-in-law, Wu Yazi, along with his senior sister, Wu Xingyun. And then we have Mei Jian, Lan Jian, Zhu Jian, and Zhu Jian. Everyone, this is the Wukong I often mentioned, and my master, Master Roshi. Master, who are these individuals beside you? Ah, this is my disciple, Krillin, and this is Lan Qi. You may interact as peers. Hello, everyone. The newly introduced individuals exchanged greetings, then turned to head towards the registration desk for the martial arts tournament. In recent days, Sun Yi and Wu Yazi had deliberated that for the advancement of life evolution, relying solely on individuals or a small group was insufficient. Rather, it was imperative to recruit numerous disciples and progress collectively. Hence, the aim this time was to establish a reputation first, followed by researching techniques applicable in the Dragon Ball universe before broadly recruiting disciples. The registration site was a grand temple located on Papaya Island. When registering, the group collectively signed up: Sun Yi, Yukong, Krillin, Wu Yazi, Wu Xingyun. And Yu Yin also registered. Eventually, Qing Luo and Bai Feng, not wanting to be left out, joined in the registration as well. However, it appeared that Master Rashi did not register, pausing for a brief moment as he glanced at Sun Yi. After completing the registration, the group gradually entered the preliminaries venue. The preliminaries commenced with everyone drawing lots to prepare for the matches, involving a total of over 140 contestants. However, only 8 could progress to the finals, competing simultaneously across 8 arenas. After drawing lots, they gathered to compare their outcomes. It seemed that Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi were set to face each other, while Bai Feng and Sun Yi would also meet. Yet, unless one possessed an extraordinary ability like that of a dumpling, it was improbable for everything to align perfectly. The morning was dedicated to all participants in the preliminaries, with the official tournament scheduled for the afternoon. The initial phase of the world's greatest martial arts tournament required an internal selection process, where all contestants would engage in elimination rounds within the competition hall, determining the top 8 before proceeding to the formal battles on the outdoor platform. With only a little over 140 participants, the tournament felt somewhat less grand than its title suggested. The preliminary matches unfolded steadily, being defeated amid a merciless elimination. Sun Yukong and his companions successively overcame their opponents, notably concluding their matches with a single technique. The internal elimination rounds progressed swiftly, and by noon, the 8 finalists had emerged: Sun Yukong, Lan Fang, Krillin, Sun Yi, Wu Yazi, Yu Yin, Lu Ping, and Qing Luo. Unfortunately, the brutes, Namo, Jiran, and others from the original story were eliminated in the preliminaries. Among them, Namo faced Sun Yi and was defeated in mere moments. It seemed that Master Rashi, sensing a deeper issue, like in the original tale, proactively aided Namo in resolving the plight of his homeland, prompting a grateful return. Wu Xingyun, encountering Wu Yazi, conceded without a duel, and others who faced their peers likewise surrendered immediately. Ultimately, the wizard uncle led everyone to the audience seats, using his internal power to clear the front row, claiming the best positions in the martial arts arena, finding a spot nearest to the competitors. All right, esteemed contestants, the top 8 have been determined. Please come forward to draw lots to decide your opponents and the order of the matches. A man in sunglasses, dressed in a suit, announced loudly, microphone in hand. With the blonde host's rhythmic introduction, the world's greatest martial arts tournament commenced officially. The first match was Sun Wukong versus Lan Fang. Wukong leaped lightly onto the half-meter-high ring. "Wukong, you must win." Bulma and Oolong cheered him on. His opponent stood on the stage, a beautiful girl with purple curly hair. Wukong, unfazed, clasped his hands in greeting. "Hello." Lan Fang did not respond, merely casting a disinterested glance at Wukong, who was clearly unperturbed by her presence. This girl possessed a delightful charm, with fair skin, rosy lips, and a well-proportioned figure, embodying a blend of sensuality and cuteness that typically deterred anyone from striking her. Yet, among the competitors, Wukong was an exception. "Hello." Lan Fang flashed a playful smile at Wukong. As he pondered her intentions, she swiftly approached him, lunging forward with a high kick aimed at him. Wukong, undeterred, calmly extended his hand to deflect her strike. Fortunately, Lan Fang wore pants. Had she been in a skirt, it could have led to an unfortunate incident. Following that, Lan Fang launched several fierce attacks, all of which Wukong effortlessly parried with one hand, remaining firmly in place. In the midst of this challenging situation, Lan Fang suddenly teased, "Little brother, if you concede, I'll go on a date with you after the match." "What is a date? Why would I concede?" Wukong curiously glanced at Lan Fang, eliciting laughter from the audience, who realized he was still quite naive. "Wukong, knock that woman down," Bulma shouted from the crowd, her tone turning harsh. "Okay." Wukong responded earnestly. Lan Fang, confirming he was not feigning, decided it was time to unveil her ultimate move. She turned to remove her outer garment, teasingly asking, "What do you think? Innocent little boy? Are you too shy to look at me now?" Krillin and Master Rashi were visibly excited, and the audience's cheers intensified. many wishing to be in Wukong's place, thinking how fortunate he was. Only Bulma scoffed dismissively. Wukong was initially thrilled, anticipating a display of superior martial arts and special moves. But upon witnessing the situation, he was filled with confusion. What was happening? As Lan Fong approached slowly, playfully flaunting her figure, she declared, "If you don't make a move soon, I'll start my attack." "Ah, what an incredible figure," remarked Master Roshi, as wide as he admired Lan Fong's exposed form. As Sun Wukong observed the crowd's uproar, uttering peculiar phrases, he curiously inquired, "What is there to admire in being bare? I once saw Bulma in the nude and spent an entire night beside her, yet it didn't evoke any particular feelings." The audience erupted into laughter, mistakenly believing Bulma to be merely a young girl. Only a few familiar faces cast teasing glances at Bulma, who, blushing, shouted, "Wukong." Sun Wukong turned to her, intrigued. At that moment, Lan Fong seized the opportunity to spring forward, her palm glowing red as she aimed a powerful punch towards Wukong's head. Wukong, unaffected by the blow, merely glanced back at her. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Lan Fong forced a strained smile and declared, "I concede, host." Thus, the first match concluded with Wukong emerging victorious. He descended from the ring, positioning himself beside Bulma and Master Roshi. Both Roshi and Krillin regarded him with curious expressions, quietly inquiring, "Wukong, did you see Bulma undressed?" Krillin glanced at Bulma, his eyes brimming with excitement and envy. "Indeed, I was curious about what girls looked like underneath. So after Bulma fell asleep, I took a peek and ended up resting my head on her lap. Right, Bulma?" Wukong's innocent gaze made Sun Yi chuckle, his remarks loud enough for Bulma to hear, prompting her to respond. "Wukong," Bulma called out, emphasizing each syllable before turning to hurl oolong at him, which he expertly caught. "Humph, I'm ignoring you now," she said, her face flushed with indignation. "Oh, right," Bulma said not to mention it. Wukong scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. As the second match commenced, featuring Krillin against Wu Yazi, Wukong cheered, "Go, Krillin." After a moment, Bulma turned her attention back to the competition. The bout was indeed thrilling. Krillin had honed his skills in key manipulation, excelling in explosive attacks. With a fighting power estimated around 75 to 80, Wu Yazi, adept in internal energy, had seen some enhancement since entering the Dragon Ball realm due to the higher concentration of spiritual energy. However, his training methods had not fundamentally changed, resulting in insufficient offensive capabilities, forcing him to rely on evasion. With a series of intense exchanges, Krillin and Wu Yazi clashed fiercely. Yet Wu Yazi found himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, he adjusted his strategy to engage from a distance. "Krillin, give it your all," Wukong encouraged as Krillin seized an opportunity for a fierce assault. Despite Wu Yazi's attempts to evade, he maintained a semblance of control in the match. The spectators, enthralled by the display of martial prowess, erupted in applause. However, Krillin's confidence dwindled as he perceived that Wu Yazi had yet to unleash his full potential. Ultimately, Wu Yazi's energy reserves surpassed Krillin's, allowing him to claim victory with an approximate total energy of 120, benefiting from his superior endurance. As the results were announced, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, captivated by the spectacle despite not comprehending the intricacies of the match. "Don't be disheartened, Krillin, you performed admirably. Your opponent is significantly older." Master Roshi consoled him, pondering Wu Yazi's unique fighting style, which he had never encountered before. Krillin nodded, his confidence restored as he declared, "Next time, I will defeat him." Nevertheless, reaching the quarterfinals in his first competition left him feeling quite satisfied, especially considering his peers at the Dorian Temple who had not even made it that far. We extend our gratitude to both competitors for their captivating performance. Wu Yazi emerges victorious, and now we shall witness the match between Princess Yuyan and Li Qingluo. The third match featured Yuyan against Qingluo. Before it commenced, Sun Yi discreetly conversed with the host, sharing various insights that could serve as promotional points for the event. The host, brimming with excitement, announced, "Greetings, everyone. I have just learned that the upcoming competitors are mother and daughter. Can you guess who is the mother and who is the daughter?" The host's enthusiasm grew with each word. As Qingluo and Yuyan took the stage, the audience gasped in astonishment. Yuyan, a stunning beauty not yet 20, appeared youthful thanks to the effects of the Xiaowuxiang technique, exuding the essence of an 18-year-old. Qingluo, inheriting her looks from Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui, also possessed the North Sea divine skills rejuvenating effects, making her appear merely in her 20s, defying the notion that she was a mother of a girl so young. It was evident to discerning eyes that if these two were indeed mother and daughter, Li Chi Luo must be the mother. The audience speculated about the identity of their elder relative, who was also a competitor. As the spectators pondered, the two began their duel. Their movements were akin to a delightful dance, embodying the elegance of Eastern choreography. Both were breathtakingly beautiful and delight. Ethereal style of their martial arts made their confrontation resemble a celestial performance, fully embodying the essence of carefree. The onlookers, having never witnessed such effortless grace and charm in combat, were mesmerized. Their exchange was merely for show, executed with finesse, while only those with expertise, like Master Rashi, could perceive the underlying dangers. The duel concluded within half an hour, with Chi Luo conceding, eager for Yuyin to spar directly with Sun Yi. Though some spectators wished to continue watching, the golden-haired host, noticing their disappointment, assured them and announced the commencement of the next match. Thus began the fourth bout of the quarterfinals, featuring Sun Yi against Lu Ping. As Sun Yi took to the stage, a smile graced his face, for it seemed his opponent had recognized him. The outcome of this battle was unequivocally clear. You are Lu Ping, are you not? I never expected to see you here at the World Martial Arts Conference. Indeed, it was under your counsel that I ventured forth from the desert. Over the past few years, I have traversed numerous lands, honing my martial arts skills with the singular aim of defeating you and that boy named Sun Wukong. Now, the moment of my vengeance has arrived. Lu Ping's expression was resolute. Though his demeanor was serious, he appeared filled with unshakable confidence, bolstered by the enthusiastic cheers from Poirot and several lovely maidens behind him. This support seemed to invigorate Lu Ping, prompting him to advance boldly and launch an assault on Sun Yi. For a moment, it appeared as though Sun Yi had no means of countering, merely engaging in a defensive maneuver akin to that of Wu Yazi and his companions. Competitors who reached the top 8 were formidable in their own right. In the original narrative, characters like Lan Fong and Ji Lang, along with the current Lu Ping, while perhaps not on par with the likes of Sun Yi, were nonetheless among the elite of Earthlings. Just as Lu Ping, with the swiftness of a striking serpent, closed the distance to Sun Yi and seized the opportunity to unleash a ferocious offensive, the tension in the air became palpable. Sun Yi casually unleashed a phantom fist, appearing behind his opponent like a specter. With a gentle yet decisive strike, he sent Lu Ping tumbling off the stage, foregoing the dramatic gust of wind that would have amplified the impact. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, leaving the audience momentarily astonished. Observing the scene, a monk hurried over to assess the situation, but before he could reach Lu Ping, the latter had already risen to his feet. Lu Ping was declared defeated, granting victory to Sun Yi. Now, let us welcome contestants Wukong and Wuyazi. With the announcer's proclamation, Wuyazi and Sun Wukong ascended the stage. Among the competitors of this martial arts tournament, one holds the distinction of being the oldest at 99 years, while the other is the youngest at merely 12. Wuyazi, the father of the previous contestant Li Chi Luo, is the head of the Shaoao sect, a renowned martial arts school. Remarkably, 3 of the top 8 contenders hail from the Shaoao sect. Sun Wukong and Krillin are both disciples of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian. Let us anticipate an exhilarating duel between these two. While Wukong's youthful age of 12 is somewhat evident in his stature, Wuyazi's age of 99 is astonishing to all. In the Dragon Ball universe, even martial artists do not typically exceed the lifespan of ordinary humans, and by their 60s, they are often frail. Yet, Wuyazi appears no older than 30. Compared to the earlier matches, the contest between Wuyazi and Wukong promises to be on a higher level, with one harnessing chaotic energy and the other embodying an indestructible physique. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball realm, Wuyazi's inner power has experienced unprecedented growth, now reaching approximately 120 in energy levels. After witnessing the full extent of his capabilities, he has been exploring ways to unleash this power without being hindered by meridian constraints. Ultimately, he concluded that only through the cultivation of mental strength could this goal be achieved. Wukong, benefiting from his innate racial attributes and possessing a greater offensive and defensive capability than inner energy, currently boasts an energy intensity of around 110. Having trained from an early age under Master Gohan, Wukong's foundational skills surpass those of Krillin, making the current disparity quite normal and perhaps one that may never close. Armed with the experience from the previous match, Wuyazi refrained from approaching Wukong directly, instead employing sword energy and techniques like the sky-splitting palm from a distance. The audience was intrigued by the power of the airwaves emanating from Wu Yazi's attacks, but Wukong seemed effortlessly capable of dispersing them. It was only after they exchanged a flurry of blows that Wu Yazi's palm energy struck the ground, leaving behind a series of imprints and sword marks. Two of these palm prints even damaged a section of the arena's wall, prompting the spectators to take notice and retreat. Suddenly, figures such as Wu Xingyun, who had nonchalantly dispelled the two waves of energy, became visible. Lu Ping appeared to notice this group, his expression suggesting a desire to approach. Yet he hesitated momentarily before retreating with the crowd. Aside from Sun Yi, none paid attention to Lu Ping, whose role seemed indistinguishable from the others, as their focus remained steadfast on the battle unfolding in the arena. The clash between the two competitors raged on, their energy levels closely matched. However, Wukong's overall prowess remained superior. Yet, Wukong had a tendency to prolong the fight, often seeking to engage in an extended skirmish before contemplating a swift conclusion. Sun Yi initially believed that the battle between Wu Yazi and Sun Wukong would endure for a considerable duration, yet he was unexpectedly interrupted by a voice. Sun Yi turned his gaze towards the arena, where he beheld Wukong striking a familiar stance, with his hands resting on his hips. A blue orb of energy was already taking shape in his grasp. Wukong was charging towards Wu Yazi, who stood approximately 10 meters away on the opposite side of the stage. Behind Wu Yazi lay the audience area, not far from Sun Yi. Should Wu Yazi attempt to evade, the spectators would lack the awareness and capability to dodge in time. Wu Yazi remained rooted in place, a faint smile curving his lips as he curiously observed Wukong. In the next moment, before anyone could react, Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha from his hands. Sun Yi suddenly recalled that Wu Yazi had likely never witnessed the formidable power of the Kamehameha in the Dragon Ball realm. Before he could offer a warning, the energy wave had already been unleashed. Wu Yazi initially believed he could withstand this palm-like energy blast. However, upon its release, he quickly realized that attempting to absorb this force would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Consequently, he adeptly evaded the attack, executing a swift maneuver with his footwork, dispersing his form into 4 distinct shadows that darted in different directions. Goku, relying on his keen eyesight and instinct, chose one path, deftly adjusting the trajectory of his Kamehameha to pursue Wu Yazi. Unfazed, Wu Yazi propelled himself upward, allowing the energy wave to pass beneath him in a flash, hurtling toward the audience. Coincidentally, this energy wave was aimed directly at Sun Yi and his companions. In this precarious situation, apart from Sun Yi and Master Roshi, anyone else who came into contact with this energy would likely suffer grave injuries. Sun Yi elegantly extended his hand, sweeping it upwards with a flourish. With a resounding bang, his energy wave was propelled into the sky, vanishing within mere seconds. Had this energy struck another, it would surely have proven fatal. In the moment that Sun Yi launched the energy wave, Wukong seized the opportunity to mount a fierce assault on Wu Yazi. Ultimately, in yet another display of the Kamehameha technique, Wu Yazi was overwhelmed and crashed against the outer wall, conceding defeat in this round. The spectators responded with enthusiastic applause for the thrilling contest between the two. Following the host's announcement, yet another bout commenced, this time featuring Sun Yi and Wang Yuyin. The audience, still buzzing from the captivating performance of Wang Yuyin and Li Qingluo in the previous match, eagerly anticipated this encounter. However, Sun Yi disappointed their expectations. After a shared glance, the two began a rather affectionate display. From their initial engagement to Sun Yi's eventual concession, the pair moved in perfect harmony, exuding a sweetness that filled the air, creating a palpable, unspoken atmosphere of affection. Moreover, the ethereal grace of the Shaoyao school's martial arts only emphasized their compatibility. Resembling a celestial couple descended to the mortal realm. Those watching felt a sense of awkwardness, as if they were intruding upon an intimate moment. Li Qingluo, observing the spectacle, muttered under her breath in frustration, wishing she could take to the stage instead. Meanwhile, Wukong remained blissfully unaware, gazing at the scene in confusion, wondering why the crowd had ceased their cheers. "Come on, big brother son. You can do it," he called out, causing those nearby to chuckle and turn to Bulma for a quiet explanation. After subjecting the audience to over 10 minutes of this romantic display, Wang Yuyin quietly conceded. The host and the spectators were at a loss for how to proceed. Any words seemed to hang awkwardly in the air. Yet, the host stepped forward, unwilling to let the event remain stagnant. "Ahem, let us take a brief half-hour break before we commence the finals." Immediately, the atmosphere lightened as conversations erupted. as if this was the remedy for their earlier discomfort. As the half-hour drew to a close and the finals approached, Krillin turned to Wukong, curiosity piqued. "Aren't you nervous about facing off against that Sun Yi?" he inquired, noting Wukong's calm demeanor. The countenance of Sun Wukong was illuminated with joy as he exclaimed, "I am truly exhilarated to engage in combat with my esteemed elder brother, Sun Yi." The host, seemingly attuned to Wukong's fervent declaration, addressed the audience with palpable enthusiasm. "The intermission has concluded. Now, let us welcome our two contenders to the stage. I hereby declare the final match to commence." A resounding clang of the gong reverberated throughout the venue, invigorating the audience, who recognized that the intense finale was about to unfold. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a hushed anticipation. As the hostess' voice echoed, Wukong and Sun Yi ascended the stage, met with an overwhelming chorus of cheers from the crowd. "Go, Sun Wukong. Go, Sun Yi." Sun Wukong bent low, adopting the distinctive initial stance of the turtle school. Mirroring him, Sun Yi also struck a similar pose, albeit with slight variations. After all, engaging in internal martial arts against Wukong would likely prove futile. This match promised to be the highlight of the competition. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward, vanishing from the sight of ordinary onlookers as he rapidly approached Sun Yi. At that moment, Bulma recalled the high-speed camera and projector that Sun Yi had asked her to bring. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead, retrieving the two devices and handing them to the host. The host, filled with excitement, who had been at a loss for how to narrate the unfolding spectacle, saw this as a salvation and hurriedly gathered a team to set up the equipment. In no time, the camera and projector sprang to life, projecting a slowed-down image of Wukong and Sun Yi onto the sky, capturing their increasingly rapid movements, even producing a trail of afterimages. Though their poses lacked flamboyance, their interplay of offense and defense was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing extraordinary speed and technique. The audience in the stands watched in awe, and after a prolonged silence, erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. "Sun Wukong, Sun Yi." With a swift side punch, Sun Wukong collided with Sun Yi's leg strike, the force of the impact propelling both combatants backwards several meters before they regained their balance. In the next instant, the two figures flickered on the stage, vanishing from sight. Their feet never ceased moving as they immediately increased their speed. "Ha ha, brother Sun Yi, I am about to strike," exclaimed Sun Wukong, his velocity reaching its zenith, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. Sun Yi did not rely on his sight, but rather attuned himself to the myriad shadows of Sun Wukong surrounding his body, perceiving them through his energy. "Oh, my heavens!" The audience gasped in disbelief, covering their agape mouths as they beheld the astonishing scene before them. Among the spectators, Master Roshi observed this spectacle with a satisfied smile, pondering when exactly Wukong had come to grasp the essence of the residual shadow fist. As Sun Yi's foot moved with intention, he delivered a swift kick that sent Wukong tumbling backward. Upon hitting the ground, Wukong sprang back to his feet, rubbing his chest with a look of curiosity adorning his face. "Oh, brother Sun Yi, how did you perceive my presence? Is it through sensing qi, as I learned from the temple?" Sun Yi replied with a smile. "Sensing qi?" Wukong tilted his head, a look of confusion etched on his countenance. Meanwhile, Master Roshi in the audience pondered, "Is this the next level of martial arts?" He chuckled. "Perhaps after a single match, you might grasp it." Sun Yi chuckled lightly. "I shall take my leave first." With a face full of excitement, Wukong dashed forward. Bulma, observing the figures of the two on the screen, inquired of Master Roshi. "Master Roshi, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Master Roshi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Sun Yi. The martial arts techniques exhibited by Sun Yi at times eluded his comprehension. The only discernible truth was that it surpassed the realm of the turtle school's martial arts. As a gentle breeze swept through, Sun Yi and Sun Wukong vanished in the blink of an eye. The sound of the wind echoed as two indistinct shadows collided at the center of the arena. In an instant, Sun Yi and Sun Wukong unleashed a tempestuous onslaught upon one another. The two engaged in rapid exchanges, their extraordinary speed rendering the audience and the host reliant on a slow-motion projection to witness the spectacle. Only Sun Yi and Wukong's companions present could truly perceive their fierce confrontation. Within Wu Xingyun's line of sight, every punch Wukong threw produced a resounding crack as the air shattered, while his legs danced with fervor, creating a gusting roar that reverberated endlessly. The fissures beneath his feet bore testament to Wukong's exhaustive exertion. The fierce winds generated by their clash stirred the dust from the ground, legs ablur in flight, fists and palms striking in a cacophony of sounds that echoed vibrantly. Yet, Sun Ye's movements were utterly silent, devoid of any sound that might indicate the slicing of the air. This alone suggested that he conserved at least 30% of his energy. Before Sun Yi reached this level of martial arts mastery, he had already possessed strength comparable to that of the current Sun Wukong. This indicated that, should Sun Yi exert himself fully, he could amplify his power by at least another 30%. Moreover, the absence of any trace left by his footsteps signified that Sun Yi had not employed his full strength. With a resounding crash, an entire slab of stone beneath them shattered completely, and the two figures, locked in an inseparable struggle, momentarily separated. The audience, captivated by the ongoing battle displayed on the screen, erupted into thunderous cheers. Sun Wukong stood on one side of the arena, panting as he endeavored to recover from the exertion of their recent encounter. The prowess displayed by both Sun Wukong and Sun Yi was truly remarkable. During the fierce exchange, my eyes struggled to keep pace with their speed. Even the camera, when slowed to half speed, captured only ghostly remnants of their movements, forcing it to reduce to a mere 14 frames per second. Such an exhilarating spectacle is indeed a rarity. The host, speaking into the microphone with palpable excitement, invigorated the atmosphere, prompting cheers from the audience. Everyone could still see the ongoing battle projected on the screen. Wukong, you have truly grown formidable. Sun Yi smiled, yet his expression remained unchanged. Brother Sun Yi, you have become even stronger, Wukong said with an innocent grin. Then prepare yourself, for I shall begin to amplify my strength. As he spoke, Sun Yi gradually squatted down, gathering his energy. Wukong did not let his guard down. Maintaining his initial stance, he responded with a smile, bring it on. Sun Yi moved his body with a swift agility, darting forward like a flash of lightning. Without stirring even the slightest whisper of wind, and in an instant, he approached Wukong. Wukong barely managed to shield his vital chest with both hands. Sun Yi's fist struck Goku's chest, which was guarded by his hands, causing Goku to stagger backward. However, he soon regained his composure, propelled himself with a powerful push of his calves, and leapt to the side, unleashing his phantom fist technique. One shadow, two shadows, three shadows emerged. Upon witnessing it once more, Sun Yi comprehended the principle behind the phantom fist technique. It involves the body moving at an extraordinary speed, creating a layer of energy that remains stationary on the surface, thus leaving an ephemeral image that lingers for a few fleeting moments. If the residual energy is sufficient, it is conceivable that the technique of multiple forms in the four-body fist could be akin to this skill. Ultimately, the extent of its application depends solely on one's inherent strength. Sun Yi pondered deeply, his form leaving behind a singular, irrefutable illusion. Wukong struck the phantom perfectly, sensing trouble, and instinctively exclaimed, "Not good." Just as he uttered these words, Sun Yi materialized behind Wukong, grinning as he delivered a swift kick. The kick met only air. Yet Sun Yi continued to weave his illusion, reappearing once more behind Wukong, this time in his true form. He landed a kick that sent Wukong crashing into the wall of the arena, collapsing it, and leaving him sprawled on the ground. "Ah, you rascal Sun Yi. Why did you use such force?" Bulma exclaimed, her anxiety evident as she glanced nervously at Wukong, sensing an instinctive foreboding. Nearby, Krillin shared in the tension. While the others remained unfazed, in a controlled spar among comrades, danger was deemed negligible. Haha, Bulma seems quite concerned for her little husband. Sun Yi chuckled heartily, prompting laughter from the others, though Krillin and Oolong gazed at Bulma with a hint of envy. Sun Wukong swayed slightly as he rose to his feet, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Brother Sun Yi is indeed formidable. I shall not be so easily defeated. His martial attire was marred by 2 tears from his collision with the wall. As he spoke, he tore away the tattered cloth that had covered his upper body. He resumed his stance, once again adopting the initial posture of the turtle hermit style. It was truly awe-inspiring. The competitor Sun Wukong had risen once more. This promises to be an exhilarating contest, and I urge everyone to stay tuned. The host passionately narrated, as the atmosphere surged to new heights, resonating with thunderous applause and cheers. I have arrived, Wukong. With a light laugh, Sun Yi stepped forward, silently approaching Wukong. Wukong, quick to react, crossed his arms in defense. Yet, despite his efforts, he was sent soaring backwards by merely half of Sun Yi's strength, crashing against the low wall outside the arena. To the audience, the fleeting moment of contact between the two blurred figures concluded with Wukong's flight. In disbelief, the spectators were rendered speechless, unable to fathom how the previously evenly matched contenders had determined a victor with a single blow. Out of the ring, Sun Yi emerged victorious. A rare moment of silence enveloped the venue, soon followed by an eruption of cheers and applause from the audience, akin to a roaring sea. The host, recovering from his astonishment, excitedly addressed the microphone, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the World Martial Arts Championship is Sun Yi. Sun Yi, Sun Yi, Sun Yi." The entire venue basked in a sea of joy, resonating with fervent applause and shouts. On the arena, Sun Yi reveled in the singular honor of defeating Sun Wukong. Amidst the jubilation, the triannual World Martial Arts Championship drew to a close, etching the names of Sun Yi and the Turtle School, alongside the Xinyu sect, into the memories of all present. Within a restaurant, rhythmic sounds of pitter-patter filled the air, as the champion's prize money was naturally allocated to treat Wukong to a meal. "Another bowl. I want one too." Voices clamored in succession, as the appetites of those present were notably robust. Even the energy from their training seemed insufficient. They fought over the food on the table, yet none could outpace Wukong. Once everyone was satiated, Wukong continued to devour the remnants on the table. Bulma glanced at the dishes left aside by Wukong and the others, a wry smile escaping her lips. "Sun Yi, with your eating habits, your prize money will soon vanish." With Wukong alone, the prize was barely sufficient, and adding Sun Yi and the others would likely mean they needed to supplement the champion's prize by tens of thousands more. "No worries, but it seems you'll be the one to support this bottomless pit in the future," she chuckled. "How annoying." Sun Yi replied just as the restaurant owner approached, looking troubled. "All right, let us settle the bill." Sun Yi called to the shopkeeper, and Wukong lifted his head. I'm still not full." Apologetically, the shopkeeper replied, "I'm afraid we have run out of the ingredients we prepared." It is indeed a painful feeling to be unable to earn money. "Well, I suppose being 80% full will suffice," Wukong said with an innocent smile. As they reached the checkout, they spent a total of 650,000 yuan. Sun Yi, accompanied by a few others, slowly walked out. At that moment, Bulma smiled and asked Wukong, "Wukong, now that the martial arts tournament has ended, do you still intend to train at Kame House?" "No. I wish to venture into the outside world and continuously hone my skills to become stronger," Wukong answered straightforwardly, glancing up at Bulma. "Then Wukong, let us return to my home first. I will take you to cultivate your meridians, and afterwards, we can explore." "Sounds great." Bulma continued, "And what about Krillin? If he joins in the meridian cultivation, he might also catch up to Wukong's strength." Sun Yi continued to inquire, enticing with strength. He then recalled another matter and remarked, "With adjustments to your meridians, you may experience a more rapid increase in height." Initially, Klin was somewhat hesitant, but upon hearing the prospect of growing taller, he immediately consented with eagerness. Ultimately, Sun Yi noticed that only Master Rashi and Lan Chi were left behind, returning to the Kame House alone, which seemed rather disheartening. Thus, he extended an invitation for Master Rashi and Lan Chi to join him in a visit to West City. The group promptly agreed, and Sun Yi and his companions boarded a plane heading towards West City, soon disappearing from sight. As for Master Rashi, he still declined Sun Yi's invitation, as he was quite eager to return with Lan Chi. While aboard the plane, Sun Yi and his companions first made a brief stop at Bulma's residence, where they remained for a day. Bulma facilitated a comprehensive health examination for Goku and the others, ensuring that all records were meticulously documented. Sun Yi also invited Wukong to experience the significance of the gravity chamber. Wukong immediately recognized its importance and hurried to find Bulma to create another one. Bulma, engrossed in her data recording, answered without turning her head. The next day, as Sun Yi and the others enjoyed breakfast, they observed the travel capsules prepared by Bulma. "Bulma, are you planning to travel across the opposite side for a while? Shouldn't you return after completing the cultivation of your meridians?" Sun Yi was utterly bemused, realizing that the matter had not been conveyed clearly. There were still several realms within the opposing world, and he had hoped to send Wukong back before traversing to other dimensions. Since it was indeed another world, it was only fitting to thoroughly appreciate its wonders before returning. "Wouldn't you agree, Wukong?" What?" Wukong replied, lifting his head in confusion, remnants of rice and vegetables adorning his face, his expression remarkably innocent. "Never mind, Wukong. Please continue your meal." Sun Yi first soothed Wukong, then set down his chopsticks, having nearly finished his meal, and decided not to continue competing with Wukong for food. "You may desire to travel, but you must envision the formidable powers on the other side, akin to those of Krillin, with many surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. Moreover, there are no beings like Oolong present, nor any with your hair color. Therefore, you must be prepared for potential attacks at any moment. Do you still wish to go?" To suit his own convenience, Sun Yi naturally exaggerated a bit. I have Wukong, Bulma declared confidently, pointing at him. That won't suffice. The energy waves from that side will be significantly weakened, and some individuals won't be able to fly. What will you do when surrounded? What? Then I won't go. Bulma rolled her eyes, dejectedly tossing the capsule she held aside. Being inherently clever, she understood that Sun Yi might be embellishing the truth. Nevertheless, the fundamental situation remained unchanged. The prospect of being besieged was something Bulma had heard from Xiao Feng, so if it was inconvenient, she decided against going. Sun Yi turned and retrieved the capsule discarded by Bulma, meticulously counting the supplies he would require for an extended journey. With everything prepared, Sun Yi led the group into the shuttle and initiated the opening of the spatial gate to the Dragon World. They arrived at the Linghuan Blessed Land, the same location from which they had departed last time. In order to conserve energy, this time there were only 4 individuals accompanying Sun Yi, along with Bulma, Goku, and Krillin, making a total of 7. This consumed another 4 degrees of energy, which was utilized to cultivate the meridians of Bulma and the others. Among them, Goku required 8 degrees of energy for his cultivation, while Krillin needed 2 degrees, revealing the distinct nature of their bloodlines. Indeed, Krillin's lineage appeared to hold peculiarities beyond the ordinary. Curious, Krillin and Goku sought to discover the changes within themselves. They felt a transformation occurring, yet it remained intangible, elusive to sight and touch. Both had already sensed the existence of Qi, making the subsequent cultivation of internal energy a relatively straightforward endeavor. All right, Goku, you and Krillin should return with Bulma. Once you get back, wait a while at Bulma's home and begin learning the martial arts of the blissful sect. All right, they replied in unison. For Goku, the prospect of learning new martial arts was an exhilarating prospect. Hurry and take me back. I wish to commence my research on the physical changes before and after meridian cultivation. Bulma seemed equally enthusiastic about this research, her gaze fixed intently on Sun Yi, filled with a yearning to return. You could always dye your hair and accompany Goku on an adventure, Sun Yi remarked, producing a bottle of hair dye and unable to suppress a chuckle. Enough chatter, open the portal quickly. With Bulma's growing impatience evident, Sun Yi ceased further conversation and opened the door, sending Goku and the others back. Very well, I shall venture elsewhere for exploration. Sun Yi turned to Qing Luo and the others, offering a few words of advice. I shall venture into the new world for a brief exploration. Do you wish to remain in this realm or stay within the shuttle? The duration of my exploration may extend to at least half a day, or even 3 to 5 days. It is entirely plausible that it could take half a month to thoroughly investigate. Then we shall wait for you here. After a moment of contemplation, it was Qing Luo who replied to Sun Yi. Very well, please refrain from wandering about. I shall return shortly. With that, he extended his hand to open another spatial passage, adhering to the initial protocol of cautiously assessing any potential dangers on the other side with a camera. Noticing that the other side posed no immediate threat, except for a gentle rain, Sun Yi unfurled an umbrella and proceeded onward. New world, here I come. Having had a prior experience, he felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation about the nature of the world he was about to enter. Nonetheless, this was a realm of low energy concentration, where individual capabilities were inherently limited. Thus, he did not foresee any significant danger arising from this aspect. However, if he were to enter a technologically advanced world, the level of potential risk remained uncertain. Yet, it could be assumed that most such worlds would contain regions of peace. Sun Yi felt a fleeting moment of disorientation before finding himself in an unfamiliar place. This was also a forest, albeit a small one, with sparse trees and a well-tended grassy ground beneath his feet. Perhaps due to the opening of a spatial passage, dark clouds swiftly spread across the sky, and a heavy rain began to fall. After walking a few meters, Sun Yi encountered a narrow plastic road. Around him, people scattered in response to the ominous clouds, seemingly oblivious to Sun Yi standing beneath the trees, shrouded in darkness. The crowd was composed of individuals with black hair and yellow skin, reminiscent of the Eastern faces deeply ingrained in Sun Yi's memory. The environment resembled a park, prompting Sun Yi to follow the throng as they moved outward. As if they were part of the same world, traversing this realm did not require a device to navigate the celestial paths. Sun Yi merely received a notification regarding the energy properties of this world. Strolling along the familiar yet foreign street, Sun Yi felt a sense of warmth from the surroundings, as everything appeared oddly welcoming. The language spoken by the people around him, however, was an incomprehensible dialect, rendering the atmosphere both familiar and strange. Sun Yi gazed around at the passing crowds and the displays along the street, while the familiar melody echoed through the air. The doors of my home are often wide open, embracing the vastness of the world and the passage of time, blooming with youthful smiles to welcome this date. The universe is vast, and all are friends. Please, make yourself at home. Sun Yi listened quietly, her brow slightly raised. This song was certainly familiar. However, its popularity, blaring from the streets, did not align with Sun Yi's own experience of traversing time, indicating that this was merely a parallel world. Yet, it was still a place worth exploring, as it felt like half of her hometown. As Sun Yi pondered, a silent smile graced his lips. He casually entered a street-side mobile phone shop, intent on inquiring about certain matters before taking further action. Upon entering, he observed a man in his 30s engrossed in a drama on his computer. "Hello, shopkeeper." Sun Yi greeted. Hello. What can I do for you?" The proprietor responded in heavily accented Mandarin, mirroring Sun Yi's speech. "I am here to ask for directions. I am visiting and would like to know if there are any antique shops nearby." "Ah, yes, certainly. Just take a turn," the shopkeeper replied enthusiastically, his eagerness to assist evident, showing no signs of impatience with a non-paying customer. Eventually, after some indirect questions, Sun Yi learned the time and location he sought. Stepping out of the shop, he navigated a few corners, distancing himself from the crowd's gaze. He retrieved a backpack, placing within it several antique jade ornaments from the Han Dynasty that he had acquired in the Northern Song period. After traversing several streets and making another turn, he finally arrived at his destination. The street appeared rather narrow, yet teeming with shops on either side, exuding a sense of bustling prosperity. Selecting a corner shop at random, the first thing that caught his eye was the gilded sign at the entrance, proclaiming "Bai Wei Residence." The characters on the sign danced with an elegant flourish, suggesting the work of a skilled calligrapher. Upon entering the shop, Sun Yi sensed an intangible energy within. However, even as he extended his mental acuity, he could not discern the nature of this energy. It seemed to circulate solely within the confines of the shop, reminiscent of spiritual energy, yet possessing other qualities. His mental sweep yielded no discernible changes. Observing the shop's arrangement and the flow of energy, he speculated on their interconnectedness as he stepped further inside. The antique shop spanned 2 levels. The ground floor was comprised of 3 adjoining entrances, its lavish and retro decor captivating even in the bright daylight. Illuminated by resplendent lights that emanated an ancient charm. The interior boasted intricately painted beams and exquisitely carved columns, adorned with an array of red, yellow, and white lanterns suspended in the air, their flickering light creating a dreamlike ambience. This was undoubtedly a prosperous establishment. Sun reached a conclusion, and with a smile, he stepped inside. At the entrance, he paused for a moment, unable to resist the urge to look down and examine the surroundings. The floor of the shop was remarkably clean and immaculate, devoid of any dust, crafted from exquisite British stone. Yet, this was not the reason for his gaze. Rather, he seemed to sense a flow of energy emanating from the stone beneath his feet. Just then, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached, adorned in a simple white qipao, her figure swaying gracefully. A radiant smile graced her face as she warmly greeted him. "Good day, sir." "Welcome." Sun Yi nodded slightly, directly stating his intention. "I possess some jade pendants from the Han Dynasty. Do you accept such items here?" Upon hearing this, the young woman became even more delighted, recognizing the potential for business. She promptly gestured, "Sir, please follow me. Let us sit down and discuss this matter at leisure." Under her guidance, they entered the reception room. The room was elegantly arranged, reminiscent of a study or bedroom. It was not only equipped with warm water and fragrant tea, but also adorned with various candies and pastries, intentionally creating a comfortable atmosphere that made one feel at home. With the door closed, any transaction details would remain confidential, ensuring an excellent level of privacy. Sun Yi approached and took a seat, and the young lady promptly brought over a cup of tea. Seizing this moment, Sun Yi retrieved 5 jade pendants from his backpack. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered, accompanied by a young man donning golden-rimmed spectacles and a pristine white shirt. "Good day, may I inquire your surname?" Modestly, "I am surnamed Sunday. Very well, Mr. Sun. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Chong, but you may call me Xiao Wang or Qiangzi. Let us allow the appraiser to commence the evaluation, and thereafter, we shall negotiate the price." Upon entering, the 2 men approached with cheerful demeanor, eagerly extending their hands to shake with Sun Yi. The young man engaged Sun Yi in conversation while the middle-aged man began the appraisal of the jade pendants presented. From his coat pocket, He produced a small magnifying glass and meticulously examined the jade pieces. For over 10 minutes, the middle-aged man scrutinized every detail, leaving no aspect overlooked before finally setting the pendant aside and proceeding to inspect the others. All right, these pendants are all genuine. They are authentic Han Dynasty jade pieces. Remarkable items indeed. After more than half an hour, the middle-aged man placed the last pendant down, covered the boxes individually, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As Sun Yi observed, a middle-aged man gestured discreetly to a young individual before departing through the door. Though the gesture was subtle, it could not evade Sun Yi, whose abilities had reached a level akin to that of Master Rashi. He could sense the intense thoughts emanating from others upon expanding his mental faculties. Wang Chong pondered. From the craftsmanship, historical significance, and appearance, this jade pendant is indeed a rare masterpiece. If you are willing to part with it, I would appraise it at 500,000. 1 million is my final offer. I have had it evaluated elsewhere before coming here. As Sun Yi began to speak, he startled Wang Chong, who sat across from him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong's tone shifted, imbued with an air of resoluteness. 800,000. That is the highest price I am willing to offer. Very well, I am averse to complications, so let us settle on that price. Furthermore, I require cash, as I have lost both my phone and bank card and cannot receive any transfers. Sun Yi readily agreed, finding the price quite satisfactory. In the realm of Tianlong, this was considered an average acquisition. Furthermore, the standard price ranged from 1 million to 1,200,000. Thus, a transaction at 800,000 was quite acceptable. At the very least, it was not a loss. Should there be aspirations for a price increase, it would not occur overnight. It would require several days of waiting. With the deal finalized, Wang Chong turned to make phone calls and prepare cash. It was best to complete the transaction today. Any delay might lead to complications. Before long, Boss Wang returned, carrying a set of tea utensils. With hot water readily available, he promptly took the tea set out, rinsing it with boiling water. After a few busy minutes, a pot of fragrant tea was brewed to perfection. Mr. Sun, do try the bilyuakun I just acquired. While Wang Chong was on the phone, Sun Yi seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity. Boss Wang, I noticed the layout of your shop is quite remarkable. Is there a specific significance to it? Indeed, Mr. Sun, it seems you are knowledgeable in this area. I had the esteemed Master Jiang, the most renowned feng shui expert in Yingzhou, meticulously arrange it. Wang Chong replied with a proud expression, clearly pleased with his accomplishment. I wonder if it would be possible for you to introduce me to Master Jiang? I happen to have some inquiries for the feng shui master. Well, Wang Chong pondered for a moment. I've heard that Master Jiang has been quite busy with the renovation of the old city in Yingzhou recently, so it would be rather inconvenient to disturb him. Once he has completed his work, I will certainly make the introduction. Renovation of the old city? Sun Yi pondered thoughtfully. Since the other party was involved, it indicated that there might also be the influence of feng shui energy at play. Upon arriving at the scene, he would be able to discern whether the energy he had previously observed was indeed related to feng shui. As for the location, there was no need to inquire further. He could simply ask around once he was outside to find out. Sun Yi felt a sense of relief as he raised his hand to drink nearly half a cup of tea. He concluded that it was indeed fragrant, pleasantly warm, and exceptionally thirst-quenching. Wang Chong immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What an incisive summary." At that moment, the young woman who had previously attended to them entered, carrying a modest backpack, with a man standing just outside the door, not entering. The young woman leaned in to whisper to Wang Chong. He turned his head with a smile and said, "All right, Mr. Sun, the cash you requested has arrived. Please take a moment to count it." Sun Yi meticulously counted the bills, ensuring everything was in order before placing them all into his backpack. After bidding farewell to the proprietor, he casually sought out a hotel for the night, where he rested. The following morning, Sun Yi rose early and inquired about the location of the old city of Yingzhou, subsequently making his way directly to the construction site. Seeking a secluded spot, he bypassed obstacles and proceeded inward. The interior of the site revealed a vast square, imbued with a solemn and chill atmosphere. The square was expansive, with 3 small mounds heaped to one side, beneath which lay a lake that had been excavated but remained unfilled with water, encircling the square and connecting with the 3 mounds. The lake meandered in an S shape, one end linking to the headwaters of the Xiang River and the other to the terminus of the Bei River, creating a harmonious cycle. The square was not circular but rather rectangular, yet it featured a circular element within, lending it a pleasing aesthetic. The ground was devoid of flamboyant colors, composed solely of the simplest granite, which appeared strikingly unadorned. Granite slabs were laid across the expanse, while the square's railing was more opulent, crafted from precious white Han marble. Only a few individuals were present to oversee the site, and Sun Yi remained concealed behind an artificial rock formation, avoiding detection. Upon closer inspection, several individuals clad in judicial robes stood within, their faces, apart from that of the youthful figure at the center, reflecting intense excitement and fervor. Sun Yi observed several geomancers present at the scene, among whom the young man in the center donned the most resplendent ceremonial robe. Adorned with a Taoist crown atop his head and clad in cloth shoes, he exuded an air of ethereal grace. The young man occupied the focal point. His eyes closed in deep meditation. Sensing a presence, he glanced back towards Sun Yi's direction. Although Sun Yi instinctively averted his gaze, it appeared the young man had confirmed the existence of another, yet deemed it inconsequential, thus redirecting his focus. The individuals nearby engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly awaiting something significant. The young man approached a finely crafted platform nestled in the corner of the square, preparing an item of some sort. Suddenly, he produced a crystalline object resembling a cicada, which emanated an immense power that resonated with Sun Yi's own strength, albeit restrained by an unseen force. From the discourse among the onlookers, this artifact appeared to be referred to as Earth Treasure. Just as the Earth Treasure began to shimmer with brilliance, a middle-aged man burdened with stones rushed into the square. "He is here. So soon?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, yet their voices quickly hushed, as if to avoid disturbing the young man's sacred task. Sun Yi gazed at the weary face of the middle-aged man in the distance, his features contorted and drenched in perspiration. Despite his exhaustion, the man dared not slow down, exerting every ounce of his strength to sprint toward the platform where the young man stood. With heavy footsteps, he reached the side of the platform and promptly handed a stone to the young man before being assisted to a seat nearby. The young man then began to wield several energy-infused devices he had on hand, and those around him fell into a hushed silence. Sun Yi quietly observed the individuals on the field, particularly the young man at the center. From the previous conversation he had overheard, this individual was undoubtedly named Feng Yuan. It seemed that Feng Yuan's method of channeling his mental energy was rather unique. Prior to the arrival of the middle-aged man, Feng Yuan predominantly concentrated his mental energy in his head, or more precisely, in his eyes, integrating it into his vision in a remarkable manner. After the middle-aged man arrived, Feng Yuan's mental energy began to radiate from his body, emitting a distinctive wave, primarily enhancing the whip he held in his hand. In Sun Yi's view, this method of mental energy manipulation was quite exquisite, likely a skill passed down through generations in Feng's lineage. Nevertheless, Sun Yi had already externalized his own mental energy and understood the application techniques. The realms he had learned from his mentors still held some value. Thus, as long as he could comprehend it, mastering it would not prove to be overly challenging. Sun Yi was engrossed in observation, attempting to harness a similar method to channel his own mental energy. Suddenly, Feng Yuan struck a stone with his whip, shattering it and releasing a wisp of pale yellow smoke. In Sun Yi's perception, this was a manifestation of a unique energy. Immediately, Feng Yuan gestured towards the crystal cicada on the pedestal, from which a surge of energy emerged, taking shape before the platform as an ethereal dragon. What remarkable sentience! Sun Yi sighed. This was undoubtedly more than mere energy. Rather, it seemed that the energies of this world possessed a state imbued with consciousness. Sun Yi abruptly turned his gaze toward the sky. The square, no, the entirety of Yingzhou City, had suddenly undergone a dramatic transformation. Sun Yi's mental power radiated outward, as if this transformative force emanated from the very earth of Yingzhou, seemingly without origin, or perhaps the origin was indeed the land itself. Indeed, the world is vast, and each realm undoubtedly possesses its own essence, capable of aiding Sun Yi in his evolutionary journey. Soon, however, the sky became shrouded in thick clouds, rolling in from the outskirts under the force of a fierce wind. In an instant, the expansive lakeside square was engulfed in a tempest, with dust swirling chaotically. Yet, this turmoil did not last long. Within a few minutes, order was restored, returning to a state of normalcy. A smile graced Feng Yuan's face as he scooped up a handful of glutinous rice and scattered it around. Before long, Sun Yi observed a mist forming around Feng Yuan, perceivable only through his mental faculties. Elevated by a surge of ethereal energy, Feng Yuan ascended into the air, gliding gracefully towards a nearby rockery. The onlookers, their expressions filled with astonishment, promptly followed the mist enveloping Feng Yuan. Upon witnessing the other party ascend into the air, Sun Yi's face lit up with excitement. At last, he had discovered the most authentic transcendent legacy in this world. To soar in such an energy-dense realm was akin to being a sweeping monk in the dragon-tiger world. Moreover, given that this world's energy vehemently repelled human bodies and observing the absence of energy fluctuations within the other, it seemed he was a sweeping monk whom Sun Yi could indeed defeat. Of course, even if this world bore similarities to the dragon-tiger realm, a monk of that caliber would not currently stand a chance against Sun Yi. However, their first encounter would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. Seizing the opportunity as the mist began to dissipate, Sun Yi activated his lightness skill, enveloped in the unique aura he had just mastered, and, utilizing the existing energy field, followed closely behind Feng Yuan. Although he lacked the energy concentration that surrounded Feng Yuan and could not ascend without exerting himself fully, keeping pace with Feng Yuan's speed was still well within his capabilities. It appeared that Feng Yuan in the sky had noticed Sun Yi trailing beneath him. However, seeing that Sun Yi also trod upon the energy field, he presumed him to be a geomancer who had arrived unbeknownst to him. For the moment, Feng Yuan prioritized his tasks at hand, focusing intently on mastering the power he wielded, disregarding the various commotions below. After a while, Feng Yuan finally completed his tasks and descended from the heavens. He could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Do not merely stand there. Hurry and turn on the lights." At Feng Yuan's command, the personnel below hurriedly rushed to illuminate the plaza. In an instant, the 28 towering lampposts within the square burst forth with brilliant light. To Sun Yi's astonishment, a surge of white vapor began to rise, attempting to escape, yet the lights obstructed its path. Suddenly, one of the street lamps inexplicably exploded, shattering glass everywhere, and the once radiant light dimmed. The grayish-white vapor swiftly darted through the resulting gap, vanishing at a speed that was almost imperceptible. In that fleeting moment, a fierce whirlwind erupted, howling with rage, and after a considerable while, it finally subsided, leaving the surroundings clear as the rain passed. Observing the group opposite him engaging in pleasantries, Sun Yi gradually approached them. "Greetings, Master Feng. I am Sun Yi." Sun Yi imitated the manner of greeting used by the group across from him. "Young man, who are you? What brings you to this square?" Instead of Feng Yuan responding, it was a slightly portly man who spoke first. "Haha, I am merely an unrelated visitor from out of town. I happened to witness Master Feng's remarkable feng shui adjustments nearby, and it truly broadened my horizons. Thus, I took the liberty to come over and make an acquaintance." With a smile, Sun Yi paid no heed and first addressed the question posed by the other party. "Baozi, let us not be impolite. This master is at least a top-tier geomancer, as I have witnessed his prowess just moments ago." Feng Yuan interjected with a smile, turning to the man across from him. "Greetings, Master Sun. I was in the midst of arranging the feng shui setup earlier, so I apologize for not attending to you immediately. I hope you can forgive me." Master Feng was being courteous. Suddenly, Sun Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed towards the northeast. Suddenly, Sun Yi projected his spiritual energy outward. Perceiving a surge of energy emanating from the northeast, akin to the sensation of space being pried open, Feng Yuan seemed to sense it as well. Turning his gaze towards that direction, however, lacking clarity, he did not attach significant importance to it. At that moment, Feng Yuan and his companions heard a calling voice, prompting them to turn around, where they beheld a middle-aged man approaching majestically, surrounded by a throng of people. Naturally, Feng Yuan and his companions moved forward to greet him. Sun Yi did not follow behind. At this moment, he had no inclination to engage in pleasantries. It was imperative that he assess the situation on site. Sun Yi and Feng Yuan took their leave directly, refraining from disturbing one another further. In a moment of desperation, Sun Yi disregarded the potential consequences and swiftly vanished behind the artificial hill. Seeking solitude, he activated a spatial portal and entered the interior of the shuttle. As he stepped inside, a projection materialized instantly, displaying a crucial alert. A spatial fluctuation has been detected in this world, and based on the intensity of the energy waves, the probability of interdimensional traversal within the world cluster is estimated to be 90. Xiao AI, can you monitor the alterations at the site of the energy fluctuation? Xiao AI was already tracing the spatial disturbance while concurrently observing the scene. The projection first presented an alert, followed by two distinct screens appearing below the message. One showcased the retrospective analysis, while the other depicted the current situation at the site. The retrospective screen quickly revealed a scene of a young man meeting his demise, after which an ethereal soul was absorbed by an amulet, shattering the space and departing from this world. The video soon concluded. Simultaneously, the screen detailing the current conditions unfolded. A group of uniformed, armed personnel was seen methodically gathering items from the scene, where 7 male corpses lay lifeless on the ground. Among them, a woman in a resplendent dress was collapsed over one of the bodies, crying out in anguish. Tung Qingshan, Tung Qingshan, how could this happen to you? She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Tung Qingshan, it's him. Sun Yu was engulfed in profound astonishment. Upon reflection, he recalled that the object which had disrupted the space was indeed a vessel resembling a tripod. If this individual traversing through dimensions was truly him, it was imperative to examine the traces of the spatial disturbance to ascertain if one could calculate the destination of the entity. Little AI, expend energy to investigate the traces of the spatial passage and compute the trajectory of the object that disrupted the space. Furthermore, enlarge the scene to scrutinize the several corpses more closely. Acknowledged, please hold on. Subsequently, the screen displaying the energy tracing began to reveal a series of indistinct images. The visuals of the scene expanded, focusing closely on each of the corpses present. Sun Yu was also observing intently. Among the bodies, 2 were unmistakably of South Asian descent, clearly distinguishable from those of Chinese origin. Sun Yi anxiously awaited the final outcome within the shuttle. Attention, trialists. The adversary has reached the destination, and the system has pinpointed their location. Shall we proceed with the traversal? Adjust the coordinates to deviate 3 to 5 kilometers across the surface of the opposing world. Commence the traversal now. Acknowledged. The coordinates have been successfully adjusted, and the spatial portal is now open. As the display illuminated, another portal had simultaneously appeared beside the one in the modern world. As per protocol, a camera was dispatched into the opposite realm for preliminary exploration. The camera meticulously captured its surroundings, confirming that all was safe. Advancing into the scene, a village encircled by a tall wooden fence emerged nearby, while a range of mountains loomed in the distance. The site of the traversal was nestled within a forest, with a broad avenue not far off and a noticeable absence of inhabitants. Trialists, please be advised, in the course of evolution, this world instinctively suppresses the strength and lifespan of all humanity to avert evolutionary failure. The energy of the trialists will also be curtailed. To overcome this world as suppression, one must expend energy to cloak the consciousness of the realm. Sun Yi glanced at his attire, which comprised the garments he had recently donned in the shuttle, clothing befitting a chivalrous figure from the dragon realm. It was quite acceptable. He strolled leisurely along the main road towards the grand entrance of the manor, situated not far ahead. A few individuals stationed at the entrance caught sight of Sun Yi's approach, yet they paid no heed, as there was only one person among them. Sun Yi had no intention of entering. He merely extended his spiritual energy outward. Within one of the courtyards of this estate, a group of over 10 individuals had gathered. While inside the dwelling, a woman was in the throes of labor. Sun Yi gracefully approached the main entrance of Zhuangzi, his lightness of foot akin to that of a skilled martial artist. He inquired of a burly man standing at the gate, "Esteemed brother, may I ask where this place is? I have just emerged from the mountains, having lost my way, and seek directions to return to the city. I would be most grateful for your assistance." The robust man chuckled heartily. "Ah, no need for gratitude, young fellow. You have arrived at the Tung family estate in Dian Mountain. If you wish to reach Yicheng, you must head in that direction." "Yicheng? Is this not the territory of the Guiyuan sect?" Sun Yi tentatively inquired, even though there was a 90% certainty. However, as long as it was not 100% assured, further confirmation was necessary. "Indeed. Well then, thank you, my brother." Sun Yi, with a swift motion, tossed a silver ingot weighing approximately 1 pound to the other party before turning towards the direction of Yicheng and speeding away. In just a few moments, he rounded a small corner and vanished from sight. According to the worldview, there were individuals in this vicinity whom Sun Yi could not contend with. Thus, he refrained from deploying any technological products until he had fully grasped the situation, and he also decided against taking to the skies for the time being. Behind him, the burly man remained rooted at the entrance of Tung Family Manor, still clutching the silver ingot given by Sun Yi. It was not until someone from within the manor called out to him thrice that he returned to his senses. Several minutes later, Sun Yi spotted a city in the distance, taking a few more minutes to approach it. As he reached the city gates, the bustling crowd parted to make way, and the guard stationed at the entrance merely observed him with trepidation, uttering no remarks regarding entry fees, lest they provoke an ill-fated response. Quietly entering the city, he was greeted by a seemingly endless row of small vendors lining the streets. Amidst the throng, the calls of the merchants, along with the inviting shouts from inns and taverns beckoning patrons, created a lively and animated atmosphere. Sun Yi gazed at the bustling scene along the street, relishing the vibrant atmosphere as he leisurely made his way deeper into the heart of the city along the main thoroughfare. The small town was not extensive, and before long, he arrived at the center, where a grand 3-story building stood, its entrance adorned with a prominent plaque inscribed with 3 gilded characters, Wanxiang Building. Sun Yi gazed at the towering edifice before him, stepping inside without a moment's hesitation. At the entrance of the Wanxiang Tower stood 2 elegantly poised women, each adorned with a sheathed sword at their waists, welcoming every guest with a smile, while gently reminding them to refrain from bringing weapons into the establishment. The interior of Wanxiang Tower was vast, featuring numerous counters. Within its confines, the attendants stationed behind the counters numbered well over 100. This place bore a striking resemblance to certain modern shopping malls, save for the fact that its patrons were all martial artists. Sun Yi strolled around the first floor, where an array of merchandise was displayed upon the counter. However, upon observing the surroundings, it became evident that the items were predominantly of inferior quality, with only a select few of the highest caliber suitable for first-tier martial artists and above. Nevertheless, Sun Yi did discover several essential purchases at the book counter: the Qianlong list, the Chufeng list, the Duel list, and the Tianbang list. While there were numerous other books available at the counter, none were of practical use to Sun Yi. It was only these lists that truly warranted his attention. Among the 4 volumes, the Qianlong list and the Chufeng list were notably thick, whereas the Duel list and the Tianbang list were relatively slender, reflecting the scarcity of their respective subjects. Clerk, I would like 1 copy each of the Qianlong list, Chufeng list, Duel list, and Tianbang list. Certainly, esteemed guest. The total comes to 220 taels. The clerk accepted Sun Yi's substantial silver ingots and handed him the 4 volumes. After settling the payment, Sun Yi picked up 4 books and stood in place, engrossed in their contents. He began with the Heavenly Rankings, where the opening page provided an elaborate introduction to the Wuxiang Tower and the 4 lists, interspersed with descriptions of the Jiuzhou realm, which allowed Sun Yi to gain a deeper understanding of this world. On the vast land of Jiuzhou, countless heroes and legends abound. Take, for instance, the northern regions of Yuyan and Erzhou. The 4 rankings are meticulously recompiled every 6 months, chronicling the valiant figures across Jiuzhou. As he continued to peruse, a familiar name caught his eye: Wu Hou, known as the Beast King, who consistently occupied the top position on the heavenly rankings. Flipping through to the end, he was unable to find the name Zhuge Yuanhong, leaving him uncertain if the time for his recognition had yet to arrive. The subsequent section detailed the Earth rankings, which listed the 72 most formidable postnatal peak warriors. The Qianlong and Chufeng rankings documented the most outstanding 108 young heroes and heroines under the age of 30 across Jiuzhou. Having surveyed the content, he noted that the 8 major sects of Jiuzhou were entirely consistent, and many names from the 4 lists resonated with him, affirming the authenticity of this world. Sun Yi turned and walked out. In this world, acquiring secret techniques is no easy feat after all, with an unknown background. Directly joining a sect may yield little results even after a decade of effort. Thus, it is prudent to seek out a smaller faction for information. After exiting, Sun Yi casually found a place to dine and inquired with the waiter about the right direction. He then set off confidently in that direction, soon disappearing from sight. 3 days later, in the city of Chu County, at the residence of the Iron Armor sect, the time was precisely around 8 in the evening. Sun Yi stood outside the mountain gate, beginning to extend his spiritual energy outward to sense his surroundings. Previously, on his journey, he had passed through the Guiyuan sect in Jiangning Prefecture. However, during his attempt to project his spiritual energy, he was detected by an elder of the Guiyuan sect, prompting Sun Yi to withdraw immediately. Sun Yi also wished to seek a void realm to test the extent of his current powers. This time, he found no signs of such a realm in the ironclad gate, which made matters considerably simpler. Within the sect, there existed an individual whose aura was the most formidable. In terms of combat prowess, he may have already reached around 180. Furthermore, his realm bore a resemblance to the tranquil vastness of the sky. Sun Yi began to transmit a message to what he presumed was the sect leader Nie Rong. Sect leader Nie, I humbly intrude upon your domain, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Inside, Nie Rong was taken aback, his gaze darting around. Had someone intruded? No, there was no one nearby. Was that merely an illusion? May I inquire as to the identity of the esteemed individual? Please, do not hesitate to communicate your intentions with Nie. Nie Rong composed himself and responded slowly, bowing solemnly while preparing himself. If the visitor were to manifest immediately, it would suggest they had concealed themselves through some unknown means, necessitating an alert to the elders for a collective defense. However, if the individual were not in proximity, it was certain they were a formidable presence in the realm of illusion, and whatever they requested must be dutifully fulfilled. I require you to procure the most profound sword techniques from our sect, along with some foundational texts on meridian and internal energy cultivation. I shall come to retrieve them shortly. Understood, esteemed elder. I shall prepare them at once. Sun Ye's voice was devoid of any tremor, leaving Nie Rong uncertain of his intentions. Nonetheless, he readily acquiesced. The other party exited his chamber, gradually making his way toward a stone room. Flanking the walls were two imposing bookshelves that nearly obstructed the view. These shelves were laden with tomes of ancient knowledge, alongside stone tablets, iron pieces, and bamboo slips. Upon entering, Nie Rong ignited 2 candles and cast his gaze upon a substantial stack of parchment, arranging 2 piles upon the table. He picked up the topmost stack, along with several invaluable manuscripts, and quietly departed the stone room, returning to his quarters. Once inside, he began to ponder over the texts in silence. Observing that the other had returned, Sun Yi seized the cover of night to ascend into the air, with a subtle manipulation of energy to mask his presence. He silently descended at the threshold of the room, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. I have come to pay my respects, esteemed senior. This is the sacred manual of our sect's iron garment technique. Nie Rong was momentarily startled, lifting his gaze to the doorway, before his expression turned grave as he performed a respectful bow. Very well, please hand over the manual. Sun Yi smiled as he received the secret manual, realizing that this would enable him to cultivate inner strength and, upon reaching the innate stage, potentially extend his lifespan by a century or even longer. After all, the 9-tripod world imposes a limitation on human longevity to prevent an excessive number of individuals from becoming supreme beings and escaping this realm, which would result in a depletion of the world's energy. Standing still, he perused the contents of the manual. Unlike the various tomes he had seized from bandit dens in recent days, this one indeed contained methods for cultivating the realms of innate virtual elixirs, solid elixirs, and golden elixirs, with even some descriptions of the virtual realm, albeit lacking a cohesive structure. Such a tome was undoubtedly invaluable. Rest assured, I will not take your secret manual for naught. In the future, should your sect encounter any matters of concern, you may send those who practice this manual to seek my assistance, and I shall gladly attend to your needs. Sun Yi remarked that the only eventuality his counterpart might face in the future would be annihilation, and he was not concerned whether they would even be able to locate him. Even if they did, he had no fear. When the time came, it was certain that Sun Yi would provide sanctuary for certain individuals. Nie Rong watched as Sun Yi gracefully ascended into the sky, his heart swelling with excitement. In the ordinary realm, flight was unattainable. This was indeed the greatest safeguard for their sect in the days to come. Amidst Nie Rong's reverence, Sun Yi soared into the distance, quickly vanishing from his sight. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the interior where 3 enchanting beauties lay. Yet Sun Yi was absent from their midst. Only by passing through another door could one find Sun Yi lounging on a chaise by the window, lazily shifting into a more comfortable position, the iron garment divine skill resting quietly upon his lap. The open page before him detailed the initial methods for cultivating inner strength, along with various nuances of practice, including the expansion of meridians and dantian during training. Sun Yi perused the contents of this tome multiple times and commenced his endeavor to cultivate inner strength this morning. It is imperative to strive for a swift entry into the realm of the innate, and perhaps even ascend further into the void. Inner strength and internal power are essentially one and the same. They merely bear different names due to the existence of 2 distinct worlds. Nevertheless, The methods of cultivation in these two realms exhibit certain disparities. In the heavenly dragon realm, cultivation primarily revolves around the accumulation of internal power to nourish the body, with the expansion of meridians occurring passively as one reaches a certain level of mastery, enhancing the width and strength of the meridians through the internal flow. Conversely, in the nine-tripod realm, practitioners actively engage in transforming passivity into action during their cultivation, making the expansion of meridians and other functions integral aspects of their training. Upon breaking through to the innate realm, the differences between the two worlds become starkly evident. The heavenly dragon realm suffers from insufficient spiritual energy, rendering breakthroughs impossible. Practitioners can only rely on the cultivation of mental strength to spur the growth of internal power. In contrast, the nine-tripod realm allows for breakthroughs into the innate realm, enabling the fusion of internal power with mental strength to form true essence. Whether one continues to harness internal power to amplify mental strength or vice versa poses no issue. There are three requirements for breaking through to the innate realm. The first is to reach the limit of the dantian. Those who possess a strength of 10,000 pounds in the nine-tripod realm have typically attained this limit, with top-tier experts having the potential to breach into the innate realm. When translated to the heavenly dragon realm, this may necessitate a century's worth of internal power at the world's limit to fully expand the dantian. The disparity in energy concentration between the worlds is evident, a realization Sun Yi has certainly come to. The second requirement is for the martial artist's essence, qi, and spirit to be abundant, with the spirit needing to transcend the limitations of the Niwen Palace, capable of influencing external inner strength. For ordinary individuals, this presents the greatest bottleneck. In other words, it involves the ability to project internal energy outward while maintaining control and maneuvering it, which is certainly not a challenge for Sun Yi. The third requirement entails discovering the method of harmonizing spirit and qi, a task that relies on the secrets contained within the tome he possesses. Presently, Sun Yi's paramount objective is to expand the dantian to its utmost limit, forming an energy vortex, after which he can unleash mental strength for integration, thereby stepping into the innate realm and extending his lifespan by 100 years. Sun Yi reclined in his chair, closing his eyes to delve into introspection. He guided his spiritual energy to circulate within his dantian, actively expanding its capacity. After a short while, subtle movements began to manifest within the dantian, undergoing minute transformations. Fortunately, in terms of internal energy, Sun Yi possessed the equivalent of approximately 150 years of an ordinary person's cultivation. Through passive expansion from his daily practices, he had nearly maximized the dantian's size. Only slight internal adjustments were necessary to form a vortex, marking the completion of his endeavor. Approximately half an hour later, the dantian ceased its fluctuations, having undergone a significant transformation from its previous circular form to an elongated, elliptical shape. As this new configuration took shape, it inexplicably initiated a natural rotation of internal energy, creating a swirling vortex at the center of the dantian, drawing energy inward. The vortex's speed varied, oscillating between rapid and slow, influenced by unknown factors. It appeared that the meridians still held many secrets. In terms of internal energy, Sun Yi's innate capacity was akin to that of an ordinary person with 150 years of cultivation. With his consistent daily training, he had nearly maximized the dantian's expansion. Only the internal energy's activation and the formation of a vortex remained to achieve completion. At the very core of the dantian, where the vortex spun, a near-liquid state began to materialize after a brief period of rotation. Yet, it perpetually faltered at the final step of complete liquefaction. Each time it coalesced into droplets, the insufficient pressure would cause the rotation to slow, dispersing the droplets and repeating the condensation process. Next, if he could seize the opportunity to immerse his spiritual energy into the forming droplets, he could stabilize their state. Once the energy throughout his body fully liquefied, he would enter the realm of innate mastery. The essence of focusing on the dantian, harmonizing spirit and energy, represented the most crucial teachings he gleaned from this secret tome. As for the intricate workings of the Iron Shirt School's meridian operations and techniques, Sun Yi had no intention of learning them. The processes of transforming into virtual elixirs, solid elixirs, and golden elixirs, along with the insights of the school's predecessors, held little significance for him. Sun Yi had already reached a level of mastery. With patience in accumulating energy, he would inevitably break through without encountering bottlenecks. Sun Yi lay peacefully in the sunlight for an entire morning, his mind intensely focused on the dantian, revolving in harmony with the swirling inner energy. Gradually, his consciousness began to merge with the vortex of energy, concentrating all his internal strength within the dantian, as the speed of rotation slowly increased, becoming ever more rapid. At a certain moment, the velocity surpassed a critical threshold, and a drop of milky white liquid finally emerged at the center of the whirlpool. Sun Yi immediately directed his mental energy inward. This droplet, initially trembling and on the verge of dispersing, gradually steadied itself. As Sun Yi continued to channel his mental energy, the liquid began to absorb the internal force, growing stronger. The newly generated true essence commenced its autonomous circulation within the meridians, slowly nourishing his body. Outside, all remained tranquil, until Qing Luo and the others awoke to find Sun Yi in meditation. They decided to leave Yu Yan alone to guard him while they ventured out for a stroll. It seemed that after several encounters regarding the new house, Qing Luo and Bai Feng had grown increasingly closer. Sun Yi opened his eyes to find Yu Yan quietly seated beside him, engrossed in her reading. With a gentle smile, he embraced her, tenderly patting her back. Everything is now well. Having cultivated this martial art to the innate stage, one's lifespan will be extended to at least 200 years. You might want to take a look as well. You can directly transition to this technique or draw inspiration from the integration of the dantian, internal energy, and spiritual awareness within it for your own practice. Regardless, once one breaks through to the innate stage, one's lifespan will surely increase. Yu Yan accepted the manual with a smile, diligently immersing herself in its contents. This passion of hers had become a constant. She found joy in deciphering martial arts manuals. Or perhaps it was Sun Ye's presence that had deepened her enthusiasm for studying these texts. As the sun climbed higher, signaling the approach of noon, it was time to dine. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. "I'm back." The two women entered, chatting merrily as they set down a bounty of treasures acquired from various shops. Behind them trailed two young attendants, each carrying a table laden with sumptuous dishes. "Come, Yu Yan, let us dine together." "Come, my daughter, it is time for a meal." Sun Yi and Qing Luo called out together, prompting Yu Yan to casually set down the book she was holding and walk over. The two attendants arranged the meal and then exited, mentioning they would return shortly to clear the dishes. "Come, my three esteemed wives, let us dine together." As he unveiled the packaged dishes, he exclaimed, "Ah, these are all my favorites." Sun Yi jested, "You both have such thoughtful hearts. Is there anything you do not enjoy?" Qing Luo retorted with an eye roll, exasperated. "All right, my dear, for the next few days, I suggest you familiarize yourselves with that manual. It would be ideal for both of you to reach the innate level, as it would grant us all a lifespan of 200 years. Should we ascend further, we might even attain 500 years. Sun Ye's mouth was stuffed with food, making his words indistinct. "All right, hurry up and eat." Yu Yan joined him, and the two playfully jostled each other as they finished their meal. After a bout of food snatching, they finally caught their breath. Qing Luo and Bai Feng watched the pair with amused smiles, remaining silent. Sun Yi reclined casually against the back of his chair, exclaiming with ease, "How delightful." Meanwhile, Yu Yan, having satisfied about 80 to 90% of her appetite, paused, not as indulgent as Sun Yi, and stifled a laugh while observing his exaggerated demeanor. Today marks the commencement of our study of the ancient texts, which present formidable challenges for innate breakthroughs. Qing Luo may require an additional 3 to 5 years of cultivation to reach the requisite level of internal strength, while Yu Yan, fueled by her frustration, will likely need 2 to 3 years as well, and Bai Feng will need an even longer duration. Thus, you must first accompany me to gather some resources that will expedite your ascent to the pinnacle of postnatal mastery. Sun Yi paused briefly before speaking, and the others immediately gathered around, their eyes fixed on this remarkable tome. This is precisely the segment you all need to focus on. It must be incorporated into your own cultivation practices. Sun Yi pointed out the aspects of expanding the dantian through internal energy, the nurturing and breakthrough of mental strength, as well as the methods of combining mental strength with internal energy, elucidating these concepts to the trio. They smiled playfully as, unexpectedly, a surge of power erupted from Sun Yi, causing all three to be pulled down onto their chairs, which conveniently transformed into a large reclining seat. The atmosphere fell silent as Qing Luo and Bai Feng sat on either side, while Yu Yan reclined against Sun Yi, quietly savoring the ambience and attentively listening to his discourse. I had previously gathered information in the Wanshang building, and I learned that this world possesses a total of 6 types of spiritual fruits capable of directly elevating one to the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. Each variety converts its inherent internal energy while also imparting its unique attributes. They include several spiritual fruits associated with the 5 elemental properties and ice attributes. You may choose from among them. Sun Yi opened the chronicle books he had purchased, revealing the descriptions of 6 distinct items. This continent of Jojo is indeed far more wondrous than the world of Tianlong. Yet, it pales in comparison to the marvels of the Dragon Ball universe. The items, Zhugua, Zibing Xin, Zhu Jia Lingua, Hai Lingua, Jin Pinggua, and Tu Ling Shun, each possess unique attributes. The group observed closely. Qing Luo's current martial art was the Biming divine skill, while Yu Yin practiced the lesser Wuxiang skill. Moreover, Dao Baifeng's internal cultivation method had transitioned to the lesser Wuxiang skill midway. In terms of foundational inner strength, the Biming divine skill leans toward the water attribute, while the lesser Wuxiang skill is characterized by its neutrality. However, both Qing Luo and Baifeng unanimously opted for the Zibing Xin. For the ice attribute boasts extraordinary effects on preserving one's beauty. Only Yu Yin chose the wood attribute, Zhu Jia Lingua. Additionally, Sun Yi had intentions of procuring some Zhugua wine, necessitating visits to 3 different locations. Fortunately, both the Zhu Jia Lingua and Zhugua are found in the wilderness, which overall seems manageable. After all, a journey to the Duan Yu continent to the north is still required. Well, since you have made your choices, it is only natural to seek them out. The Zhu Jia Lingua lies to the south, leading to the wilderness, and then to the North Sea in search of the Zibing Xin. However, it is essential to consider that the accompanying attributes of the Zhu Jia Lingua hold greater value. The wood attribute is not without its merits and maintenance, and it inherently carries a trace of life, making it more likely to facilitate high-level cultivation compared to the others. The two rolled their eyes. For women, beauty reigns supreme. And of course, one must choose the best. Men, too, are not exempt, as most men's attitudes are often swayed by appearances. It is an inherent flaw that their principles follow their features. Now that the decision has been made, it is time to embark on the journey. However, there will be no airplanes. Instead, they will buy several horses in the afternoon and leisurely admire the scenery along the way, all while taking the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the manuals. After all, to comprehend the laws of this world and reach the void realm, one must learn from nature, rather than relying solely on automobiles for travel. Furthermore, Sun Yi was uncertain of the exact locations, so a gradual search was inevitable. Nevertheless, Sun Yi is a man of action, unencumbered by hesitation. Even as the sky began to rain, the city was filled with the refreshing coolness of early summer. Sun Yi arrived at the magnificent Wanshang building in Chujun County, which was far more impressive than the 3-story structure he had seen in Yicheng. This edifice soared to 5 stories, adorned with the same resplendent golden splendor on its exterior. The phrase beginning with 1, standing at 3, achieving 5, flourishing at 7, and residing at 9 seemed particularly apt in this context. The first 3 levels primarily housed items for everyday use, while the upper floors featured reception rooms for esteemed guests and an array of increasingly precious treasures. Sun Yi purchased a detailed map of the wilds, marked with the origins of Zhugua and Zhu Jia Lingua. This expansive map, nearly a meter in length and half a meter in width, is adorned with numerous points of interest. However, it merely introduces the areas where Zhugua and Zhu Jia Lingua are produced in the wild. Along with some common precautions, it lacks any additional information. For further details, an extra fee is required. The origin of Zhugua seems to correspond with the original text, identified as Iron Arm Monkey Mountain, where it indicates that the monkeys within possess innate abilities, though specific numbers remain unspecified, suggesting this is indeed the most widely known source. Approximately 1,000 miles from Monkey Mountain lies a location for Zhu Jia Lingua, where a communal bear-like creature that feasts on bamboo is reported to reside, implying that Zhu Jia Lingua may indeed be derived from bamboo. This area is about 1,800 miles from the outskirts of the wilds. Regardless, a journey is necessary, and the distance is of little consequence, especially since both Yu Yin and Sun Yi can fly. In urgent situations, they can simply transport Qing Luo and the others into the shuttle, allowing Sun Yi to soar away. While preparing the map, that very afternoon, Sun Yi also acquired several books detailing various demon beasts and purchased 4 of the finest Qi Shui horses available from a trader, capable of covering 2,000 miles a day without difficulty. Thus, their preparations were nearly complete. After a day spent in the confines of their room, the 4 of them deliberated on their itinerary and the nature of the demon beasts, occasionally expressing astonishment at the appearance and abilities of the creatures, while also debating their edibility. Indeed, although Sun Yi had just reached the innate level, after a private comparison with Nie Rome, it was apparent that his energy-infused true essence possessed greater destructive capabilities than ordinary true essence, nearly matching that of an innate solid Dan. Furthermore, while his energy was somewhat restricted, it still surpassed the innate golden core level, making him stand at the pinnacle just below the void realm, akin to the state of Tung Qin Shan before his breakthrough. 3 days later, at the outskirts of the wilds, amidst the neighing of battle steeds, the 4 of them halted, dismounted, and entered the city. With the day waning, they decided to rest for the night before setting out again. They had finally reached the small city of Nanman, the closest settlement to the wilds in Yangzhou. Throughout their journey, there were always those attempting to flirt with the beautiful women, and naturally, it was Sun Yi who intervened each time. Fortunately, most individuals were discerning enough. Those capable of purchasing Qi Shui horses were undoubtedly elite experts or from prestigious families or sects, beyond the reach of ordinary folk. As dawn broke outside Nanman City, the sun began to rise. Sun Yi and his companions ventured into the untamed wilderness, often referred to as the Southern Wilderness, a realm deemed a forbidden zone for humanity and recognized as one of the most perilous territories in the 9 provinces. Even the prominent factions possessed their own internal maps detailing the unique resources of each locale. It was only due to Sun Ye's innate prowess that he managed to acquire such a map from the Wanxiang Tower. The wilderness resembles the primordial forests of the Dragon Ball universe, where towering ancient trees stretch toward the heavens and human presence is scarce, with venomous snakes and insects lurking in abundance, while wild beasts roam freely. However, the allure of numerous rare spiritual herbs and treasures, long lost to the 9 provinces, draws many warriors to explore its depths. The ground is carpeted with decaying leaves, their decomposition lending a heavy, oppressive air to the atmosphere. Sun Yi and his companions donned the specialized attire designed for jungle exploration from the Dragon Ball universe, fully equipped to relish the thrill of their adventure. As for the horses they previously rode, they had, of course, been safely stowed away in the transporter. Clutching a compass, they resolutely made their way towards Lingzhu Mountain, intent on seeking the bamboo spirit fruit. Towering ancient trees, whose ages were unknown, loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun, with only faint beams of light filtering through the gaps in the foliage to touch the forest floor. Occasionally, the passage of Sun Yi and his friends stirred some snakes and insects in the surrounding jungle, causing Yu Yan, a girl from a privileged background, to grip Sun Ye's arm tightly. She had never encountered such scenes before. As the forest thickened around them, the underbrush grew so lush that it reached nearly waist-high, creating a veritable haven for large predators. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yi paused, channeling his mental energy and expanding it through the properties of Qi. While it was possible to use his mental power alone, it would deplete rapidly. An invisible wave emanated from Sun Ye's body, initially causing Yu Yan and Qing Luo to frown, but soon, the intensity of the wave began to diminish until it was imperceptible. Within a radius of 300 meters, all manner of creatures, both large and small, were captured in Sun Ye's mind. By linking this perception to the system's computational abilities, he could foresee developments within a certain range, a skill he had developed during his time in the celestial realm. Within this 300-meter expanse, he detected several rabbits and squirrels among the larger animals, while insects were abundant, yet no large creatures were present. You all, especially by phone, should remain vigilant regarding your jungle camouflage and protective gear. Maintain your inner energy at all times and prioritize your safety. Sun Yi expressed his concern, stating that the most daunting adversaries are those creatures that can masquerade. Thus, one must remain vigilant at all times. Dao Baifeng spoke with a cautious demeanor, as the current environment evoked memories of her childhood. The more formidable the demonic beasts, the greater their intelligence. When confronted with us, they are less likely to disguise themselves or engage in stealth. Essentially, there is little cause for worry regarding those below the innate level. Sun Yi added a remark. The footsteps of the group became increasingly light, as they adeptly employed their skills and lightness to navigate through the wilds, progressing quietly through the untamed wilderness. This was their inaugural venture of such a nature, necessitating heightened caution as they attentively surveyed their surroundings. Gradually, they ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range. The periphery of the mountains harbored no formidable demonic beasts. Only after penetrating several hundred miles would they encounter beasts on par with first-rate experts. However, most demonic creatures were confined to specific territories, with some dwelling in clusters on a particular hill, while others roamed solitary within a radius of several miles or more. In recent days, Qing Luo and her companions had been diligently studying their manuals, while Sun Yi sought to comprehend the nuances of the wilderness, intending to enlighten the group. Of course, this information was not absolute. Moreover, our map depicted only common occurrences. Many unique regional specialties or perilous beasts were likely uncharted. Within the depths of such a remote forest, the dense canopy of ancient trees nearly shielded all raindrops, rendering the outskirts of the wilderness relatively safe. Occasionally, a few drops of rain would fall, perhaps accompanied by small insects that might crawl onto them. Yet, any such unwelcome visitors were swiftly shattered by the group's internal energy. Traversing the ground proved somewhat challenging. Thus they remained perched on branches 8 or 9 meters high, cautiously leaping forward. Ahead lay a herd of wild boars, which could serve as a delightful luncheon. The meat of wild boar was quite delectable. Yu Yin looked eagerly at the small herd by the brook, exclaiming in joy. Sun Yi turned his gaze involuntarily, noticing a small stream approximately 100 meters away, where several animals were quenching their thirst. Among them were wild boars, along with squirrels, rabbits, and wild chickens. These creatures were mere low-tier magical beasts, easily vanquished by even second-rate martial artists. Contemplating the frailty of these ordinary animal souls, Sun Yi concentrated his mental energy, splitting it into several streams that struck directly at their minds, shattering their souls with precision. Instantly, several wild boars collapsed, their bodies hitting the ground with a thud, causing the nearby smaller creatures to scatter in fright. Seizing the moment, Sun Yi proceeded to obliterate the souls of a few wild chickens and 2 rabbits, causing them to plummet from the air. The group approached with cheerful demeanor, gathering their quarry, as the clearing by the stream provided an ideal spot for their preparations. Sun Yi extracted cooking utensils from the capsule, a technological marvel that alleviated concerns over spatial constraints. With dexterity, he deftly sliced through the wild boar's hide, initiating the separation of meat from bone. He casually severed several branches to serve as firewood, while Qing Luo and the others prepared the grilling tools. With a graceful wave of her hand, Yu Yin ignited the branches with a burst of energy, and the group commenced the roasting of the pork. They also foraged for wild vegetables to accompany the chicken, adding spices to concoct a delightful stew, ensuring no utensils went to waste. Some wild rabbits awaited processing, a task that fell solely to Sun Yi. Observing Sun Yi handle the adorable rabbits, Yu Yin pondered, why must we consume such charming creatures? Sun Yi chuckled in response, teasing her to refrain from eating them later. After a half-hour of diligent preparation, the feast was at last ready. The chicken and rabbit meat were the first to be roasted, and the group eagerly began to indulge, while the remaining pork continued to sizzle over the flames. Wow, this is delicious, Yu Yin exclaimed, her excitement palpable, though it seemed she had taken a greater share of the rabbit meat. Sun Yi, along with Yu Yin, eagerly competed for their meal, finding joy in the act of dining, while Qing Luo and Bai Feng observed from the side. After all, without the cultivation of qi, their appetites were not significantly greater than those of ordinary individuals. They certainly did not experience exponential growth in hunger. The culinary skills of my beloved wives are indeed quite remarkable, Sun Yi remarked with a hint of flattery, after finishing several chickens and wild rabbits. Sun Yi had also nearly completed roasting the pork. Sun Yi skillfully sliced the pork into large chunks, and the two began to laugh and playfully compete for the pieces. After finishing their meal and tidying up the utensils, the group resumed their journey. Shadows flitted swiftly through the treetops, and Sun Yi exuded a subtle aura, causing many large creatures along the path to sense a mortal threat and conceal themselves. As for snakes, insects, and rodents, they were unable to breach the protective barrier formed by the group's internal energy. Along the way, remnants of both mythical beasts and humans could be seen scattered over several mountain ridges, along with numerous rusted weapons. It was only as they ventured deeper that the sight of human corpses diminished somewhat. As night fell, The group prepared a sumptuous dinner from the innate beasts of the mountain, subsequently clearing a space to set up a rudimentary shelter, offering minimal protection to provide some reaction time. In the pitch darkness of the late night, a faint rustling of bodies against the underbrush echoed through the air. Two robust wolves, their blue-green eyes glimmering with vigilance, stealthily navigated the forest, their powerful limbs moving silently. The glint of their pale fangs reflected a cold light in the dark. Sun Yi, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a sweep of his mental energy, he noticed several pairs of glowing green eyes fixated on their modest shelter from a distance of about 100 meters. Observing the two wolves approaching quietly, Sun Yi smiled slightly, deciding to let them stay. With a thought, his mental energy struck, and the wolves collapsed to the ground without warning. He then established a protective barrier around the shelter, radiating his aura outward. Instantly, the surrounding pack of wolves reacted as if they had collectively stepped on a tail, letting out soft howls before fleeing rapidly into the distance. Since others were still asleep, he refrained from making any further commotion. Having completed these actions without any visible movement, Sun Yi merely blinked before closing his eyes again and drifting back to sleep. Lingzhu Mountain, located over 1,800 miles deep within the wilderness, was considered a remote area. Only elite martial artists or innate masters could cautiously navigate to such depths. And even then, the mortality rate remained alarmingly high. Virtually every mountain peak harbored innate beasts, and only the most formidable practitioners could endure here. The wilderness was characterized by its continuous mountain ranges, with various plants having grown for countless years, making travel quite troublesome. The most arduous task involved constantly traversing peaks or finding convoluted paths. If it were not for the mountains, the plains would have long been developed by humans. However, Sun Yi and his companions advanced through the treetops, largely unaffected by the underbrush. Currently, they were most grateful for the existence of the Lingbo microstep, which allowed them to move almost in a state of flight without expending internal energy. This unique martial art, capable of forming a special force field, could be considered a separate discipline, representing an evolution beyond innate skills, akin to the advanced techniques found in Hong Kong comics. The canopies of countless towering trees nearly obscured the entire sky, but thankfully, they possessed a specialized compass to discern the cardinal directions. As Sun Yi and his companions progressed swiftly, they encountered a few humans, most of whom were cautiously making their way across the ground. After all, the serpents and insects of the wilderness were not to be underestimated, especially for those at the postnatal level. A bite from a venomous creature could lead to severe injury or even death. Each time Sun Yi and his group passed by, the four individuals would be startled into hiding, only to gaze in awe after they had moved on. Those who could reach such a level were almost certainly innate masters, implying that all four were of this caliber, with three of them being female, a rarity indeed. After several more days, a mountain peak loomed ahead, standing taller than its surroundings, covered in bamboo groves from halfway up to the summit, which even shimmered with a hint of white crystalline beauty, signaling that they had arrived. The current environment was thick with humidity. The midday sun struggled to penetrate the dense foliage above, casting dappled light upon the surrounding thorns and weeds. However, once they entered the bamboo grove, the atmosphere improved considerably, filled with the unique fragrance of bamboo. The group descended from the treetops, walking briskly along the ground, feeling a sense of familiarity in this ancient wilderness. The towering peaks nearby loomed high, shrouded in swirling mist, towering at least 5,000 meters above. Sun Yi smiled and turned to look at the others, who appeared to be in excellent spirits. Despite traveling tirelessly for 3 consecutive days, they seemed unfazed by fatigue, perhaps invigorated by the effects of the Lingbo Weibu technique. At last, they had reached their destination. However, the map merely indicated that the mountain harbored bamboo joint spirit fruits. Accompanied by a rudimentary illustration, the precise location of the spirit fruits remained unknown and required meticulous searching. Should we search separately? Yu Yin inquired with a smile. It would be wiser not to, Sun Yi replied. The mountain is likely home to a tribe of demonic beasts, and there may be more than one innate beast among them. Sun Yi gazed at the distant, indistinct figure of a black and white bear-like creature atop the mountain. Could it possibly be that one? The text described that the bamboo segment spirit fruit must be sought throughout the bamboo forest, not confined to any specific location. Thus, everyone should remain vigilant. However, it is highly probable that a bamboo bear may be lurking nearby, serving as a clue. It seems they must compete with the bear for sustenance. Sun Yi chuckled to himself once more, then swiftly ascended the mountain with the three women trailing behind him. His mental energy expanded outward, no longer providing feedback on every trivial detail, but rather focusing on detecting energy intensity within a radius of approximately 1 kilometer. Lingzhu Mountain, while possessing both perilous and gentle slopes, was predominantly characterized by its gradual inclines. However, this gentleness implied an extensive area to cover, suggesting that the time required for their endeavor would be considerable. The mountain winds howled past, causing the bamboo forest to rustle softly. With a subtle stir of his mental energy, Sun Yi cast his gaze towards a distant spot, approximately several dozen paces away. There, he beheld a small, verdant snake gliding gracefully, its movements producing a faint sound. Its cold, golden eyes surveyed the surroundings with an air of alertness. This serpent, roughly 1 meter in length, bore a triangular head, suggesting it was venomous. Since it entered the range of Sun Yi's mental scan, it had been steadily advancing towards the group, leaving one to ponder whether this was mere coincidence or if it had detected their presence. Is this the infamous bamboo leaf green? Such a creature is highly toxic and possesses innate strength. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Sun Yi remarked that the intensity of the energy was formidable, nearly on par with the innate true elixir, merely a final leap away. Moreover, the bamboo leaf green possessed a physique as resilient as Jade, akin to a divine weapon, capable of wielding its body as an instrument of destruction. Once the demon beasts entered the realm of the innate, their intellect significantly heightened, rendering them beyond the reach of Sun Yi's spiritual force for direct annihilation. Engagement was imperative. Troublesome, Sun Yi murmured to himself. Yet he did not dare to let others intervene. Even though Yu Yin might be capable of overpowering the opponent, there remained a significant possibility of sustaining injuries. Sun Yi leaped forward, covering several dozen feet in an instant. The bamboo leaf green creature opposite him coiled its body, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Sun Yi casually extended his hand, employing no martial arts whatsoever. It was purely the swiftness of his movement that allowed him to grasp the serpent's head. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the serpent's body flying away. In a single bound, he returned to his original position. Ladies, who among you desires this bamboo leaf green snake gall? It contains the essence of innate power, enhancing one's spiritual prowess. Among them, Yu Yin had already projected her spirit outside her body due to her cultivation of qi. Therefore, Sun Yi primarily addressed Qing Luo and Bai Feng. After all, in the realm of Dragon Ball, if one is devoid of physical aptitude, one must first hone their body to perfection before they can sense their spiritual energy and cultivate qi. As for the remaining two, Qing Luo's practice of the minor formless technique and the North Sea divine skill inherently nurtured the spirit, and she had nearly reached the stage of projecting her spirit outside. Thus, she shook her head. That left Bai Feng, her upbringing did not shun the essence of snake gall. She promptly swallowed the gall that Sun Yi had extracted and began to meditate, seeking to refine its potency. Sun Yi began to skin and prepare the remaining snake meat, eagerly anticipating the delectable dish he would create by noon to enhance the inner strength of his companions. At that moment, he noticed a fluffy black and white bear cub atop a distant hillside, cautiously peering down as it tested its footing to descend. Suddenly, it lost its grip and tumbled down the slope, rolling to a stop just a few meters away from Sun Yi and the others. The bear cub struggled to right itself, its innocent expression betraying a hint of bewilderment as it blinked its small eyes, glancing at Sun Yi and his companions. As Yu Yin stepped forward to affectionately engage with the adorable cub, Sun Yi intervened with a gentle hand, cautioning, "Be careful. This is a bamboo bear of the innate realm, and you may find yourselves outmatched." Although the bear appeared to be a mere 20 centimeters in size, resembling an ordinary cub, Sun Yi sensed that its energy intensity was akin to that of an innate entity. This was indeed a bear of the innate realm. Typically, bamboo bears, as recorded in the archives of Wanxiang Tower, evolved to an innate state by merely increasing in size, growing from approximately 1.5 meters to about 2.5 meters. This little one likely represented a rare case of mutated evolution. One could only wonder about its aggressiveness and combat capabilities. Yet, considering its herbivorous diet, it was unlikely to exhibit strong aggression. The bear cub cast a few more curious glances at Sun Yi and his group before turning away, preoccupied with grasping a bamboo stalk. With a deft swipe of its claws, the bamboo fell to the ground. The cub squinted its eyes in delight as it held the bamboo in its paws, beginning to munch on it with a satisfying crunch. Sun Yi gazed upon the innocent expression of the little bear, and a smile graced his lips. Yu Yan, utterly enchanted, felt no hint of danger as she reached for the snake meat strip in Sun Ye's hand and offered it to the bear. Before Yu Yan could approach completely, the bear suddenly sprang into action, rising to its feet, its eyes gleaming with vigilance, completely shedding the previous playful demeanor. Here, I have something for you. Yu Yan spoke softly, tossing the snake meat a short distance in front of the bear. The bear may not comprehend human language, yet its innate wisdom, bestowed by its nature, allowed it to recognize kindness. After all, demon beasts are not mere wild animals. Their intelligence is only slightly inferior to that of humans. And some formidable ethereal demon beasts could even rival human intellect. Do not be anxious. Sun Yi endeavored to persuade Yu Yan before departing with her, his reluctance palpable. Once they had distanced themselves, the little bear squinted its eyes and resumed munching on bamboo. Gradually, it inched closer to the snake meat, cautiously sniffing it before swiftly tearing into the flesh. After all, it was the meat of a snake at the innate realm, a rare indulgence even for one who typically shunned meat. Before long, the snake meat was devoured entirely, leaving only the venomous head, which the little bear buried in a pit. After finishing its meal, the bear, displaying a remarkable sense of humanity, patted its belly with evident delight, suggesting the meal had bolstered its strength. Subsequently, it called out a few times in the direction where Sun Yi and the others had departed, seemingly in gratitude. Sun Yi and his companions proceeded to search for the bamboo-segmented spirit fruit. Upon encountering a small bear, it indicated that a large group of bears was not far away, suggesting that they were likely abundant in this mountainous region. Sun Yi and his companions embarked on their journey with a light-hearted spirit, meticulously detecting energy fluctuations along the way, leaving no hint overlooked. Although they did not locate any spiritual fruits, they did manage to unearth a few bamboo shoots. After traversing 7 or 8 li, Sun Yi felt a peculiar energy wave, entirely concealed, emanating from the left front. Shortly thereafter, numerous energy fluctuations began to emerge ahead, approximately 100 meters from the initial disturbance, revealing 3 distinct energy signatures, 1 innate being and 8 or 9 acquired ones. The group stealthily proceeded towards the original direction. The sound of flowing water, though faint, was clearly audible to Sun Yi. They pressed on, navigating through the tangled underbrush, and observed from a distance of about 100 meters as several bears indulged in their meal and drink, seemingly oblivious to the approach of Sun Yi and his companions. Nearby the stream, other creatures also paid them no mind, perhaps due to their unfamiliarity with humans, given that the local resources were rather scarce. Oh! Sun Yi's eyes sparkled as he fixated on a bamboo stalk beside the babbling brook, its stature quite impressive. The central segment of the stalk gleamed with a jade-like luster, exuding an air of distinctiveness. Although it emitted no discernible energy fluctuations, his mental perception tingled upon contact, causing an involuntary shiver before slipping away. Sun Yi quietly ascended, observing the bamboo segment spirit fruit before him. Suddenly, as his hand brushed against it, he moved and effortlessly detached the entire bamboo segment, causing the bamboo above the spirit fruit to tumble down. It appears to be ripe. Sun Yi chuckled lightly and floated downwards. The bamboo segment spirit fruit had been recorded in the myriad volumes of the library. Only when fully ripened could it be harvested. If one were to forcibly take it while still unripe, the energy would disperse throughout the bamboo, rendering it nearly useless, fit only for feeding the bamboo bears. After a hasty lunch, the search resumed. These bamboo segment spirit fruits were rather plentiful, with one typically found every few kilometers. However, the fear of missing the mark made the search quite challenging for an ordinary person. Over the next 5 days, Sun Yi expanded his mental reach, specifically seeking out particular fluctuations, and managed to locate over 20 bamboo segment spirit fruits, of which only 8 were mature. They came in various shapes, some resembling bamboo segments, bamboo shoots, and even bamboo leaves and flowers. Among the unripe ones, there was a bamboo leaf, though it remained uncertain if it would ripen in time. Fortunately, the bamboo segment shape was the most abundant and easy to preserve. The bamboo shoot had a protective shell but had a shorter shelf life, while the worst was the bamboo rice shape, which could not be stored for long. Counting the personnel, there were Xiao Feng, a Zhu, a Zi, Wan Xingzhu, Master Wu Fan, Wu Kong, Krillin, Bulma, Wu Yazi, and Wu Xingyun, nearly sufficient. When they arrived, Bulma could create a detector to aid in their search. As for now, the bamboo shoots might need to be sold, while the bamboo segments would be kept for their own use. Clearing a patch of ground and preparing defenses, he began to peel the outer shell of the bamboo shoot's spirit fruit, revealing the lustrous, jade-like flesh within. An aromatic fragrance wafted into the air, permeating the vicinity. Was that a disturbance? Sun Ye's mental energy immediately swept into the distance. Not far away, in a thicket, a shadow emerged, its pair of gray eyes appearing remarkably enigmatic in the darkness. It was a pangolin. As his mental energy scanned the area, all secrets were laid bare. This pangolin exhibited energy fluctuations akin to those of a second-rate martial artist. It had just emerged from the earth, which explained why Sun Yi had not detected it earlier. Whoosh! Another shadow approached from 1,000 meters away, concealed within the nearby thicket, its green eyes fixed intently on Sun Yi and his companions. Completely unaware that it had already been discovered, Sun Yi administered the flesh to Yu Yan, who emanated an intense aura that startled the surrounding beasts, causing even the nearby thickets to bow down in submission. Fortunately, without undergoing innate transformation, their souls remained undeveloped, rendering them vulnerable to direct annihilation at Sun Ye's hands. In summary, the area was rife with numerous beasts. In a short span, 4 or 5 formidable creatures appeared. These beasts, being of the same species as the bear, coexisted peacefully within the same territory. As the feral creatures hesitated, Yu Yan's aura gradually intensified. Noticing the fragrance around them dissipating and no other beasts approaching, Sun Yi took decisive action. He unleashed a soul attack, swiftly dispatching a leopard, a wolf, and a large antelope, which sent the remaining creatures scattering in terror. Qing Luo and Bai Feng, seeing the situation stabilize, began to gather the slain beasts while Sun Yi maintained his protective stance. Just as the meal was nearing completion, Yu Yan's aura surged dramatically after a brief period of steady increase, manifesting a resplendent, innate vigor akin to Jade. With the divine and the aura in harmony, she stepped into the realm of the innate. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Sun Ye's eyes. This was indeed a direct breakthrough into the innate realm. It is no surprise, being the culmination of the advantages derived from various worlds of cultivation. Would you two care to give it a try? This white, innate vital energy exudes a breath of life, likely the result of the fusion between spiritual fruits and the lesser imperceptible technique. No, we would rather seek the purple ice heart for beauty and rejuvenation. The two women laughed merrily as they spoke. Haha, very well then. I shall eagerly await the experience of the contrasting sensations of ice and fire. Sun Yi wore a sinister grin, prompting the two women to spit in unison. Well, this grants us a lifespan of 200 years. Let us strive for even greater heights together, advancing hand in hand towards immortality. Sun Yi turned around, smiling as he helped Yu Yan to her feet, his face radiating encouragement. You must strive as well. Do not allow yourselves to become mere bones 2 centuries hence. Sun Yao gazed towards the direction of Monkey Mountain, contemplating the next step to investigate the situation regarding the monkey wine. Soon, the group joyfully began their meal. After entering the innate realm, Yu Yan devoted nearly every moment of her journey to Iron Arm Monkey Mountain to refining her innate true essence. Thus, the group, without hesitation, boarded the floating vehicle. In merely 2 days, they reached their destination, Iron Arm Monkey Mountain, even before Yu Yan had fully refined her inner strength into true essence. The journey was undisturbed by snakes or insects. Apart from a few avian, beastly creatures, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil. This convenience spared them the need for extensive searching, as they only needed to locate the monkey troop. Iron Arm Monkey Mountain soared into the clouds, its peak shrouded in mist, slightly shorter than Lingzhu Mountain. Standing atop the vehicle, one could gaze up at the towering mountain, which appeared to rise at least 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. You need not descend. I shall return shortly. The vehicle halted at the treetops to prevent any avian ambush. The group assented, and Yu Yan refrained from further refining her true essence, summoning her spirit to temporarily safeguard her companions. With a swift motion, Sun Yi soared into the distance, ascending the mountain with remarkable speed while detecting the energy fluctuations of innate demon beasts along the way. It was but a brief moment before a smile graced his face, for he had made a discovery. The Iron Arm Monkey Mountain was a perilous and vast highland. However, Sun Ye's ability to fly rendered these challenges inconsequential. He glided at subsonic speeds over the battling green moss and several iron-arm monkeys, continuing his ascent. Ah, ah, ah. 5 iron-arm monkeys surrounded the green python, simultaneously emitting peculiar cries. Yet, startled by Sun Ye's swift passage, several of the monkeys halted, their eyes warily scanning the skies, allowing the green moss to make its escape. In an instant, 2 of the iron-arm monkeys pivoted and leaped, pursuing the fleeing green moss, while the remaining 3 closely followed Sun Ye's trajectory towards their lair. In just a few minutes, Sun Yi discerned a large congregation of iron-arm monkeys, and within his mental range, he detected the energy fluctuations of a dozen or so innate-level creatures. Sun Yi paused above the troop of monkeys, observing their movements in silence. Below him sprawled a hot spring, roughly several dozen meters in diameter, from which water flowed in a low-lying area towards his direction. Numerous iron-arm monkeys frolicked in the water, while a few others lingered on the shore. Judging by the steam rising from the scene, the temperature was likely around 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. In the center of a small pool, slender and delicate stems broke the surface of the water, adorned with clusters of green leaves. Among these stems, one bore a bright red fruit, complemented by several unripe green fruits nearby. It remains uncertain whether this group belongs to the same lineage as Tung Qingshan's future destination, though the differing direction suggests it is highly improbable. Sun Yi did not come here for the zhuguo, but rather for the zhuguo wine. As the zhuguo is difficult to preserve, it is best to retrieve it when needed. The nearby iron-armed monkeys seemed to have sensed Sun Ye's approach, and after a cacophony of their chattering, a larger iron-armed monkey emerged from a nearby cave. While ordinary iron-armed monkeys are slightly shorter than humans, this particular one stood nearly 9 feet tall, covered in vibrant red fur with a small patch of silver fur on its chest. This towering iron-armed monkey scanned the group of its kind before leaping into their midst, letting out a fierce roar directed at Sun Yi. Sun Yi effortlessly conjured a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it towards the towering iron-armed monkey, sending it sprawling several yards away, momentarily incapacitated. The troop of monkeys erupted into a cacophony of howls, calling for their leader, while a few iron-armed monkeys swiftly retreated, seemingly intent on summoning reinforcements. Sun Yi followed behind with a smile, casually grasping a ripe jujube in his hand as he walked. The towering macaque soon caught up with him, making its way over. After traversing several miles, the iron-armed monkey halted before a larger gathering of its kind, chattering animatedly, likely recounting the details of the situation. Sun Yi floated silently in the sky, gazing down below. The most prominent feature of this place was a cavern entrance. Not far from the opening, a cacophony of jubilant sounds echoed as a troop of iron-armed monkeys frolicked in their lair. These monkeys, adorned with fiery red fur and possessing arms longer than their legs, engaged in playful antics, their blue eyes scanning the surroundings. Some of the monkeys feasted on wild fruits. Amidst the chatter of the multitude below, a few iron-armed monkeys with silver fur on their chests were startled out of the cave, followed by one whose entire coat shimmered silver, with golden eyes to match. It appeared that this individual was of the innate golden core level. Upon emerging, the silver iron-armed monkey did not wait for the others to call out. Instead, it fixed its gaze upon Sun Yi, staring intently, emitting a low growl that seemed to threaten him. As the opponent roared, Sun Yi suddenly accelerated downward, hurtling towards them. Among the monkeys present, only the silver iron-armed monkey reacted, swinging its arm fiercely to strike at the descending Sun Yi. The other monkeys struggled to keep pace with Sun Yi's movements, and dared not act without the king's command. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yi had traversed several dozen meters and stood before the iron-armed monkey. Their palms collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The silver iron-armed monkey king staggered back several steps, nearly losing its footing. In a fleeting moment, Sun Yi surged forward once more. This time, his speed was swifter, his strength more formidable, and his techniques increasingly elusive. Sun Yi's assault lacked strategy, relying solely on raw power and velocity. During this period of rapid strikes, Sun Yi acted without contemplation, overwhelming his opponent with increasing speed and strength. The Monkey King's combat experience was likely more extensive than Sun Yi's. Each time he was struck, he relied on the instinct honed through life and death battles, enabling him to respond with remarkable agility in an instant. Snap! Snap! The fierce clash between Sun Yi and the Monkey King resumed with fervor. The Monkey King occasionally managed to employ techniques to mitigate the impact of the blows. However, Confronted with Sun Yi's formidable strength, his arms gradually faltered, his claws becoming swollen and bruises beginning to mar his body. Ultimately, Sun Yi unleashed a surge of 30% more power, sending the Monkey King hurtling through the air. As he tumbled, his golden eyes reflected a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend the sudden disparity in their strengths. Enough, Sun Yi declared. I no longer wish to engage in this charade. I shall take but a portion of your possessions, leaving you some remnants. It is evident that you cannot thwart my intentions. As Sun Yi spoke, he concentrated his energy and directed a powerful wave towards a nearby hillside. With a resounding boom, the hillside was flattened, and the previously defeated Monkey King approached Sun Yi with a heavy heart, bowing his head in submission. He let out a series of plaintive cries. Sun Yi stepped confidently towards the cave, initially puzzled by how easily the Monkey King had let him go. However, upon seeing Sun Yi enter the cave, he was suddenly alarmed. This was the very lifeblood of their monkey troop. The Monkey King swiftly darted into the cave after him. Under the Monkey King's guidance, Sun Yi ventured deeper into the cavern. As they navigated through the winding passageways, they soon arrived in a spacious chamber within the mountain. At the center of the chamber lay a large square pit filled with a shallow, reddish liquid, from which a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Nearby, a stone basin contained water alongside an assortment of green and white wild fruits. The Monkey King retrieved a stone wine jar from the side, eagerly scooping a generous portion of the liquid from the pit and presenting it to Sun Yi, indicating that he could partake. It was evident that the Monkey King was entirely at ease, despite Sun Yi's lack of a container. Sun Yi tossed a capsule into the air, and with a resounding bang, several barrels of wine, each with a capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter, materialized before him. This time, he decided not to fill them excessively, as he had to leave some for the monkeys. Upon seeing the barrels, the Monkey King became somewhat anxious. However, observing that their size was not overly large, he called out, "Ah," while casting a pitiful glance at Tung Qing Shan, offering the stone wine jar to Sun Yi. "Ha ha, you are truly amusing. But fret not. I shall fill just a little today, and will not overindulge." Seeing the Monkey King in such a pitiable state, Sun Yi could not help but chuckle. As the sound of wine being poured from the barrel echoed, the liquid level gradually descended. The ruby fruit wine in the large square stone pit steadily diminished. Although it was not a considerable amount, Sun Yi had managed to fill about 1.5 barrels, causing the Monkey King to dart about anxiously as Sun Yi filled the final barrel. Ultimately, as Sun Yi stowed away the last barrel, the Monkey King remained by his side, gazing longingly, fearful that Sun Yi might produce more barrels. Once the barrels were filled, Sun Yi produced a water jug and poured himself a drink, which was just enough for consumption. Bringing the jug to his lips, he tilted his head back and took a hearty sip. The ruby fruit wine surged through him, unleashing a fiery energy that radiated throughout his entire being. This invigorating energy melded with his body, nourishing and enhancing his physical form. Moreover, his inner strength remained untouched by the fiery attribute, which was rather fortunate, for some attributes are better left unacquired. It was imperative that he made these decisions for himself rather than passively accepting them. Should his inner power be tainted by even a hint of fire attribute energy, this wine would become unsuitable for frequent consumption. The sip he had just taken augmented his strength by several thousand pounds, and it felt as though some of that power coalesced within him. If he were to practice his energy cultivation now, it might yield greater progress than usual. Furthermore, the energy he had cultivated previously, when compared to the fundamental muscular strength of his body, still paled in proximity to the essence of his physical form. In contrast to muscle, energy is a form of power that arises from the fusion of the physical body, serving as a bridge between essence and energy, encompassing the characteristics of both. Thus, it could manifest a power twice that of the innate golden elixir under the constraints of this world. In summary, Sun Yi found himself increasingly intrigued by the internal martial arts that cultivate physical strength. Of course, he was aware that internal martial arts also had their shortcomings. They lacked methods for evolving the essence of the body, focusing solely on enhancing strength. This is why Ting Qingshan's methods appeared so invaluable. Relative to his current world, the cultivation methods here held more significance, as the experiences and techniques regarding longevity and evolution could be considered the main quest, while internal martial arts could only be deemed a side quest. Sun Yi, having stowed away the capsules, ambled outside. The Monkey King gazed sorrowfully at the square stone pit filled with the Ji fruit wine, feeling utterly despondent. Yet, Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered that 80% remained. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of iron-armed monkeys, Sun Yi soared into the sky, sensing the direction before hastening towards a particular destination, much to the relief of the Monkey King below. Ya ya ya. A chorus of calls erupted from the iron-armed monkey mountain, perhaps signaling a move. Upon Sun Yi's return to his companions, he took to the skies once more, racing beyond the wilderness. By the time they emerged from the wilds, evening had descended, providing the perfect opportunity to rest for the night while sampling the Ji fruit wine. Awakening the following morning to the remnants of a chaotic scene and the vibrant splendor of spring, Sun Yi smiled and resolved to set forth again the next day. Within the confines of the courtyard in Chujun City, Sun Yi and his companions returned at noon 3 days later. After stabling the horses in the courtyard, the women rested at home, intending to take a few more days of respite in Chujun City. They also planned to sell a precious spiritual fruit, which they could no longer preserve, to the Wanxiang building as a means to acquire some financial resources. Sun Yi strolled alone along the main thoroughfare, Qingyun Street, of the county town. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the silhouette of Wanxiang Tower. Atop the tower, a rotund, bald man was engrossed in examining something when a servant approached the entrance, softly tapping beside the door as a discreet alert. The portly man lifted his gaze, inquiring, "What is it, my good lad?" The servant replied cautiously, "Master, the distinguished guest you previously instructed us to keep an eye on is approaching, and is not far off." Instantly, the proprietor rose to his full height of 2 meters, his formidable girth suggesting a weight of 300 to 400 pounds. However, the presence of internal energy indicated that his physique did not necessarily reflect his true prowess, as the energy fluctuations emanating from him were of the highest caliber. As Sun Yi approached the entrance of the Wanxiang building, he noticed Manager Su standing at the doorway, his face adorned with a warm smile directed at Sun Yi. "Oh, it is truly unnecessary for Manager Su to come out personally. Your kindness is much appreciated," Sun Yi expressed. "It is only fitting for a distinguished guest to receive such attention," Manager Su replied, his smile unwavering. Observing the object in Sun Yi's hand, he graciously ushered him into the reception room, followed by 2 men. One was a middle-aged gentleman with piercing, indifferent eyes, while the other appeared to be a young apprentice. Sun Yi placed the items he held onto the table and waved his hand at the other party. "Come, Master Su, take a look at this. This is the bamboo segment spirit fruit I sought, along with a crimson fruit. Please appraise them." "Indeed, come, Lao Yu, let us have a look." Master Su responded with a smile, exaggeratingly calling out, then made a sincere bow, yet the inspection had to be conducted. However, given Master Su's rotund figure, bending down was indeed a laborious task. The indifferent, hawk-eyed middle-aged man across from him acknowledged and immediately began his examination, releasing a faint energy from his hands, reminiscent of a unique martial art, which Sun Yi found quite intriguing. "By the way, Master Su, I've just arrived. Are there any entertaining places in our county town? As for fun, the Clearwater Lake is certainly a highlight. It's a marvelous spot." Master Su's chubby face contorted with a knowing expression that any man would understand. "Huh, then I must go and witness it." Sun Yi laughed heartily, his expression reflecting understanding. Following this, a series of ribald remarks ensued, and the two engaged in delightful conversation, ultimately concluding their exchange after trading 2 spiritual fruits for 3 pieces of women's armor. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Yi traversed the lively Qing Shui Street in the city of Chujun, where an air of affluence permeated the surroundings, characterized by grand mansions owned by wealthy merchants and influential figures. During the day, this thoroughfare was typically tranquil, yet as dusk descended, the atmosphere transformed. On the adjacent lake, a fleet of exquisite boats lay anchored, their lights flickering to life, illuminating the scene with a festive glow. Numerous passengers began to arrive, calling out to one another in a spirited manner, creating a vibrant spectacle. The majority of those present were affluent merchants and martial artists from the shore. However, for reasons unknown, the largest flower boat appeared to be awaiting someone, yet no one boarded it. A few individuals approached, only to be intercepted by the guards stationed at the vessel, as if the boat had been privately reserved. Before Sun Yi could approach, a resonant voice echoed through the scene. "Meng Yuhang, I, Tai Shi, have come to challenge you today." Meng Yuhang? Is he the madman wielding a staff, ranked 50 on the local leaderboard? Who is this challenger? A confrontation with Meng Yuhang, the 50-ranked warrior? This is bound to be entertaining. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and as Sun Yi drew near, He realized that the throng was not blocking the boat, but rather encircling a towering middle-aged man and a refined young man of about 25, clearly the contenders. The stark contrast between the appearances of the two and their names was striking. The young man, brimming with excitement, eagerly gazed at the middle-aged man, his long sword poised in his hand, ready for action. On the grassy bank, a dense mass of spectators had gathered, at least 100 souls, enthralled by the spectacle, with some affluent merchants glancing over from the outskirts. In this world, prowess outweighed wealth. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise, reveling in the commotion. As one bystander jested, "Old Meng, this young man is challenging you. Don't stumble in the gutter." Meng Yuhang merely chuckled, unfazed, and said nothing. With a swift motion, Meng Yuhang drew a pair of sturdy, dark iron rods from behind him, declaring, "Tai Shi, please." Upon brandishing his weapon, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, the atmosphere around him growing tense. "Umph." The middle-aged man, wielding his staff, leapt forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, launching an assault on Tai Shi. His staff descended like a pillar of heaven, smashing down before the young man and creating a fierce gust that sent the onlookers scrambling for safety. The young man's sword met the staff in a clash of steel, the powerful recoil propelling him backward toward the lake. Having tasted defeat, he shifted from a straightforward confrontation to a more intricate entanglement. As their duel progressed, they found themselves at the dock where the flower boat was moored, and the crowd instinctively retreated. The boat's proprietor, sensing impending trouble, prepared to depart, but suddenly, another figure soared into the fray, effortlessly sending both warriors sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a robust, dark-skinned man, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman clad in resplendent attire, who approached with deliberate grace. The dark-skinned man declared with authority, "If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. Do not obstruct my master's path. And for heaven's sake, do not damage the flower boat. It would vex my master." The crowd erupted in astonishment, yet the imposing presence of the dark-skinned man behind the middle-aged gentleman silenced any dissent. Might makes right. Both the spectators and the challengers gradually distanced themselves, casting furtive glances back, enveloped in a sense of defeat. Sun Yi, intrigued by the arrival of several individuals, speculated that one among them might be a congenital powerhouse. He extended his mental energy to scan the group. Suddenly, the middle-aged man across from him abruptly turned, directing a piercing gaze at Sun Yi, his eyes glinting with intensity as a surge of mental force approached Sun Yi's form. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yi became invigorated, and a fierce clash of mental energies ensued between the two. Despite the absence of any external manifestations, after a moment of stalemate, Sun Yi's mental force was ruthlessly subdued and ultimately drawn back into his being. The opponent, having thoroughly assessed Sun Yi's capabilities, was momentarily taken aback. This strength does not align with the mental prowess displayed. Sun Yi had encountered seniors before. Sun Yi gazed respectfully at the other party. Is this the Void Realm? It seems that specialized cultivation methods indeed make a difference. I am unable to match him even now. You are Sun Yi? How old are you? The other person scrutinized Sun Yi's youthful visage, casting doubt on the information he had previously gathered. I am 25 this year. 25? Did you just recently enter the innate stage? The middle-aged man continued his inquiries. Yes, esteemed senior. You are still a solitary cultivator, I presume? The other individual appeared incredulous. Yet the mental inquiry had yielded a similar conclusion. I am a disciple of the Turtle Immortal School, but here it is just I and a few wives. Isn't that tantamount to being a solitary cultivator? The middle-aged man chuckled in exasperation. Would you be interested in joining a faction? No, given my current strength. Joining a large force may not yield any benefits. It would be wiser for me to strive to break through the Void Realm first. What if I could guide you in breaking through the Void Realm? The middle-aged man's face was alight with temptation. May I inquire about your esteemed name and the faction you represent? Sun Yi studied him carefully, harboring suspicions in his heart. Could it be that person? I am called Pei San. The middle-aged man began, preparing to elaborate further. Sun Yi was filled with a profound sense of enlightenment. It turned out to be him, and it was only natural to be unable to overcome such a formidable opponent. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Sun Yi's gaze, which was keenly detected by Pei San, stirring a hint of curiosity within. Has this individual heard of him? Yet, Sun Yi remained silent, and Pei San refrained from inquiring further. Since the elder had extended an invitation, Sun Yi felt compelled to comply. Might I inquire if there exists a position akin to that of a guest scholar? I yearn for a degree of freedom, as the true joys of life lie in wandering amidst the mountains and rivers with several wives. Sun Yi bowed respectfully, signifying his agreement to join. Haha, since that is the case, allow me to test your strength, Pei Sen exclaimed, suddenly launching his attack. In an instant, he silently appeared before Sun Yi, leaving him with no choice but to defensively gather his energy to respond. Pei San's figure flickered. One indistinct shadow remained in place while another ethereal silhouette swiftly materialized beside Sun Yi, effortlessly seizing his arm and propelling him through the air. Sun Yi soared into the air, soaring for several dozen feet before executing a graceful flip and finally landing steadily, devoid of any surprise. For being unable to prevail was entirely expected. Upon touching down, Sun Yi propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, stirring up a cloud of dust as he dashed towards Pei San like a streak of light. This time, Pei San effortlessly caught Sun Yi's fist with his outstretched hand. Chuckling, "Well done, young man, you've got some skills." It was only then that Pei San was astonished to realize that this time Sun Yi did not fly away. At that moment, Pei San burst into laughter. "It seems the energy within you indeed constitutes a form of cultivation. Now, let me increase my strength and see how formidable you truly are." Standing his ground, Pei San unleashed a swift and formidable claw strike with astonishing speed. Sun Yi could no longer withstand the pressure. That last encounter could merely be deemed a stalemate, and with added force, he was certainly unable to endure. In an instant, with a resounding crash, he collided with the adjacent flower boat, leaving a human-shaped dent, which startled everyone aboard, prompting them to appear on deck. "No more fighting. You have emerged victorious. However, may I obtain a guest token without any objection?" Sun Yi emerged from the hole, immediately waving his hand. Realizing that he was merely being bullied, his hard power was vastly inferior. Nevertheless, he held no fear towards his opponent. Although there was a significant disparity in strength, Sun Yi's flying ability, particularly when utilizing explosive energy, should pose no problem in terms of speed. After all, the mechanisms of the two types of energy differ. Internal force relies solely on physical explosions, where power is simply a matter of quantity. In contrast, the explosive potential of qi can manifest in a chemical manner, allowing for a desperate burst of acceleration in critical moments, even at the cost of injury, enabling a swift escape without difficulty. Furthermore, given the current situation, as he had already allied himself with the opposing faction, he was unlikely to be attacked. At that moment, Pei San approached with his guards and entered the flower boat, where the matron warmly welcomed them, not daring to show any negligence. "Here, Sun Yi, take this guest token. You may seek me out if you require assistance in the future. However, you must also lend your strength to the sect when needed." Pei San handed him the token. "Certainly, but I plan to travel extensively in the coming years. As long as you can find me, I will certainly offer my help," Sun Yi replied. The group exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered the room, where a carpet was laid out beneath them and a table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. However, some of the dishes appeared to be damaged, prompting individuals to begin clearing the remnants in preparation for a fresh start. "Come now, open the curtains in the boat. The master wishes to admire the moonlight." After relocating to a different chamber, they resumed their seats. The gentle lake breeze caressed them as they savored the delectable cuisine, all the while watching the enchanting performances of captivating women on the deck of the flower boat, and Pei San's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Although Sun Yi felt quite good about the situation, none could compare to Qing Luo and her companions. Thus, he did not pay much attention, treating it merely as background music while the group engaged in aimless chatter. Suddenly, the surrounding noise ceased, and all gazes fell upon a seemingly delicate girl in white on the deck of the flower boat. This young maiden cradled an ancient guqin. With a slight bow, she seated herself and placed the guqin upon the table before her, closing her eyes in concentration for a moment before plucking the strings. Bang! The clear, resonant sound pierced the hearts of all present instantaneously. The surroundings fell into complete silence. "What remarkable skill!" Sun Yi exclaimed, turning his head in astonishment. Such a technique capable of touching the soul and influencing one's spirit was a rarity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At last, as a note reverberated across the surface of the lake, the piece concluded. "Bravo!" Pei San rose to applaud, then whispered something to the burly guard beside him before turning to depart. Just as he noticed the evening had drawn near, Sun Yi too rose to take his leave, and Pei San made no effort to detain him. However, he vaguely heard the dark-skinned giant behind him speaking of redemption, while the elderly matron across from him was quoting a price. leaving the outcome uncertain. Yet, judging by Pei San's apparent wealth, it seemed likely that a deal would be struck. In Suyang County, as dawn began to break, the assembly was complete. With a commanding shout, the vast caravan of merchants, numbering in the thousands, commenced their journey. "We are off," the guards echoed, their voices ringing out. At that moment, Sun Yi and Yu Yin were mounted upon their snow-stepping steeds. Sun Yi carried a seemingly ordinary package on his back, accompanied by a long-handled dual-bladed sword, embodying the attire of a wandering warrior. Yu Yin had also donned a disguise, rendering herself less conspicuous, thus adopting a more understated demeanor as she followed Sun Yi. And together they reveled in the pleasures of life. As for Qing Luo and her companion, they wished to avoid the hustle and bustle, opting instead to return to the Dragon Ball world to continue their cultivation of energy. This way, upon Sun Ye's attainment of the purple ice heart, they could directly advance to the innate stage and subsequently keep pace with him. They agreed to devote another 6 months to their training before reassessing their journey. Sun Yi allocated 80% of the Zhuguo wine to the two of them, as this substance is indeed beneficial for the cultivation of one's qi. After Sun Yi and Yu Yin demonstrated their exceptional martial prowess, they effortlessly infiltrated the merchant convoy, trailing behind with a dozen guards, journeying from Chu County until now. Since their arrival in this realm, Sun Yi has perpetually felt a sense of disconnection, as if the reclusive tendencies from his previous life have hindered his ability to fully integrate into this world. Sun Yi believes that in order to transcend from this world into the realm of the virtual, one must fully immerse oneself within it, ensuring that there are no barriers within one's thoughts. Only then can one truly comprehend the laws of existence. As for the unconscious pride that Sun Yi felt due to his foreknowledge of the plot in this world, it dissipated after his defeat at the hands of Pei San. The bustling merchant caravan, filled with numerous individuals engaging in lively exchanges, provides an ideal environment for Sun Yi to relinquish his sense of alienation from this world. This caravan's ultimate destination is Yangzhou City. When the time comes, Sun Yi could easily transfer to another caravan, allowing him to fully absorb the atmosphere of this world, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future understanding of the laws. Should he fail to begin grasping these laws within a few years, he would have to exit this world and return only when the plot resumes. "Brother Sun, judging by your appearance, have you turned 30 this year?" began a stout man with a square face riding a chestnut horse. 26, replied Sun Yi with a smile. "And you, Lao Zhang? I'm a decade your senior." "Now I'm 41. The man chuckled. "No wonder you look so youthful. You're barely in your 20s. Unlike me, having braved the elements for over a decade, I've aged considerably." Nearby, a robust middle-aged man on horseback approached. "Lao Zhang, this young brother Sun is already a master of internal strength, and even his sister-in-law is a top-tier expert. Brother Chenwu, are you not also a second-rate master?" Another young man interjected. Recently, he had observed Sun Ye's amiable nature, prompting these second-rate warriors to cultivate a good rapport with him. "Your prowess far surpasses ours, young Master Tang, let alone brother Sun." The burly man, Chenwu, laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter instantly revealing his strength and candid temperament. "I've heard that a new band of bandits has recently emerged in the vicinity of Shuyang County. I wonder if we might encounter them," the young man Tang Xing mused, having received this information from a nearby city. Others had also heard the same rumors. "Whatever they may do, if we do cross paths, we shall likely pass unscathed, having paid the toll. Our caravan boasts 4 top-tier warriors." Chenwu dismissed the concern, gesturing towards Sun Yi and his companion. "Indeed, with us around, there is no need for worry." Sun Yi smiled reassuringly, while Yu Yin merely chuckled in response. Subsequently, a few individuals gathered around, engaging in aimless chatter. The gazes of the surrounding martial artists directed towards Sun Yi and his companions were imbued with a hint of reverence. The individuals surrounding Sun Yi were all second-rate martial artists, while those in the distance were of the third-rate caliber, thus keeping their distance. The merchant caravan did have a first-rate martial artist, who was merely clearing the path ahead, while Sun Yi served as the rearguard of the first-rate fighters. Along their journey, they could encounter bandits at any moment. In such situations, Sun Yi and Yu Yin would be their bastion, prompting the second-rate martial artists to stay close to Sun Yi, as their lives were of utmost importance. One should not underestimate a first-rate expert. Despite their portrayal as mere cannon fodder in the narrative, they remain a rarity across the entire Jiuzhou region. Even the black armored army of the Guiyuan sect comprises primarily second-rate fighters who can surely be enlisted. It's akin to modern society, where many hear of individuals who have become business owners, yet in reality, ordinary people constitute over 80% of the population. The caravan's overall pace was leisurely, as it consisted of numerous horse-drawn carts laden with goods. Sun Yi himself was not in a hurry. This was a gradual process of immersing himself into the world and adjusting his mindset. If the two were to act independently, they could hasten their progress. But truly integrating into this world and comprehending its principles would be exceedingly challenging. As the merchant caravan had just entered Xi'an County, they were already noticed by a group of newly emerged bandits who had been informed of their arrival. Boss, a stout yet robust middle-aged man rushed towards a nearby stone house. What is it, Heisey? A lean man emerged from the stone house, greeting the approaching fellow with a smile. Following closely was a bald man with a bare torso, his chest marred by a ghastly scar. Speak up, Heisey, urged the bald leader. Boss, second boss. There's a plump target, a big fat sheep. Heisey exclaimed loudly. The bald man immediately turned his attention to Heisey, realizing that their newly formed band had to establish authority before they could start collecting tolls. Now was the perfect time to strike. Heisey, you say there's a fat sheep? How many are there? Have you heard of any experts? Boss, this time, it's a convoy of hundreds to thousands, comprising small merchants gathered outside Xi'an County, with about 100 guards. My brothers have inquired, and there should be 4 first-rate martial artists among them. Though they are not well known, this could be a significant haul. Heisey's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even the lean man beside him looked eagerly at the bald leader. Oh, the bald man's eyes lit up. Have you verified this information? Yes, I personally gathered the intel. Heisey nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grains. The bald leader stroked his bald head, a smile gradually forming on his face. It seems that fortune favors us. This merchant caravan is the perfect target for us to establish our reputation. We can forego tolls initially, slaying half of them and sparing the other half, ensuring that future toll collections will be smooth. Heisey and the lean man exchanged sly grins. Boss is brilliant. Even though this is a small merchant caravan, it must be carrying a substantial amount of goods, and there are likely many women as well. I've heard there's a female first-rate martial artist. Just right for you to take as a wife, haha. After a moment of contemplation, the bald leader commanded his men to assemble, instructing them to focus on one side, exerting full force against any resistance, while allowing fleeing individuals to escape to minimize casualties among their ranks. We are still few in number. We must cherish our brothers. Also, ensure that our men carry plenty of bows and arrows. The opponent cannot concentrate, otherwise, they will flee quickly. An ordinary first-rate martial artist can be dispatched with ease. Understood. Heisey and the lean man responded, swiftly departing to gather their men. They dispersed to prepare their meals, intending to set off collectively half an hour later. Delays were not an option. As noon approached, the merchant caravan began to halt gradually, with members preparing their lunches. After a morning of travel, both men and beasts were weary and needed a respite. Finally, Wei Yi arrived. Old Zhang remarked, we must take a good rest. Let us just have a simple meal. The remaining wine is scarce. If we want to indulge, we'll have to wait until we reach the city, he continued. Old Zhang had a low tolerance for alcohol and needed to keep an eye on himself, to which Chun Wu chimed in from the back. Who was it that I outdrank last time, leaving you sprawled on the cart, unable to ride, while you went on a drunken rant? Old Zhang laughed and scolded him, while Tang Xing chuckled alongside. Chun Wu brushed it off, laughing it off and changing the subject, thus diverting attention from the past as they began to prepare their meal. As Sun Yi and his companion hunted a few wild creatures along their journey, they busily organized their belongings. Having consumed a modest meal at noon, they anticipated a more substantial feast in the evening. After a brief respite, the merchant caravan resumed its journey. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the front of the caravan, leaving everyone puzzled about the cause. A middle-aged man, clad as a guard and bearing a serious expression, approached Sun Yi. This man was recognized by Sun Yi as a personal guard to the temporary leader of the caravan, and it was unclear what matter had prompted his approach. Lord Sun, the guard began, according to the map, there lies a grove ahead, a known ambush site for bandits. Our leader has sent me to alert everyone to remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, the group immediately shook off their lethargy. This location is well known to us, surely, even if bandits had their eyes on us. They wouldn't choose such an obvious spot, would they? Chen Wu remarked with a smile. Sun Yi replied, all right, it is not the fear of the many that troubles me, but rather the uncertainty of the few. Since everyone is aware, I shall remain vigilant in my retreat. The guard, with a serious expression, nodded in response and returned to report to the employer. In the midst of the forest, over 150 bandits had gathered, fully prepared for the impending confrontation. As the leader, the bald captain looked around at his comrades and solemnly instructed, "When the time comes, act according to my orders, understood? Rest assured, as long as we follow your commands, there will be no room for error." The lean second-in-command promptly replied, with several others nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let all the brothers maintain silence and refrain from uttering a sound," the captain commanded. At that moment, Sun Yi, riding at the back, could have easily detected the bandits with his mental prowess. However, he could not consistently wield such power during his travels, and being positioned at the rear, he remained oblivious to their presence. Thus, the guards at the front encountered misfortune. As the merchant caravan advanced halfway into the woods, the leading guards suddenly sensed something amiss and immediately halted. The bandit group had already stationed watchers to keep an eye on Sun Yi and his companions. Upon realizing that the caravan had detected them, a signal arrow was swiftly launched into the sky, followed by a torrential rain of arrows. A dozen archers from both sides unleashed a flurry of arrows, seizing the initiative and injuring several third-rate martial artists and a few caravan members. "Haha, everyone, stay put. My men, charge forth, leave no one alive." A booming laughter echoed through the air, reaching Sun Yi's ears, clearly emanating from a formidable master of internal strength. The clamor of the henchmen followed suit, shouting for blood. "Run! Do not flee, there are not many of them. Quickly shake them off." Panic ensued among the front ranks of the caravan, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Suyang County is known as one of the most chaotic regions among the 13 counties of Yangzhou, with banditry rampant. It was clear that these robbers were not merely seeking tolls, they were intent on bloodshed. Consequently, some sought to turn back, while others engaged in close combat with the bandits. In this moment of peril, hesitation was non-existent. The majority turned to flee, leaving only a few at the front with no hope of escape, compelled to fight. The drivers, turning their steeds with fierce lashes, urged them to hasten, causing the carts to jolt violently. Some boxes fell off mid-journey, obstructing the way for those behind, resulting in a chaotic and bewildering scene. Sun Yi advanced on horseback, closely followed by Yu Yan. Ahead, some bandits were engaged in the brutal slaughter of the resisting individuals, while others loosed arrows from the rear. At the center stood the bandit leader, a bald giant, who was locked in combat with two elite warriors of the merchant convoy, Yan Xing and Yan Yu. It was evident that the brothers were at a disadvantage and on the verge of defeat. Yan Xing, grappling with the lean adversary, managed to hold his ground. But his elder brother, Yan Yu, was faltering against the bald chief. This was dire. The brigand was no ordinary elite fighter. Chen Wu and Lao Zhang, who had accompanied Sun Yi, furrowed their brows, their hearts laden with apprehension. However, with the arrival of these two, perhaps they could endure a little longer? The group felt uncertain, as they could not discern the nuances and strength among elite martial artists. Once I eliminate you, I shall lead my men to chase down the merchant convoy. They want to escape. The bald leader sneered from atop his warhorse, reveling in the impending defeat of Yan Yu. "We are here," Tang Xing shouted from behind Sun Yi, his expression betraying no sign of worry. Meanwhile, the members of the convoy were in a frenzy, fleeing for their lives. In the brief time since Sun Yi's arrival, the front ranks had already vanished, leaving behind a multitude of those willing to risk their lives for riches, hesitating as they considered whether to abandon their goods and flee. In recent days, Sun Yi has found great satisfaction in the company of these merchants and guards. The merchants and protectors, driven by their aspirations for success, brave the elements daily, enduring both wind and rain, all the while facing the constant threat of banditry, yet refusing to surrender their ambitions. Sun Yi was able to see in them the aspects he needed to learn, as well as the reflections of his own efforts. If he could assist, he would certainly lend a hand. Thus, after exchanging a few words with Yu Yan, Sun Yi charged forward. Behind him, Chen Wu and Lao Zhang hesitated, noticing that Yu Yan remained still and consequently did not move. However, Tang Xing followed closely in Sun Yi's wake. The imposing leader paid no heed to Sun Yi. After all, he had managed to escape from the grasp of the 36th ranked warrior on the Earth rankings. A few ordinary first-rate martial artists posed no threat to him. As long as he triumphed in the realm of first-rate combat, the others, unless vastly outnumbered or equipped with superior gear and coordination, were ultimately inconsequential. Moreover, the disparities among first-rate fighters were considerable. Brothers, muster your strength and eliminate these foes. Together, we shall indulge in a life of abundance. The bald leader bellowed. preparing to deliver a final blow to the already severely injured Yin Yu. Meanwhile, his brother Yin Xing, consumed by urgency, relentlessly attacked the lean second-in-command. Desperate to break through and rescue his brother, even at the cost of his own injury. Yet, the second-in-command was not to be underestimated. He countered Yin Xing's fervent assaults by focusing on entangling him, determined to prevent any escape that could lead to an assault on the leader. The bald leader, brandishing his long blade with a menacing whistle, was poised to strike down the immobilized Yin Yu. Sun Yi let out a light chuckle, advancing swiftly as he swung his long blade directly at the gleaming bald head before him, executing a powerful chop reminiscent of the legendary splitting Mount Hua. This maneuver served as a strategic diversion, for should the adversary wish to take down Yin Yu, he must first sustain significant injury. Realizing the imminent danger, the bald man hastily raised his long knife in an attempt to intercept Sun Yi's strike. However, when their blades collided, there was no resistance to speak of. The bald man's weapon was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu beneath Sun Yi's formidable strike. No, the bald man could scarcely react, his expression shifting from shock to horror as a terrified scream escaped his lips, only to be met with the grim reality of being bisected along with his steed. By Sun Yi's relentless assault, Sun Yi transformed his true essence into an intangible form, with bloodstains beneath him, his entire being untainted. The scene was drenched in blood, leaving the onlookers in a moment of stunned silence. For the sake of avenging the chief, several nearby bandits, clad in fine attire and armed to the teeth, were instantly stirred by this spectacle and charged forward with fervor. Sun Yi rode his war steed, brandishing a long blade with a commanding presence. With a casual sweep, he sent a gust of wind that propelled the approaching ruffians into the air, swiftly dealt with by Tang Xing, who followed closely behind. The recent display had instilled terror in the hearts of most bandits, causing them to scatter in fear, while those at the rear also began to flee in disarray. Among the horse thieves, there were 10 archers who had been shooting arrows, but now, they too fled in panic, disappearing into the forest in an instant. The second-in-command was still preoccupied with Yin Xing's ferocious assault, desperately seeking an opportunity to counterattack, and had no energy to spare for this scene. Upon hearing the frantic cries of his subordinates, he hastily turned his gaze, only to witness Sun Yi's sweeping strike, which sent his spirit reeling. Such a master, if not innate, was certainly of the earth ranking. Seizing the opportunity amidst Yin Xing's relentless offensive, he retreated swiftly to the distance, not daring to look back as he dashed into the woods. Observing this, Chen Wu and his companion were filled with excitement and surged forward, joining Tang Xing and the others on horseback as they galloped along the main road, assisting the bloody guards in clearing away the bandits who had failed to escape. Over 100 horse thieves dared to rob us, only to encounter an iron wall. Chen Wu laughed heartily. This is all thanks to Brother Sun's prowess. Otherwise, our caravan would have been doomed. Old Zhang beamed at Sun Yi, grateful for the presence of such a formidable ally, ensuring their safety along the journey. It is also a testament to everyone's efforts. I alone could not have managed this. With a faint smile, Sun Yi said nothing further, merely watching as the crowd cleared the road on horseback. The dense woods were left unattended, for the guards were wary of potential ambushes. Several groups of individuals formed, diligently organizing the goods left behind by the others after clearing the path. Brother Sun, the other bandits have already fled. What shall we do with the remaining goods? You may handle the goods as you see fit, Sun Yi replied nonchalantly, allowing them to decide on their own. At this moment, some merchants who had been observing returned to assist in the organization, including items left by those who had perished. After some deliberation, they consulted Sun Yi regarding the distribution of the goods. Upon his agreement not to claim any, they collectively decided to convert the items into monetary value, allocating a portion to the Yin brothers, Yin Xing and Yin Yu, as well as to some injured guards, while the remainder would be entrusted to Sun Yi as a form of compensation. Naturally, no one dared to voice any dissent openly, as they would still need the protection of the guards against future banditry. After half an hour of organizing their belongings and giving a proper burial to the deceased, the temporary leader of the caravan approached Sun Yi to discuss matters briefly before issuing orders to begin interring the bodies and cleansing the area of its sanguine odor. The guards who had pursued the bandits also gathered to clean their attire and armor. Those bandits dared to provoke us, but they have been utterly vanquished. I managed to slay 4 of them, Chen Wu boasted. What are you so proud of? I claimed 6, and I did not gloat so, Tang Xing retorted, dampening Chen Wu's enthusiasm. Surrounding them, conversations arose, filled with a blend of pride and relief. It was fortunate to have skilled fighters among them, for without their prowess, the guards would not have survived. The crowd held Sun Ye's martial prowess in quiet awe, speculating in hushed tones whether he might rank among the elite fighters. No one dared to intrude upon his time with Yu Yan. Having experienced the harsh realities of life for so long, they were unperturbed by death. The atmosphere grew increasingly buoyant as they conversed, reassured by Sun Ye's presence, which offered a sense of safety, as no notable fighters had ever been known to engage in banditry. Even during dinner, the caravan voluntarily offered some game as a gesture of goodwill towards their protector. The caravan moved steadily along the official road, with 70 to 80 cavalrymen safeguarding the goods. Encounters with robbers became increasingly rare, as if no bandits dared to strike. This new band of marauders had only established themselves after a fierce struggle, spreading tales of their escape from the hands of elite fighters. Local factions had witnessed the prowess of the bald-headed warrior, and none had managed to defeat him within 100 strikes. Hence, when Sun Yi dispatched him, the rest of the bandits recoiled in fear. Additionally, the caravan comprised merely small traders without significant treasures, prompting the bandits to disperse and allow the convoy to continue unimpeded. Brothers, night falls upon us. We should hasten our journey. Ahead lies Fanwu City in Xiyang County. Tonight, we can rest in a decent inn within the city, called out Old Zhang, igniting excitement among the travelers. Haha, after days of sleeping outdoors, it will be a treat to have a bath. I am drenched in sweat, Tang Xing remarked with a chuckle. Days later, as dusk approached, Sun Yi followed the caravan to the southernmost city of Qingzhou. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather at the West City Gate at the usual time. Let no one be late, the familiar organizer announced. The merchants and guards dispersed. Some began selling their goods on the spot, while others indulged in leisure within the city. Brother Sun, we shall stay overnight in this city. Let us eat and drink to our heart's content tonight. Tang Xing exclaimed joyfully. While you have no obligations, I do, Old Zhang replied with a grin. Indeed, Old Zhang. Let us go together, chimed in another guard, his expression one of intrigue. Brother Sun, will you join us? Old Zhang teased, glancing at him. I shall pass. There is no place better than my wife, Sun Yi responded with a smile, then made his way toward a nearby tavern, with Tang Xing trailing behind. Others accompanied Old Zhang, while a few headed towards a gambling den, though most understood that entering such a place merely meant offering their money to the house. Regardless of their direction, most were intent on replenishing their supplies. Sun Yi was no exception, as one cannot live off past gains alone. A few remained to guard the goods while the rest dispersed. Sun Yi and Yu Yin found a seat in the tavern, and Tang Xing promptly followed suit. The trio ordered several dishes and settled in, listening to the cacophony of conversations that filled the establishment, with news and gossip from every corner of the world being discussed. However, most of it was mere trivial chatter, serving only to pique their curiosity. Esteemed guests, your braised beef, large plate of ribs, and a whole roasted lamb have arrived. A server rushed over, balancing a platter and accompanied by two others who carried a whole lamb and a jug of wine. Please enjoy your meal. We are currently preparing the other dishes, the server said, observing the expressions of the three with trepidation, wary of any potential conflict. Very well, you may leave now. Just ensure the other dishes are expedited, came the response. With a smile upon his face, Sun Yi instructed the young waiter while beckoning Tang Xing to join him, saying, Come, let us dine together. There is plenty of food behind, so do indulge. As he spoke, Sun Yi unabashedly began to devour the meat and drink heartily. The previous afternoon, the Celestial Palace had dispatched a 100-strong elite team of skilled warriors to the northern realm of Yuzhou, led by the esteemed Shui Yong. Ranked 10th on the Earth ranking, and Guobing, ranked 60th, for a rumored emergence of the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Not far behind Sun Yi, a table of martial artists began to converse. What is the Celestial Palace doing sending experts to Yuzhou? Isn't that the territory of Hantian City? Is there any news? It seemed that news had arrived yesterday from Yuzhou, claiming that a millennium-old snow lotus was about to mature in just a few days. Several individuals had discovered it, but could not restrain their excitement. Thus the word spread. The Tianshan Snow Lotus? That is extraordinary. It is said that the seeds of the snow lotus can aid martial artists in nurturing their spirits and breaking through to the innate realm. One exclaimed, Indeed. I have heard that if a peak postnatal master consumes it, they could become an innate powerhouse. How fortunate it would be if I could acquire one. The surrounding individuals chattered enthusiastically about their fantasies. Do not be so naive. Attaining the innate realm is not so simple, even if one consumes the snow lotus seeds. The probability of success is reportedly only 30%, declared a proud martial artist who had investigated the matter. And that is still a mere 30%. Who can claim to have such confidence in breaking through? Someone interjected. Moreover, even if one cannot break through, it can still enhance one's internal energy, bringing them closer to the Earth ranking. The central figure continued to boast about the information. Sun Yi, having perused the texts at the Wuxiang Tower, recalled that the Tian Shan snow lotus yields a single seed once every 1,000 years. After producing 4 seeds, they become effective. And only during the few hours of ripeness at the end of each millennium can they be harvested, otherwise, they lose their potency. It is said that after 9,000 years, the snow lotus begins to cultivate the original 4 seeds, and upon reaching 10,000 years, those seeds can offer a 99% chance of breaking through to the innate realm, essentially serving as a passport to the innate level. However, no one has ever witnessed such phenomena firsthand. It remains merely conjecture. Whether it is merely speculation or truth is known only to a select few. Thus, Sun Yi felt compelled to investigate. If indeed it were a 10,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus, he must secure 2 of its seeds. For the moment, he decided not to rush, opting to finish his meal, as there was no urgency in that regard. Yet, he found himself unconsciously hastening his pace. Across from him, Tang Xing's gaze flickered, and his body quivered slightly, as though stirred by the conversation. Sun Yi was aware that Tang Xing typically concealed his strength, presenting himself as a second-tier fighter, while in truth, he was a top-tier expert, though whether he ranked on the Earth ranking remained uncertain. This very quality allowed Tang Xing to interact with Sun Yi normally. Despite others vying for Sun Yi's favor, Tang Xing slowly sipped his drink and clasped his fists in farewell. Brother Sun, I have matters to attend to and cannot continue with the caravan. I bid you farewell for today, he announced. Waiter, bring the bill. Tang Xing called out. And Sun Yi did not stop him. If he wished to depart, then let him go. After all, their relationship was merely that of companions on the road, without any deep ties. Moreover, judging by Tang Xing's demeanor, they would likely meet again in Tianshan. Tang Xing handed over his silver coins to the approaching waiter, casting a sharp glance before turning away and leading his horse northward. Such scenes in the tavern were commonplace, as it served as a hub for information dissemination. And this news would undoubtedly spread rapidly across the 9 provinces. Once the word got out, countless martial artists would flock to Tianshan, whether in pursuit of treasure, striving to break through to the innate realm, or simply to witness the spectacle. Some sought to make a name for themselves, aiming for fame across the land. This was indeed a golden opportunity. With so many experts gathering, it promised to be a rare assembly, and it was almost certain that Earth-ranking masters would appear, perhaps even innate experts, presenting opportunities for excitement and recognition. In summary, a diverse array of individuals was making their way to Tianshan. On the main road, Sun Yi and Yu Yen rode together, overtaking numerous merchant caravans and witnessing countless martial artists heading towards Tianshan. Days later, Sun Yi finally reached the foot of Tianshan. His gaze swept across the distant streets, astonished by the multitude of martial artists present. Even a single inn was crowded with hundreds of individuals. There were, in fact, 3 adjoining inns, clearly newly opened. Upon entering an inn, Sun Yi took in the bustling atmosphere. Various martial artists were engaged in lively discussions, envisioning their paths to glory. Dear guest, I apologize, but there are no seats available in the front. However, we do have rooms in the back. If you require lodging, please follow me. A waiter greeted warmly upon seeing another customer arrive. Very well, I understand. Please secure a room for me first, and I shall order food shortly. Sun Yi waved his hand, signaling the young attendant to retreat to the back without uttering a word. After speaking, Sun Yi cast his gaze around and noted that a table on one side of the inn offered the finest vantage point. Instantly, his eyes fixed upon it, and he observed that 4 martial artists at a table across seemed to sense his attention as well. With a stride, Sun Yi arrived at the table where 4 martial artists were gathered, accompanied by Yu Yen. Instantly, the 4 men leaped to their feet, glaring menacingly at the duo, while another table with 3 individuals also rose in solidarity, advancing towards them. Tension thickened in the air, and it was evident that a conflict was imminent. The lively banter that had once filled the inn fell silent, replaced by an uneasy anticipation of impending violence. Almost everyone turned their gaze toward the unfolding spectacle, a prelude to what seemed like a treasure hunt gone awry. As they watched, many instinctively positioned their weapons within easy reach, wary of being caught in the fray. Only a few tables remained undisturbed, with patrons continuing to eat and drink, seemingly unfazed by the brewing storm. You 7, squeeze together at your table. Make room for us, Sun Yi declared, his expression betraying no hint of concern. "What did you say?" bellowed a towering, bare-chested man. "Leave that woman here with us. You may depart without fear of lacking a seat," he continued, eliciting raucous laughter from his companions. "Indeed, indeed," chimed in a shorter man, prompting another round of hearty guffaws from the seven. Sun Ye's expression turned icy as he commanded, "Slap him," with a swift motion of his right hand. A gust of force propelled the diminutive man as if struck by a speeding truck, sending him hurtling through the window and crashing heavily onto the ground, sliding for several meters. The towering man was taken aback, his heart trembling in fear. To have sent the smaller man flying with merely a gust of wind? That was the prowess of a top-tier martial artist. The onlookers were equally astonished, although they were unaware of the identity or level of the smaller warrior. It was evident that even a third-rate martial artist would require at least the skills of a near-legendary master to achieve such a feat. Furthermore, considering the smaller man had the audacity to join the fray and had seated himself at the main table with 7 others, he must have been at least a second-rate martial artist. Even those at the adjacent tables who had previously not been paying attention turned their gaze towards this formidable newcomer. "Shall I send you all a refreshing breeze?" Sun Yi spoke with a cold expression. His words immediately frightened the others, causing their faces to turn pale and their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. After a considerable pause, they finally managed to respond, albeit with quivering voices. "There is no need to trouble yourself, my lord. We shall vacate at once." The 7 individuals, downcast and disheartened, abandoned their meal, eager only to escape this place as swiftly as possible. "Waiter, please clear the table," Sun Yi called out loudly, and then instructed, "Furthermore, do not forget to settle the bill for the meal." "Yes, yes," the 7 individuals responded eagerly, nodding their heads without a hint of reluctance. They hurried to the counter to voluntarily pay for the meal, thus freeing up 2 tables. Sun Yi and Yu Yin settled at a table by the window, while the waiter hurriedly tidied up the surroundings. He dared not be neglectful of anyone present, for they were all martial artists, and a disagreement could easily lead to conflict. The other patrons, realizing that the excitement had dissipated, turned back to their meals and conversations, though the voices of the martial artists surrounding Sun Yi seemed to unconsciously soften. "Waiter, please bring the dishes and wine quickly," Sun Yi urged. Before long, an array of sumptuous dishes and a fine jug of wine were continuously delivered to their table. Sun Yi and his companion consumed the food with remarkable speed, leaving the others filled with curiosity about how these two could possibly have such voracious appetites. After they finished their meal, the sky outside had already darkened, and they decided to rest here for the night, planning to ascend the mountain the following day to assess the situation. In a spacious room at the inn's rear courtyard, several individuals gathered, with one standing before a table to report. All were clad in the garments of the carefree palace. The elder seated in the main position was accompanied by several middle-aged men, while a 30-something man, Shui Yong, ranked 10th on the earth ranking, occupied a lower seat. The one delivering the report was Guo Bing, a young man in his 20s, ranked 60th on the earth ranking, with an unremarkable appearance. "Respected elder," he reported, "there are people from Hongtian City searching the mountain, and our members are also on the lookout. However, amidst the myriad of phenomena, the specific source remains elusive. It appears that the heavenly mountain snow lotus has yet to emerge, and its whereabouts are unknown. Moreover, besides the faint light today, an unusual fragrance has begun to waft through the air. Were it not for a brother with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, ordinary people would be oblivious to it." The young man lowered his head, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. "We must continue to monitor the mountaintop that shows signs of emergence without the slightest relaxation." The elder's face revealed a flicker of excitement. "Excellent news, second elder. The heavenly mountain snow lotus, 5,000 years old, would only exhibit a slight concealment effect, at most embedding itself within the snow mountain. Only at the precise millennium mark does it produce phenomena. Only after 5,000 years does the heavenly mountain snow lotus naturally merge with spiritual energy, creating long-lasting phenomena as it approaches maturity, manifesting an ethereal image within a certain range." A refined middle-aged man beside him spoke with fervor, his expression animated. The second elder nodded in agreement. "It is precisely because we suspect it to be a snow lotus over 5,000 years old that we have chosen to conceal our identities and follow. If it is a 10,000-year snow lotus, obtaining one of the 4 central lotus seeds will guarantee the emergence of a congenital warrior and even aid in breaking through to the golden core stage. Even if the seed does not ensure a breakthrough, it still offers an 80% chance of success. As long as the phenomena remain undisclosed, The competition should be reduced, for not every sect would dispatch a congenital golden core expert. The group grew increasingly animated, yet they failed to consider that other sects might possess equally astute individuals, believing themselves to be the only clever ones. Very well, Guobing, do you have any further news? The second elder inquired. Indeed, there is another piece of information, Guobing replied. Upon entering, I noticed an individual in the front hall exhibiting abilities suggestive of a congenital master. Though they do not belong to any renowned sects of the 9 provinces, they effortlessly sent a first-rate martial artist flying with just a gust of palm wind. Guobing's expression shifted as he recounted the scene of Sun Ye's earlier actions. That should be achievable by someone at the ordinary solid elixir stage, or even by some at the illusory elixir stage. Perhaps it is a newly emerged congenital expert, so there is no need for excessive concern. The elder composed himself, disregarding Guobing's description. All right, Shuiyong, if there are no other matters, you may take your leave. Continue to monitor the mountain's developments and report any changes immediately. However, based on your description of the phenomena, the snow lotus will mature in 12 to 15 days, and we shall ascend then. The second elder issued his command. Understood. The young Guobing and Shuiyong replied in unison, departing through the door. The group remained cautious, aware that the walls might have ears, and even in their excitement, their voices were barely above a whisper. They had not anticipated the arrival of someone like Sun Yi. Coincidentally, Sun Yi had already extended his spiritual sense and overheard the news. Perfect, there was no need for me to investigate further. Sun Yi chuckled softly to himself, then turned to glance again. Yu Yin had already finished her meal, with a smudge of food adorning her face. He smiled and reached out to wipe it away, gently brushing his hand against her cheek. Yu Yin blushed and let out a soft hum, choosing to remain silent. Are you full? Shall we return and rest? Sun Yi rose to his feet, called over the waiter, settled the bill, and turned to walk back. Over the past few days, Yu Yin had regained her former appearance, and together with Sun Yi, they enjoyed a carefree existence at the foot of the mountain, occasionally ascending to the snowy peaks to admire the breathtaking scenery. Naturally, Sun Yi remained vigilant regarding his surroundings. Even a mere suspicion prompted the 8 major sects to dispatch their teams, each comprised of innate golden core masters. And the number of innate individuals present was considerable. Should the snow lotus reach maturity, all innate experts would undoubtedly mobilize. As for the postnatal warriors at the mountain's base, their numbers were substantial, with numerous tents dotting the landscape, amounting to nearly 40,000 souls. Many martial artists stood around the tents, mingling in small groups, as if attending a grand gathering. Near the area of the extraordinary phenomenon, several large tents had been erected. However, most of the camps remained sparsely populated, with only a few individuals guarding the premises, while the majority pursued the anomaly up the mountain. Meanwhile, some who thrived on chaos were distributing images of the Tianshan snow lotus, selling them for 10 taels of silver each. This was a clever way to profit, as most attendees were not lacking in wealth, and even Sun Yi purchased one for a closer look. The image was vibrantly colored, depicting the snow lotus with remarkable realism. 5 blue leaves cradled a verdant lotus pod at the center, a striking representation. At this moment, a young man blocked the path of the crowd returning from the carefree palace. Guobing, I am Qin Xing from the winners. I've heard of your exceptional Tianyuan sword and have come to seek your guidance. His booming voice echoed around, piquing Sun Ye's interest. It sounded rather familiar. Turning to take a closer look, he quickly recognized Tang Xing, who had surprisingly concealed his identity until now. Instantly, a throng of over 1,000 martial artists erupted with excitement. A duel between 2 experts of the Earth ranking promised to be a feast for the eyes, especially since one was from the Carefree Palace and the other from the winners. Qin Xing had previously appeared on the Hidden Dragon ranking, but had fallen off due to age last year. He had not fought in 3 years since he turned 28, and it was uncertain how much he had advanced. However, Guobing, wielding the Tianyuan sword, was no ordinary adversary. He was currently on both the Hidden Dragon and Earth rankings. Though he was already 30 and would soon leave the Hidden Dragon ranking, his achievements before this age indicated both talent and strength. Within the Carefree Palace's camp, most were engaged in animated discussions, with only a few having returned to their tents to cultivate, including Guobing, who ranked 60 on the Earth ranking. Upon hearing the commotion outside, without waiting for anyone to inform him, Guobing emerged from the tent with an air of tranquility. As night began to fall, drawing the crowd's attention, torches were ignited, casting a warm glow around the area. The gathering of martial artists formed a massive circle, their excitement palpable. "He's out," came the jubilant cries from the crowd, indistinguishable in their source. "Qin Xing, I know you." Guo Bing remained unfazed amidst the spectators, his demeanor as calm as ever. "Since you wish to challenge me, step forward," he declared, brandishing a 4-foot-long azure sword, its blade shimmering with a radiant glow, a clear indication of its sharpness. Holding the sword with one hand, he stood resolute, exuding an aura of stillness as if embodying a block of ancient ice. "Haha, let us not waste time with idle talk. Let us see who truly excels," Qin Xing replied, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he drew his battle knife amidst the cheers of the onlookers. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, the blade slicing through the air in a blue arc aimed at Guo Bing. Guo Bing responded in kind, letting out a sharp cry. As he did so, his aura shifted dramatically, radiating an icy stillness. The sword's glow intensified, exuding a chilling energy that met the oncoming blade with an electrifying clash, their energies colliding like two titans. In that fleeting moment of engagement, both combatants' limbs quivered with the force of their strikes. It was evident that neither was willing to yield ground. The onlookers watched intently, hoping to glean insights into their techniques and enhance their own skills. For both were among the finest martial artists beneath the innate level. After a single exchange, they paused for a brief instant before resuming their duel, with Qin Xing launching the next offensive. Yet, Guo Bing's defense was impenetrable, his swordplay intricate and formidable, leaving no openings for attack. Qin Xing's garments fluttered as he wielded his knife with relentless fervor, but his assaults yielded no results. It seemed as though a wellspring of internal energies circulated around him, gathering strength for a decisive strike. "Is this your ultimate prowess? Then your defeat is certain." Qin Xing suddenly retreated, halting the flow of his internal energy, indicating he had finished gathering power. The atmosphere vibrated with tension, the crowd holding its breath in anticipation. Yet, Guo Bing remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on Qin Xing, allowing him to act freely. As Qin Xing raised his knife, a surge of murderous intent enveloped him, the blade beginning to gleam with a crimson hue. His eyes narrowed as he advanced toward Guo Bing, each step amplifying his intimidating presence. "Guo Bing, show that scoundrel your true might," the crowd urged, their voices filled with fervor. Even a middle-aged man of innate caliber emerged from behind the tents to witness the unfolding spectacle. Moments later, Qin Xing's aura reached its zenith, and he charged forward with a ferocious release of energy, while Guo Bing, too, unleashed his own. It was uncertain if Guo Bing had also been accumulating power, but their energies clashed, creating an atmosphere more fearsome than that of countless marauding bandits. Yet the balance remained even. Even the warriors standing behind the two felt a momentary tightness in their chests, many stunned into silence, while a few remained focused on the duel. The entire arena fell into an eerie stillness. "Mountain-splitting slash," Qin Xing shouted, his figure flashing as bloodlust radiated from him. Suddenly, the spectators witnessed a flash of crimson light as the two collided, the force of their clash sending gusts of wind scattering debris, leaving the crowd in awe. Their movements were so swift that only the keenest eyes could track their actions. Qin Xing's knife techniques seemed to stem from military combat styles, imbued with a ferocity and ruthless determination that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Guo Bing remained as steadfast as a mountain, an imperceptible white glow beginning to envelop his sword as he executed his techniques, each stroke of his blade flowing seamlessly. Despite the ferocity of Qin Xing's strikes, they failed to breach Guo Bing's defenses. It seems Guo Bing has made some progress," an observer remarked. On a nearby high slope, Sun Yu was initially gazing around casually. However, his attention became fully fixated on Guo Bing. As the eyes of innate experts in the surrounding camp began to converge upon him, it was evident that the intense energy fluctuations emanating from Guo Bing gradually diminished, slowly converging within his body, while the white light surrounding him also began to fade until it vanished completely. Among the crowd, several experts started to notice this transformation, including a middle-aged man from the Xiaoyao Palace camp, who recognized the significance of Guo Bing's progress. This audacious youth has mastered inner strength to a remarkable degree, with no trace of wastefulness, and has unknowingly reached the subtle realm, the middle-aged man mused, his surprise evident. After observing Guo Bing's movements closely, he concluded that Guo Bing had achieved a preliminary understanding of the subtle realm during combat, a state that now required gradual consolidation and familiarization. With this realization, the middle-aged man felt a sense of relief, it was certain that Guobing would not be defeated. To reach such a level among the acquired realm, one would rank within the top 30 on the earthly leaderboard, while ordinary innate practitioners merely grazed the surface of the subtle realm. The ensuing battle showcased a clash of formidable blade techniques and exquisite swordsmanship, a true spectacle of martial prowess. Yet, astute observers could discern the adage, one must not exhaust oneself after an initial surge of energy. Qin Shing's fervent assaults were thoroughly repelled, and soon his momentum would wane, marking the moment for Guobing's counterattack. As they exchanged blows, flashes of blade light erupted intermittently, causing the onlookers to shift away. Wary of being caught in the aftermath of the fierce confrontation, for ordinary warriors could not withstand such forces. After several exchanges, it became increasingly apparent that Qin Shing's breathing had begun to alter. Although his blade techniques remained fierce, the power behind them had started to diminish. In contrast, Guobing maintained a calm demeanor, his breathing unchanged, while his swordplay became increasingly fluid and graceful, like a gazelle's leap, effortlessly defending against Qin Shing's strikes, pushing them further away. This signified Guobing's enduring strength, revealing a substantial gap between the two combatants. Suddenly, a flash of blue light illuminated the arena as Guobing sheathed his sword and stood poised. A splatter of blood erupted. Qin Shing was sent flying, sustaining 2 shallow sword wounds on his chest and lower abdomen, from which blood began to seep. Forthwith, a middle-aged man adorned with the Qin family insignia approached to assess the injury and staunch the bleeding. "Fourth brother, are you all right?" a young man inquired anxiously, glancing at Qin Shing. "It is not serious," Qin Shing replied with a hint of relief. "Fortunately, my opponent showed restraint. It merely grazed my skin." After the middle-aged man's examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed opponent. I concede with utmost respect." Qin Shing clasped his fists in gratitude towards Guobing, then turned to the middle-aged man attending to his wounds. "Uncle 16, let us depart. After such an extensive journey, it is time to return to the clan." With laughter and camaraderie, they parted ways, creating a path through the throng. The gathered 1,000-strong audience erupted in fervor. Although the competition was thrilling, it did not deviate from the expectations of most. After all, those who ascended to the earthly leaderboard had undergone rigorous scrutiny, and it was rare for challengers to emerge victorious. Qin Shing is formidable indeed. He only fell after enduring dozens of exchanges. That is true. With a few more years of training, he too could ascend the earthly leaderboard. Indeed, he hails from the Qin family, a figure who made it onto the hidden dragon list by his 20s. Primarily, it is Guobing's strength that stands out. He is truly worthy of being recognized on both the hidden dragon and earthly leaderboards, now having entered the subtle realm. That is akin to possessing a half-innate pass, allowing him to rank among the top 30 on the earthly